The blood-stained hand clutched the broken earth. A final effort or a desperate grasp? From the ground, the defeated one's gaze turned upwards. A towering demonic figure, bone wings and a black sword obscuring the entire crimson sky. Humanity worships gold. Under a rain of gold coins, figures steeped in greed, the magic circle beneath their feet began to turn, and reveres magical technology. They raised their hands, worshipping pillars of technological light, blind to the power that was slowly consuming them, only to finally enslave themselves. Demons rose from that very worship, and humanity screamed in desperate chains. Amidst the ashes, the injured young man struggled to his feet, his sword heavy. How can this be fair? The ruler did not reply. He merely silently raised his black sword, crimson demonic energy swirling around the sharp blade. "How can this be so absurd?" the young man roared, charging straight forward, a reckless attack against an untouchable foe. His desperate cries echoed through the ruined city, a final act of defiance against overwhelming power. A blinding explosion swallowed everything. Dazzling white light engulfed all, leveling a corner of the city in an instant. The best modern apocalyptic fantasy game. The young man's body fell into the void, the blinding light from the explosion serving as the backdrop for his defeat. Arcane Soul, the name of the world, of the game, appeared brilliantly and enchantingly. "This damn pay-to-win garbage game," rage erupted. Kim Junsu, a 22-year-old student, yelled at the phone in his hand. "How the hell is this fair? How can a poor, free-to-play guy like me enjoy this game?" The phone screen reflected his face, contorted with anger. His character lay slumped on the desolate battlefield. Suddenly, a voice from within the game rang out. "Lol, getting this far as a free-to-play is pretty good." The Demon King's face appeared with an arrogant smile. "Too bad for you, Tilda. I had autoplay on the whole match, Tilda." Kim Junsu gritted his teeth bitterly. "You bastard." But it was quite fun. "Haven't seen a free-to-play player as tough as you." The praise was full of condescension. At the Demon King's feet, Kim Junsu's entire team lay scattered. In real life, Kim Junsu roared at his phone. "Damn it." Rage erupted in the street. "Where's the fairness when I grind for 10,000 hours and still lose to a whale? Is this even a game? It's clearly gambling with overpowered characters." The young man walked on dejectedly, his anger fading, leaving only weariness. Sigh. Only an idiot like me would waste time on this garbage game. Just finish the daily quests and then do homework. Nevertheless, habit was habit. He opened his daily free spin, expecting nothing. Probably just Warrior Kim again. Standing at the red light, Kim Junsu still couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from the phone. A magnificent platinum chest appeared. What? A platinum chest? The young man was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes widened, pupils constricted in astonishment. From within the light, a familiar figure emerged. The one who had just defeated him, the Heavenly Demon, was now a sparkling SSR character. What the hell? I actually pulled the Heavenly Demon? Joy erupted. Holy crap! This is amazing! It's the Heavenly Demon, the strongest character in the game! I heard the free spin rate for him is 0.000006%. Kim Junsu jumped up and down, celebrating right in the middle of the street. "Let's go, Tilda. I have the Heavenly Demon now, Tilda. This is Game of the Year, Tilda." Now, it was time to strategize. He looked at the array of sub-characters he had been grinding for so long. Now, to upgrade the Heavenly Demon. I could grind, but a dark thought flashed. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, or use the very characters I've raised as experience. Haha, from now on, I don't need to envy those whales anymore. Use my Warrior Kims to feed the Heavenly Demon? A series of character cards disintegrated into pure blue streams of light. All the energy converged, flowing directly into the SSR Heavenly Demon character. The experience bar shot up, marking a new beginning. Kim Junsu joyfully raised his phone. "Goodbye, Warrior Kims." A radiant smile, without a hint of regret. "From now on, I am the master of the Heavenly Demon Tilda." His joy didn't last long. A truck suddenly sped out from around the corner, its tires screeching on the road. The driver had no time to react, only staring blankly ahead. What's this? Kim Junsu hadn't even had time to understand what was happening. His face contorted. What's with this familiar event? His eyes wide, utterly horrified. He woke up in an unfamiliar bed, his entire body aching. His head and leg were both wrapped in white bandages. Huh? What's happening? Why am I in a hospital? Kim Junsu looked around in confusion. trying to piece together his memories. A sharp pain shot through his head. Memories flooded back. The blinding headlights of the truck. The horrifying moment before impact. The sound of twisting metal. He remembered in shock. That's right, I was hit by a truck. The hospital room door opened. A nurse smiled and walked in. Oh, Warrior Kim! You're awake? Kim Junsu was stunned. What? Warrior Kim? Wait, I'll go call the doctor. Kim Junsu was bewildered. What's going on? Why is she calling me Warrior Kim? The patient's chart clearly stated. Name, Warrior Kim. Age, 22. Cause, dislocation and concussion due to an accident. He couldn't believe his eyes. It really says Warrior Kim? What kind of mistake is this? He sat on the bed, his mind in turmoil. Maybe it's because I feel guilty for sacrificing all those Warrior Kims as experience for the heavenly demon. But how could he become that character? He placed his bandaged leg on the floor, trying to stand up. A mind-splitting pain surged through him. His desperate scream echoed throughout the hospital. The nurse rushed in, alarmed. Warrior Kim, you can't move yet. The pain made him writhe. Damn it, it hurts so much. I'm gonna die. The calm doctor explained. You were hit by a truck. Consider it minor injuries. But we need to run a few more tests. Kim Junsu was still in shock. What? You need an MRI and a magical vision test. The doctor's words were like a thunderclap. Magic? What? Warrior Kim. And magic? His mind reeled. What the hell are they talking about? The words reception desk appeared before his eyes. The receptionist quickly calculated the costs. Emergency room, facility fees, CT scan, X-ray, and other expenses. The total is 22,370,569 won. The astronomical sum left Kim Junsu stunned. He stammered, sweat pouring down. What? I've been here for 4 days. 22 million won? You don't have insurance, so you'll have to pay out of pocket. The receptionist smiled. Kim Junsu was dumbfounded. How can I not? All Korean citizens have national health insurance. The receptionist frowned in confusion. National insurance? What's that? You don't have insurance from the Legion or the Magic Tower, do you? Legion? Magic Tower? Kim Junsu was stunned. These terms were strange, yet chillingly familiar. What the hell are you talking about? A flash of memory sparked. Leaning on a crutch in the hazy space, he tried to search his memory. Wait, I remember these terms. Where have I heard them? 4 powerful emblems appeared. The Legion, Megacorp, the Magic Tower, and the Holy Order. These names echoed in his mind. The horrifying truth dawned on him. Those 4 factions dominated Seoul in the game Arcane Seoul. He had fallen into the game world. Memories of the game's setting flooded back. A world abandoned by God, where arcane science flourished amidst the ashes. The polluted earth was teeming with monsters, and humans had to modify their bodies to survive. Fuck. He could only grit his teeth and utter a bitter curse. The city appeared, desolate and bleak. Simply put, this is a world where just surviving is already difficult. And now, he stood in the middle of that street, clutching his head and screaming in despair. He had truly been thrown into this hell. Dragging his feet down the road, he thought back bitterly. I had a good night's sleep after getting the heavenly demon. Who knew I'd become a tutorial character? Warrior Kim's lodging appeared, cramped and filthy. This room is even smaller than my old apartment. Why is Warrior Kim so poor? He plopped down, physical pain and destitution surrounding him. My body is weak, and I don't have a single penny. What should I do? But then, a thought even more terrifying than reality struck him. And, if this really is Arcane Seoul, then, images of the game's future flashed before him. Nuclear war, spatial rifts tearing through the sky, and the resurrection of the old gods would plunge this world into a sea of fire, turning it into a true hell. Lying on the creaky bed, Kim Junsu despaired. I don't know why I'm here, but if I just lie still, I'll definitely die. Wait, could it be? A glimmer of hope flashed in Kim Junsu's panicked eyes. His finger decisively clicked the pin, a dry sound echoing. With a determined gaze, he raised the pin high, ready for a crazy act. I have to check now before it's too late. He gritted his teeth, without hesitation. The sharp pen nib pierced through his flesh, fresh blood immediately gushing out. Excruciating pain struck, but he gritted his teeth and endured. A silent scream was swallowed by the bone-piercing pain. Suddenly, a surge of green magic emanated from the wound, soothing the pain. The deep stab wound closed in the blink of an eye, leaving only a small black dot. I knew it would work. He looked at his healed hand, a triumphant smile evident. The system panel appeared. Trait acquired. You have received the trait Wound Recovery. This was why he had grinded countless Warrior Kims. He recalled that Warrior Kim was a free tutorial character, a blank slate with no basic traits. Therefore, players could freely build the character. For a tactical player like him, this was the ultimate choice. So that means, now I am Warrior Kim. He ripped off the old bandage. Activate Wound Recovery. All injuries vanished. With enough effort, I can acquire any trait. Arcane Soul. In this world, the poor and the weak will die, or those who run out of luck. But I won't let that happen to me. I will survive. With 30,000 hours of grinding in Arcane Soul, I will make it. And now, he stood at the peak, atop a pile of his enemies' corpses. He stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Destination, the talent inn. He sneered. And this body of Warrior Kims, too. The sign for player HR department appeared, old and peeling. A man with a goatee, a cigarette in his mouth, spoke with a scrutinizing tone. Warrior Kim, you say this is your first time at the HR office? Yes, I intend to join the mana purification industry. He thought to himself, he had to earn money first. With this body, only by diving into danger could he hope to get money. So, mana purification, you say? The man propped his feet on the table, his attitude condescending. HR Director Choi Seonsu narrowed his eyes. But do you really understand what dungeon clearing is? Kim Junsu seemed a bit flustered. Ah, yes, I know. The director sneered, pointing at the blank resume. You know? Your resume is completely empty. But in his mind, a confident smile appeared. Of course I know. I know how terrible this job is. Polluted mana. A gigantic black mana hole, swallowing the city's sky. That was what they had to face. The capital's #1 dump, sealed by dense chains. This was why monsters had taken over Arcane Soul. Dungeon clearing, in reality, was dealing with the waste that emitted enormous amounts of polluted mana, a filthy and deadly job. Prolonged exposure to polluted mana could lead to death. A worker collapsed, his body convulsing violently. He groaned in pain. Dark energy streams beginning to coil around his body. Help! Help me! A silent scream. His body disintegrated in a column of vibrant purple energy, to the horror of those around him. Or worse, it caused mutations, making the job extremely dangerous. Kim Junsu listened silently, his expression unwavering. Back in the office, Director Choi exhaled a puff of smoke. All right, as soon as we have enough people, I'll put you on a team. But his skeptical gaze remained fixed on the young man. But are you sure? I've seen many like you rush in here for money, only to return with empty souls. Kim Junsu silently turned his back and walked away. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on his lips. Don't worry. He threw out a challenge. Perhaps I'll do even better than you? Director Choi Seonsu was stunned by his arrogance. What? Grinding like a pure farmer is my profession. His insane smile revealed everything. Warrior Kim, 10,000 hours playing Arcane Soul. As soon as he arrived at the gathering area, a man with deer antlers blocked his path. What's this? A pathetic rookie joining our team? Kim Junsu scratched his head, looking flustered. Ah, yes, I suppose so. I was assigned to this team. The captain grabbed his collar and roared. Hey, you think this is a playground? Where's the determination in your eyes? Don't you dare beg me for help when you mutate. If I see any signs, I'll kill you. The threat was chilling. All right, I'll remember that, Kim Junsu replied, but thought to himself, this rookie hazing, whether in-game or in real life, is no different. But why was the rank character Deer here? It turned out this was his appearance before awakening. His legs were still normal. Oh, come on, Deer, no need to be like that with the new guy. A burly man rushed over to intervene. We're short-handed, you know. The man named Hedgehog, a dungeon cleaner with 5 years of experience, tried to persuade him. That's if he can even help. The captain released Kim Junsu, his eyes still full of skepticism. Look at him. It'll be a miracle if he doesn't cause trouble. All right, we have exactly 4 days to clear 5 contaminated locations. Hurry up, the captain announced loudly to the entire team. Damn it, that bastard. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth. He's even more unpleasant in real life than in the game. Don't mind him. Hedgehog slung an arm around Kim Junsu's shoulder, chuckling. He seems gruff, but he's a good guy. Oh, really? he replied indifferently, his eyes unable to hide his suspicion. The decaying gate appeared before them, the rusted sign Urban Landfill No. 1 like a warning. The whole team stood before the colossal gate, disgusting green slime clinging to the iron bars. Ugh, something stinks. I'll never get used to this smell. The whole team grimaced, unable to bear the thick air. I'll open the gate. Everyone, get ready, the captain roared, prepared for what was to come. The magnetic card slid through the reader, unlocking the electronic gate. The heavy gate parted, revealing the deep darkness within. Slimy tentacles shot out like venomous snakes. Everyone, positions, the captain yelled, and the team immediately gripped their weapons, forming a solid defensive line. From within the piles of garbage, green slime masses began to emerge, wriggling hideously. They crawled out in increasing numbers, transforming the junkyard into a living swamp. The monsters were as numerous as ants, their grotesque faces emitting an eerie glow. Low-level monster. Contaminated slime. The foundation of purifying contaminated mana and monsters is the contaminated slime. Kim Junsu stood there, a shovel slung over his shoulder, observing with cold eyes. Though their combat power was weak, the reason they were difficult to deal with. A hammer blow struck directly at the slime, but it was useless. The monster's body shattered only to immediately reform, leaving the hunter stunned. Was because they wouldn't die until their tiny mana core, hidden within their bodies, was found. The whole team was in chaos. Damn it, at this rate we'll be infected by the contaminated mana. In the midst of the crisis, a figure rushed forward. A clean spinning kick sent the slime clinging to a hunter flying. The newly rescued hunter was still reeling. Get back! Kim Junsu leaped high, raising his shovel above his head, his entire body accumulating a terrifying surge of power. The hunter's terrified eyes looked up, witnessing an unbelievable sight. Kim Junsu's eyes were sharp, cold as ice. I'm not responsible for this. A devastating downward strike. The shovel blade plunged into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept away everything around it. The immense power spread, crushing the slimes into pieces. The shovel blade struck a metal mass, sending sparks flying and creating a deafening sound. A terrifying scream echoed as Kim Junsu brought the shovel down, crushing the slimy monster pouncing on a man. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Perfect! Kim Junsu slung the shovel over his shoulder, looking down at the fallen enemies. Why didn't I warm up a bit? Liquid projectiles from the slimes rained down on the ground like acid. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu swung his shovel, creating a deadly arc. The slimes shrieked grotesquely as they faced the incoming shovel blade. A single slash tore the swarm of monsters to pieces. He leaped into the air, delivering a finishing blow from above to the last slime. Captain Deer and the others were stunned. What the hell? He's killing all the slimes with just one blow. How is that possible? Hedgehog yelled, disbelieving his eyes as he watched Kim Junsu charge towards the boss. Kim Junsu's smile grew even more insane. Of course it's possible. The scene suddenly changed. 2 days ago, Kim Junsu crawled on the ground, desperately searching for something. Where is it? A child pointed, being pulled away by their mother. Mommy, Tilda, that man looks weird, Tilda. Don't stare at people like that. Kim Junsu mumbled. It must be somewhere around here. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Huh? In his memory, Kim Junsu's hand held up a gleaming 501 coin. Found it! A notification window appeared amidst a halo of light. Trait acquired. Treasure hunt. Kim Junsu clenched his fist, a radiant smile on his face. All right. The most important trait for Warrior Kim. Treasure hunt. He celebrated wildly, causing passers-by to quickly shield their children's eyes. Before clearing monsters, he had learned a few important rules. Other memories flooded back. Kim Junsu covered his mouth, his face pale with nausea. A purple light enveloped him. Trait acquired. Pollution resistance. He leaned against the trash can, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, licking. This is the hardest. To acquire a trait, one only needs to satisfy certain conditions. Kim Junsu smiled contentedly, looking at his achievements. Phew. These traits I earned with blood, sweat, and tears. Second rule, a maximum of 6 traits can be possessed. He swiped his hand across the system panel, selecting skills, and they can be changed at any time. Back to reality. Trait activated. Treasure hunt helps the user find an opponent's weak points. Kim Junsu's eyes flashed with a golden light. He swung his shovel, aiming directly at the shimmering mana core. Thanks to it, I can see the mana core. A black mud monster rose, waving its slimy tentacles. It exploded, spraying black liquid towards everyone. The man with deer antlers shouted a warning. "Cough! Everyone! Be careful not to get hit!" The strange liquid splattered onto a shoe, but quickly dissolved like acid on metal. A sigh of relief echoed. Amidst the pile of monster corpses, Kim Junsu walked steadily, his body covered in sticky slime. It seems my efforts have paid off. A crazed smile spread across his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Kim's labor warrior trait is truly amazing. A cold system notification appeared. The pollution resistance trait has been activated, making him immune to tainted mana. The bus rolled away, leaving the city submerged in night. The last ride brought the tired workers home. On the rattling bus, Kim Junsu sighed. Well, even with supportive traits, working all day is still tiring. "Wow, Tilda, thanks to you. We gotta go home early today," a voice rang out. "Ah, Hedgehog, watching you work is truly amazing. Are you also waiting to awaken like deer?" No. I'm just used to using a shovel, thanks to my military experience." "Wow, Tilda, if that's the case, you're really awesome." Hedgehog laughed, but on his temples, 2 small horns began to sprout. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes. This guy's mutation symptoms were worsening, probably due to too much exposure to tainted mana. "Hey, you don't look so good. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow?" "What? No. I'd rather turn into a mutant than face the debt collectors." Kim Junsu fell silent. He understood there weren't many reasons for people to choose this job. The scene shifted. The shovel plunged into the dirty ground. 4 days later, amidst his colleagues vomiting from exhaustion, Kim Junsu stood firm, dusting off his hands. Phew, it's all done. He turned his back, his gaze momentarily thoughtful. Everyone looks tired after days of clearing monsters. A terrible retching sound echoed, followed by a puddle of liquid splattering on the ground. Hedgehog collapsed, his body convulsing violently. He clutched his throat, his eyes bloodshot in painful mutation. Kim Junsu glanced towards Hedgehog, a hint of worry in his eyes. "That guy. I told him not to push himself too hard." The man with deer antlers approached, exhaling a puff of smoke. "You look energetic. Must be because you're still young?" He smirked, his eyes somewhat admiring. "I never thought you'd pull it off. Well done." Kim Junsu grinned, winking playfully. "Haha, it's nothing. Thanks to everyone. And thanks to the new traits I've acquired, this job is now a piece of cake." The man with deer antlers plopped down, letting out a long sigh. "He still looks fine. Probably because he's rank? Phew, so damn tired." A violent cough echoed. Kim Junsu startled and turned around, his intuition telling him something was wrong. Amidst the crowd, Hedgehog collapsed, his body engulfed by a surge of dark mana. He convulsed in extreme pain. Horrific bone spikes tore through Hedgehog's back. Those around him panicked. "Hey, Hedgehog, your spine. Are you okay?" An invisible force threw the man with deer antlers away. He tumbled, utterly astonished. "Huh? What the hell is this?" Kim Junsu froze, cold sweat pouring out. A terrifying premonition arose. "Don't tell me!" The man with deer antlers struggled to his feet, rushing to shake the mutating man. "Hedgehog, wake up! We have to get out of here!" But it was too late. Hedgehog's face contorted into a monster, his blood-red eyes flashing with killing intent. A pillar of dark energy violently erupted from his body, blowing away everything around in an instant. Kim Junsu raised his arm to shield himself from the terrifying pressure. "Damn it, we're screwed!" The ground trembled under a massive, distorted foot that had just landed. From within the dust cloud, a muscular monster with a spiky mane roared. Hedgehog had completely transformed into a mutant. Jagged teeth, wild, wide eyes. The monster roared, marking the birth of a mutant. Mutant Spiky Hedgehog. Kim Junsu stared in horror at the motionless captain. "It looks like it's lost all reason. If we can't defeat it, we can't escape from here." He desperately looked at his status panel. All of his traits were only for cleanup, without a single combat skill. Facing the giant spiky back, Kim Junsu realized the perilous situation. This, no matter how I think about it. The monster turned, its gaze fixed on the only prey still standing. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Kim Junsu's temple. We're screwed. In despair, he gripped the shovel tightly, charging straight forward. I'm dead. A full force strike came down. The shovel blade collided with the monster's steel-hard flesh. But it was useless. A swing of the mutant's arm sent Kim Junsu flying. The shovel shattered. His body was slammed hard to the ground, rolling several times amidst the rubble. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. He realized the absolute disparity in power. At this rate, I'll die. Amidst the ruins, a system notification suddenly appeared. He had just acquired a new trait. Kim Junsu froze. Then a glimmer of hope flashed. A trait. That's right. I have traits. It's still too early to give up. He struggled to his feet, his eyes becoming resolute. To survive, I have to think. How do I defeat that thing? First, I need to delete some traits. 2 new traits appeared in his mind, strength and mana heart. A counterattack plan began to form. He calculated endurance would reduce damage, mana absorption and deep breathing would sustain energy. And the final piece for his survival plan, corruption resistance. Everything was ready. Kim Junsu returned to reality, his eyes burning with defiance. All right, the basics are done. Come at me, you bastard. In response, the monster charged, each of its steps shaking the ground violently. It let out a savage roar. Kim Junsu didn't back down. The shovel in his hand began to glow with a green light. The strength characteristic was activated, amplifying its power more than 10-fold. With all his remaining strength, he swung the shovel powerfully upwards. A sky-shattering uppercut. The tremendous impact force sent the monster flying into the air. Kim Junsu panted, a confident smile on his lips. Great, it worked. I did it. Blasted away. The monster's massive body reeled in mid-air. But instead of falling, it suddenly curled up, transforming into a spiky ball. His smile vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment. Huh? The spiky ball began to spin at dizzying speed, creating a deadly vortex. It plunged straight down like a meteor. Kim Junsu could only look up, completely stunned. What the hell is that? But it didn't collide. Right above him, the spiky ball suddenly burst open. A barrage of sharp spikes shot out like an arrow rain in an attack he hadn't anticipated. Kim Junsu screamed in despair. Damn it! The rain of spikes slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Kim Junsu took the full brunt of the attack. The monster let out a long, savage roar, the triumphant sound of a predator. Its jagged teeth and crazed eyes showed extreme bloodlust. The impact force sent Kim Junsu flying into the air like a broken puppet. A notification panel appeared. The tenacity characteristic was activated, amplifying his defense more than 10-fold. He landed on the ground, his body throbbing with pain. Even with tenacity, it still hurts like hell. But he gritted his teeth and endured. But if I stop now, I'll die. With no other choice, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. I can only keep attacking. Suddenly, a spike on the monster's back vibrated, ready to launch. The razor-sharp spike shot straight through Kim Junsu's raised defensive arm. A barrage of other sharp spikes simultaneously launched, embedding deep into his flesh. A scream of pain echoed. He was blasted away again, his body riddled with bleeding wounds. He clenched his teeth trying to get up. No, just a little more. His legs wobbled, but his eyes remained fixed on the enemy. Just a little more. Shaking off the body-shattering pain, Kim Junsu let out a final roar and charged forward. A rain of sharp spikes tore through the air, embedding directly into the target. Kim Junsu was stunned, his body pierced by a barrage of spikes. Huh? The monster let out a savage roar, charging forward at terrifying speed. Kim Junsu's scream of pain echoed as the brutal attack landed. The monster's spike-covered fist was raised high, ready to crush everything. The impact force sent Kim Junsu flying into the air like a tattered puppet. Collapsing on the ground, his breath gradually weakened. As expected, he desperately looked at the giant monster. I can't win with just Warrior Kim. A sky-shattering punch ended the battle, shattering the ground into pieces. Memories suddenly flooded back. A room, a phone, and a familiar game. Come on, all of you. Warrior Kim alone is enough to take you all down. Back then, when playing the game, everything was so easy. Just one click was enough to hunt monsters. I never thought about how the character felt. I simply pushed the character to its limits for the sake of efficient leveling. A drop of blood fell onto the cold ground. But now, I know. The monster was stunned by the unbelievable sight that you have to pay with pain to get even a mediocre characteristic. An invisible surge of power struck the monster, leaving it utterly dazed. A sudden counterattack. The punch, carrying terrifying power, slammed directly into the monster. No way. Characteristic activated. Mutated muscles. power surged through Kim Junsu's body, transforming his arm. The giant monster was sent flying, without any resistance. The reason I charged in so recklessly was to obtain the mutated muscles characteristic, which only appears when exceeding the limits of mana heart and strength. The hedgehog monster struggled to its feet, roaring in anger. All of this was just preparation for this moment. But Kim Junsu's punch was easily blocked. The monster sneered. "It's useless now. Go ahead and hit me. I dare you." Suddenly, sharp spikes sprouted all over the monster's body. It tensed, its two massive fists slamming together, creating a destructive shockwave. A terrifying tremor shook the ground. Kim Junsu couldn't react in time and took the full force of the attack. It still hasn't used its full power? From his body, a viscous, pitch-black substance began to ooze out, covering the wound. The monster was also stunned by the bizarre sight unfolding before it. A notification window appeared. Received. Aberrant body. You have acquired a characteristic. Kim Junsu tensed, his mutated body bulging with rippling muscles. His crimson eyes blazed as he faced the monster. He smirked. "Thanks. Because of you, I've become even stronger." His heels stomped down hard, the ground cracking under the immense weight. Their fists collided, creating a violent shockwave. Now, we're evenly matched. The commotion of the battle woke a man who had collapsed. What's happening? So noisy. From behind, a man with deer antlers watched in shock as Kim Junsu unleashed a barrage of furious attacks. Another warrior with a scar on his face couldn't believe his eyes. Warrior Kim? Is he a superhuman or something? How can he fight on par with a mutant? The monster suddenly unleashed a powerful blast, sending Kim Junsu flying. He was thrown, his body slamming hard against the arena wall. Junsu sat up, panting. Phew. It's not easy. My size is similar to its. But if this continues, I'll be at a disadvantage. The monster let out a savage roar, the sound tearing through the air. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It's a bit dangerous, but there's probably no other way. He stood up, channeling all his strength. Activate characteristic. Pollution resistance. A system window appeared. The characteristic pollution resistance has been activated, helping to develop resistance against contaminated mana. Kim Junsu's eyes blazed with iron will. I have to believe in myself. Delete. The man with deer antlers froze, sensing a terrifying premonition. A surge of dark and berserk energy erupted from Kim Junsu's body. His flesh tore, muscles bulging amidst a silent roar. The transformation process was excruciating, bones seemingly shattering and then reshaping. His body became abnormally large, primal power surging within him. At the same time, the hedgehog monster roared, accumulating destructive energy in its throat. A blinding white energy cannon shot straight out, flattening everything in its path. The terrifying destructive power ripped through the ground. The deadly beam pierced through space, aiming directly at its target. The man with deer antlers fell backward, utterly terrified. What is this? Amidst the smoke and dust, a demonic figure stood tall, its eyes burning with hatred. The creature's hand swept past the head of the man with deer antlers. A monster? Terror erupted in his scream. He became a mutant while fighting another one. A system window appeared, confirming a crazy truth. Characteristic Mutant Warrior Kim. How can this be? He could only stammer in extreme panic. Damn it. Characteristic Mutant Warrior Kim. Before his eyes, Kim Junsu had transformed into a raging monster, with bulging muscles and eyes burning with hatred. What the hell is this? The man with deer antlers trembled beneath the colossal shadow. Terror surged to its peak. I have to get out of here. A savage roar echoed. He frantically crawled through the rubble, desperately searching for a way to survive. But it was too late. A colossal hand, glowing red like blood, descended from above, blocking all escape routes. Fresh blood splattered. Excruciating pain struck as he was squeezed tight by the monster's hand. The man with deer antlers was stunned, not understanding why he was still alive. The crushing force suddenly vanished. Before his eyes, the monster had vanished. Only Kim Junsu remained, naked and panting. He stammered. He turned back into a human? Kim Junsu pushed him away, and both collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The frantic battle had ended. He panted, sweat pouring off him like rain, but a relieved smile appeared. I did it, the system explained. The characteristic pollution resistance is a player's last line of defense when possessing mutated form and mutated muscles, and actively deleting pollution resistance. The result will be a true mutant, a life-or-death gamble. It is believed that once transformed, there is no turning back. But Kim Junsu achieved the impossible, taming the roaring monster within himself. But I know the truth. I must change the characteristic. Amidst the mind-shattering pain, an iron will flared up. He knew he could do it, as long as he held on to that last glimmer of sanity. The hideous monster shell disintegrated, peeling off his body, an agonizing rebirth. And then he succeeded. A system window appeared, confirming that mutation had been replaced by pollution resistance. The scene was desolate and ruined. The aftermath of uncontrollable rage. His face showed signs of exhaustion, but his eyes had returned to normal, sharp and clear. It felt as if all his bones and muscles had been turned inside out. I never want to go through that again. Nevertheless, he still forced himself up. His strength was depleted, but the goal was still ahead. In the memory of the hedgehog monster, a dark energy orb flickered from its fangs. What remained after the battle? A mystical purple gem rested in his palm. Received. Mana core level 1. A mad smile spread across his lips. It was all worth it. He cheered happily to himself. I got a level 1 mana core. This cleanup was quite a bargain. Suddenly, a group of people appeared amidst the rubble. Are you all right? The man with deer antlers stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing. You've turned into a mutant. What happened? Kim Junsu remained silent, calculating. It'll be troublesome if strange rumors about me spread. He turned around, feigning nonchalance. I just gambled that I could come back. How lucky. The man with deer antlers looked skeptical. What? Lucky? But it was too. Kim Junsu unexpectedly thrust a handful of glittering objects into the man's hand. Here, take these. He casually turned away. Phew, Tilda, let's go home, Tilda. I want to breathe some fresh air. Behind him, the entire group was stunned. Level 0 mana cores? Damn it. This many? Kim Junsu smirked. I saved their lives, and even gave them mana cores. They'll probably keep my secret, right? But the man with deer antlers only remained silent, his eyes thoughtfully fixed on the precious mana cores in his hand. The scene shifted to a building with a sign that read Seonsu Force. Inside, Director Choi Seonsu greeted him warmly. Well, Tilda, I heard you've been through a lot of hardships. It must have been terrible. Yes, it was a bit tough in the end, Kim Junsu replied, secretly wary. Why is he suddenly flattering me like this? Anyway, if you're a superhuman, you should have told us, Tilda. We could have given you a more decent job instead of cleanup duty. Kim Junsu took a sip of water, realizing the grave misunderstanding. Aha, Tilda, he thinks I'm a superhuman. In the world of Arcane Soul, superhumans are those who awaken abilities and possess powerful mana. In a place where power is authority, superhumans are no different from nobility. It makes sense that he'd think that. Because you need to be a superhuman to defeat a mutant. Even though I won thanks to my traits. While he was pondering, Director Choi spoke up. Well then, I suppose I should pay you for the cleanup, shouldn't I? That would be great. Kim Junsu grinned, deciding to go with the flow. I'll just let him think I'm a superhuman for a while, Tilda. You cleaned up 5 areas, and we take a 20% fee from the total 50 million won. If divided among the group members, I would give you 5 million. Director Choi pushed a stack of money towards Kim Junsu. But this time, we'll do things a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee and give you a bonus. The huge amount of money stunned Kim Junsu. 10. 12 million won? A greedy smile bloomed on his lips. We look forward to continuing our cooperation with you. Being a superhuman is truly awesome. Leaving the office in high spirits, Kim Junsu was engrossed in thought. With this much money, where should I spend it now? Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from the hallway. You look happy. The man with the buzz cut approached, his eyes scrutinizing. You must have been paid handsomely. Kim Junsu recognized his former teammate, scratching his head in embarrassment. Yes, we just finished work. The man stammered, an awkward expression on his face. Actually, the reason I'm here is because I want to ask you for a favor. A favor? He hesitated, recounting his difficult situation. My wife is sick, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money? Kim Junsu's eyes turned cold. He knew all too well that in this world, Misplaced kindness was a fatal mistake. But then the man bowed deeply, pleading earnestly. Please! It was hard enough to take care of himself, let alone help others. But Kim Junsu quickly took the man's hand, stopping him. Don't do that. You're older than me. He poured out a handful of shimmering golden particles. It's not much. Just use it. Even though his reason told him to be cautious, he couldn't bring himself to ignore him. Night fell, and the dim streetlights illuminated a quiet corner of the street. The man with the buzz cut burst into a wild laugh. Idiot! I just pretended to be pitiful for a bit and he gave me all this. Ha 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 ha! In the dark alley, he boasted to his accomplices. A rookie, huh? If I'd made up a story about my kid being sick, he probably would have given even more. But then his face darkened with jealousy. It's annoying that he got paid more than us. That old director only gave us a pittance and dumped everything else on that fake superhuman. The man with deer antlers took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes sharp. Ha! He's not even a superhuman. We should teach him a lesson. Got any ideas? The man with the buzz cut asked. The other man just smirked. Don't you realize? A sinister smile appeared on the antlered man's lips. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu was happily curled up in his blanket, dreaming of becoming a hero. He had no idea that his enemies were now assuming he possessed some strange ability. Because we know his secret, the antlered man said threateningly. Let's teach him. His fist clenched, crushing the shimmering golden particles. His eyes flashed with a cruel glint, his aura filled with murderous intent. How terrifying this world truly is. The scene shifted to a luxurious hotel, where bright sunlight streamed through the glass windows. Kim Junsu was enjoying a high-end massage. Tilda money really is great. I never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. It's much better in games than in real life. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his muscles, making him freeze. He sat up abruptly, wincing. 3 days of rest, and the pain still hadn't subsided. From now on, I need to think carefully before using any mutant traits. The image of a hideous monster appeared in his mind. Changing traits isn't as omnipotent as I thought. He recalled the sensation of his body transforming, and the price growing steeper with each level of transformation. The memory of collapsing from exhaustion was still vivid. The aching pain from overusing his abilities tormented his body. The problem is how I'll survive after limiting my use of traits. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Huh? Outside, the Tiquan gang still swaggered as if they owned the place. Wait, isn't that the Tiquan gang? They're still as arrogant as ever, huh? In Arcane Soul, the laws were in the hands of local gangs. It's inevitable when monsters run rampant and people have to rely on superhuman. I survived the first time, but it would be foolish to rely solely on my trait in such a dangerous place. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his lips. His eyes flashed with determination. It's all thanks to items, isn't it? He went to a general store in Seoul. Are you here to sell something? Ah, yes. I have some monster byproducts. The female employee looked annoyed. Let me tell you something first. We don't buy zero-grade mana cores, he replied casually. I know that well. He opened his bag. What I want to sell is... A stream of emerald green energy emanated, stunning the girl. This, she stammered in horror. This is... a grade 2 mana core? Yup, Tilda, take a look. Amidst a mountain of gold coins, he was satisfied. Grinding in the hotel room was truly worth every penny. I merged everything I had. Luckily, I got a grade 2 mana core. Prices depend on the grade, so to sell for the highest price, this is the only way. Here's the money for the core, 4.77 million won. Kim Junsu took the stack of money, a satisfied smile he couldn't hide. Thanks, hee. Do you sell weapons or armor here? Of course. Please follow this way. Without hesitation, he followed the employee deeper inside. A surprised "oh" escaped him as the door opened. A massive armory appeared before his eyes. Wow, Tilda, it seems like they have everything here, Tilda. All the basic items I used in the game are here. Haha. Take your time looking around. He couldn't hide his extreme excitement. Definitely Tilda. Time to gear up, Tilda. Kim Junsu donned a variety of firearms, ready for any battle. He strode down the street, the familiar feeling of a gamer resurfacing. Ha, Tilda. Now that I have weapons, it finally feels like I'm playing Arcane Soul. Excuse me! A sudden voice from behind made Kim Junsu stop. A strange girl looked at him pleadingly. Are you a mercenary? I need help. Kim Junsu quickly waved his hand in refusal. Oh, I'm not. So, you should find someone else. The girl pressed a stack of money into his hand, her voice full of worry. I'm here on business, but the Iron Fist gang scares me. Can you protect me on the way back to my inn? Kim Junsu's eyes flashed with calculation. 500,001 for an escort mission. Sounded like a daily quest. Kim Junsu placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, accepting the offer. I can't ignore a lady in distress. He confidently led the way, his back laden with guns. Shall we go? The girl behind him mumbled thanks, but her smile was somewhat forced. A sudden rain poured down. The path they took led into a deserted alley, damp under the flickering streetlights. The girl quickened her pace on the slippery steps. Almost there. This way. Kim Junsu began to feel uneasy. A strangely desolate place. Why is she in such a suspicious place? Not even an ant is around. Just around this corner. The girl pointed ahead and quickly turned into a dark bend. He followed, but the girl had vanished. A bad feeling welled up. Darkness swallowed everything. From within the night, the girl's voice echoed, cold. We're almost there. Hurry up. It's too dark. Kim Junsu squinted, trying to see through the thick darkness. So I can't see anything. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed in his eyes. A new power was awakening. A system panel appeared. Trait acquired. Night vision. Oh, now I can see. I didn't intend this, but I got a trait. The darkness vanished, and the first thing he saw was the black muzzle of a gun pointed straight at his face. The look of fear had vanished. The girl stood there, her eyes glowing with malice. You're more cautious than I thought. A chill ran down his spine. A gun? Who was this woman? Damn it, this was a trap. A deep, hoarse voice came from behind, blocking all escape routes. Where do you think you're going, kid? The man with small deer antlers on his head appeared. The alley was sealed off by strangers. The curtain had fallen on the play. Nice to meet again like this, isn't it? In the pouring rain, Kim Junsu despaired. What did I do to deserve this? The antlered man sneered, his voice full of disdain. Nothing. You just look naive enough. There's no other reason, you gullible fool. Suddenly, Kim Junsu turned and ran. The group was stunned by his reckless action. Bastard, you start a conversation and then run away? The antlered man roared in anger. Shoot him! As soon as the order was given, a deafening bang echoed. A bullet lodged directly into Kim Junsu's back. Fresh blood stained a large patch of his shirt red. He collapsed onto the steps, his body convulsing in pain before gradually becoming still. His body lay there, devoid of life. The antlered man angrily turned back and yelled, What the hell? I told you to shoot his leg, not his upper body. Better that than letting him escape, the girl replied coldly. The person next to her trembled. Oh God, I think he's really dead. The antlered man looked down at the corpse, calculating. He reverted to human form after mutating. Surely some mages would want to buy this body. The girl still regretted it. If we had captured him alive, we would have earned more money. The antlered man clicked his tongue, making a decision. Now search his pockets and gear. But when they looked again, there was only a pool of blood on the cold ground. The body had vanished. Huh? A ghostly green aura enveloped the group, spreading fear. Where is his body? From a distance, the scope of a gun shattered. Immediately, a bullet tore through the air, piercing the head of one of the group. The man fell to the ground, breathless. The remaining individuals froze in horror. What just happened? The man with deer antlers froze, a crazy hypothesis forming in his mind. Don't tell me. He's still alive, is he? From the darkness, a pair of eyes glowed with golden light, carrying an unbreakable will. The status window appeared, proving this return. I cannot die by the hand of one who repays kindness with enmity. It turned out everything had been calculated beforehand. Good thing I wore a bulletproof vest before leaving the store. The bullet lodged in the armor, activating a special condition. Thanks to it, I gained the trait I needed. A notification window appeared. Received feigned death. The perfect skill for a comeback. The streetlights flickered out, darkness swallowing everything. The hunters panicked, losing their bearings. He broke the streetlights. I can't see anything. The captain was still bewildered. Where's that bastard? Suddenly, a voice whispered right behind his neck. Looking for me? A hand clenched around the traitor's throat. I saved your life, so now I'll take it back. The man with deer antlers roared in despair, struggling. Bastard. A devastating punch replied. You should be grateful I saved you. Do you think it's right to kill your benefactor? The cold judgment echoed with a terrifying impact. The captain's body flew backward, fresh blood splattering in the rain. Amidst that, the girl in the hat reacted in time. The gun barrel flashed, tearing through the night. She called out loudly towards the fallen figure. Is that you? Are you okay, dear? But the bullet found another target. Kim Junsu looked at his bleeding arm, blaming himself. I was too careless. The man with deer antlers choked, his eyes wide with horror as he was lifted into the air. Kim Junsu's hand flared with emerald energy, tightening around the enemy's throat. Desperate pleas rang out. Please, stop. A brutal, finishing blow struck, energy piercing through the chest. The scream was silenced. The man's body convulsed one last time. The lifeless corpse fell to the ground. Kim Junsu panted, his voice trembling with victory. I did it. I defeated the awakened deer. But then he froze, staring at his fist. Huh? Memories flooded back. The day I learned the cruel truth of the arcane soul world. A radiant golden energy enveloped his naked body. A notification window appeared before his eyes. Awakening. Level 1 Superman, Warrior Kim. He stared in astonishment at his body, bathed in a golden aura. The words awakening were once again etched into his mind. Energy gathered in his palm, warm and powerful. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power flowing through his veins. Superman. Joy burst forth. I've finally become a Superman. His face stretched into a crazed smile, satisfied after days of waiting. He happily thought about a bright future. Not only will I receive high-paying mercenary offers, but I can also get low-interest bank loans. The joy didn't last long. A deep, muffled voice echoed from the darkness, interrupting his dream. Now you've caused trouble, haven't you? Kim Junsu looked up at the newcomer, his eyes wide with surprise. A large man, carrying a bulky gun on his shoulder, exhaled cigar smoke in the rain. The pressure from him was terrifying. This person was Kim Iron Fist, a basic character in the game Arcane Soul. He belonged to the Enhanced Soldier class, specializing in using firearms mounted on prosthetic arms. The problem was, behind him was an entire army dressed in neat suits. Kim Iron Fist was the notorious boss of the Iron Fist gang in the underworld. Kim Junsu felt a chill down his spine. Because I fought in their territory, I've angered them. The boss leaned down, his voice full of sarcasm. Did you even look at where you were before causing this mess? I was attacked by surprise. I can't just die like that. Oh, so you mean they're even scarier than the Iron Fist gang? He pulled out a pistol. A gun? Kim Junsu cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I fight in this state, I'll die for nothing. The cold gun barrel pressed directly against his chest. Kid, you've made a fatal mistake. Let me show you the consequences of defiling our territory. The boss's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Contrary to expectations, Kim Junsu's face showed no fear. He merely remained silent, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. Oh, is that so? The boss was a little surprised. But you missed one thing. Kim Junsu's hand suddenly grabbed the gun, stopping the enemy's mechanical arm. I'm not the kind of person who dies so easily, he growled, his finger ready to act. A sharp gunshot rang out. Choi Seon-soo stared in shock as the gun in his hand fired into Kim Junsu's chest. This bastard. He pulled the trigger himself. The boss was stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Kim Junsu staggered and then collapsed, his body limp. Ah, what is this? In midair, a system notification window appeared. Trait acquired. Regeneration. A stream of green energy enveloped Kim Junsu. The fatal wound on his chest healed in the blink of an eye. That tickles like hell. Choi Seon-soo smirked, the cigar still in his mouth. Oh, look at you. You have quite an interesting ability. Kim Junsu realized this was an upgraded version of wound recovery, a trait only available to level 1 supermen. He decided to gamble. As long as they underestimate me, everything will be over. I have to bluff. As you can see, I survived, not by luck. He gestured with his chin towards the fallen subordinates. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch me, Warrior Kim, then beware. Choi Seon-soo burst into delighted laughter. Warrior Kim? Huh? Is that your name? I like your guts, cuckoo. All right, I'll let you go this time. But in doing so, you owe me a debt. His mechanical hand tightened on Kim Junsu's shoulder. I'm sure you understand what I mean. His gaze was sharp, full of menace. All right, I'll remember this. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth, thinking, does he recognize me? Choi Seon-soo extended his mechanical hand. All right, let's do a job together next time. Kim Junsu calculated silently. Iron Fist Kim isn't the type to betray me. Building a relationship here isn't a bad option either. All right. The agreement was spoken, a new pact established. A decisive handshake. See you next time. Choi Seon-soo turned his back, leaving Kim Jun-soo alone with new calculations. The era of the ability hoarder officially began. Jamsil Superhuman Tower, a magnificent structure reaching straight into the sky, a symbol of the new era of Seoul. Kim Jun-soo, in the guise of a tourist, couldn't hide his astonishment. I didn't know in the game, but out here, it's truly a masterpiece. The luxurious interior overwhelmed him. It's completely different from my town. The sweet voice of a female employee rang out. "Thank you for visiting the Superhuman Tower." Her beauty momentarily flustered Kim Jun-soo. "How may I help you, sir?" He thought to himself. What? She's too beautiful. A familiar feeling arose. She looks familiar. Is she an NPC? The girl smiled. If you're here to get your superhuman certification, then please go to that machine to measure your mana and ability circuits. She pointed towards the machine. Oh, thank you. He ambled along, his slippers out of place amidst the high-tech environment. Standing before the machine, he scoffed at himself. I didn't even ask, and she already pointed it out. Do I look that clueless? Anyway, with the certification, I can start my life in Arcane Seoul. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy struck. What? The crowd stirred, looking up at the ceiling. Look up! The Saintess is here. Kim Jun-soo was bewildered. The Saintess? A dazzling halo of light shone down, but in his eyes, something felt off. But that's just an airship? Kim Jun-soo's eyes widened. He seemed to have realized a terrifying truth that no one else saw. Kim Jun-soo froze, the smile hidden behind that mask. Did she just realize I changed my characteristic? A chill ran down his spine. He frantically looked back at his characteristic panel, a skill set with nothing remarkable. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Why is the Saintess talking to him? He looks so ordinary. A cold, armored hand suddenly gripped his. Sir, may I know your name? The priestess asked. Kim Jun-soo stammered. I am. Warrior Kim. He froze. In Arcane Seoul, the only reason a priestess would ask someone's name was, then, Warrior Kim, I, in the name of the former father, shall purify you. A dark aura enveloped her. The former father, Lord of the Black Gold Throne, always craves rare powers like yours. The eyes behind the mask glowed terrifyingly. Dark runes coiled around his arm. Submit to him and find peace in this hellish world. The crowd cheered enviously. He's being purified, and by the former father's eldest daughter herself. Kim Jun-soo gritted his teeth. Damn it. If he received the purification characteristic, he would have no choice but to become a holy knight of the order. But the former father's order, in the war against Korea, had been utterly defeated by the key figures of Arcane Seoul. Memories of the heavenly demon, sowing terror, resurfaced. The armored hand tightened further. Dark energy gushing forth. This was a curse, not a blessing. Kim Jun-soo strained to resist, the radiant golden holy seal and dark energy clashing on his arm. It's like being forced to go all in on a stock about to be delisted. The surrounding crowd fell silent, horrified by the unbelievable sight. He knelt, but his will remained unshaken. I refuse to be baptized. The eyes behind the priestess's red veil widened in astonishment. Huh? I must have misheard. Kim Jun-soo narrowed his eyes, his voice hissing through gritted teeth. No, I'm serious. The priestess regained her composure, her voice cold. All right. To serve him or refuse is everyone's freedom. But immediately, she grabbed his collar, and soldiers surrounded him. However, the former father already has his eyes on you. The armored hand tightened, dark energy seeping through his clothes. A sinister smile hidden behind the mask. Don't forget that a speck of holy dust has taken root inside you, she whispered menacingly. If you cannot overcome such a tiny speck of dust, your weak free will amount to nothing. The divine fever curse grew stronger the more mana the target possessed. But as a level 1 superhuman, Jun-soo realized there was still a solution. First condition. Acquire the divine resistance characteristic. He suppressed his mana, searching for an escape. The status panel appeared. Fortunately, the divine resistance characteristic was already equipped. Memories of a man being consumed by holy fire rushed back. Painful screams echoed in his mind. Another scene appeared, a person writhing in a sea of golden flames, their comrades desperately trying to save them in vain. Hang in there! But after the extreme pain, a sense of purification spread. It feels like living water amidst this pain. The divine fever burned from within. Kim Jun-soo gritted his teeth, straining to cling to his last shred of consciousness. I must focus on this opposing sensation. A surge of icy blue energy erupted from his body, extinguishing the tormenting divine fire. The system panel appeared, signaling that a new characteristic had been unlocked, Mana Barrier. A blue aura surged around Kim Junsu, his eyes sharpening once more. The pain had vanished, replaced by an entirely new power. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. I did it! This is a level 1 defensive characteristic that every warrior must have. Mana Barrier! The receptionist rushed over. Oh my God, are you all right? Kim Junsu replied calmly, the blue flame still lingering on his hand. Yes, I'm fine now, thank you. The surrounding crowd was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He overcame the divine fever? How the hell did he do that? Did he use some kind of cheat skill? He smirked. I haven't completely overcome it. This is just a temporary measure thanks to the barrier, but at least I've escaped the burning pain. This black flame looks pretty cool, doesn't it? All right, time to measure mana tilde. He casually stepped onto the measuring platform. A blue light scanned his body, and the system began its analysis. The energy bar on the screen shot up. Oh, it's going up. Measurement complete. The results that appeared stunned even Kim Junsu. Warrior Kim, 22 years old. Mana level, 1. 6-tier circuit. Huh? The crowd was once again shaken. My God, level 1 with 6 traits? A super rookie has been born, Kim Junsu thought to himself. I've attracted too much attention. My goal was to quietly get stronger. The female receptionist smiled professionally. Congratulations, sir. I've never seen anyone start with a 6-tier circuit. Now then, shall we go get your superhuman license? She extended her hand, an invitation to step into a new world. And so, a super rookie was officially born in the heart of a city of skyscrapers. The level 1 certification card was placed on the table. Here is your license. A new beginning, a new identity. Congratulations on officially becoming a certified superhuman. The female employee smiled, with the futuristic city skyline behind her. Kim Junsu clutched the card tightly, his face contorted with extreme joy. I've worked so hard just to get this. All right, then let me explain the privileges of a level 1 superhuman. But Junsu cut her off. First is... Oh, never mind, I know it all. He confidently rattled off the list. Tax reductions, right to carry weapons, exemption from all taxes as level increases, immunity from arrest, free transportation, and many other benefits. The female employee was speechless, her expression so stunned it was comical. Oh, you know a lot, don't you? Because I'm a game addict. I mean, a doctor of superhumanology. Junsu winked mischievously, waving the card. The playful look vanished, replaced by seriousness. Anyway, I don't like wasting time. Outside the glass door, a crowd of reporters and guild members had gathered. So, is there a way for me to get out quietly? The employee stood up confidently. Haha, of course. I've already prepared. Junsu was surprised. What? Prepared? His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The girl turned decisively, her black hair flowing. Don't worry, just follow me. They walked down an empty corridor. Oh my. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Both donned black cloaks, hiding in the shadows of the secret passage. Providing invisibility cloaks and a secret passage. No problem. We have to help each other, don't we? A notification panel appeared. Trait acquired invisibility, Kim Junsu chuckled with delight. Sweet. I just got a cool trait for free. The employee stopped, pointing towards the end of the corridor. You just need to go straight out. According to regulations, I can only lead you this far. Kim Junsu bowed deeply. This is more than enough. Thank you very much. The employee smiled back. You're welcome. Be careful on your way. As her figure disappeared, Kim Junsu was still astonished. I never expected someone so kind in Arcane Soul. He secretly promised himself. She's also pretty. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely repay her. He suddenly remembered, quickly pulling a business card from his pocket. Wait, what was her name? I have her business card right here. His eyes widened in surprise. The words Superhuman Association on the business card stunned him. The name on it left him speechless. Baek Soren? Game memories flooded back. That was the name of one of the 3 strongest SSR warriors, a berserker at the pinnacle of destruction. The image of the female warrior with a bloodthirsty smile and crazed eyes appeared. She's a berserker, so she always looks terrifying. Kim Junsu was horrified. No wonder she looked familiar. In the game, she was terrifying beyond imagination. Yet in real life, Baek-sorin was so gentle. A big question swirled in his mind. What on earth happened to her? Scene change. A powerful slash tore through the air, finishing off the last target. The last one. Amidst the rubble, a man panted, his entire body enveloped in blue aura. Being a superhuman is a pain in the ass. His face was gaunt and exhausted. I've been clearing these monster dens all week. I'm going to die from overwork. He slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. Sigh. Just finished one den, and I'm already this tired. My efficiency is terrible. A status panel appeared, and he realized the problem. It's all because I've poured all my traits into maintaining the mana shield. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, bitterly. If he could customize his traits, he would have been done long ago, instead of being stuck with this damn debuff. I need a rare potion called Nectar to remove the divine fever. A precious pharmaceutical radiating a brilliant golden light was his only hope. But it was too expensive. This clearing work wouldn't even make a dent. Collapsing amidst the rubble, he was exhausted and desperate. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated repeatedly. He irritably pulled out his phone. How many times has this guy called? He's like a leech. The caller was Director Choi. His finger slid to the reject button. You're done for, my friend. But then, an idea flashed. Wait a minute. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. I just came up with a brilliant idea. At Seonsu Company, an enthusiastic voice rang out. Oh my, Warrior Kim. Director Choi showered him with praise. The one who overcame the divine fever without baptism. The one who started with a 6-tier circuit. It's an honor to meet the person of legend. Kim casually took a sip of water. Well, things just happened that way. He got straight to the point. Anyway, have you found the job I requested? Director Choi looked awkward. Oh God, don't even mention it. It's very difficult. Because Nectar is a potion that can only be obtained from superhuman requests of level 5 or higher. Kim stood up, intending to leave. If there isn't one, I'm leaving. Director Choi hastily held him back. No, wait. This concerns my exclusive contract with you. Of course I have one. A subtle smile. He knew full well that a Director Choi desperate for a contract would find a quest with Nectar as a reward. He sat down, his gaze sharp. So, what's the request about? Director Choi handed him a tablet. Have you ever heard of Security Number 1 Company? Security Number 1? This is the first I've heard of it. Is it a security company? Kim's face showed clear confusion. Director Choi showcased the power of Security Number 1 Company through images of tanks and fighter jets. It's a private military company, one of the top 10 in the industry. Kim frowned, looking skeptical. What could such a wealthy family lack that they need to make a request? The problem is their son, Director Choi replied concisely, his expression serious. On the screen appeared the face of a young man with lifeless eyes. He's over 20, but still hasn't awakened as a superhuman. Huh? Even though both his parents come from a martial arts family? Kim asked in surprise, while Choi continued to explain a rumor. There's a rumor that he's accumulated level 8 mana, but just hasn't awakened yet. Choi emphasized, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Their condition is a warrior-type superhuman of level 1 or higher, so it's a perfect fit for you, warrior. Kim pondered, his finger gently tapping his chin. After a moment of consideration, a sly smile appeared on Kim's lips. Let's meet them first. Bright sunlight shone down on a magnificent mansion, where the meeting was about to take place. In the waiting room, Kim's legs trembled incessantly, a sign of his nervousness and tension. Both sat on the sofa, waiting in silence. Director Choi impatiently looked around. It seems the executives are quite busy. They're not the type to be late. Kim looked up at the lavishly decorated ceiling, unable to help but exclaim, "This house must be very expensive." The door suddenly opened, making both of them jump and turn around. A deep, warm voice rang out. "Apologies for keeping you waiting so long." Two people appeared, a tall man and an elegant woman. "We are the clients, Seo Jungju and Lee Miri." Director Choi quickly stood up, bowing respectfully. "Oh, not at all. Thank you for making time for us." Warrior Kim silently assessed them. They must be superhumans of level 6 or higher, right? A powerful surge of mana emanated from the two guests, their aura dominating the space. Both possess a significant amount of mana. Seo Jungju scoffed. One look and you can tell this guy is weak." Lee Miri immediately cut him off. "Don't say that. If you keep acting like this, go back to your room. No. Lee Miri sighed at her husband's stubbornness, then turned to invite them. So stubborn. Please, have a seat. Director Choi quickly replied. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Lee Miri got straight to the point. Seeing as you've gone to the trouble of coming here, I assume you will accept our request. Correct? Warrior Kim replied calmly. But first, I want to check on your son's condition, if there's a special reason preventing him from awakening. Seo Yoongu's fist clenched, veins bulging, killing intent erupted. The man's fury enveloped the room. Do you think I'd actually tell that to a rookie like you? Lee Miri quickly hugged her husband, trying to calm him. Darling, I'm sorry. He's agitated because it concerns our child. She turned, her gaze sharp. This isn't something we can tell outsiders. If you accept the request, we will call our son out and explain. A blue aura enveloped Warrior Kim. Lee Miri smiled meaningfully. I'm sure you're also in great need of nectar, aren't you? Warrior Kim's eyes narrowed. He had figured out the game. Their son has a secret problem, and they know exactly what they need. He smirked. The tables had turned. All right, I accept the request. Please call your son out. The door to the adjacent room slowly creaked open. A young man stepped out from the door, his demeanor calm. Hello, I am Seo Wujun. Warrior Kim politely replied, but his gaze did not leave the person opposite him. The entire room was enveloped in tense silence. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. The handshake was firm. A friendly smile, but in Warrior Kim's mind, there was another thought. Asterisk. Suspicious. I can't feel any mana from him. Asterisk. He paused, a flash of realization in his sharp eyes. Something was wrong. Warrior Kim changed the subject, his gaze resting on the other's hand. Wujun, you have a cool glove there. Seo Wujun seemed a bit flustered. Ah, yes. It's more than I deserve, but I always cherish using it, he said. But his expression was a little forced. Warrior Kim's smile became meaningful. He had seen through everything. I thought so too. Because you'll need a very strong mana seal. The words struck like lightning, startling Seo Jungju and Lee Miri into panic. The triumphant smile on Warrior Kim's lips grew wider. The game was in his hands. He held up the nectar vial, a brilliant golden light shining. I was certain the moment I saw the gloves. You deliberately set the condition for a level 1, warrior-type superhuman, and used nectar as bait to call me here. Their purpose was completely exposed. The image of the dark priestess appeared. Wujun was also baptized by the cult of the former father, wasn't he? The reason your son couldn't awaken is because he refused the baptism and sealed his mana to avoid the divine fever. Seo Wujun's painful past resurfaced. A blue aura flared around Warrior Kim, and while you couldn't make this public and were struggling with it, he concluded confidently, his presence overwhelming. You must have heard rumors about me and decided to seek me out. Seo Jungju broke out in a cold sweat, stammering to say something. Seo Wujun, however, was utterly impressed. Amazing. I thought you were the protagonist of a detective novel. Warrior Kim merely replied nonchalantly. Just a simple reading of the situation. Deep down, the man wore a sinister smile. What was there to fear if he knew the future? He held up a photo of Seo Wujun. The moment I saw the photo, I understood the problem. Because, in the future, Seo Wujun will become the pioneering holy knight of the cult of the former father. The tragic vision of the young man appeared amidst a sea of fire. He refused the baptism and resisted, but his parents had lost all power. In the end, he had to submit and join the cult. Seo Jungju spoke up nervously, his voice trembling. Sir, despair was evident on the faces of the entire family. Is there any way for our Wujun to escape the baptism? Warrior Kim smirked, enjoying their change in attitude. Arrogant just a moment ago, now docile. Of course there is. He patted Seo Wujun's shoulder, his voice full of empathy. Wujun, I know that pain. I've been through it too. Trust me, I will help you escape it. His firm promise rang out. Seo Wujun's eyes welled up with tears, completely convinced. Sir! He embraced his savior in overwhelming emotion. Behind them, his parents also breathed a sigh of relief. But within that embrace, a savage smile appeared on Warrior Kim's face. To hell with your holy maiden. How dare you baptize me into a low-tier cult? Your future disciple is now on my side. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wujun had no idea he had just fallen into an even more terrifying trap. In Wujun's embrace, Warrior Kim wore a savage smile. Your future disciple is now on my side. Gently pushing the young man away, he placed a hand on Wujun's shoulder, maintaining some distance. However, before we begin the treatment, I want to add one more condition. Seo Jungju was stunned. Add a condition? He secretly calculated that the difficulty of this request had increased significantly. Lee Miri wiped away her tears, her voice pleading. I understand. Please, just say it, as long as you can heal our Wujun. Warrior Kim smirked, his eyes sharp. The additional condition is, I want you to teach me the mountain-shattering sword art. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Both Seo Jungju and Lee Miri were stunned. Darkness enveloped Warrior Kim, making Wujun, who stood behind him, shiver with fear. In the corner of the room, Choi Seon-soo was silent. Beneath Lee Miri's feet, a surge of crimson energy erupted, crushing the floor. The gentle mother's face vanished, replaced by extreme fury. She enunciated each word, her bloodshot eyes bulging. Do you understand everything you just said? Lee Miri's terrifying killing intent enveloped the space, making Wujun gasp for breath. What? Is this killing intent? The young man was utterly terrified. At this moment, the vice president was even scarier than the president. Seo Jungju quickly tried to calm his wife, sweat pouring down. Honey, calm down. I know you're angry, but... The mountain-shattering sword art, a martial arts secret technique stored in both ancient books and modern chips. In this mystical soul, power is the ultimate authority. A single slash was powerful enough to tear through the thick steel armor of a tank, because a superhuman swordsman could easily destroy an entire war machine. Peak martial arts were traded for entire squadrons of fighter jets, a deal worth trillions. If a level 1 superhuman mastered the mountain-shattering sword art, they could easily reach level 4. It was a cheat code for the weak. Warrior Kim broke out in a sweat, realizing he had asked for too much. Of course, this is only if I fulfill the request. Mom. Seo Wujun's faint call echoed, his face pale with fear. Lee Miri's surging killing intent suddenly halted. Her son's call had awakened her. She turned away, and the dark energy dissipated. All right, fine. If you succeed, I will give you both the chip containing the mountain-shattering sword art and the elixir. The unexpected promise stunned Warrior Kim. Only one thought was in his head. Success. He bowed deeply. Thank you. Asterisk. I thought she was going to kill me. Now I even get the sword art. Amazing. Asterisk. Lee Miri shot him a sharp glance. However, if you fail, my husband and I will be truly disappointed, even angry. The young man smirked. That won't happen. Then, it's best to start as soon as possible. Warrior Kim said eagerly, while Seo Wujun still stood there, utterly bewildered. Let's start right away. They entered a large room, with a magic circle concentrating mana in the center. A wooden sword and 200 medium-grade mana potions were ready. We have prepared everything you requested. Warrior Kim nodded. All right, this is enough. I want to be alone with the patient during the treatment, so if everyone could. Suddenly, Lee Miri spoke, her voice full of remorse. I'm sorry about earlier. She recounted her son's tragic past. Our Wujun was forced to undergo baptism even before starting school. He never had a chance to make friends, let alone a family outing. His childhood was spent confined to his room, gnawing on his suffering alone. Lee Miri bowed deeply. Perhaps we were too sensitive due to the circumstances. From now on, I completely entrust him to you. The young man briefly thought that this entire family had suffered too much because of the Saintess's trap. Seo Wujun quickly placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. Mom, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim silently observed, knowing that this boy's future was much darker. He felt a fleeting moment of pity, but quickly brushed it aside. Don't worry, I will succeed at all costs. When only the two of them remained, the young man stretched. Now it's just the two of us. Let's begin. Seo Wujun trembled. What? What do I have to do? Why are you trembling? Calm down. But Seo Wujun couldn't. Aren't you going to cruelly punish me with drugs or electric shocks to force me to awaken? Horrifying memories flooded back, of injections and electric currents tormenting his body. Warrior Kim froze, cold sweat pouring down. What kind of treatments have you had to endure until now? Normally, one only needed to drink a holy elixir to awaken. But Seo Wujun was different. The amount of mana accumulated in his body was too great, causing a fierce divine fever that made all efforts fail. Warrior Kim rummaged through his bag, his voice low. You don't need to worry, but remember one thing. Keep everything that happens today a secret. Seo Wujun trembled. I promise. All right, here we go. A surge of blue mana erupted, enveloping the entire room. First, I must expand the mana barrier to its absolute limit. Then, the barrier will weaken. And a blazing golden divine flame engulfed the man. He gritted his teeth, enduring. It's so hot! He uncapped 2 vials, the deep blue liquid shimmering inside. Perfect timing. He lunged towards Seo Wujun, who was utterly terrified. Sir! He forced Wujun to drink the terrible liquid. A bitter taste surged in his throat. It's awful. A series of empty bottles lay scattered on the floor. A notification window appeared. Is less than. Acquired is greater than. Potion addiction. Damage and mana consumption increase, but potion effectiveness is abnormally enhanced. I've acquired the potion addiction trait. Now, focus mana into the shield. A gigantic rainbow-colored dome shield was erected, trapping the ferocious flame. Warrior Kim smirked. The plan was going as expected. The divine fever has been completely pushed out of the barrier. He stood there, triumphant. Seo Wujun could only stare in awe at the sight before him. Wujun's eyes shone brightly with admiration. Unbelievable. But Warrior Kim only gave a faint smile. It's too early to be surprised. Now, you must take off your mana-sealing gloves. Seo Wujun froze. What? And put your hand out of the barrier. He extended his hand, an offer that couldn't be refused. Then, just take my hand. Horror struck. Seo Wujun stammered. Then, the 2 divine fevers will start to resonate, won't they? Warrior Kim stepped forward, blazing golden energy pouring from beneath his feet, signaling that a violent purification was about to begin. He stood calmly within the barrier, ignoring Seo Wujun, who was being consumed by black and gold mana flames. Yours will endure, because you're inside the barrier. His gaze was cold, his tone allowing no refusal. Don't ask why. Just follow my orders. Warrior Kim's eyes gleamed with determination. This is the first time I've taken off my gloves. He slowly peeled off the black glove, revealing his bare hand. Ever since I was baptized, the bare hand reached out, touching the mana storm swirling around Seo Wujun. The moment of contact, energy violently erupted. Seo Wujun was thrown back in a blinding flash of light. A groan caught in his throat. He struggled, terrified by the opponent's unimaginable power. How much mana does he have in his body? But fear quickly gave way to determination. It's scary, but I have to grab his hand. He struggled, reaching forward. A faded grasp. Blinding white light swallowed everything. The pain came like a flood, tearing through every muscle fiber. Seo Wujun's scream echoed in his mind. It hurts like hell. It was even more terrifying than his worst memories. It hurts more than when the saintess baptized me. His teeth clenched. His bones felt like they were shattering. But I have to focus and endure this pain. Amidst the extreme pain, a flame of resentment flared up. Damn the saintess, and damn this divine fever. Seo Wujun's energy suddenly erupted, so violently that it threw Warrior Kim back. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Whoa! A devastating kick landed squarely on Seo Wujun, sending him sprawling onto the cold ground. Warrior Kim panted, sweat pouring down. He had put all his strength into that last kick. His firm hand gripped Seo Wujun's wrist, pinning him down. The skill, Damage Absorption, was activated. Warrior Kim smirked. It worked. Lying on the floor, Seo Wujun gave an exhausted but satisfied smile. I endured it, even after the glove came off. Of course, that's why we had to go through all this trouble, he replied. His confidence returned. He explained that thanks to the barrier and the absorption skill, Seo Wujun's divine fever had greatly weakened. His hand rested on a wooden sword. This is the final stage. Don't stop. Keep attacking me until you awaken. He threw the sword to Seo Wujun, a challenge. Seo Wujun gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes blazing. All right, it's time to use the swordsmanship I've practiced since childhood. He took his stance, the wooden sword in his hand, seemingly holding formidable power. A flash of light erupted as the wooden sword violently struck its target. What? Warrior Kim was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. The iron arm guard shattered. A system notification appeared, granting Seo Wujun the protection trait. Despite gaining a new trait, Warrior Kim was still overwhelmed by Seo Wujun's furious sword strikes. The wooden sword lunged with terrifying force. Warrior Kim was horrified. Just one more hit and I'm done for. He couldn't believe this power came from someone who hadn't even awakened yet. What kind of swordsmanship did she teach a child like this? He struggled to dodge the furious sword strikes. Just dodging is exhausting enough. Pushed back, Warrior Kim knelt, his shattered arm guard still visible. An aura erupted from Seo Wujun. A notification panel appeared. You have acquired the evasion trait. Warrior Kim smirked, recognizing the familiar sign. Steam! He's about to awaken. Seo Wujun's entire body glowed brightly in a golden aura. Warrior Kim was stunned, speechless. What is this? He realized the sword and Seo Wujun were emitting the same color. A new title appeared. SSR, rank Seo Wujun, Human Sword Unity. Don't tell me. Human Sword Unity? The realm where the sword becomes one with the person? A crazy trait for a warrior class. But then his expression changed as he noticed something unusual. But that guy, he's in a state of complete immersion. A brilliant golden streak of light tore through space. Warrior Kim looked up at the destructive energy surging towards him, frozen. The last thought flashed through his mind, despairingly. If it hits, I'm dead for sure. In a state of immersion, Seo Wujun swung his sword. A brilliant golden energy tore through space, heading straight for Warrior Kim. He's in a state of immersion. Facing the terrifying power, Warrior Kim could only look up in despair. Death was imminent. He knew it well. A direct hit from this means certain death. In that life-or-death moment, he roared, pouring out all his strength. First, I need to pull out all defensive attributes. Blue energy erupted around him. And focus the shield on both arms. He stomped on the magic circle beneath his feet, draining the mana from the room. With the help of this room's mana-gathering circle, he raised both hands to the sky, forming a final defensive wall, ready to meet the destructive attack. The golden sword energy collided with the mana shield. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire building, and the arena floor shattered into pieces. Amidst the smoke and dust, a faint blue shield gradually appeared, miraculously still standing firm. A system notification appeared. Warrior Kim had succeeded. I did it, he smirked triumphantly. I combined the mana barrier and protection attributes to create a mana shield. He panted, looking at Seo Wujun, who was still standing there. Phew! Man-sword unity, huh? I almost died. But something wasn't right. Seo Wujun's eyes were no longer sharp. Instead, they held weariness and confusion. His body swayed, exhausted after unleashing power beyond its limits. The man in sportswear was stunned. After almost dying, he couldn't believe his opponent had collapsed unconscious. Huh? How dare he sleep soundly after almost killing me? But looking closely, Seo Wujun was just sleeping soundly. He breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, he's asleep. Scared me half to death. He sat down, observing Seo Wujun's peaceful face. He must have lost control for a moment after awakening. In his memories, Seo Wujun was originally a powerful SSR rank character in the game. But now, having awakened as a warrior instead of a holy knight, he had gained the starting attribute, Sword Body Unity. An unsettling thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps I've created a monster warrior. Carrying Seo Wujun on his shoulder, he wasn't sure how this change would affect the future. The wooden sword was left on the cold ground. But then a cunning smile appeared. A powerful young master, who also owed him a great favor. Not bad at all. In a luxurious room, Seo Wujun lay on the bed. His parents, Seo Jungju and Lee Miri, along with Director Choi and the Savior, were all present. Our Wujun has truly overcome the divine fever. Seo Jungju and Lee Miri bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you very much. The man and Director Choi happily clinked glasses. It's nothing. I told you I could do it. Lee Miri's hand gently rested on her son's forehead. The boy was in a deep sleep. It had been a long time since they had seen Wujun sleep so soundly. Lee Miri whispered, unsure how to repay this favor. Seo Jungju made a promise. In addition to the agreed-upon items, he would pay an extra success fee. The man quickly waved his hand. Oh no, that's not necessary. Please accept 1 billion won from us. The offer left him speechless. 1 billion? His feigned, humble expression vanished, replaced by insatiable greed. He clasped Seo Jungju's hand tightly. Oh my! If I refuse again, my heart will ache too much. I'll accept it then. Wonderful. You hit the jackpot today, warrior. Director Choi's voice echoed in the luxurious car as it glided through the night. The man showed off his spoils, a sparkling elixir bottle and a chip card. I know. Looks great, doesn't it? Are you going to drink the elixir right away? Yes, I will. And I plan to lay low for a while. Choi Seonsu nodded. Right, you wouldn't want to attract the attention of the Old Father's congregation, or those who hear about your reward. The specters of predators lurked in the shadows, ready to seize the lucrative prize. But it's a pity, Choi Seonsu uttered. If you refine and absorb it, your mana will increase significantly. He gazed thoughtfully at the potion, his eyes glinting with calculation. That's true. If he refined the elixir, he could elevate his transcendent rank, instead of just using it to suppress the divine fever. The car stopped in front of a high-rise hotel, ablaze with neon lights. Warrior, I'll see if I can find the necessary equipment to refine the elixir, so think about using it later, okay? He stepped out of the car, smiling. Thank you. I'll think about it. But as soon as the room door closed, he didn't hesitate, immediately unsealing the potion bottle. No, I'll drink it now, he told himself, a confident smile on his face. Memories of the brutality of Arcane Soul flooded back. He couldn't guarantee that Director Choi wouldn't betray him. Trust was a luxury. Drug addiction, mana absorption, pharmaceutical dependence. These were deadly attributes for others. But for him, they were trump cards. After all, I have attributes that can maximize the elixir's effectiveness. He tilted his head back and chugged it down. The glass bottle shattered on the floor, unleashing the power contained within. Excruciating pain surged through him. It feels like every muscle fiber is being torn apart and reassembled. A colossal surge of mana was accumulating within his body, far exceeding any known limits. The energy exploded, creating a brilliant golden pillar of light that pierced through the city's night sky. He stood up, a triumphant smile on his lips. A notification panel appeared. Level 2 Superman, Warrior Kim. I leveled up, and by curing the divine fever with the elixir, I've gained one of the best Tier 1 attributes in the game. The Dark Flame attribute has been added, along with mountain-shattering sword techniques. Now, I can focus on training these two without any problems. The transformation process ended. He stood in the luxurious room, suddenly pausing at a strange sound. The phone on the table lit up, a message from Director Choi. Why is he suddenly messaging me? Whatever. I'm going to train anyway, Tilda. He ignored it, eagerly turning on his heel, but the phone kept vibrating, urgently ringing. So noisy. What's so urgent? He irritably snatched the phone. A series of long messages from Choi Seonsu appeared, their content fragmented and difficult to understand. What the hell is this? He never texts normally, he muttered, feeling something was off. His eyes narrowed, cold sweat breaking out. A terrifying realization flashed in his mind. Wait, could this be? He realized the true meaning hidden behind the words. A coded warning. Run. Escape. From the Blade Gang? He stood silently, the phone's light casting shadows on his tense face. He hid a secret message in the texts. The Blade Gang. One of the rival gangs to the Jin Tai Quan gang. Those bastards are always causing trouble. He analyzed the situation. If Director Choi wanted to betray him, he would have called to stall for time. This secret message could only mean one thing. He had been captured. The information had been leaked while he was preparing his gear. Choi Seonsu's promise was now just a memory. Half his face was shrouded in shadow, his gaze becoming cold and resolute. Whatever, I've got the elixir anyway. He looked out at the city. In this Arcane Soul, it's every man for himself. Night fell upon a deserted alley. The quiet atmosphere was about to be shattered. In a damp warehouse, Choi Seonsu was tied tightly to a chair. One of them spoke, his voice full of mockery. What a stubborn one. After a whole night, you still won't tell us where that rookie superhuman is, huh? He interrogated, looking down at Choi Seonsu's bruised face. Choi Seonsu gritted his teeth, enduring. The kid signed the contract because he trusted me. No matter what you do, I won't say. A burly man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. I didn't want to resort to this, but you're not giving me any other choice. He sauntered closer, the axe in his hand stained with blood. The cold axe blade was pressed against Choi Seonsu's hand. Right or left? Which hand do you use to eat? The platinum-haired leader swung the axe high, a sadistic smile on his face. No answer? Usually, it's the right hand, isn't it? The axe blade came down, but a hand instantly stopped it. An earth-shattering collision. The platinum-haired man was sent flying backward. The Blade Gang leader was seized, his eyes wide with extreme panic. What the hell? A scene of devastation unfolded. Subordinates lay scattered. Boss, what the hell is happening outside? A survivor desperately struggled to report. Some lunatic is. Through the scope, a building was engulfed in smoke and flames. From a distance, a stranger carried a grenade launcher, a provocative smile on his face, shooting grenades at our building. He aimed straight at the target, smoke and fire rising in the distance. "Blade Gang, you've messed with the wrong person." He smirked. "I can't abandon someone who always keeps their promises in this cruel arcane soul." A dry click echoed as he loaded a new round. "All right then." He pulled the trigger, roaring a declaration of war. "The war has begun, you bastards!" A streak of fire tore through the air, hurtling straight forward. The marksman held his stance, his sharp gaze locked on the target. "Blade Gang, you've messed with the wrong person." His smile grew even more arrogant. "I can't abandon someone who always keeps their promises in this cruel arcane soul." His finger tightened on the trigger, ready for the next shot. "All right then." The muzzle blazed with fire once more. "The war has begun, you bastards." The second projectile flew with terrifying speed. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire building. Smoke, fire, and chaos. The Blade Gang's henchmen poured out from the rubble, guns in hand, frantically searching for the invisible enemy. Roars echoed amidst the confusion. "Where? Where did he shoot from? Find him now!" From above, the attacker smirked. "Just as expected, they're swarming out like a bunch of cockroaches. Even though it looks like a normal apartment complex, I knew you guys were in there." He looked down at the complex, a digital interface appearing in his eyes. "Because this is the Blade Gang dungeon that I'm sick of having to clear. A complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings." The structure of the Blade Gang's hideout was revealed clearly, with no secrets. He clenched his fist, memories of grinding games flooding back. Since the Blade Gang quest is one of the tutorial quests, I can complete it with my eyes closed. All that grinding back then is finally paying off. He got into a ready stance. All right? His body shot through the air, soaring across the rooftops. Time for a veteran to go on a mission. In the alley below, a patrol squad discussed. "It must be the Jin Tai Quan gang attacking us, right? Only they would be crazy enough to do something like this." The leader gritted his teeth in fury. "When we catch them, we'll beat them to a pulp." A strange sound echoed from a hidden corner. "Huh? What was that sound? I'll go check." "All right, make sure to search thoroughly." The subordinate cautiously advanced into the darkness, his gun pointed forward. "What is this?" "There's nothing here." Before he could finish, a hand glowing with energy pressed against the back of his neck from behind. A clean chop with the edge of a hand instantly knocked out the guard. He fell silently to the ground. The intruder smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha! He didn't even notice me even though I was right in front of him. There's no better combination than feigned death and stealth for infiltration." He casually stepped over the motionless body. "So, while those idiotic thugs are wandering around outside, I'll enter their main building. Easy as pie. Let's go through the secret passage, Tilda." He quickly climbed the ladder, beginning his infiltration of the enemy's hideout. Inside was a cold corridor. Until now, I've avoided combat as much as possible to infiltrate. He suddenly remembered important information. The Blade Gang likes to keep hostages right next to the boss's room on the 5th floor. So, there's still a ways to go. He tiptoed, trying not to make a sound. "I'll move as stealthily as possible so I don't get caught." But the plan fell apart. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the building. "Emergency! Emergency! Attacker! The enemy has infiltrated the building. All members, arm yourselves and gather at the designated point." The voice from the loudspeaker grew more urgent. "Tesk, they found me." Stealth was over. He stood before a door, forced to change his plan. He knew that behind the door was the main hall, the optimal path to the upper floors. But the problem was, as soon as they detected the intruder, they immediately erected barricades in the hall, forming a solid defensive line. "If I open this door, I'll be riddled with bullets," he muttered, his hand on the doorknob. But instead of hesitating, a crazed smile spread across his lips. Plan B was about to be executed. The door burst open. The henchmen inside flinched, simultaneously pointing their guns at the intruder. He pulled out a special gift from behind his back. The heavy gun barrel began to spin. "Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you, Tilda," he grinned. "Enjoy my gift, Tilda." The thugs froze, unable to believe their eyes. "What? A Gatling gun?" A hail of bullets tore through the air, shredding the flimsy defensive line. Desperate screams echoed amidst the gunfire. Cornered, one of them ordered, "Bastards, counterattack!" A volley of return fire ripped through the air. But a strange object soared into the middle of their formation, terrifying everyone. A terrifying explosion sent the thugs flying, engulfing everything in a sea of flames. Hidden behind the door, Warrior Kim smirked. "Taking a detour isn't my style, so One isn't enough. He pulled out a whole cluster of grenades. So take some more. A rain of grenades was thrown directly into the crowd. He used a metal plate as a shield, reveling in the chaotic scene. Oh, glad you guys like it. Flickering lights illuminated an eerily silent scene. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a corridor littered with corpses. Amidst the rubble, Warrior Kim observed coldly. Is that all? Suddenly, a survivor scrambled to his feet, screaming in despair. Die. A can of soda grazed his temple. As fast as lightning, a system notification appeared. He had acquired a new trait, sensitivity. All right, I've acquired the necessary sensitivity trait from this dungeon. Mission accomplished. No, you die, he retorted coldly, a dry thud echoing. Finished cleaning up the small fry. Now it's time to go upstairs. He stretched, looking refreshed. The man in the tracksuit carefully ascended the stairs. Perhaps I've reached the 4th floor without any obstacles, but the real danger begins now, he told himself, knowing that the thugs were waiting on the 4th floor gambling room, right before the boss's room. He cautiously pressed himself against the corner of the wall, peeking inside. His eyes widened in surprise. The corridor was eerily silent. Huh? They're not here? The entire gambling room was also empty, with only the cold betting tables remaining. Something's not right, he muttered, cold sweat starting to break out. He tried to focus his senses. A system notification appeared, indicating he had acquired a new trait, concentration. Wait, I hear something from above. A drone suddenly swooped down from the ceiling. A drone? It dropped a metallic object. The strange object fell to the floor, its safety pin dislodged. A blinding white light erupted, engulfing everything. He collapsed, clutching his eyes. Damn it. A flashbang? His vision still hadn't recovered when a dark figure lunged from within the blinding light. A sharp blade aimed directly at him, without a moment's hesitation. The blade plunged down with terrifying force, aiming straight for the enemy's weak point. The attacker revealed himself, an assassin with a crazed smile. Heh, gotcha, little rat! But the blade was blocked by an energy shield. Warrior Kim retorted coldly. Who did you say you caught? The assassin's smile froze, replaced by extreme horror. The knife! It can't pierce through? The recoil force flung the assassin away, breaking his attack stance. The assassin staggered to his feet, disbelieving. Aren't you the one dressed like a rat? Warrior Kim sneered. Now, who's the rat? He thought to himself, surprised that the boss appeared on the 4th floor. Although dangerous and different from the game, he could still read his moves, recalling the moment the flashbang exploded right in front of him. Blinding white light and a piercing shriek assaulted him, an attack that paralyzed all senses. He had anticipated this. Flashbangs are part of a combo attack. I had to equip the acuity and concentration traits before the boss ambushed me. The Blade Gang leader is an assassin. One must use all 5 senses to perceive his attacks. The assassin gritted his teeth. Damn it! You blocked my ambush! Warrior Kim merely smirked. Don't be too surprised! A sharp curve was drawn from behind his back, the blade glinting in the darkness. I'll make you regret targeting me. The assassin still couldn't believe his failure. Damn it! You blocked my ambush, Warrior Kim said coldly. Don't be too surprised. The blade in his hand gleamed with deadly intent, ready for a real fight. Warrior Kim growled, his eyes sharp. You will regret targeting me. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. The blade swung up, forming a deadly arc in the air. A full-force slash tore through the air, aimed directly at the assassin. But the enemy had vanished. The man in the hoodie appeared right in front of him, his voice full of mockery. So slow, yet you try to show off. Warrior Kim froze. The assassin roared wildly, swinging a dagger glowing with green energy. The wicked blade slashed down. Warrior Kim gritted his teeth, raising his sword to block the blow just in time. An extremely powerful force collided, pushing him back. An assassin indeed. Incredible speed, he thought to himself, sweat pouring down. I survived thanks to my acuity and focus traits. The dagger still emitted a chilling poisonous aura. He realized that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantaged he would be. The leader sneered. Oh, Tilda, quite lucky, aren't you? If you surrender now, I'll go easy and only take one of your arms. Cut the crap and come at me, Warrior Kim retorted, holding a steady stance, his eyes showing no fear. The assassin's smile turned maniacal. Looking at how clumsily you wield a sword, you must be a gun user. Don't know your own strength, but still talk big, huh? A gun user, he mumbled. That's right. Since I've only used guns until now, he's misjudged me. A light flashed in his mind. The leader roared furiously, charging like a storm. I'll tear you apart, kill you in the most painful way. Only one chance. He realized the decisive moment had arrived. It was now, while his opponent was off guard. The blade in his hand gathered light, ready for a single counterattack. Leader Bingdao sneered, a maniacal grin hidden behind his mask. Too slow, KKK. But Warrior Kim was ready. The blade flashed, reflecting his determined eyes. He charged forward, a surprise attack stunning his opponent. What? A marksman using a combo attack? The curved blade clashed with the dagger, the force knocking the enemy back. Warrior Kim's blade pinned his opponent's close to the ground. Sorry, but a blue aura flared up. He had changed systems. Once I changed systems, I'm no longer a marksman. The poisoned dagger lay abandoned on the ground, its owner defeated, but a classic warrior equipped with swordsmanship. He roared, swinging his blade for the finishing blow. Mountain Breaker Sword Art, first form. A powerful slash descended. Mountain collapse. Leader Bingdao coughed up blood. The attack had hit its mark. Collapsed on the floor, but he still smiled, maniacally. Warrior Kim hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, a look of smugness on his face. Lower your guard and you lose! Fury erupted in the defeated foe's eyes. You bastard! He struggled up, charging forward in a final effort. This isn't over yet. Warrior Kim was stunned by his opponent's reckless action. Is he making a final struggle? Fresh blood splattered on the iron bars. The battle was decided. The leader collapsed, his body falling onto the cold floor. The battle ended. But no, the magic poison blade was deeply embedded in Warrior Kim's hip. No, damn it. I finally let my guard down. He knelt, a sharp pain shooting from the wound. He gritted his teeth and yanked the dagger out. The poison has spread throughout my body. I have to change traits. The system panel appeared. All equipped traits were the most powerful healing and cleansing skills. A soothing blue energy enveloped his body, beginning the healing process. The wound slowly closed, but the pain still lingered. Bearable, but it really hurts. Shouts echoed from outside. The guards had discovered the intruder. Hurry to the upper floors! There's an intruder around here! No time to waste. I have to leave this building as soon as possible. He realized the urgency of the situation. 5th floor, Bingdao headquarters. Inside the brutal punishment room, a muscular torturer stood guard. Director Choi was tied tightly to a chair, his body covered in injuries, his mouth gagged. He desperately reached for a shard on the floor, trying to find a glimmer of hope to free himself. I have to get out of here quickly. The jailer's foot crushed that fragile hope. But then Warrior Kim appeared, removing the gag from Director Choi's mouth. Why were you captured like this? Sue! Superman! The ropes were cut. You're quite a handful, aren't you? Director Choi couldn't believe his eyes. You came here to save me? Let's go first. They're coming up. Warrior Kim helped him up, preparing for an escape. Yes, of course, of course. Director Choi staggered, his body worn out after the brutal punishment. Warrior Kim's eyes turned cold. Those bastards. Look what they did to him. He knelt, turning his back to the man. Get on my back. Director Choi frantically waved his hands. What? No, no need. It's all right. We're in a hurry. Let's just get to safety first. Well then. Just this once. Thank you. On the young man's back, Director Choi mumbled apologies. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry. Despite the brutal and savage punishment, he still maintained his loyalty. Mystical soul. I thought this was a hellish world, but there are also truly touching emotions. A faint smile appeared on his lips. They had reached safety. The Seonzu manpower sign appeared before their eyes. Inside the office, Warrior Kim grabbed a can of recovery potion. Green liquid leaked out. Drinking the recovery potion cleansed all toxins. A notification panel appeared, confirming he had received a new trait, poison resistance. If you need more, feel free to take it. Director Choi stared in shock at the pile of empty cans. It's fine. This is enough. The young man smirked, chuckling to himself. Because I've already acquired the trait, Tilda? Director Choi bowed his head. By the way, I am truly very sorry. It seems the information was leaked when I was preparing the elixir for you. I shouldn't have trusted my staff. Oh, it's fine. I drank the elixir anyway. He replied casually. What? You already drank the elixir? Director Choi shouted in astonishment. If not, I wouldn't have been able to save you, Director. Impossible. You had to drink that precious elixir to save me. He clutched his head in despair. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim just chuckled to himself, letting him think whatever he wanted. The office door suddenly rattled violently from heavy pounding outside. Director Choi flinched. Could it be? The Dagger Gang has arrived? He turned around in a panic, sweat pouring down. Young master, what should we do? But Warrior Kim just crossed his arms and smirked. Looks like we have guests. Let's go welcome them. As the door creaked open, both were stunned. Before them was a burly man with a bandolier across his chest. The leader of the Taekwon gang, Kim Taekwon. Warrior Kim spoke casually. You're here. Kim Taekwon looked at the young man, his voice full of authority. I didn't expect you to wipe out the Dagger Gang. Why did you call me here? A calculating glint flashed in Warrior Kim's eyes. He thought to himself, because it's time for me to claim my reward for completing a difficult mission. In the past, the Taekwon gang and the Dagger Gang were two opposing forces vying for control of the Silum area. The in-game mission required players to help the Taekwon gang eliminate their enemies. And Warrior Kim had completed it brilliantly. In return, the Taekwon gang had offered a very generous reward to whoever destroyed the Dagger Gang. Are you planning to establish a new organization? Kim Taekwon probed. Warrior Kim shook his head. No, running an organization isn't my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that you can take the area the Dagger Gang occupied. The declaration stunned the gang leader. Memories flooded back. This was how he repaid the previous favor. A handshake that determined the fate of an entire area. Kim Taekwon narrowed his eyes, full of doubt. This is an offer I have no reason to refuse, but it seems too generous compared to the previous debt, doesn't it? Warrior Kim just sneered. Looks like we're on the same page. Warrior Kim arrogantly laid out his condition. Thanks to me, you now have the Silum area, so now grant me one wish. Kim Taekwon narrowed his eyes. A wish? What is it? Just tell me. Kim Taekwon's gaze was sharp, and his subordinates behind him were silent. Of course, it's something anyone in Seoul would want. And then, a crazed smile spread across Warrior Kim's lips. Give me a house. It's time to have a home. Kim Taekwon and his subordinates stood frozen in the room. The Taekwon gang leader appeared cautious. A wish? What is it? Just tell me. The air grew thick. Warrior Kim smiled meaningfully. Of course, it's something anyone in Seoul would want. His face contorted with extreme excitement, a seemingly simple yet burning desire. Just give me a house. The Taekwon gang leader was astonished. A house, you say? Warrior Kim calmly explained. Because I operate alone in this harsh world, I realized I need a proper base. He suddenly clutched his stomach, wincing. Ouch, Tilda. My stomach got injured fighting the Dagger Gang. Choi Seonsu, standing nearby, panicked. Ugh. Does it still hurt? Kim Taekwon sighed, reluctantly accepting. All right then. Since you dealt with those bastards, it's a deal. A satisfied smile appeared on Warrior Kim's face. I like your straightforwardness. Kim Taekwon got down to business. What kind of house do you prefer? A luxurious villa or an apartment? None of those. What I need is a detached house, secure and soundproof. And furthermore, there must be a training facility in the basement. Kim Taekwon crossed his arms, pondering. A detached house with a basement training facility. Huh. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim was tensing up in anticipation. The anticipation was clear on every tense line of Warrior Kim's face. Say the exact house I'm thinking of. Kim Taekwon suddenly had an idea. There's a place I know. It's a house on the outskirts of Silum, along the slopes of Mount Jeon-ubong. Hearing the familiar place name, Warrior Kim's smile grew even brighter. A magnificent villa appeared, located on the slopes of Mount Jeon-ubong. This was the first base given to players in Arcane Seoul. Warrior Kim leaned back in his chair, savoring the feeling of having a proper home for the first time. This feeling. He spread his arms wide, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. I love this air, and the scent of plants. The scenery is amazing too. Majestic iron gates, a modern building, a magnificent estate that was overwhelming. He recalled the early days, when he fell into Arcane Seoul not knowing what to do, with hospital bills amounting to 20 million won. But now, I have a house, like a palace. Warrior Kim smiled contentedly. Not only that, I also have money from the #1 security company and Director Choi. He was so delighted he could stay in the hospital for a year without worry. But the smile suddenly faded. He leaned against the railing, his gaze distant. But this is Arcane Seoul. There's no time to bask in success. An image flashed through his mind. Once the game's storyline progresses, evil villains like the Saintess of the former Father cult will appear and destroy the city. His eyes flashed with determination. His hand gripped the pickaxe tightly. All right, it's time to find the real reason for choosing this house. He hoisted the pickaxe onto his shoulder, his face full of confidence. He stepped into a large, empty space. A sign on the wall read, "Underground Training Room." His hand glided over the cold wall. It must be around here. He stepped back, swinging the pickaxe high with both hands. All right, time to get to work. A devastating blow. The concrete floor cracked open, shattering under the terrifying force. He was astonished by his own strength as the concrete floor shattered. A grotesque smile spread across his lips. Looks like my unique ability is working. Maybe I'll finish this faster than I thought. One pickaxe strike followed another. He dug relentlessly, sending dirt and rocks flying. Exhausted, sweat poured down him like rain. Faster than I thought, my ass. I didn't know it was this deep when I played the game. But his will wouldn't let him give up. But I can't give up here. With a roar, he put all his strength into the final pickaxe strike. Come out now. The ground shattered in a blinding flash of light. A soft blue light poured out from underground. He cheered in delight. There it is. He plunged his face down, greedily drinking the magical water. The sweet taste of energy spread. A jade-colored aura enveloped his body, healing all his wounds. He laughed heartily. Delicious. He looked at his recovering hands. I can feel my body healing. So, this is the effect of the Mana Spring. Mana Spring. A spring overflowing with pure magical energy. In the game, it can restore even characters who have completely run out of life. Furthermore, it can cleanse most negative effects, a miraculous healing remedy. And the place where this Mana Spring can be accessed for free is the Jian Yubong House, the first base of the Tiquan gang. Cool water flowed from the tap, filling the bathtub. Unlike in the game where it only takes a click, I had to struggle a lot to get here. It's so full of vitality that I can clearly feel its effects. He relaxed, leaning back into the mana water. His hand tightened around the sword hilt. The moment of rest was over. The Mana Spring has excellent healing effects, perfect for training. He stood up, sword in hand, his eyes burning with determination. Because I can recover instantly, even when exhausted, and return to training right away. Now it's time for the ultra-high efficiency training of a sole free-to-play ranker. A maniacal smile signaled that an arduous training session was about to begin. Night fell over the villa. Time quietly passed. 2 weeks later, in the training room, he stood alone, his aura completely transformed. It's been 2 weeks since I locked myself in this room to train. Black flames erupted, enveloping his body. I can activate Heihuo smoothly now. In this state, blue energy began to gather on the sword blade, signaling an impending skill activation. The sword glowed brightly, ready for a devastating attack. He swung his sword, channeling all his power into a single slash. A massive wave of energy was unleashed, tearing through the air. The sword blade curved, releasing all accumulated power in a perfect slash. The force of the slash plunged straight into the ground, shaking the entire room. Good. Now I'm used to using the Po Shan sword art with Hei Wo. His face was filled with satisfaction at the results achieved. A notification window appeared, not to mention the useful traits I've gained during training. After completing his training goals, he had only one last important task. That is the mana cultivation Gongfa Shu Lian, something that cannot be obtained through training. He recalled the vial of nectar he had drunk. If I had refined it before drinking, I could have reached Transcendent Level 3. A massive source of mana still lingered in his body, emitting a brilliant golden light. But since I'm only level 2 now, there's still excess mana within me. Black flames erupted in his palm. To fully absorb the nectar's mana and reach level 3, I need a mana cultivation Gongfa Shu Lian. He frowned, well aware of the value of what he sought. Of course, it's not easy to obtain, as it's worth tens of billions. In his memory, an antique shop appeared. Kim Chunbok's Antique Shop. The owner's voice rang out, "What? You really want to buy that?" That thing has been in storage for over a decade. The elderly man looked skeptical, but Warrior Kim remained firm. "I want to buy it." A transaction notification appeared. "You have purchased Mana Cultivation Gongfa Shu Lian." Lying on the bed, he chuckled gleefully with his phone in hand. Perhaps I'm the only one who knows the Mana Cultivation Gongfa Shu Lian is hidden in an antique shop. Hehehe. With an elated expression, he couldn't hide his excitement. Now, to Shinwan Market, where that antique shop is. Overjoyed, time to level up. But upon arrival, An unexpected sight met his eyes. The shop door was covered by a layer of emerald mana seals. What is this? The door was not just closed, but also tightly locked by dense mana chains. Closed? He was stunned as he touched the barrier. Not only that, the door is also locked with mana seals to prevent anyone from entering. A notice was taped to the door. Closed until the situation at Shinwan Market stabilizes. His confidence vanished, replaced by a bewildered expression. In the game, this place was always open. Why is it closed now? Furthermore, the man stood before Kim Chunbok's antique shop, the only place still flickering with light on the ruined street. Memories of a bustling Shinwan Market flooded back. Most other shops have closed, except for this one. But reality was just a desolate market, eerily silent under the cold rain. Cold sweat broke out. The world of Arcane Soul is different from what I knew. In a dark alley, a huddled figure sat by a dim light. The man approached. Is the market situation not so good lately? The shop owner looked up, his face tired. Even the owner of a shop that's still open isn't doing well. Can't you see? I'm starving here. Thugs fight all day. What customers would dare to come? The man was surprised. Thugs? I thought this was the territory of the Taekwon gang. The old shop owner waved his hand dismissively. Ha! What Taekwon gang? Ever since the Dao Gam gang was wiped out, all sorts of gangs have been fighting over territory every day. The Taekwon gang, the Duyao gang, and even the exhibitionist gang. A light flashed in his mind. The thugs are tearing each other apart? Ah, I see. He recalled the game's original scenario. The Taekwon gang's boss celebrated victory after personally destroying the Dao Gam gang. That way, they monopolized Shinwan Market, establishing their own order. But this time, I was the one who destroyed the Dao Gam gang. That action turned this market into a chaotic battlefield, a juicy piece of bait for others. The man pondered, sweat trickling down his temples. What should I do? Chaotic shouts echoed from afar. Look at these idiots! Get rid of them all! The old shop owner sighed in annoyance. Tsk, it's starting again. The man's eyes sharpened, turning towards the sound. First, I'll go check out those thugs. A horrifying collision. The man in the vest was thrown back, his body slamming hard onto the cold ground. A member of the Taekwon gang trembled, looking at the enemy. Don't you remember? I told you this intersection is the territory of the Duyao gang, didn't I? The attacker revealed herself. A woman with a maniacal smile, the vice leader of the Duyao gang, Steel Scorpion. Get back to your corner, you Taekwon gang scum. The injured man clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in hatred. You bastards! She stepped forward, her voice full of condescension. What's all this noise in our territory? Suddenly, a group of bizarre individuals appeared. Leading them was a large, corpulent man wearing only swimming trunks and a red cloak. Steel Scorpion clicked her tongue in annoyance. Damn it, the weirdos are here. The obese man introduced himself as the vice leader of the exhibitionist gang, who also aimed for this territory. This intersection is the territory of the exhibitionist gang. Stop spouting nonsense and get lost, Steel Scorpion roared. The fat man only smiled mysteriously. Are you truly determined to continue this blasphemy? The Taekwon gang member was terrified, deciding to flee this insane melee. These lunatics, I have to get out of here. But he bumped into someone. That person was Warrior Kim. The thug was stunned. Huh? You're the superhuman who wiped out the Dagger gang. Warrior Kim grabbed his collar. What are you doing? Get up and do your job. The other man still didn't understand what was happening. Then the man in sportswear stepped into the middle of the confrontation, speaking with authority. Hey, you damn thugs! Stop messing around! Gather here! He briefly explained to the reluctant subordinate. To restore order to the market, a clear hierarchy was needed. I think it's better to help the Taekwon gang. Steel Scorpion glared at the newcomer. Both were level 2 superhumans. Oh, what do we have here? How dare you order me around? The vice leader of the exhibitionist gang also clasped his hands, his tone full of sarcasm. Are you offering a sacrifice? The man in sportswear hesitated. If I use my full strength, I'll definitely win, but it could cause unnecessary damage to the merchants. He needed another solution. A blue aura erupted, and an energy sword appeared. First, I must show them my power here. Both vice leaders were stunned. Mountain-slaying sword art and divine heat. Could it be you're the superhuman who single-handedly annihilated the Dagger gang? That's right. This time, I'll generously make an offer you can't refuse. He proposed a duel. The winner would control the market. Steel Scorpion growled. Do you think we're stupid enough to solo a warrior? The man in sportswear just smiled. Don't worry. We'll compete in the category you're most confident in. His smile grew more challenging, the blade glowing brightly. The atmosphere was tense. Three forces confronted each other in the ruined market, awaiting a battle that would decide everything. He looked directly at the vice leader of the exhibitionist gang. Your specialty is mind control, isn't it? If I resist it, I win. The fat man approached, his voice sickly sweet. It's an honor that a handsome man like you knows so much about us. How about we skip this meaningless competition? He brushed him off. Disgusting. Think again. Your religion isn't even among the 7 major religions or the second-tier religions. It's an unknown name. Why should I join a cult that isn't even in the Westphalian Peace Treaty? The remark directly provoked the fat man's anger. The vice leader of the exhibitionist gang's smile twisted. Truly an infidel. I will ensure your mind is reformed with the love and mercy of the goddess. A ghostly green energy surged from his hand. Kneel before me, and I shall grant you the opportunity to meet our goddess. The psychic energy enveloped the man in sportswear. His body arched backward, seemingly losing control. Nevertheless, his will remained. The mind control ability of a priest was indeed very powerful, but in those resolute eyes, there was no sign of submission. The battle of minds had only just begun. In his mind, a voice whispered, forcing him to submit. I want to kneel immediately, but instead of obeying, a brutal counterattack was launched. The vice leader of the exhibitionist gang was knocked backward, black blood gushing from his mouth. The big fat man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The victor stood there, coldly uttering a phrase. Sorry, but... A mad smile spread across his lips, a special skill appearing. Even the saintess can't do anything to me. Vice leader of the exhibitionist gang, are you all right? His subordinates frantically helped him up and then hastily fled. He turned to his remaining opponent, his gaze full of provocation. Now it's your turn. The female vice leader smirked. Oh, Tilda, not bad, huh? But let me tell you, the Poison Gang is on a completely different level than those weirdos just now. Is that so? You'll find out if you try. He casually proposed a crazy game. Your specialty is concocting poisons, isn't it? Give me the strongest one. I'll drink it. The female vice leader laughed delightedly at his recklessness. All right, Tilda, if you want to die that badly, I'll help. The Tequan gang member hastily intervened. Sir, I know you're strong, but drinking their poison is no different from ending yourself. It's fine. I'm confident enough. He waved his hand, his resolve unshaken. The female vice leader offered a glass of deadly purple liquid. Drink it. You win if you endure it, and I win if you die. He recognized the infamous poison. As expected, she gave me picnic KO. It's the most painful of their poisons. God, the smell is awful. He grimaced, then turned to provoke her. If I don't die, prepare to get punched, she just sneered. Don't ask for an antidote after you drink it, Tilda. Sorry, but that won't happen. With that, he poured the entire glass of poison into his mouth, to everyone's astonishment. Immediately, the poison took effect. A gut-wrenching pain surged, causing his body to convulse violently. His body collapsed. The cup flew to the ground, and the toxic purple liquid spilled out. Damn it! It feels like my blood is boiling. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging as the poison ravaged his body. The vice leader of the Poison Gang crossed her arms and looked down, her voice full of sarcasm. Feeling it now? If you grovel and beg, maybe I'll consider helping. In pain, he tried to focus. This poison was specially concocted. Mere poison resistance wouldn't be enough. He had to endure the damage with his recovery abilities, and somehow control the poison spreading throughout his arm. The vice leader of the Poison Gang was stunned. He's concentrating the poison's energy into his arm? A system notification appeared. A new trait had been acquired. Drug resistance. In his palm, the poison condensed into a purple orb. Done. Thanks to drug resistance, I can now use mana to control the poison. It's time for the final part. He clenched his hand, and a stream of toxic blood shot out. Then he gathered all the remaining toxins in his body, forcing them to erupt from his chest. He's concentrating the poison's energy into his hand to eliminate it? Impossible. Both vice leaders couldn't believe their eyes. The smugness on her face turned into utter horror. In a flash, he was standing right in front of her, a cold smile on his face. Phew, this poison tastes really bad. Now it's my turn. His hand clamped tightly around her wrist. Her piercing scream tore through the air. The female vice leader collapsed, her phone flying away. Defeat was clear on her pained face. She roared in resentment. Do you think you can get away with doing this to me? Warrior Kim coldly retorted. Stop with the loser's lines and get lost. Her subordinates helped her away, her eyes still full of resentment. Damn it! I'll remember this! She yelled her final threat before leaving. Behind them, the Tiquan gang member cheered. We won! The entire Iron Fist gang erupted in joy. Serves those bastards right. Hooray for our Warrior Kim. But Warrior Kim showed no joy. He knew well that this victory was just the beginning. The most important thing starts now. In the market, the vendors worriedly discussed. The Iron Fist gang won? I wonder how much they'll bully us now. Kim's subordinate beamed. Hey, you admit I did everything to achieve this, right? Of course, sir. Thank you very much. Warrior Kim's face grew serious, and he gestured to his subordinate. There's one thing the Iron Fist gang must remember about this market. The protection fee for this market will be half of what the Dagger gang used to collect. The subordinate froze. What? Then we won't have any revenue. Kim's eyes turned cold, and his hand tightened around the subordinate's collar. Are you talking back to me now? The man was utterly terrified. No, of course not, sir. I think our boss will understand. As the news spread, the vendors couldn't believe their ears. Wow, the protection fee is only half. He's the savior of our Shinwan market. They crowded around, thanking him profusely. Kim just chuckled. No, I just did what I had to do. Just remember to give me a discount from now on. Heh. But behind that smile was another calculation. Shinwan Market really does have everything. Moreover, the vendors happily agreed immediately. Of course, we'll give you an 80% discount anytime. A satisfied smile appeared on Kim's lips. His plan had been a complete success. This increases the favorability of the merchant NPCs. Before Warrior Kim was Kim Chunbok's antique shop. A voice echoed from inside the store. Welcome, Mr. Superman. The shop owner, a burly man, enthusiastically welcomed him. I've heard a lot about you from other merchants. You're the hero who saved Shinwan Market. Kim scratched his head, grinning. Ah, I just did what I had to do. The shop owner waved his hand. Don't be so modest. Those thugs caused us a lot of trouble. He held up his bandaged arm. Look, I had to close the shop because I got caught in a brawl and broke my arm. Kim looked worried. Oh no, did you get it treated properly? I received Qigong therapy. Luckily, it worked. If it weren't for that therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in the hospital. Kim paused, a spark flashing in his eyes. There's a Qigong therapist in Shalim? That's right. Would you like me to introduce you? He's very good, Kim replied with a smile. I'd be very grateful. But first, I want to buy a few things here. Ah, of course. Please, take a look. The shop owner proudly showed off a wall full of firearms. We have everything, except the things we don't have. Kim's eyes scanned the merchandise, a sly smile appearing. There's a lot of quality stuff here, but he stomped his foot on the floor, making the shop owner jump. Can you show me the items down there? Kim Chunbok was stunned, stammering. How did you know? A crazy smile spread across Kim's lips. He thought to himself, don't underestimate a jobless bum with 10,000 hours of gaming experience. Kim's shadow stretched long across the door with a no-entry sign. The shop owner sighed, then smiled. Normally, I don't show first-time customers, but since it's you, I'll make an exception. They entered a secret room. This is a collection of magical items. Feel free to look around. From his game memories, Kim recalled that Kim Chunbok possessed countless unique items. He had found the right treasure trove. Horn Flute of the Ancient God, an item that seals mana cultivation techniques. He cheered in delight. This was the bargain of the century. Once the most important item was in his hands, greed surged. His eyes glowed. Now to grab all the other useful stuff. Kim laid out his spoils on the table. Wow. As expected, you really have a keen eye. Kim Chunbok listed each item. 5-color diamonds, magic glasses, magic gloves, and the horn flute of the ancient god. All of them were rare items. The total is 2 billion won. The enormous sum left Kim speechless. His face contorted in surprise. What? 2 billion? The old shop owner burst out laughing. That was the price for strangers. But since Kim was the guardian angel of the market, he would only charge a friendly price. The total is 500 million. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chunbok, your joke scared me to death. An 80% discount, thanks to high favorability. Too sweet. Now he just needed to find a priest-type superhuman to unseal this item. And fortunately, he already had a clue about that person. By the way, could I get the address of the Qigong therapist you mentioned earlier? Dusk fell over an old neighborhood. The last rays of sunlight painted the closely packed buildings golden. Kim found apartment number 101, knocking hard on the iron door. Is anyone inside? There was no sound inside. He pressed his ear to the door, wondering, is he out for a walk? The door suddenly opened. A scowling, white-haired man appeared. What do you want this early in the morning? White hair, pale face. Kim recognized him immediately. Bingo. This was the person he was looking for. It's already past noon, and you call this early morning? It is for me. What do you want? Kim leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smile on his face. Well, I heard your healing skills are quite good. The white-haired man's attitude changed rapidly. Oh, a customer? I thought it was those damn gangsters. Warrior Kim was dumbfounded. What? Come in. The man enthusiastically invited him inside. Inside the simple room, a treatment bed was neatly placed. Just lie down here. Where are you injured? Warrior Kim's gaze stopped at a holy statue. He silently confirmed. With this statue here, it's definitely him. Seeing the guest just standing there, the white-haired man urged, What are you doing? Just lie on the bed. Actually, Warrior Kim turned around, his eyes sharp. I didn't come here for Qigong therapy. The white-haired man froze. What? He pulled out an object sealed with yellow warning tape. I came to ask you to unseal this item. Unseal? The white-haired man's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out. He waved his hand in refusal. I'm a Qigong therapist. That looks like a holy seal. You can go to a temple and ask. No. They'll charge an exorbitant price, and I might even lose the item. Warrior Kim opened his bag, revealing stacks of cash. If you can unseal it, I'll pay you 100 million won, Pastor Kim. The white-haired man, or rather Pastor Kim, was stunned by the enormous sum. You know my name? Of course I do. Warrior Kim's smile became even more mysterious. In his mind, information about Pastor Kim appeared clearly. The third guide character of Arcane Soul. He was a pastor of a forgotten religion, serving a god who died 3,000 years ago. One of the few rare, pure-hearted characters in the entire game. Amidst an arcane soul filled with corrupt priests, finding a devout and benevolent person was extremely difficult. In other words, this person has a lot of exploitable value. Warrior Kim's smile turned cunning. How? How did you know I wasn't a Qigong therapist but a pastor? I'll keep it a secret, so please go ahead. The man in sportswear offered the sealed item. The white-haired man hesitated. But I don't think this will be easy. Though sighing wearily, the pastor decided to try. Meanwhile, the other man secretly thought, as expected, he's a kind person. Hee. The room was silent. Both sat facing each other on the floor, the sealed horn lying between them, waiting to be unsealed. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The white-haired man concentrated his entire spirit, preparing for the unsealing ritual. A hand reached out, emitting a brilliant, holy light. Pure energy began to envelop the horn, attacking the seal. Ancient characters flashed and then vanished. The warning tape began to shake violently under the power of the holy light. The pastor's face contorted with effort. It's working. The seal cracked, fragments dissolving in the dazzling golden light. The restrained power was about to be unleashed. The seal was completely broken. The ancient horn floated, and an information panel appeared. Item: Horn of the Ancient God. Can obtain Einherjar Cultivation Technique. Both were stunned by the sight. It really worked? The pastor gasped, while the other man cheered. Wow! As expected, your skill is amazing. Damn it! Is this a mana cultivation technique? The man in sportswear couldn't hide his joy, bowing to thank the exhausted pastor. You were right. Thank you very much. Without hesitation, the man brought the horn to his lips. Well then, now. He blew a decisive breath. A stream of golden energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. Lines of energy, like electrical circuits, ran across his clothes. Oh! He felt an intense change from within. The trash mana in my body is being absorbed. The pure energy from the horn was cleansing and regenerating his body. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Warrior Kim. The effect is truly astonishing. It's as if the tranquility of the deep Nordic Sea has permeated my body. A new skill had been acquired. He smirked with satisfaction. Well, in about 2 weeks I'll have absorbed all this mana and reached Transcendent Level 3. Pastor Kim's eyes widened in surprise. This is the first time I've seen a warrior-type transcendent use mana cultivation techniques. This sight isn't common indeed. Warrior Kim staggered. and Pastor Kim quickly supported him. "Oh, you must be very tired. Just lie down and rest." "Too much information flooding my brain. I'm so tired." Without a hint of suspicion, he collapsed onto the bed. "All right, I'll leave it to you for a bit." Pastor Kim smiled gently. "You've paid me a lot of money, so rest as long as you like." Warrior Kim drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face, completely trusting the pastor's kindness. It's fortunate to find a trustworthy pastor. It'll be beneficial in the long run. In his deep sleep, a dark shadow enveloped him. A faint rustling sound woke Warrior Kim. "What's that noise?" He awoke with a start, seeing an unbelievable sight. Pastor Kim was quietly pouring something from a red can into a container under his bed. "Huh? What? What are you doing?" It was a can of gasoline. Pastor Kim's face was cold, devoid of its gentle expression. He muttered in the darkness, flicking open a lighter. "Oh, forgotten God, accept my sacrifice and be resurrected." A flame ignited in the pastor's hand. Warrior Kim froze, shock and anger erupting. What the hell? What the hell is going on? In the pitch-dark room, Pastor Kim stood like an envoy of hell, holding the flame high. "Oh, forgotten God, accept my sacrifice and be resurrected." The flickering flame was ready to devour everything. Just as the flame was about to ignite, Warrior Kim sprang up, grabbing Pastor Kim's hand tightly. "You lunatic!" The struggle sent both sprawling. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you bastard? Is something wrong with you?" "What are you planning to burn as a sacrifice?" Pastor Kim frantically yelled. "I must burn money to offer to our God." Warrior Kim froze. "What? Money as a sacrifice?" "Because our God only accepts cash. It's the only way to gain divine power." Warrior Kim suddenly realized. Oh, I guess this is when he still believed that. "What do you mean?" The God Pastor Kim worshipped had died 3,000 years ago. This religion had almost no power until he resurrected the God. Warrior Kim rubbed the back of his neck, looking annoyed. "Even so, I didn't think he wouldn't know how to properly serve his God." "Your method is wrong. You shouldn't burn money. You have to burn gold and vaporize it." Pastor Kim was stunned. "Gold, you say? That sounds like something a heretic would say. But you've never tried it, have you?" "Don't talk nonsense. Our church has established and practiced this method for thousands of years. But there must be a reason why your God hasn't been resurrected yet, right?" Warrior Kim's words struck a nerve. "That hurts. It's hard to burn gold now, so I have an idea for another method." "Another method?" "That's right. Since you helped me obtain the mana cultivation technique, let me help you in return, Pastor." A pot of shimmering golden liquid was bubbling on a mini gas stove. Pastor Kim trembled. "I think I really shouldn't do this. Let's stop. Just trust me. Once you drink the gold, your divine power will increase tremendously. Concentrate and feel if your God responds." Pastor Kim hesitated. "If you insist so much, I suppose I'll have to try." Under Warrior Kim's sinister gaze, Pastor Kim closed his eyes and brought the cup to his lips. The moment the liquid touched his lips, Pastor Kim's eyes widened in horror. A burst of brilliant golden energy erupted, enveloping his body. He collapsed to the floor, his white hair now tinged with a shimmering golden hue. The cup rolled beside him. "How is it?" Warrior Kim asked, crossing his arms. Pastor Kim gasped, astonished. It's unbelievable!" "It's real. The effect is even better than when I burned millions of one." Pastor Kim's face glowed with extreme delight. "Your growth will accelerate once you start using this method." Pastor Kim was ecstatic. "I don't know how to repay you for this valuable information." A thought suddenly flashed in Pastor Kim's mind. "Oh, that's right. Here, take this." He offered a necklace. "Oh, that necklace? It's a holy relic containing the healing property. I believe our God will be very pleased to see you possess it." "Oh, my Tilda, since you've offered it, I won't refuse." Warrior Kim's smile became distorted, greedy. "This deal is better than I thought." Pastor Kim, innocently unaware, happily thought to himself, "Come to think of it, Pastor Kim's orders really do give out a lot of good quests." Kim Warrior suddenly grabbed his hand. "Pastor, would you mind if I prayed with your God?" Pastor Kim was stunned. "What?" "I also want to repay you." Behind that smile was a cunning specter growling in his mind. "Pastor Kim, you're mine now!" 1 week later, the scene shifted to a luxurious villa. Amidst piles of gold bars and empty bottles, a faint voice echoed, "Ugh, please, stop." Pastor Kim was pale, feeling as if his entire body was about to turn into gold. But Kim Warrior, with a devilish smile and a blazing red aura, still didn't stop. "But you have to drink more. Heh. I'll get mana poisoning if my mana increases this fast, Pastor Kim frantically screamed in his mind. Kim Warrior innocently asked back, "Who? You?" Then he grabbed Pastor Kim's face, his voice firm. "I guarantee that won't happen. So start praying again." Choking with rage, Pastor Kim could only hiss, "You, devil." Kim Warrior secretly thought about the unique characteristics of starting characters while forcing the golden liquid into Pastor Kim's mouth. Because Pastor Kim possessed a divine characteristic, immunity to mana poisoning. This allowed him to grow at an astonishing rate. "Good, you're done drinking." Kim Warrior watched with satisfaction as Pastor Kim staggered, his face utterly drained of color. Suddenly, a brilliant golden energy radiated from Pastor Kim's body. His entire body erupted in divine light. The dazzling light forced Kim Warrior to raise a hand to shield his eyes. A notification appeared. "Awakening, Bishop Kim, level 3. Pastor Kim looked at his body in astonishment. "Unbelievable. I've reached level 3. The level that can prepare one to become an apostle. Excellent. At this rate, you'll soon become an apostle of God." Kim Warrior smiled brightly. "I'm still very lacking." Pastor Kim humbly replied. But Kim Warrior cut him off. "I think you already have enough divine experience to become one. Now that you're level 3, you need to convene a council to be recognized as a bishop." Pastor Kim nodded, his gratitude boundless. "Yes, I will never forget this kindness." "It's nothing. I just like helping others," he replied, feigning modesty. But in his head, a demon was screaming, "Yes, you'd better not forget. Hurry up and become an archbishop and bring the holy relic back here to me." Pastor Kim hesitated. By the way, can I ask for one more favor?" "What is it?" "I'm planning to convene a regional council, but I'm afraid to go alone. Could you be my bodyguard? There will be other bishops there." The man in sportswear smirked. "Certainly I can do that. Don't worry." His smile grew even more devilish. Now his growth process is complete. It's time to start the quest chain. The next day, a half-built church appeared under the faint moonlight. Inside, other priests gathered around, unable to hide their astonishment. "Wow, Pastor Kim, you've reached level 3. That's amazing." Pastor Kim happily thanked everyone. The escort merely observed with his arms crossed, secretly assessing the pathetic scale of the meeting. The door suddenly burst open. A contemptuous voice rang out. What a pathetic sight! A bishop of the congregation, followed by armed guards, entered with a solemn expression. The bishop glared, his voice growling with anger. "Who allowed you to organize a regional council, Pastor Kim?" Pastor Kim panicked. "But all priests of the congregation have the right to. That only applies to ordinary priests. It's different for a traitor." "A traitor?" The bishop pointed. "Your level increased to 3 inches, just 3 months. There's no way you could have progressed so quickly through normal methods. You must have betrayed your brethren to gain divine power." Pastor Kim desperately protested. "Nonsense! I just found an amazing way to level up." "Silence! I don't want to hear your excuses anymore. Seize him at once." As soon as the order was given, the guards immediately tightened their grip on their weapons. A nonchalant voice rang out, stopping the soldiers' actions. Now, you can't just threaten a child like that. Who are you?" The man in sportswear stepped forward, a haughty smile on his lips. "His bodyguard," the bishop growled, his old face contorted with anger. "This is a matter for the congregation. We don't need outsiders interfering." Kim Warrior picked his ear, a defiant look on his face. "I told you I'm his bodyguard, not an outsider. This old man talks nonsense." Pastor Kim desperately pleaded. "Please, believe me." But the bishop only saw his guilt. "You consumed gold, you heretic! How dare you do that and expect forgiveness?" "It's not heresy. Our God allowed it." Pastor Kim's explanation was lost in panic. The bishop roared, holy fire blazing in his hand. "Silence, heretic! I will personally cleanse you and offer you to God. Repent forever in this burning flame." The fireball shot forth, carrying the bishop's wrath. Terrifying heat enveloped the entire hall. The terrified crowd of believers recoiled from the destructive power. Amidst the sea of fire, a turquoise energy shield appeared, protecting both of them. "Wow, attacking without warning like that. That's blasphemy, old man." The bishop was stunned. "You blocked my magic?" Kim Warrior coldly retorted. "Are you sure you want to attack an apostle candidate like this?" "Nonsense. How can a heretic become an apostle?" Behind him, Pastor Kim was also bewildered. "Superhuman. What do you mean by candidate?" The bodyguard ignored him, pressing a golden object into the pastor's hand. "Don't worry. Eat this and pray. The bishop's threat rang out, but the man in sportswear remained unfazed. If you don't want to be burned with him, get out of the way now. Kim Warrior threw out a challenge. If Pastor Kim proves himself to be an apostle right here, what will you do? A confident, almost arrogant smile spread across the bodyguard's lips. The bet had been placed. Pastor Kim knelt down, swallowing the strange object whole. Immediately, a brilliant and holy golden light erupted from his body. The bishop was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This is an apostle descended? Kim Warrior's smile was full of hidden meaning. Everything was part of his calculations. Look how surprised that old man is. There's a reason for it. The bishop gritted his teeth, muttering in panic. No way. This old man is incompetent, was Kim Warrior's cold thought. He decided this was the time to eliminate this envious antagonist, clearing the way for a bigger plan. It turned out that the condition for Pastor Kim's awakening was to swallow a golden artifact from another order. With the bishop accused of blasphemy, enthroning a new apostle became easier than ever. A holy halo enveloped Pastor Kim. His eyes opened, glowing with a divine golden light. Oh, my God. Facing the new power, Kim Warrior drew his sword. The blade reflected the light, sharp and gleaming. The apostle is here now. It's time to teach that blasphemer a lesson. The stage was set. On one side stood the new apostle and his guardian. On the other, the old bishop and his guards. He turned to the apostle. Hey, pastor, ask your God how to punish the one who murdered a colleague out of jealousy, then framed his son to silence him. The bishop froze, sweat pouring down. His darkest secret had been exposed. How? How do you know that? Pastor Kim raised his head, his eyes lifeless, as if listening to a command from a distant realm. Then his lips moved, uttering a chilling prophecy. He said, kill him. As soon as the words ended, a sword swung up. The old bishop's horrified scream echoed throughout the cathedral. He held the old man tightly, a savage smile on his face. Since this is a divine command, I can't refuse, can I? A cold sword strike cut short the desperate screams. You mustn't. In the middle of the cathedral, the man in sportswear stood there, his blood-stained sword in hand. The old bishop's corpse lay sprawled at his feet. The church guards were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The other believers were utterly terrified, able only to stare in silent horror at the bloody scene. He wiped his sword, a savage smile on his face. I've eliminated the villain before he could cause more trouble. The new apostle questioned him, but he merely replied nonchalantly. No need to pity him. He deserved it. Now, what does your God tell you to do next? In the divine radiance, the apostle clasped his hands. He said to go to the Levant region, where the church originated, and offer gold to him. Warrior Kim patted the apostle's shoulder, his voice cunning. See, I told you gold was the right choice. Go there and expand your influence, so you can repay what I've done for you. The new apostle was completely convinced. All right, warrior, I don't know how to repay you. Before you go, I should get you a gift from the treasury. The man grinned, feigning refusal but inwardly cheering. Oh, you really don't have to, Tilda. That's exactly what I want. Night fell. Sitting alone, he admired his spoils. This reward makes me feel quite content about that priest Tilda. He gave me some valuable items. He hugged the gleaming golden sword, laughing gleefully. Finally, my first R-grade holy sword. It's worth billions of silver. And more. A divine statue, capable of bestowing a holy ground around its location. It was a skill that transforms a certain area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If enemies intrude, it creates a suppressive or expulsion effect. In other words, the sharp blade cut through the air, tracing a deadly arc. Within the safe holy ground, he could train to his heart's content. Now, I no longer need to worry about being ambushed while training. Hehe. A savage smile spread across his lips. Come on, it's time for some fun training. After the training session, a glowing bathtub awaited him in the modern room. His emaciated body slowly sank into the magical water. He resurfaced, his face contorted with exhaustion. A ragged cough. Perhaps I overtrained. Even the mana spring couldn't heal it. But even so, a sinister smile reappeared. He had had enough time to practice his techniques. I can feel my mana and skill proficiency have increased significantly. It's time to test the fruits of this hard work. His wet hand reached for the phone. On the other end of the line, Director Choi's familiar voice rang out. Hello, Superman. Long time no see. Are you doing well? I'm doing well, Director. He laughed heartily. I think I need a little exercise to warm up. Do you have any requests I can help with? Director Choi became serious. We have a rather troublesome case. Do you remember the first dump? Memories of the terrifying monster flooded back. Of course, I remember. How could I forget? It was the first place that showed me how terrifying Mystical Soul could be. An entire cleanup crew went in there and was torn to shreds, meaning there are at least 6 mutants in there now. He frowned. Huh? Shouldn't you have contacted the cleanup association then? Director Choi explained why they couldn't rely on the association. Well, the officials secretly asked us. They didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Warrior Kim smirked, caring little for the politicians' fears. Well, if it gets out, at least a few people will be fired. What's the completion reward? The reward is a bit meager. 100 million for a level 1 mutant, 300 million for a level 3. Instead, they offered an artifact, a mystical gun, with a cursed effect. Warrior Kim's attention was immediately drawn. A mystical gun? What kind of negative effect does it have? It's also related to you. It's the gun used by the former father's church. Memories of the black-clad priestess suddenly flooded back, making him freeze. This is... The shock quickly turned into a crazed smile. A request I cannot refuse. That gun places a black flame curse on its user, but I've already overcome it. He rose from the therapeutic bath, his muscular body steaming. All right, I'll be there right away. Night fell upon a giant stadium. From its center, a stream of dark, evil energy rose into the sky, transforming the place into a dead land. Warrior Kim landed on the cracked ground, the surrounding air thick with dark energy. He looked around, gun ready in hand. It was just cleaned up a few days ago, and it's already this polluted? Something is truly wrong. The evil energy blurred his vision, but his senses were pushed to their limits. I can't even see clearly. I must prepare for an ambush. A shadow darted past right in front of him. He spun around, his gun barrel tracking the invisible target. But then everything fell silent again. Damn it! Monster sounds are coming from multiple directions. I can't pinpoint their locations. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy exploded behind him, illuminating the entire space with an eerie light. His sixth sense screamed a warning. Damn it! It's coming from behind! A hideous monster lunged down, its bloodshot eyes seething with killing intent. Warrior Kim didn't flinch, his gun barrel ready for battle. He roared, his blazing gun barrel unleashing its fury. Die, you bastard! A piercing shriek rang out as the monster's body was torn apart by bullets, green blood splattering everywhere. It staggered in the air, but hadn't fallen yet. Warrior Kim continued to fire, determined not to give the enemy a moment's rest. The monster fell to the ground, taking the full brunt of the bullet rain. The man stood from afar, observing coldly. Is that all? But the bullets bounced off its steel-hard wings uselessly. Wait, its wings are bulletproof? The monster roared, its wings spread wide to shield itself. It gathered a dark purple energy orb, ready to counterattack. A destructive energy wave swept through, and the man could only let out a pained groan. He panted, cold sweat pouring out. Damn it! If I hadn't switched to the evasion trait in time, I would have been torn to shreds. A flying enemy that's also bulletproof. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. In that case, the rifle was tossed aside. It was time to change tactics. He faced the monster hovering in the air, his gaze sharp and cold. Both charged at each other, a fight to the death. I have to end this battle. With one precise shot. He loaded the last bullet, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. The bullet lodged directly into the monster's head. A fatal blow. But it still didn't fall. With its last remaining strength, it lunged forward, sharp claws swinging at him in a final frenzy. The monster collapsed, green blood gushing from the fatal wound. A notification window appeared. New trait, sharpshooting. He had received a reward for his achievement. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. I won, and I even learned an advanced shooting trait. But his joy was short-lived. The ground began to shake. New monsters were approaching. Damn it! The mutants are coming here because of the noise I made. I can't deal with all of them at once. He suddenly smirked, a crazy idea flashing through his mind. Wait, actually, maybe I can do it? He retreated into a hidden corner, activating his stealth skill. His body shimmered, blending into the shadows. The plan was clear. Use feigned death and stealth to set a trap. First, I'll just use my traits and wait for them. Sludgy, heavy footsteps came into view. A grotesque swarm of mud monsters appeared. bewilderedly searching for their enemy. Hidden in the shadows, he smiled cunningly, grenades ready. "You're here, little ones? Heh. As long as they gather in one spot, I'll wipe them all out in one go." A terrifying sea of fire engulfed the monsters. He reappeared, gun in hand. "There's still more Tilda." The next volley of bullets tore through the air, creating an even more violent explosion. The monsters' bodies were shattered, splattering everywhere. The massacre was over. Amidst the slimy remnants, the man in the tracksuit smiled triumphantly. I should use these clever tactics more often. But then, a sense of unease suddenly struck him. He froze, his intuition telling him something was wrong. What the hell? He was stunned. An entire army of monsters had silently closed in without him noticing. But these aren't mutants. They're the specters of a summoner. They were so numerous they couldn't be counted, surrounding him tightly from all sides. One of the specters stepped forward, a crackling sound emanating from it. Ahem, Mr. Superhero. Mr. Superhero, let's talk for a bit. The man was shocked. A talking specter? How can it talk? He couldn't believe his ears when the invitation echoed again. His gaze focused on the strange device attached to the monster's head. "So, that's it. That guy is talking through the speaker on the specter," he muttered, his confusion gradually replaced by wariness. "The one speaking must be the summoner who created these creatures." A cold voice echoed from the speaker. "Let me ask you something. Why are you causing a disturbance in our territory?" "What? Your territory?" he smirked, calling a contaminated facility territory. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. The Janitors Association. On the surface, they were a benevolent organization specializing in cleaning up contaminated mana. But in reality, this was one of the most notorious criminal organizations in Arcane Soul. The cleanup of contaminated mana was merely a perfect cover for their shady activities. Their true nature was to do all sorts of dirty work to expand their influence, Warrior Kim muttered, his gaze sharp and cold. "This incident? They're behind it too." They sowed chaos, creating situations where the government was forced to seek their help, thereby solidifying their influence. At the same time, they used these incidents as pretext to eliminate officials who dared to oppose them. A mechanical voice echoed from the specters. "If there's no reason to fight, then let me make an offer. You're quite talented. Why not join our Janitors Association? Join an organization that causes mutant creature terrorist attacks at landfills?" He smirked. "I'm serious. With your skills, you'd be among the top in the association." Warrior Kim defiantly raised his middle finger. "No fucking way. The name itself didn't suit my taste from the start. Not cool at all." The voice grew sinister. "He. It seems you don't know where you stand. Fine, if you don't want to join now, then join when you've become a Death Knight." The specters charged simultaneously. Blinding bursts of bullets erupted from the gun's muzzle. A fierce explosion engulfed the charging specters. Warrior Kim sneered, his gun still smoking. "Sit down, buddy." But it was useless. The fragments hovered in the air, connected by a dark, red energy stream. Their bodies quickly regenerated from nothingness, without a single scratch. He clicked his tongue. "Right. Firearms are useless against ghosts. In that case." A sword was drawn, flaring with brilliant holy light. Holy attribute is extremely effective against dark attribute monsters. The summoner's voice echoed through the wraith, full of astonishment. "Wait. What? A holy sword? You're not a gunman." His words were cut short by a blazing sword strike. Warrior Kim sneered, his eyes sharp. "Shut up, you bastard. I'll find you soon enough and finish you off." The holy light sword swept across, tearing through the darkness. The wraiths disintegrated in the dazzling light. Thanks to the attribute advantage, the battle wasn't too difficult. But they keep appearing endlessly. I need to change my tactics. The monsters continued to swarm, an unending army. He muttered, calculating. With attributes specialized in endurance, plus the unique attribute from the divine artifact, he could activate 9 types simultaneously. A surge of power welled up. The attributes from his equipment were simultaneously activated. This is more than enough. "Here I come." He charged straight into the sea of monsters, his blazing sword leading the way. The ground shook violently. A horizontal sweep created a whirlwind of sword energy, blowing away everything in sight. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. It works to some extent. All right, let's do it again. He poured all his remaining strength, his body erupting in an even brighter aura. A colossal black shadow loomed before him, its pressure making the space feel dense. Warrior Kim staggered, his vision blurring. I feel dizzy. but just one more time, and, despite his exhaustion, he pushed power into his legs, preparing for the final charge. Warrior Kim charged forward, blue energy surging around his body. Each of his steps cracked the ground. He let out a powerful roar, his body shooting forth like a blue arrow, tearing through space. A notification appeared. New attribute. Charge. Charge straight forward, sweeping away all obstacles in your path. A crazed smile spread across his lips. I got it. The charge attribute. Immediately, he transformed into a living spearhead, piercing through the ranks of the wraiths. They shattered like glass. He stood firm, channeling power into his legs. And now, for the link attribute. With a terrifying leap, he soared high into the air, leaving behind a blue streak of light and shattered ground. Another notification. New attribute. Leap. He landed, his eyes flashing with confidence. With charge and leap, escaping this encirclement will be a piece of cake. He turned back, looking at the remaining remnants. As for the small fry, his body transformed into a blue whirlwind, sweeping through mercilessly. I can cut right through them. He panted, sweat pouring down like rain. The exhilaration faded, leaving only utter exhaustion. Standing amidst the ravaged battlefield, he muttered, most of the wraiths have been cleared. But the problem is, I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed from the head of a dead wraith. Well, isn't that splendid? I didn't expect you to be a holy knight. Keke. The voice continued, tinged with morbid desire. Now I want you even more. Warrior Kim sneered, his eyes cold. If you're so confident, show your face. What foolish mage would solo a warrior? Here, take this gift, Keke. The arrogant voice of the hidden individual echoed, tinged with morbid laughter. From the void, a colossal gray-skinned giant rose. The undead shield-bearer, Charon's immortal servant. A deadly puppet, summoned solely to confront Warrior Kim. Damn it, I haven't fully recovered yet. He gritted his teeth. His body, exhausted from the previous battle, hadn't had time to heal. The undead's fist lunged forward, carrying a destructive surge of purple energy. A direct attack that shook the ground. Immediately after, a dark arrow tore through the air, flying straight towards Warrior Kim. The arrow lodged directly into his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through him, fresh blood gushing from the wound. What? A combo attack? Warrior Kim was stunned. This wasn't the movement of an inanimate puppet. I see your movements are quite good. You'd be very useful as an undead knight. The summoner's voice echoed again, greedy and malicious. Warrior Kim took a defensive stance, his eyes sharp. He suddenly remembered a core survival rule in Arcane Soul. When facing a necromancer, you can't fight his servants, he yelled, charging straight forward, ignoring the monster blocking his path. He stepped onto the undead shield, using it as a springboard to launch himself into the air. I'm past you, he smiled provocatively, soaring over the giant puppet's head. As soon as he landed, he immediately spun around, his eyes frantically searching. Where is he? A light flashed from a distant balcony. The summoner's figure finally appeared. There he is. Now I can go straight for him. Warrior Kim's entire body erupted in blue energy, shooting forth like an arrow, his sole target the mastermind. A blue streak of light tore through the ruined space. Warrior Kim charged straight at his enemy like a descending meteor. He landed, his golden sword blazing in his hand. From a distance, the summoner taunted. You damn coward. I'll deal with you myself. Fury erupted in Warrior Kim's eyes, and he roared. The summoner sneered. Looks like you know how to use your brain, huh? He had recognized his identity. Charon, a rank necromancer. Charon, one of the directors of the Janitors Association, and also the final boss of this stage. He stood there, enveloped in a surge of dark purple magic. But things won't go according to your plan. Charon spread his arms, a crazed smile evident on his face. Chains of dark energy extended from his hands, coiling around Warrior Kim like a deadly spiderweb. He gritted his teeth, straining to resist the power gripping his body. You'll never touch me, Charon's voice rang out, full of self-satisfaction. A rain of black arrows shot from the void, embedding deep into Warrior Kim's flesh. Die, his painful scream echoed. Charon listened with delight. Kekeke, I like your screams. You should know your place, my friend. Amidst the pain, Warrior Kim recognized the energy orb. That was Charon's ultimate move. Dark fire. This is the end, Charon declared. The dark fire orb in his hand growing larger and larger. Even with a body full of injuries, his will to fight had not extinguished. Yes, that's right. Karen looked down with disdain. Is that all? Your final struggle is quite adorable. He casually revealed a harsh truth. Originally, I didn't even need to stand before you. If I had equipped the right traits when the boss used his ultimate skill, something amusing would have happened. The trait panel lit up. Despite his numerous injuries, Warrior Kim's will burned brightly, converging on his blade. Karen roared, unleashing a destructive energy orb. Stop babbling and die! A torrent of dark magic surged forward, engulfing everything in a deadly crimson. Facing death, Warrior Kim remained calm. It's time. When the trinity of swordsmanship, magic, and martial arts merge, a new trait will manifest at the threshold of despair. The ultimate technique uses sword energy to cleave through all things, both tangible and intangible. The brilliant golden blade tore through the night. The golden light pierced through Karen's attack. Unstoppable. Karen froze, his eyes wide with horror. Impossible. New trait, lightning flash. A single sword stroke, faster than sight. The perfect slash cut Charon's body in half, ending his existence. Lightning flash, the strongest swordsmanship reserved only for those who have reached the pinnacle of the sword path. Charon's residual magic exploded, vanishing into nothingness. The gleaming golden sword trail left a deep gash in the ground, a testament to its terrifying power. Exhausted, Warrior Kim collapsed to the ground. Phew, that was close. He smiled contentedly. But I defeated a level 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Charon. In the game, to defeat him at level 2, an entire party was needed. Even at level 3, it was difficult to contend without good equipment and traits. Amidst the ruined arena, Warrior Kim stood firm. I only won because I've grinded this game for 10,000 hours. A mischievous smile appeared on his grimy face. Heh, now it's time to collect the loot tilde. Night fell upon an office building. Here, a transaction was about to take place. In the office, Choi Seonsu slapped his thigh in praise. You cleared out a place full of mutants? That's amazing. Warrior Kim was pleased. Oh, it was nothing. He clutched his chest, feigning pain. Ah, Tilda, I'm injured here, so be careful. Choi Seonsu panicked. Oh dear, I apologize for harming your precious body. The man in the vest sat opposite, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, superhuman. I can't believe you defeated all those mutants, Warrior Kim replied. Ah, Tilda, I just did my job. He suddenly changed his tone, placing a box on the table. By the way, when I entered the junkyard, something completely different from what was requested happened. The box sprang open, revealing a series of strange electronic devices. Do you recognize these? The man in the vest was horrified. Aren't these manachips that create specters? Aren't these used by Karen of the Janitors Guild? That's right, Warrior Kim affirmed confidently. This wasn't an accident. It was orchestrated. The man slammed the table angrily. The Janitors Guild. Those bastards. It seemed he had a prior grudge. They always demand unreasonable fees from us, making things very difficult. He gritted his teeth. There were conflicts, but I never expected them to turn innocent people into mutants. Warrior Kim thought to himself, this guy knows nothing. Of course, the Janitors Guild's wicked truth was only exposed after players completed the junkyard quest. The man bowed his head. I apologize, superhuman. You faced unnecessary danger because of us. Warrior Kim waved his hand. I just did what needed to be done to blow away the villains. But in his mind, he had another thought. I hope the old man has something more than just an apology. This is the reward we promised. The man pushed a box towards him. Thank you, but why are you giving me 2 boxes? This is an arcane gun, and an additional reward for doing such a dangerous job. The 2 boxes were opened. A sophisticated pistol and a vial of shimmering golden liquid. Oh, thank you for this. Warrior Kim couldn't hide his astonishment. Is this holy water? Joy was evident on his face. Getting a free vial of essential potion was truly a bargain, but please be careful. Superhuman. We plan to report the Janitors Guild based on the evidence you provided. But then, the man in the vest looked worried. They will try to get revenge on me. That's right, but we can't let something of this magnitude slide. Warrior Kim replied with unwavering confidence. I'll be fine. I'll find a way to survive. Night fell. The car sped along the city's brightly lit highway. Sitting behind the wheel, Choi Seonsu offered advice. Hey, superhuman, maybe you should lay low for a while to avoid the Janitors Guild. But Warrior Kim had other thoughts. I don't think hiding is the best idea. A cold system notification appeared in his mind. Completing the junkyard quest would activate linked quests, leading to unavoidable conflict with the Janitors Guild. The reason was simple. The player had caused trouble for them, not to mention killing the guild's director, Karen. The questline for the Janitors Guild was divided into many branches. The worst choice was to do nothing. If that path was chosen, the guild chairman would lead dozens of superhumans directly to the player's home, a siege with no escape. On the other hand, the easiest path is Warrior Kim's gaze reflected in the window, sharp and calculating. In the car, Warrior Kim suddenly asked about a strange place name. "Director, have you ever heard of a place called Jianyubong?" Choi Seonsu replied. "Of course. That's the forbidden zone south of Silum, right?" A field of vibrant red poppies stretched under the gloomy night. Choi Seonsu explained it was a large-scale farm, and anyone who trespassed would be in big trouble. "That place is owned by the Janitors Guild." Hearing this name, Choi Seonsu and the driver flinched. "What? The Janitors Guild? What do they grow poppies for?" Inside a dark prison, shadowy figures lingered behind bars. It's not just poppies. They also perform body modifications and human trafficking there. They're no different from a disguised criminal organization. What? These lunatics. Choi Seonsu's limbs went numb, but Warrior Kim maintained a cold expression. "That's right. That's why I plan to attack Jianyubong first." The car suddenly swerved sharply, tires screeching on the asphalt. Choi Seonsu screamed at the young man's insane decision. Warrior Kim held out his phone to Choi Seonsu. "I need a lot of things. Here's the list to prepare." The director was stunned as he skimmed it. "Claymore mines and EMP bombs. Are you planning to start a war?" "Not only that, it'll cost a lot of money to buy all these things." Worry was evident on Choi Seonsu's face. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim secretly thought worrying about money is for amateurs. Warrior Kim tossed a large bag onto Choi Seonsu's seat. "These are the items I collected while clearing out the monsters in the junkyard. This should be enough for the expenses." Choi Seonsu mumbled, sweat pouring down his face. "But I can assure you that even you can't take on the entire guild alone." The shadowy figure of the Janitors Association's leader appeared, full of menace, flanked by two capable female assassins. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the executives are all level 3. "Did I ever say I'd fight alone?" Warrior Kim grinned, patting the bewildered Choi Seonsu on the shoulder. "Now, you don't need to worry about anything. Just prepare the items on the list." Warrior Kim's eyes were sharp, full of confidence. 2 days later, at the Jianyubong base, under the floodlights, heavily armed guards patrolled amidst a field of crimson flowers. The night signaled an imminent raid. A buzz-cut guard suddenly froze. He sensed something unusual, and a blue energy began to gather in his hand. A surge of purple energy tore through the guard's throat, silencing his scream before it could fully erupt. His comrade collapsed. The remaining soldier, horrified, aimed his gun into the rain, not understanding where the enemy had appeared from. "Who's there?" A red flash streaked, and blood splattered again. Another enemy fell in silence. Amidst the bodies, Warrior Kim materialized in a digital smoke, the gun in his hand still cold. A smug smile spread across his lips. "Well, no matter how many times I do it, infiltration is still the best." Numerous guards lay scattered on the ground. "So, the outer perimeter guards are dealt with." He pressed a device to his ear, his eyes sharp. "Time to check underground." Underground, a devastating punch shattered another soldier's jaw. Kim Taekwon, boss of the Iron Fist gang, stood amidst the enemy base, calmly reporting, "Yes, Warrior Kim, thanks to you clearing the way, we've secured the underground area." The boss's eyes turned cold. But they truly are a bunch of villains. Behind bars, desperate victims had their bodies altered, forcing people into modifications, then trafficking them. They've crossed the line. Yes, they deserve to be wiped out. On the surface, Warrior Kim still held the device. "Have you checked that place yet?" Kim Taekwon's voice echoed from the dark laboratory, amidst eerie green glass cages. "This is indeed a genuine modification workshop." The boss of the Iron Fist gang seemed hesitant. "That sounds good, but are you sure you can confront the Janitors Association? It'll be very troublesome if we get caught up in the aftermath." Warrior Kim scoffed, confidence radiating from his very bones. "Of course. Have you ever seen me act without a reason?" Darkness enveloped the Jianyubong base. Warrior Kim stood there muttering, "The Jianyubong base is their main source of income. Yet the security is this lax." His gloved finger flicked open a lighter, and the flame flared, illuminating a crazed determination. Then, this is the best place to begin the association's downfall. His wild grin tore through the night, signaling an imminent bloody crackdown. The next morning, bright sunlight shone upon the skyscraper, headquarters of the Janitors Association. Inside, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors. A man rushed in, breathless. "Chairman, urgent news! Jianyubong! The Jianyubong base has been attacked!" The subordinate yelled, sweat pouring off him. The chairman stood with his back to the window, his voice icy. "What do you mean?" "Well, the one who killed Director Sharon has also taken over the Jianyubong base." A ground-shaking stomp. The floor cracked under Chairman Park Dae-op's fury. How dare he attack us so brazenly? He gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with deadly light. "What's more, he sent this." The subordinate tremblingly held out his phone. On the screen, Warrior Kim flashed a V sign in front of a sky-high inferno, accompanied by cute stickers. "That bastard burned down our farm?" The phone shattered in Park Dae-op's mechanical hand. "Warrior Kim." "Huh?" He growled each word, murderous intent seething. "I'll kill him and tear him to pieces." The wind howled through the desolate wasteland. Beneath the gray sky, a formidable army stood motionless, awaiting orders from their commander. The bald captain gritted his teeth. He really burned down the entire opium field. That Warrior Kim is truly insane. The entire squad responded in unison to their commander, their morale burning bright. Their mission was clear: capture the madman who caused this and show the chairman the power of the Foreign Affairs Department. The Special Forces team advanced silently through the ruins, guns in hand, ready for the assault. "He could be sniping us from the building, so be careful," the captain warned. A subordinate confidently replied, "Understood. We'll blow him away the moment we see him." But their vigilance was too late. A cold sniper rifle barrel emerged from a window, silently awaiting its prey. Wait, there's a gun in that window. It wasn't a sniper bullet. A rocket streaked towards them. A desperate shout echoed amidst the chaos. "Captain, grenade launcher!" The captain's face contorted, utterly horrified by the deadly trap. Damn it. From another location, Warrior Kim monitored the security camera feed. The dazzling explosion reflected in his eyes, accompanied by a smirk of delight. He cackled, his face maniacal. "Good thing I stayed up all night planting bombs and mines. Thanks to my special ability, there's no way to find them beforehand." A screen appeared, revealing his stealth skill. Outside, desperate screams echoed amidst the continuous explosions. Sitting in the control room, he muttered, "I'm not crazy enough to face hundreds of you head-on." His hand rested on the glowing red activation button, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "I'll kill all of you from afar, right here in this underground control room." A terrifying chain of explosions engulfed the entire area. Amidst the inferno, a blue energy shield suddenly appeared, protecting a group of people. Though he seems careless, it appears he prepared very thoroughly. A calm voice resonated from behind the shield. Park Dae-op, chairman of the Janitors Association, stood firm amidst the storm. His eyes were sharp and cold, unwavering, just as expected from someone who dared to openly provoke us. A sharp blade plunged into the cracked ground. "Leave it to me." A hooded figure, half human, half machine, confidently declared. He was Cyborg, vice chairman of the Janitors Association. "I've finished analyzing his tactics." Park Dae-op's eyes blazed with bloodlust. He growled, ordering his subordinates, "Bring him back here, alive! I must kill him in the most painful way possible." A grenade was thrown, rolling across the desolate ground. The grenade exploded violently, clearing the path and checking for traps. "It's safe here," Cyborg ordered, his voice mechanical. "Good. Keep throwing grenades to scout for traps and advance slowly." His subordinates obeyed without question. Suddenly, a rocket tore through the air, heading straight for the Janitors Association's formation. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the ground. The sudden attack stunned everyone. A cyborg was hit, immediately reporting the enemy's position. Position confirmed? Yes, firing from the right side of the rooftop. Immediately, another explosion rocked the building, blowing away the sniper's position. Beneath their feet, a strange device sparked with electricity before shattering. Traps were planted everywhere. Cyborg calmly advanced through the ruins. "Excellent. We're almost at the base. Let him taste hell." He smirked, his bloodshot eyes flashing with malicious intent, or perhaps he's already tasting it. Through the surveillance screen, the entire cyborg army was advancing into a corridor. A deadly trap awaited them. In the dark control room, Warrior Kim rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Typical cyborgs. So inhuman, aren't they? Bright red alarm lights flashed, tearing through the darkness of the basement. Warrior Kim smirked, utterly unconcerned. They arrived faster than I thought, truly worthy of a rookie extermination mission. A deafening explosion rang out, shattering the door's lock. The door burst open. 2 female assassins from the Janitors Association, Ebony and Viper, appeared defiantly. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come out and play with us." But the control room was empty. All the screens were glitching. Huh? Wait. Did he know we were coming? From thin air, Warrior Kim's voice echoed, full of smugness. Of course. 2 cards, Stealth and Feigned Death, appeared. His holographic image vanished right before the 2 assassins' eyes. I knew. He had anticipated the Janitors Association's feint, using their main force to cause a commotion at the front line while assassins ambushed from behind. Warrior Kim's smile turned maniacal. He had figured out all their tactics. Take this. A grenade rolled to the feet of the 2 assassins. A blinding white light engulfed everything. The 2 quickly covered their eyes. It's a trap. Warrior Kim, carrying his grenade launcher, jumped down the stairs. That's right. I have no business with you, so goodbye. Rage flared in Viper's eyes. Her scream echoed down the corridor. You bastard! I'll kill you when I catch you! Warrior Kim dashed through the darkness, silently calculating. Those assassins will catch up to me soon. Warrior Kim sprinted frantically through the corridor, his only thought to move as fast as possible. Deafening gunshots rang out. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had no retreat. Damn it! That fast? I need to defend first. A massive mana shield appeared, blocking the assassin's bullets. The bullets embedded themselves in the shield, sparking with energy but to no avail. His face stretched into a taunting grin. Shoot all you want, because I'll block everything, heh. Ebony coldly raised her gun. Block our bullets? Do you really think so? A special bullet pierced through the defense. Warrior Kim's eyes widened in astonishment. The mana shield shattered into pieces, the impact force throwing him backward. The powerful impact sent him sprawling on the ground. Ebony calmly explained. How's that? Our bullets are imbued with explosive magic. Warrior Kim scrambled to his feet, his face streaked with dirt, his eyes burning with indignation. Viper launched a sharp energy knife. And here's dessert. The dagger plunged straight into his chest, piercing through his clothes. He collapsed, gritting his teeth to endure the bone-piercing pain. But then he stood up again, facing his 2 pursuers. This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to bring you. You bastards are just a bunch of villains in cheap rubber suits. Viper roared furiously at the insult. What did you say, you punk? Let me fix your attitude. Viper lunged forward, unleashing a powerful spinning kick. The impact sent Warrior Kim flying, slamming him straight into the antique clock. He collapsed, writhing. Does it hurt a lot, huh? This is a potent poison, seeping directly into your arteries. It'll be hard to bear. Ebony grabbed the defeated man's collar, his face contorted in pain. The purple-haired assassin easily hoisted him onto her shoulder. Take him to the chairman. But on that seemingly subdued face, a cunning smile suddenly appeared. Welcome to my destination. He shot up, his pained expression replaced by madness. What? Hear that ticking? Does it remind you of anything? He gestured towards the clock with his head. What the hell are you talking about? His smile grew more savage. It looks like a giant time bomb, doesn't it? A surge of blue energy erupted from beneath his feet. He broke free from the 2 assassins' grip. He knew their true strength. A direct confrontation would be unwinnable. All right, just rot here. It was all an act. He had suppressed all his abilities, deliberately feigning weakness to lure them into complacency right at this spot. Because inside the clock, I've planted a white phosphorus bomb worth over $1 billion, haha. A blinding light began to emanate from the clock. He winked, a radiant smile on his face. Sleep tight, ladies. The 2 assassins were stunned, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Another trap? That bastard? A terrifying explosion engulfed everything, blowing away everything in the room. The explosion's immense destructive power shook the entire building, shattering everything into fragments. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Amidst the rubble, Warrior Kim gasped for breath, covered in ash but still standing firm. He quickly checked his status. I think I've successfully eliminated the core group. But many others are coming, so I need to recover my stamina quickly. He cautiously looked around, a bad feeling creeping in. Especially since I don't know what that cyborg will. Before he could finish, a hole in the wall appeared. An army, bristling with weapons, advanced, led by a figure wearing a stark white mask. Yet Warrior Kim merely smirked. Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The uneven confrontation began. A lone individual against an entire elite army. The masked leader growled, his eyes blazing with hatred. You! He glimpsed fragments of his comrades' weapons. Defeated Ebony and Viper? Warrior Kim proudly pointed at his enemy. And you'll meet the same fate as them in a moment. The leader's fiery red eyes seemed to want to incinerate everything. Don't even think about dying easily. I'll make sure to modify you until you beg for death. Further talk is a waste of time, the leader commanded. I will finish you here. Numerous gun barrels simultaneously cocked, a deadly light flashing, ready to fire. But Warrior Kim calmly spoke. But you know, I actually like the way you guys modify bodies beyond imagination. The leader froze. What? His smile turned cunning, his hand clutching something. Thanks, you fools. A fierce surge of brilliant blue electricity erupted. The leader realized in horror that he had fallen into another trap. Wait, this is? The greenish-blue current swept through, and the mercenaries writhed in pain. Screams echoed everywhere. What's happening? Warrior Kim smirked, the gun in his hand roaring. That's $1 billion for an EMP bomb. EMPs and shotguns are my best friends when dealing with these machines. The EMP rounds tore through the enemy formation, successive small explosions ripping the cyborgs to shreds. But his smile suddenly vanished. Huh? Amidst the sparking mechanical corpses, a towering dark figure stood up. He was completely unaffected. Beneath the hood, his eyes, glowing red like embers, flashed with a deadly glint. Warrior Kim was stunned. My God, how much did you spend on that body? Even an EMP bomb has no effect. The assassin shot forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking. There's no other way. I'll tear you apart and kill you. Right here. A deafening clang of metal. Warrior Kim managed to block the dangerous blade with his gun. He moved like a ghost, continuously swinging his blade. Are you just going to keep dodging? Warrior Kim gritted his teeth, his opponent's strength too overwhelming. He thought fiercely, must be faster. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a punch straight into his opponent's chest. But the attack had no effect. The assassin scoffed. A pathetic sword. Warrior Kim realized the only weakness. It's all metal except for the eyes. What a flaw. The assassin's calf suddenly glowed with an orange light, accumulating a terrifying amount of energy. He stomped hard on the ground, the shockwave sending Warrior Kim flying. That's not even enough to scratch an itch, you bastard. His back slammed hard against the wall, the searing pain making him roar. Damn it. A devastating punch sent Warrior Kim flying. He realized the enemy's body was enveloped in mana, rendering blades and swords useless. The assassin sneered. What else do you expect with that weak body? Warrior Kim growled, struggling to get up. Filthy machine. A mechanical body using mana to move. How the hell is that possible? The assassin raised his hand, his tone cruel. I'll chop off both your arms and replace them with umbrellas. His fiery red eyes flashed with a deadly glint, an invisible pressure weighing down the space. Suddenly, Warrior Kim pulled out a pistol. Looking at your disgusting body, I've got an idea. The assassin roared, his rage exploding. Don't you realize that regular bullets can't hurt me? But Warrior Kim's smile was full of hidden meaning. But this isn't an ordinary bullet. Blackfire. The bullet shot forth, igniting a pitch-black flame that devoured everything in its path. The black flame plunged straight into the assassin's chest. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This is? A painful scream tore through the air. The black fire erupted, consuming his mechanical body in agony. Your mechanical body runs on mana, and black fire burns mana. In other words, once black fire latches on, there's no way to extinguish it. Warrior Kim flashed a savage smile. You should have stopped your modifications at some point, you fool. The assassin collapsed, his body disintegrating in the black flame. He could only let out desperate groans. Warrior Kim coldly sheathed his sword, ending the fight. Goodbye. Green liquid oozed from the shattered eye sockets. The enemy was completely annihilated. Warrior Kim stood amidst the rubble, his sword stained with enemy blood. He had finished clearing out the small fry. Now, only the final step remains. He turned his back on the corpse, his gaze fixed on a greater objective. The machine gun barrel glowed, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the enemy base. A crazed smile spread across his lips. Time to wipe out the Janitors Guild. Desperate screams echoed amidst the sea of flames. Without their core members, they're just a bunch of headless chickens running wild. The survivors frantically sought an escape route, but it was hopeless. Run. All hope is lost. Warrior Kim reveled in the symphony of destruction. Their screams are like music to my ears. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air, shaking the entire battlefield. Warrior Kim clutched his head, a sharp pain throbbing. Ugh, my eardrums. A towering figure emerged from the dust and smoke, radiating intense, killing intent. War roar, huh? So he finally shows his face? His eyes glowed blood red like a fierce tiger's. A notification appeared. Chairman of the Janitors Guild, Level 4 superhuman. He roared, "Stop right there." He concentrated his power, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open. His body shot into the air like a black arrow, flying straight to the top of the building. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Warrior Kim. Warrior Kim was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell? Did he just jump from the ground to the rooftop of a 5-story building? The chairman of the Janitors Guild clenched his fist, his rage flaring. "I've never endured such humiliation. I'll gladly punish you." His fury exploded. Park Daop charged, his fist glowing with deadly energy. For daring to mess with the Janitors Guild. Warrior Kim gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to block the attack in desperation. Damn it! A terrifying force sent him flying backward, sliding across the rooftop. He staggered to his feet, thinking that if he hadn't switched to defensive properties in time, he would have been defeated. But defense couldn't win against him. Warrior Kim switched to offense, a brilliant golden streak slashing towards the enemy. Park Daop merely smirked, easily batting away the attack. You use interesting skills. How about this? He unleashed black fire orbs, frantically shooting them forward. But it was all useless. Park Daop simply created an energy shield, blocking all attacks. I like it. Warrior Kim was speechless. He had easily blocked both his lightning and black fire. In a flash, Park Daop closed the distance. A devastating punch landed squarely on Warrior Kim's face. He fell to the ground, his body aching. He's incredibly strong. Park Daop looked down coldly, his eyes contemptuous. Is that all you've got? In Warrior Kim's mind, there was only one thought. As expected, this was impossible from the start. Because Park Daop was a born SR rank character, a level 4 superhuman with superior stats. Meanwhile, he was just a beginner-level character. This power gap was insane. Park Daop spoke condescendingly. Is this your last effort? Warrior Kim struggled to his feet, a final spark in his eyes. Do you know how I defeated your subordinates? I took down Ebony and Viper with white phosphorus bullets, and Cyborg with an electromagnetic bomb. Now, what do you think I've prepared for you? Park Daop smirked. Preparing to deal with me is impossible, you fool. Warrior Kim's smile turned sinister. No. Park Daop froze. A surge of savage killing intent suddenly erupted from his opponent. A blazing red aura enveloped Warrior Kim. He strained in extreme pain as his body began to deform. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to defeat a level 4 superhuman, 2 traits were activated. Mutated body, mutated muscles. Bones twisted. Flesh tore open. His human form was being destroyed from within. A wild roar ripped through the air. His eyes glowed with a bestial gaze, devoid of any reason. He had transformed into a colossal monster standing tall before Park Daop. A new trait was solidified. Mutated Warrior Kim. Park Daop was stunned. This is. The pain tore at his mind, but he gritted his teeth and endured to complete the transformation. Muscles rippled and bulged, physical strength skyrocketing to an unimaginable degree. His face completely vanished, replaced by the visage of a bloodthirsty demon. The monster swung its arm, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken from the immense pressure. A mad sacrifice. An all-in gamble for destructive power. Park Daop couldn't believe what was happening. What? He chose to become a mutant? Inside the monster, Warrior Kim's consciousness was slowly fading. I'm losing control. In the chaos, Warrior Kim remembered his trump card. But I've prepared for situations like this. It was the Berserker Goggles, an item capable of granting the wearer the rage trait for a limited time. A green light flashed as the goggles rested in his palm. This is the item that will give me the trait I need most right now. He put on the goggles, and berserk energy erupted around his body. A notification appeared. Trait rage acquired. Discard all distractions. Unleash power beyond limits. A savage smile appeared on the monster's face. Excellent. Finally, I can relax my mind. Only blood, death, and battle are filling my brain. The monster roared madly and charged forward. Here I come! Park Daop raised his hand, easily blocking his opponent's devastating punch. His smile widened. I don't know what skill you just used, But one thing is for sure, things just got a lot more interesting. A magic book appeared before Park Dae-op. He tensed, dark energy surging. "Let me get serious now. Let's have some fun," he roared, his face alight with extreme excitement. The monster responded with a challenging roar. "That's exactly what I want!" Two fists carrying terrifying power collided. Park Dae-op growled, "That's not enough. The monster didn't flinch. Same goes for you." A fierce energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, blowing away everything around them. Park Dae-op's punch was blocked, and he slightly furrowed his brow. The monster's punch pushed back the chairman. He staggered back a few steps, the ground beneath his feet cracking. A new trait was absorbed. The berserker rage swallowed his reason, turning the warrior into a monster that only knew how to roar. The exhilaration of battle is dominating your consciousness. Park Dae-op calmly adjusted his attire, a disdainful smile on his lips. "All right, I'll give you that. It's been a long time since I've had a fight like this." Across from him, the monster merely laughed maniacally. "I could do this all day." But the chairman's eyes had grown cold, killing intent condensing. "But I've finished analyzing you. Victory is mine." "Don't boast," the mutated warrior roared, charging forward with a devastating punch. Rage flared in his bloodshot eyes. But those mindless punches only sliced through the air. Park Dae-op moved lightly, dodging every attack. All you're doing is swinging your fists unconsciously. A thunderous punch slammed directly into the warrior's chest. There's no foundation at all. The force of the blow made the monster stagger. Park Dae-op gave his opponent no time to breathe, continuing to press close. "You bastard." Park Dae-op's fist gathered a terrifying surge of energy. It's like a clumsy punch from someone who doesn't know how to fight. The destructive attack slammed directly into the warrior's face, making him shriek miserably. His massive body was sent flying like a ragged doll, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The warrior fell flat, bitterly admitting, "Damn it. In close combat, he has the upper hand." In his pupils, the red glow of his berserk state was gradually fading. Furthermore, the effect of the berserker trait is weakening. Facing Park Dae-op's provocation, the warrior knew he had no choice. So be it. I have to put everything into this attack. He abandoned close-quarters combat. A series of skills were activated, and a surge of blue aura swirled around his body. Park Dae-op narrowed his eyes, the smile on his lips gone. "What trick are you plotting now?" Park Dae-op charged forward, unleashing a finishing blow. "I'll finish you here." The attack was stopped. The warrior's demonic hand clamped tightly around Park Dae-op's neck, stifling his angry roar. "All right, I admit you're better than me, in a one-on-one." Park Dae-op gritted his teeth, his body pushed back by an invisible force. "But you see, I'm not a brawler. I'm a swordsman, you bastard." The flesh and bones on the warrior's arm began to twist and deform within the blue energy surge. A grotesque sword was formed from his own body. The blade was razor-sharp, bizarre, and vibrated intensely. Park Dae-op was stunned by the unbelievable sight. What is this? A blinding blue light swallowed everything. The skill flash was unleashed. Park Dae-op screamed in pain, his body torn apart by the terrifying energy. After the blinding light came a deadly silence, leaving only dry coughs and heavy breathing. Park Dae-op staggered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You can use flash? Barehanded?" The warrior in his demonic form stood there, the bone sword in his hand still smoking. That was a good fight. Park Dae-op's face was filled with horror and despair. "You monster." Park Dae-op's body collapsed onto the shattered arena floor, completely unconscious. But victory came at a price. The warrior suddenly clutched his chest, his body trembling. "Damn it," I overexerted myself. His demonic eyes twitched. A stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of his eye, signaling his body reaching its limit. The pain tearing through his body made the warrior let out a desperate roar. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel seemed about to burst. Just then, a brilliant golden pillar of light shot up from the ground, enveloping his writhing body. Sacred energy cleansed the pain. He watched in astonishment as his body was being regenerated. What is this? His demonic form gradually vanished in the light, but the wildness remained in his eyes. The light faded, returning him to human form. A notification appeared. Warrior Kim, Level 3, Superhuman. He let out a sigh of relief, a tired smile on his lips. Lucky. I leveled up just in time. His eyes gleamed sharply as he silently mused about his incredible luck. What a lucky bastard. But then, his strength ran out. He collapsed onto the shattered ground, his consciousness slowly fading into darkness. His face covered in dirt. He lay motionless, his breath weak. The scene changed. A clean ceiling. Soft lights. This was not the battlefield. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was submerged in warm, emerald green water. A high-tech therapy tank. He looked around blankly, not understanding what had happened. Am I home? A familiar voice rang out from behind him, breaking the silence. Mr. Superhuman. Director Choi rushed over, embracing him in extreme joy. You're all right. What's going on? Director Choi? I thought you were really dead. You were lying there with the Janitors Association people. Ah, so you brought me back. Director Choi explained that he had been unconscious for a week. I saw you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana spring. Oh, now that you mention it? Warrior Kim looked at his hands, feeling his strength recovering. I've recovered quite a bit. Director Choi praised his achievements. You're really amazing. Wiped out the entire Janitors Association by yourself. Warrior Kim smugly replied. I know. I'm a force to be reckoned with. Oh, not just a force. You're freaking awesome. Oh, you're flattering me too much. Director Choi reassured him. I've already collected the spoils. Just check them later and let me know if you need anything else. I need to fully recover first and... Warrior Kim's smile turned maniacal. Because now that I'm level 3, there's a place I have to go. A week later, amidst the skyscrapers of a futuristic city, a new chapter was about to begin. At a high-tech facility, Warrior Kim stood before a manometer, preparing for his next advancement. Fufu. I'm level 3 now. The screen displayed the result. Warrior Kim, level 3. He celebrated. I'll go get my official certification and enjoy all sorts of amazing benefits. A female employee clasped her hands in admiration. That's amazing, Sir Superman! I've never seen anyone develop so quickly. Will you establish your own nation in the future? The man awkwardly replied to the flattery. Ah, I wouldn't dare go that far, Tilda. Can I get my certification now? Yes, of course. This way, please. Baek Soren handed the certification to Warrior Kim. Here is your official certification. Congratulations. Thanks, Tilda. I'm so jealous of you. Haha. The man was surprised by her words. Huh? Me? Why? For many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you. The unexpected confession stunned Warrior Kim. This Baek Soren, there was something very strange about her. In his mind, an image of a different Baek Soren, a cold warrior, appeared. An image that shouldn't exist in the game. The man flinched, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait. I don't have anything to do right now, so... How about? In the quiet office, an unexpected question was posed. Do you want to become a Superman? Baek Soren replied, her voice tinged with a hint of dreaminess. Of course. Who wouldn't? Warrior Kim smiled, making an unbelievable offer. Then become my disciple? Baek Soren was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What? He affirmed confidently, his gaze firm. If you want, I guarantee I can turn you into a Superman. Doubt was clear on the girl's face. What are you saying? How? Just trust me. Because I see your potential, Miss Beck. His words sent a jolt down Baek Soren's spine. She was bewildered, stunned. My potential? Those two words echoed in her mind, rekindling a long-extinguished spark of hope. For a moment, Warrior Kim's smile turned mischievous. That's right. I see your potential to become an SSR rank, of course. He extended his hand forward, an irresistible invitation. So, what do you say? Baek Soren was silent for a moment, her eyes wavering between doubt and longing. Finally, she made her decision. A faint smile bloomed on her lips, and she took his hand. All right, because I think I can trust you. Warrior Kim grinned, already envisioning a glorious future. A wise decision. It's time to train an SSR rank warrior. Their handshake marked a fated pact against the backdrop of the modern city outside the window. A wise decision, the man generously declared, a radiant smile on his face. You don't need to pay tuition. Just pay me back after you awaken as a Superman. Baek Soren hesitated, worries about the past flooding back. But I failed to awaken, even after attending specialized classes. This won't be easy. Warrior Kim's confidence remained unshaken. Don't worry. Just trust me. He knew well, for he held the secret to her awakening path. In his memory, a blazing demonic symbol appeared. Tian Sha Sing, Baek Soren's core characteristic, an incarnation of murderous intent that would dye the world red with blood. It was a terrifying power, increasing combat experience by 1,000%. But the price for that power was also incredibly steep. This power risked eroding her mind, turning her into a psychopath or a berserk killer. Baek Soren had an awakening story befitting her unique characteristic. You'll need to prepare yourself mentally. Baek Soren anxiously asked about the cost. Do I need a lot of money? No, what you need is mental strength, not money. Warrior Kim smiled meaningfully, leaving Baek Soren bewildered. The conversation was interrupted. An employee came to invite Warrior Kim. Mr. Kim, someone wishes to meet you. Shall we go to the waiting room on the 5th floor? An invitation from the 5th floor? He was slightly surprised. The elevator carried him upwards, piercing through the skyscrapers. This tower was tiered by rank. An invitation from the 5th floor could only come from a level 5 Superman. He mumbled, trying to guess who it was. Can't think of anyone. Could it be? The door opened, and a familiar voice called out, Master! Before him was Seo Wujun, Chief of Security No. 1, a level 5 Superman. I guessed it was you too, didn't expect to be right. Congratulations on getting your level 3 certification. Wujun smiled brightly. The two old friends happily shook hands. I'm also very happy to see you here. But Kim couldn't help but be astonished. Level 5. Wasn't that too fast? I want you to accept this as a congratulatory gift. Huh? You don't have to do that. The man's inner self screamed with joy. Having rich friends is truly great. Inside the gift box was a glowing belt, an item that grants the mana focus's characteristic. The perfect item for a warrior like him. Warrior Kim grinned as he accepted the gift. I mean, I shouldn't refuse gifts from friends, right? Thanks. Seo Wujun just smiled. Make good use of it. The atmosphere suddenly grew solemn. Seo Wujun held out the box again, his expression serious. Warrior, actually there's another reason I wanted to meet you. Could I ask you for a favor? Could you help my friends? Those who are also suffering from the divine fever like me. Seo Wujun's voice was urgent, his eyes filled with pain. They also got infected by the Old Father's cult? Yes. I have 4 friends who have suffered from it since childhood. 4 people, afflicted with the divine fever. A light flashed in Warrior Kim's mind. He suddenly realized, weren't these the supporting characters who assisted Seo Wujun? A powerful team hidden in the shadows. If so, this is a perfect opportunity to make things easier, he thought to himself. Warrior Kim put on a benevolent facade. All right, certainly. I can't ignore those who need help. Seo Wujun was overjoyed. Thank you very much, Warrior. But can I meet them before we start the treatment? Of course. I'll arrange a meeting immediately. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion, where golden sunlight bathed the garden. Here they are, Master. Seo Wujun introduced the 4 people waiting. 4 faces, 4 destinies about to be decided. Just as I thought. He scanned all 4. These are indeed the supporting characters who assisted the Holy Knight, Seo Wujun. They were all descendants of prestigious families, imprisoned and brainwashed by the cult of the Old Father. Potential warriors, shackled by a curse. 4 people, 8 figures. On one side, their civilian appearance. On the other, armored warriors radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Warrior Kim got straight to the point, his eyes sharp. Let's get things clear here. All of you were forced into baptism, weren't you? Yes. That's right. They mumbled in response. A woman anxiously asking, can it truly be cured? Warrior Kim issued a cold warning. My method will be very painful, but if you can endure it, you will awaken like Wujun. Do you have enough courage? Their gazes wavered, confusion and fear clearly visible on each face. A glimmer of hope extinguished all hesitation. They shouted in unison, their voices urgent. We'll do anything to escape this divine fever. Please. Warrior Kim smirked, an enigmatic smile. All right then. A swirling dark energy erupted from him, engulfing the entire room in an eerie darkness. Let's begin. A week passed, in the blink of an eye. All 4 awoke in a brilliant golden aura, new power surging within them. They shouted with joy. Whoa! We've really awakened successfully! Warrior Kim crossed his arms, thinking to himself, just as expected, thanks to their innate talent. They all awakened without any difficulty. They surrounded him, profusely thanking him. Thank you so much, Master. You are our benefactor. He patted his chest in response. You all endured very well. Excellent work. Immediately after, their parents entered, respectfully calling out, Master. All of them bowed deeply in unison, expressing their profound gratitude. Thank you very much. This is a small token of our appreciation. Though, it's not much. Luxurious gift boxes were placed on the table, sparkling under the lights. He feigned modesty, but his inner self was cheering. Oh, there's no need. It's all thanks to your children's talent. I'm benefiting from a cult that only targets the rich. He couldn't hide his excitement, feeling like he was opening a paid gacha. Amazing. And the rewards were truly generous. Speed Steel Helmet, Detection Helmet, Axe of Fury, Ancient City Shield, and even an elixir. His smile was beaming from ear to ear. Warrior Kim's heart was filled with excitement. These are exactly the traits and items I need. Facing the group's goodwill, CO Wujun spoke up. We chose this gift for you together. We hope you like it. Warrior Kim bowed in thanks, a sincere smile on his face. I am truly grateful for this reward. A feeling of extreme delight surged, an unbelievable stroke of luck. But then, his eyes sharpened. Anyway, it's time to claim the real reward. He separated from the crowd, seeking out the mall representative privately. You said you wanted to talk to me for a moment? Yes, I have something to ask of you, representative of Galaxy Mall. The man respectfully replied. As long as it's for you, master, I am willing to do anything. I want to enter the underground gold mine at the Hanam branch of Galaxy Mall. The representative turned pale, stammering a denial. A gold mine? There's no such thing under our mall. But Warrior Kim pointed out the exact location, giving him no way out. The representative broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. I don't know how you know, but I can't do that, even if it's your request, master. I promise I won't say a word about what I see there. Silence enveloped them, the man lost in a jumble of chaotic thoughts. Warrior Kim made his final offer, his voice firm. Just one day. That's all I ask. I will keep the secret you wish to hide. The silent space of an underground parking lot. The deal was sealed. The wall between pillars A1 and A2 violently shook and then shattered. A pitch-black, deep and vast cave appeared behind the crumbling concrete. Warrior Kim and an unfamiliar woman were ready to step into the darkness. Baek Soren was astonished by the secret space. I can't believe a place like this exists. Warrior Kim smirked triumphantly. See, I told you this is where you'd awaken. You have no idea how much trouble I went through to get here. The two ventured deeper into the desolate cave. Soren looked worried. But are we really going to train in such a secluded place? The man replied with a mysterious air. Of course. I guarantee it'll be fun. He thought to himself, those with the Tian Cha Sing trait cannot awaken through ordinary methods. They must be pushed into a life or death situation. And this place, an unknown dungeon, is where Baek Soren will awaken in the future. Warrior. It's too dark here. Soren trembled, clutching his arm. There's also a strange smell. I feel so uneasy. Suddenly, a horrifying creature lunged out from the darkness. Baek Soren's scream echoed through the cave. She fell backward, her glasses shattering on the cold ground. In extreme panic, the girl desperately cried for help. Warrior, please save me! A sword plunged down right in front of her, its cold, sharp blade blocking the monster's path. Soren looked up in bewilderment. Warrior Kim stood there with his arms crossed, coldly declaring, It's time for training. What? What did you say? Kill that zombie yourself. His words were like a thunderclap. What the hell are you saying? Fight for your life. He looked straight at her, his gaze unwavering. That's the only way you can awaken, Miss Soren. The zombie growled, staggering forward. Baek Soren stammered, unable to believe what she had just heard. Absurd. How can that be? A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Better to die than be torn apart by this monster. She swung her sword, an instinctive yet powerful slash. Get lost, you monster! Black blood splattered. Warrior Kim was stunned, unable to believe it. What the hell? How could such a sloppy slash have so much power? Baek Soren. Her talent might even surpass my imagination. A latent power emanated from the girl, her eyes lifeless but her hand gripping the sword tightly. The blade tore through the air, slicing across the rotting body. The monster's growl died down in a pool of black blood. The zombie's body collapsed to the ground. Baek Soren was panting, covered in sweat. Well done. A good start, wouldn't you say? As the shock wore off, Baek Soren snapped out of it, turning to vent her anger. You cruel bastard! Why did you make me fight without warning? Warrior Kim simply replied calmly. But you did well, didn't you? Yes, but even without awakening, she fought like a warrior with the Mishan trait. Truly one of the 3 strongest characters. In that life or death moment, her warrior instincts surged. A perfect stance. A fatal slash. Fear returned. Do I really have to fight by myself? Warrior Kim shrugged. Yeah, but don't worry. At least I won't let you die. Huh? That's not reassuring at all, she cried out in helplessness, but the man merely smiled and calmly walked away. Another cold sword stroke. The zombie's head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Soren stood firm, the sword in her hand now more familiar. Her eyes gleamed with determination. You said you used to be in a superhuman class. Did you learn swordsmanship then? Soren hesitated. No, I've never learned swordsmanship. The guy was stunned. You said you have talent, right? He was so envious he could cry. Isn't this just too overpowered? They ventured deeper into the dark cave. This place is so deep. How much further do we have to go? He just smiled, thinking to himself, this journey will only end when she awakens. A strange sound echoed from above. Both looked up. A creature lunged down from the darkness, its arm a sharp metal drill.
What?
Soren took a stance, ready to fight. Warrior Kim narrowed his eyes. A zombie? With a drill arm? Warrior Kim observed. These drill-arm zombies were pretty tough in the game, too. Maybe I should lend a hand. Soren's scream echoed. She swung her sword, a brutal slash tearing through the enemy. Her face contorted with rage. If you're a zombie, just use your bare hands. How dare you use a weapon? Her blade cut deeper, black blood splattering. The zombie's body collapsed to the ground, convulsing before becoming still. Soren panted, still reeling. My body just moved on its own. Warrior Kim looked impressed. Wow, that was a clean victory. But danger struck from behind. Another zombie lunged, its teeth sinking into her leg. Warrior Kim rushed forward, a devastating kick sending the monster flying. You troublesome bastard. Soren staggered, horrified at the bite mark. What should I do? He replied coldly. Well, common sense says if you're bitten, you'll turn into a zombie. Hope vanished. She collapsed, tears welling up. Please, end me before I turn into a zombie. Warrior Kim looked at her, his expression complex. Miss Soren. He held out a small vial. Of course, I brought a solution. He explained that in the game, an antidote for the zombie virus had been developed. After the panic subsided, both sat on the ground, and silence returned to the area. Soren was still scared. I thought I was about to turn into one of those disgusting things, Warrior Kim simply replied. The world out there is harsh, she mused. But the zombies here are quite strange. From their clothes to their weapons. Images of the bizarre undead flashed in her mind. It feels like this place was artificially created, Soren surmised. Warrior Kim confirmed. You're right. Warrior Kim began to tell a dark secret. The Galaxy shopping mall was built much faster than usual, thanks to a huge number of workers. But the rushed schedule caused many to be injured or even lose their lives. Horrifying memories of industrial accidents resurfaced. Blood spread, covering up the truth, but the official casualty count for the project was 0. The wicked construction companies buried them alive right here. A massive mass grave filled with wronged souls. Later, the representative of the Galaxy shopping mall found out. But fearing damage to his image, he decided to conceal everything. He decided to hide this area along with that secret. Soren was stunned. I never thought this place held such an ugly truth. But how do you know this secret? She looked at him curiously, while Warrior Kim just mumbled. He recalled the scene of zombies overrunning Seoul. This dungeon was the forbidden area of the shopping mall, opened after the disaster. Just assume I have a special ability. He dodged the question. Soren didn't press further. Well, you already have plenty of those anyway. Warrior Kim thought to himself. Asterisk. This is where Soren awakens after being attacked by a zombie. I thought this would be the optimal place for her awakening. But, asterisk. He glanced at her, still seeing no signs of change. Soren, meanwhile, was heavy with compassion. The victims suffer even after death. She sprang to her feet, her eyes burning with resolve. The least we can do is help them find eternal peace. Warrior Kim smirked. Oh, looks like you found your resolve. And also, Soren felt a strange urge. I just have this weird feeling that I should keep fighting. Not bad, let's go. Warrior Kim stood up, a mysterious smile fleeting across his face. The real game was about to begin. Both ventured deeper into the dark cave, the air growing thick. A sudden chill enveloped them. It's suddenly so cold in here. Soren shivered. Warrior Kim was vigilant. This place is strange. Let's be careful. Both stepped into a desolate, cold space. Bike Soren was astonished. This place is... An old cassette player lay abandoned on a rock. A crackling sound emanated, indicating it was still working. The melody of a familiar children's song began, breaking the deadly silence. There are 3 bears in a house. Tilda Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear Tilda. Bake Soren shivered, feeling something was wrong. A fairy tale. How scary. Suddenly, the innocent melody began to distort, twisting into horrifying, ear-splitting sounds. Both clutched their heads in pain from the sudden mental attack. "What is this?" Bake Soren screamed. A sudden surge of icy energy shot out from the darkness. Warrior Kim reacted in a flash, forcefully pushing Bake Soren out of the attack's path. "Watch out!" Fresh blood splattered from his shoulder. Bake Soren panicked. "Warrior, are you okay?" He gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect such an ambush." From the darkness, a grotesque entity emerged. A fused phantom mass, the level 3 mutated boss. Bake Soren was stunned. A level 3 mutation? Despite his injury, Warrior Kim stood in front of her, shielding her. "You have to get out of here. This isn't something you can handle." The phantom screamed silently, rushing forward like a deadly tsunami. Warrior Kim roared a nonsensical phrase, swinging his weapon to create a whirlwind of azure energy. "I don't want to eat popsicles." He paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by the power he had just unleashed. The phantoms were sucked into a rapidly swirling energy orb. Their screams drowned out. The orb compressed to its maximum, then unleashed a destructive beam of light, sweeping away everything in its path. An invisible surge of power swept through, knocking Warrior Kim away. His defensive ice layer shattered. The impact sent him flying, a pained groan escaping his throat. "Warrior!" Bake Soren screamed. "Severely wounded," he growled. "Miss Soren, run! I'll try to buy some time." Tears welling up, she replied desperately. "How can I leave you here? One of us has to survive." "I can't do that," she sobbed, unable to accept his sacrifice. "Miss Soren." He looked directly at her, his gaze firm. "The reason I'm so sure of your talent is because you are the star of heavenly annihilation." Bake Soren was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "I'm the star of heavenly annihilation? But that's impossible." His smile was tinged with tragic heroism. "So, believe in yourself. Through that, you will be able to awaken. And this is my final lesson." His words echoed as his body began to disintegrate into countless shards of ice. The icy energy converged, forming a core of power poised to explode. Warrior Kim stood shielding Bake Soren, his body the epicenter of the energy storm. "Believe in him?" Her teacher's words echoed in her mind. "How can I?" The ice shattered, releasing a terrifying blast of cold air throughout the space. Shards of ice, sharp as daggers, tore through the ground, destroying everything around them. A blinding white light swallowed everything, and a deadly silence enveloped the area. Amidst the blizzard, a flicker of surprise appeared in the warrior's eyes before everything faded into oblivion. In the icy space, a voice echoed, calling the name of the frozen girl. "Miss Soren?" From within the ice, a faint but determined reply echoed. "All right, I'll do it." Her eyes flared crimson, the flame of her will igniting. "I will believe in myself, and in you too, warrior." A surge of golden energy erupted, transforming her black hair into a brilliant stream of gold. "So, don't give up." Witnessing the scene, the warrior couldn't hide his astonishment. The ice imprisoning him began to crack. He shattered the icy shackles, completely unharmed. The awakening! The system announced the birth of a legend. Bake Soren, SSR rank superhuman. Level 1. She stared at her hands in shock, feeling the unfamiliar power surging within her. What is this power? Belief gradually replaced her bewilderment as she realized the truth. "That's right. I've truly awakened." Suddenly, the warrior charged forward, a brand new greatsword in his hand. Bake Soren was stunned by his unpredictable action. He smirked, his face showing no trace of injury. "You've awakened. It's time to stop the act." "An act?" He calmly explained that for a star of heavenly annihilation to awaken, a life or death battle and an iron will to overcome it were necessary. The revealed truth left her reeling. "You put yourself in danger just to awaken me? You did very well." He stood beside her, his sword resting on his shoulder. "Now it's time to fight. Star of heavenly annihilation Bake Soren." Side by side, Warrior Kim and Bake Soren, who had just awakened with brilliant golden hair, were ready for battle. "You did very well. Now it's time to fight. Star of heavenly annihilation Bake Soren." The fused spirit mass let out a mournful roar, launching countless razor-sharp ice shards towards the two. Soren remarked. It looks very angry, Warrior Kim calmly instructed. Don't worry, just deflect its attacks before they hit you. Warrior Kim swung his sword, creating a perfect arc that deflected the incoming ice projectiles. He turned back to look at her with a confident smile. See? It's not that hard, is it? But Soren was a beat too slow. Her body was frozen within a block of cold ice. Warrior Kim showed a flicker of worry. Are you all right? He told himself he couldn't expect her to be perfect right away. Suddenly, she shattered the ice. I took a few hits, but it didn't hurt much. Warrior Kim immediately realized it was due to the initial trait everyone received upon awakening. A notification panel appeared. Trait: Indomitable. Greatly increases resistance to all abnormal statuses. Soren was still bewildered. Before awakening, I thought I was about to die. It's miraculous. He knew well that it was a top-tier defensive trait, perfectly suited for a protagonist. Warrior Kim smirked. Thanks to awakening many people, he had gained the clairvoyance trait, allowing him to see through opponents' abilities, an overpowered PvP skill. Facing the rising spirits, Soren hesitated slightly. I don't think I can help much right now, but he just smiled. Don't worry about that. His smile became meaningful. Now, this is how I train my star of heavenly annihilation. A barrage of ice projectiles once again shot forth, tearing through the air. Two figures glided like the wind, narrowly dodging the deadly attacks. Amidst the battle, a new skill appeared. Charge. A confident smile bloomed on Soren's lips as she mastered it. Warrior Kim couldn't hide his admiration. Excellent, you've learned Charge. Her growth rate was truly astonishing. Soren, meanwhile, was enjoying the feeling. My body feels so light, like I could fly. Soren froze. A sudden surge of icy energy swept over her. From above, the owl-like monster unleashed deadly, icy javelin. Warrior Kim charged forward, his body gliding on a surging wave of energy. He frantically yelled, "No, wait, I'll cut it for you. It's okay." But Soren didn't need saving. A new skill, Leap, was activated. She shot into the air, leaving her teacher with a look of astonishment. Her landing shattered the ground into pieces. Warrior Kim couldn't hide his admiration. Well done. She's already using Leap? Soren, meanwhile, was enjoying the feeling. It's like flying. Her eyes gleamed with belligerence. Phew, Warrior, what should I do now? He suddenly worried. Will she soon surpass me, just like CO Wujun did? He quickly gave instructions. Use the skills you just learned to draw its attention. In the meantime, I'll deal with it. Soren smiled confidently. All right. Got it. He thought to himself. He had to end this quickly. She channeled power into her legs, and blue energy began to converge. Her figure glided like a phantom, continuously provoking the monster. Attack me more, you fool! Two more new traits appeared, Acceleration and Breakthrough. Warrior Kim was stunned. Her talent is truly something else. All right, now that I've helped Soren awaken quite a bit, it's time to finish this quickly in one blow. The greatsword in his hand flared with golden light. He tensed, channeling all his strength into the weapon. A fiery sword strike tore through space, carrying terrifying power as it shot straight towards the monster. Soren unleashed a blast of cold air, sending a barrage of sharp ice shards straight into the hovering monster. Warrior Kim's brilliant golden slash surged forward, unstoppable. A blinding light engulfed the mass of spirits. Its mournful screams echoed throughout the space. In an instant, the monster disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only shattered ice fragments. The battle ended. Soren couldn't hide her admiration. Wow, Warrior, that was amazing. He simply replied casually, well, it was nothing special. Amidst the rubble, a phone fell. Its screen shattered. Warrior Kim picked it up. So, this is the monster's mana core. How can a phone be its core? Soren asked in surprise. He explained that this often happens with magic-type monsters. The cracked screen suddenly lit up, displaying an image of a little girl happily singing. The resentment of a worker, who loved his daughter more than his own life, had merged with the phone, transforming it into a mana core. Soren choked up. I hope he can rest in peace, Warrior Kim mused. I'm sure he will. The phone in his hand suddenly glowed brightly, and then vanished. In its place were two crystals, one bright and one dark, hovering in his palm. Oh, what are these? A ghost appeared and explained, they are called crystals. Use them correctly, and you can get some great equipment. A reward for defeating the dungeon boss. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the ceiling began to collapse. We defeated the boss, so the restricted area is collapsing. Soren panicked. So, what do we do? Have you adapted to the movement trait you just learned? Amidst the chaos, Warrior Kim unexpectedly asked. Soren looked bewildered. Huh? Without a word of explanation, he shot off like an arrow. Time to run. Move if you don't want to die. His blue streak tore through the crumbling space, leaving Soren behind. The entire restricted area was collapsing in chunks. Run as fast as you can. Slow means death, he yelled, with no intention of waiting. Soren strained to keep up, her breath ragged. This is my fastest speed. Warrior Kim's face hardened. There was still some distance to the warp gate. He thought to himself, she'll have to push past her limits. Soren staggered, about to collapse. No! Her eyes suddenly glowed red. Teeth clenched, a furious determination surged within her. All right. Energy violently erupted around her. I awakened with such difficulty. I can't die uselessly here. A skill card appeared. Leap. Soren's speed surged, propelling her forward like a storm. At the end of the collapsing path, a blue orb of light appeared. The warp gate. Finally, Warrior Kim gritted his teeth. He couldn't help her, because she still needed to acquire one more trait. In the game, SSR-grade Soren was one of the strongest units thanks to 3 traits. Retaliating aided her growth, and Indomitable blocked its side effects. And the final trait was something she had to acquire herself in this life-or-death moment. A large rock fell from the ceiling, crushing Soren's arm. A scream of pain echoed. She collapsed, blood gushing from the wound. But the pain only hardened her resolve. Amidst the rubble, Soren struggled to her feet, her eyes resolute. I won't give up. A surge of fiery red energy erupted from her body, screaming a fierce will to survive. At all costs, I must survive. A new power awakened. The runaway train trait was unlocked. Come on! Crimson energy spread, shattering all obstacles. Soren shot forward like a rocket, her eyes blazing with fury. Warrior Kim was stunned by the sight. I can't see her anymore. He frowned, a worried expression clear on his face. Could it be? She failed. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the thick cloud of dust. Soren fell into Warrior Kim's arms. He quickly caught her, urging, Let's go! Hurry! His face flushed slightly from the unexpected impact. Behind them, a blue energy vortex opened, pulling both of them inside. Blue light enveloped the space, signaling a successful escape. Another system notification appeared. The narrow escape trait had been activated, granting a second chance at life on the brink of death. They both landed amidst a stunned crowd. All eyes turned towards them. Where did they come from? They look so pathetic. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Warrior Kim sighed in relief, wiping away sweat. He knew she would do it. Now, all 3 of Soren's main traits had been acquired. Warrior. Soren fainted. He quickly caught her, his face showing clear worry. That's right, Soren! He helped her sit up, concern evident in his eyes. Soren, are you okay? Can you stand? I'm fine, she replied weakly. But he didn't believe her. Fine? Your face is completely flushed. Her ears were flushed red, a silent confession. That's because... Suddenly, Soren leaned her head on his shoulder. Warrior, just let me stay like this for a moment. He froze, completely flustered. Huh? She looked up, her cheeks flushed, her eyes a little pleading. Can you hold me for a little longer? Astonishment was clear on his face. Suddenly, Soren leaned her head on his shoulder. Warrior, just let me stay like this for a moment. He froze, completely flustered. Huh? She looked up, her cheeks flushed, her eyes a little pleading. Can you hold me for a little longer? Astonishment was clear on his face. It turned out her shirt had been torn during the battle. I need to adjust my clothes a bit. After tidying up, she turned back with a radiant smile. Done. Thank you. The man stammered, no problem. You startled me. They both stood up, escaping the encirclement of the curious crowd. That was close, but we made it out. He thought to himself, her smile after awakening was completely different from in the game. Perhaps it was because she had survived endless purges, a path different from the original story. All right, let's get out of this damn mall. The two walked towards the exit, leaving the chaos behind. Outside, he suddenly held out something sparkling. Take it. Soren stared in shock at the crystal in his hand. You're giving me a crystal? It's worth at least a few billion. Yes, so try to get stronger with it. He handed her the most valuable loot, an investment for the future. Soren was astonished by the immense gift. This is too much of a gift. I don't know if I can accept it. He smiled, a smile hinting at calculation. Don't worry. Just pay me back later. Everything had its reason. The price to awaken Soren. Fire Star Swordsmanship. One of the top 3 sword arts in Arcane Soul. Once learned, the character will grow exponentially. But this is a trait only Soren can use. And the only way to learn it is to receive it as a memory chip. Thank you very much, warrior. Don't worry. Just don't forget it, because I really want to learn your sword art too. As dusk fell, he returned home, longing for a little peace. But fatigue quickly showed on his face. Oh God, I just want to rest for a bit. The world of Arcane Soul simply wouldn't allow it. A cheerful voice rang out from a luxurious car. Warrior, get in! Wujun greeted him warmly. Wujun, thanks for coming all this way. I'm glad I can finally repay you for healing my friends. He just forced a smile. Right, he secretly thought, if only he hadn't come at this moment. Wujun excitedly announced they had arranged a meeting with the armor master. Unbelievable! I'm so excited! He couldn't miss this event. In this world, good equipment grants incredible abilities, and a master artisan who can create high-level items is extremely busy. Wujun revealed that the person they contacted this time could craft level 7 armor. Level 7? The car sped down the empty road. All right, let's go get it. The late afternoon sun shone on a magnificent mansion, exuding an aura of power. 2 rows of guards in black armor stood solemnly, awaiting their arrival. An important meeting was about to begin. Before the grand mansion, Warrior Kim was stunned, while Wujun couldn't hide his admiration. The home of a great blacksmith is truly something else. Sensing something amiss, Kim inquired about the owner's faith. Wujun, do you know what religion this blacksmith follows? Wujun looked bewildered, not understanding the sudden question. Kim's eyes turned cold. He knew exactly who this place belonged to, a follower of the Old Father's congregation, the blacksmith named Zhou Chul. Amidst a fiery war scene, a figure sat on a powerful throne. He was Zhou Chul, the death blacksmith, who would lead the congregation's army of blacksmiths. Facing the fully armored guards, Kim silently calculated. He had refused baptism, so why would Zhou Chul still want to forge armor for him? An ironclad hand coldly reached out, stopping their steps. Stop. The guard demanded a strange identity verification procedure, making Kim frown. Hold out your hand for identity verification. Without explanation, the guard grabbed Kim's hand, his voice commanding. Show me your black flame. The sudden grip made Kim flinch, annoyance clearly visible. Black and gold flames erupted in Kim's palm, burning with indignation. Here. Satisfied? Behind the helmet, the guard's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He remained silent, seemingly assessing the flame's power. Wujun couldn't just watch. He stepped forward to protest the rude behavior. What's the meaning of this? Let go of his hand. We are scheduled guests. A deep, authoritative voice rang out, forcing everyone to stop. Master blacksmith Zhou Chul appeared, seated on a massive mechanical chair. His gaze swept over them, coldly reprimanding his subordinates. Who allowed you to treat my guests like this? The guard immediately bowed. Zhou Chul looked directly at Kim, his voice hinting at interest. Refused baptism and awakened the black flame, huh? Truly a distinguished guest. Kim was still angry, while the guard hastily bowed in apology. And this is how you treat me? A smirk appeared on Zhou Chul's scarred face. In his eyes, Kim was not just a guest, but the light and savior recognized by the saintess. Warrior Kim was stunned by the flattery. Huh? The light and savior? What kind of nonsense is that? Zhou Chul cordially invited them inside. Come on in. We'll discuss what kind of equipment you're looking for. Kim's eyes were full of suspicion. He silently observed. Metallic light gleamed from the knight's armor. Zhou Chul proudly introduced. Plate armor of this type is my specialty. Since it's the saintess's request, I can make this style if you want. The blacksmith continued to entice him. Kim still said nothing, silently assessing the situation. Wujun spoke up for the silent Kim. I've decided. I'll take this one. Kim pointed to a modern tactical armor set, a smile full of hidden meaning. Zhou Chul and Wujun were stunned. Really? You're choosing that one? Kim casually replied, Yeah, I prefer this style. Zhou Chul sprang up, his voice full of astonishment. Absurd! It's very difficult to infuse magic into that type of armor, so we can't create holy armor like that. I don't need holy armor. You just need to enchant it with colossal and extreme. Kim smirked, secretly thinking, judging by his reaction. I know what this order wants now. Holy armor, also known as knight's armor, greatly boosts a tanker's stats, but it has a fatal weakness, which is that the user must possess an abundant amount of divine power. Kim saw through the scheme. To increase divine power, I have to join a religion. They pretend to give me good things while trying to trap me in their religion. Kim offered a polite smile, shaking Joe Chul's hand firmly. So, I'm counting on you, blacksmith Joe Chul. A decisive step. The beginning of a predetermined plan. CO Wujun couldn't believe it. You should have chosen the holy armor, right? Warrior Kim just chuckled, putting his hands behind his head. Not at all. I much prefer the other set. Eyes behind the cold iron helmet observed silently, without a word. Joe Chul sighed, looking at the ordinary armor. With this type of armor, I can only enchant a few properties. The knight standing next to him questioned. Are you really going to follow his request? Do you want me to defy the Saintess's command? She said that man is the light and savior of our congregation, Joe Chul snapped. But the knight still couldn't believe it. The fist in the iron gauntlet clenched. No matter what he thought, I must confirm it with my own eyes. The silent vow echoed from behind the mask. 1 week later, in front of the antique shop, Kim Chunbok joyfully ran out to greet him. Mr. Superman. All 3 mandragora potions were chugged in one go. Kim Chunbok cried out in alarm. You can't drink mandragora elixirs all at once like that. A burp echoed. Thanks. The young man was nonchalant, while the old shop owner was still stunned. Are you okay? Of course. He winked and gave a thumbs up. A status window appeared, confirming his achievement. I've got the trait I needed. Thanks for giving it to me for free. Kim Chunbok looked at the bustling market. You saved this market. Now our business is thriving. This is just a small token of our gratitude. Oh, Tilda, no wonder it's so crowded today. Suddenly, a man in a black suit bowed deeply before him. Greetings, Sir Superhero. Warrior Kim was bewildered. Ah, it's someone from the Tequan gang. Good to see you again. He chuckled, recognizing the acquaintance. How have you been, sir? The man leaned closer, lowering his voice. Sir, may I ask for a moment of your time? Our boss would like to meet you. Why? Walls have ears here. Shall we go somewhere else? The man looked around. Warrior Kim nodded in agreement. The city at night, neon lights flashing past the window. What did this trip conceal? We've prepared a high-end bulletproof car for you. Do you like it? The subordinate chattered on. Warrior Kim simply replied, not bad. A Mayorum sign appeared, a name that sparked suspicion. Something's not right. The Tequan gang's headquarters in Mayorum? In his memory, Mayorum was a chaotic slum, a forgotten place. If I recall correctly, that's a slum full of trash. The car's out of gas. We need to stop at a gas station for a bit. All right. The request was sudden, but he still agreed. A premonition told him something was wrong. Wait a minute. The Mayorum gas station sign confirmed all his suspicions. This place is? The door swung open. The driver's smile turned sinister. Well then. He stepped out, detonator in hand. Please, have a good rest. Warrior Kim's eyes blazed. This is... A massive block of explosives was pre-installed in the car. A deadly trap. A trap? On the brink of life and death, the image of a female warrior flashed in his mind. A premonition of the future? Time seemed to rewind. The driver still wore that smile. Well then. He repeated the deadly invitation. Please, have a good rest. But this time, the script was different. A steel hand clamped onto his wrist. Hey, do I look like an idiot? Who do you think you're messing with? An earth-shattering kick sent the driver flying out of the car. The metal door warped. After the kick, Warrior Kim landed neatly on the car's roof, his cold gaze fixed on the one who had just been thrown inside. Stay put. Along with the pile of bombs you prepared. Forever. He delivered a death sentence. He threw the grenade back into the car. The driver barely had time to look up, his face contorted in extreme horror. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the entire gas station. Warrior Kim had just enough time to use a dash skill, narrowly escaping the epicenter of the explosion. He landed on the ground, looking back at the sea of flames. The explosion was more powerful than a single grenade. As expected, that guy was a traitor. His face hardened, all previous suspicions confirmed. Memories flooded back. The luxurious, bulletproof car heading towards Mayorim. And finally, the gas station. All these details. There's a reason I kept feeling a sense of familiarity. The Mayorim gas station sign appeared, perfectly matching the piece of memory. Because all these events happened in the story when Kim Taekwon was betrayed by his own people. I don't know exactly why, but a traitor from the Taekwon gang targeted me. In that case, his train of thought was abruptly cut off. A volley of bullets tore through the air, embedding themselves in the ground right beside him. He quickly dodged to the side, highly vigilant. From the shadows, an armed crowd rushed out. There he is. That's the guy from the picture. Kill him, and we'll get $1 billion. One man licked his knife, a savage grin on his face. Let's get rich. The whole group roared, radiating intense bloodlust. A bloody bounty hunt was about to begin. Warrior Kim gritted his teeth, taking a stance. Of course, things wouldn't end just with that bomb-filled car. The mercenaries furiously unleashed a barrage of bullets. A relentless rain of red bullets poured down, determined to turn their prey into a sieve. Warrior Kim quickly hid behind a car. The car body was dented and riddled with holes under the dense firepower. This makeshift cover wouldn't last long. Damn it, there are too many of them. This car won't provide cover for long. First, I have to get out of here. He concentrated his energy, and a stream of blue light shot high into the sky, breaking through the encirclement. The leap skill brought him down onto a nearby rooftop. All right. They probably didn't expect this, but they spotted him immediately. He's up there. The hail of bullets pursued him once again. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. The speed of these ordinary people was astonishing. Mana defense. A shimmering blue energy shield appeared, blocking the incoming rain of bullets. They're not even superhumans. Yet they react so quickly. The leader roared his command. Everyone, aim for the center. Kill him! Concentrated firepower relentlessly pounded a single point, making the shield shake violently. The defense couldn't withstand the pressure. Cracks spread rapidly before it shattered into fragments of energy. What? What is this insane accuracy? He was stunned by their combat skills. The shield broke, and he was pushed back. I need to retreat now. A bullet pierced through his last line of defense. Blood gushed from his shoulder, a sharp pain flaring up. He clutched his wound, his face contorted in pain. I can't underestimate them as I thought. I really didn't want to use these things since I just bought them, but the young man muttered, his hand tightening around the item he had just pulled out. He threw it straight down at the mercenaries below. Take this, you bastards. The mercenaries stared in bewilderment at the strange objects falling from the sky. A series of spray cans exploded, thick white smoke engulfing the entire alley. Cough, cough! It's tear gas! The soldiers coughed violently. We have to kill him for the antidote! Standing on the rooftop, he looked down with contempt. Just ordinary people, yet they dare to hunt someone? Blue energy flared around his feet, and he shot off like an arrow. Time to bolt! Night enveloped the closely packed buildings. A figure glided silently. His feet landed gently on another rooftop, the trail of blue energy gradually fading. He stopped, certain he had left the soldiers behind. This should be far enough. His face hardened as he pondered. A bunch of mere soldiers with the same focus as a superhuman? Only one thing could do that. Combat drugs. A forbidden drug that temporarily enhances combat abilities despite terrible side effects. They mentioned an antidote, so it must be it. The question is, who in Mayorim could mobilize so many mercenaries? A name popped into his head. Human Hunter. A rank superhuman, known for using despicable tactics. He envisioned the man's plan. First step, use an insider to plant bombs. Second step, attack with the drugged soldiers. And the third step, memories of frantic gun barrels flooded back, but the enemy's plan still held a mystery. Warrior Kim's eyes flashed with a cold blue light. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. His specialty is sniping. A flash of light erupted from a distant building. The death signal of a sniper. A surge of energy tore through the night, heading straight for him. Right now. The attack struck him directly, the impact force sending him recoiling. Blood seeped from the wound on his forehead. If I had reacted just a little slower, I would surely be dead. But a defiant smile spread across his lips. But this gamble is worth taking. Because now I know where he's hiding. The building from which the shot was fired was engulfed in flames. Standing at the peak, he stared at the enemy's lair. The hunt had begun. Without hesitation, he launched himself from the rooftop, like a beast pouncing on its prey. Got you, you bastard! His face was etched with extreme determination. Enveloped in a blue aura, He traversed the rooftops at terrifying speed, rushing towards the flames, to take down the cowardly human hunter who only knows how to snipe from afar. I have no choice but to get close to him. He plunged straight into the wall of fire, the terrifying heat threatening to incinerate his flesh. My whole body is burning, but I must endure. I have to make sure he can't shoot because the smoke obscures his vision. And he gritted his teeth, enduring, using his skill to pierce through the sea of fire. The bullet struck the energy shield directly, its destructive power immense, but it was stopped. To confront a professional sniper, the first thing to do is find his position. A flash of light appeared in the sea of fire. That was it. A defiant smile spread across Warrior Kim's lips. I see you. On the other side, the human hunter frowned. Damn it. The thick smoke and flames completely obscured the target. I can't see him anywhere. Warrior Kim smirked. Next, through the scope, only the fierce red of the raging fire remained. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed across his vision. He launched himself across the gap between two buildings, determined to close the distance and create an unexpected variable. The sniper was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He jumped over here? Warrior Kim landed, his dark gun barrel pointed straight ahead, and finally, you dare challenge a sniper to a gunfight? A series of skills were activated. Vision, concentration, all senses were pushed to their limits. His eyes glowed brightly, dark energy surging. A new power was unleashed. Dark fire. The bullet flew at terrifying speed, but the dark fire in Warrior Kim's hands stopped it. The force of the impact shattered the air. A rare moment of peace, the image of a gentleman with a small cat. But was it merely an illusion of the past, or a premonition of the future? The black fire swallowed the bullet, but the cost was not small. Another bullet pierced his defense, striking him directly in the shoulder. Fresh blood stained a patch of his shirt red. Damn it, he really is a sniper. I can't believe he hit me in this situation. But the pain only made his smile wilder. But a surge of dark energy, sharp as a blade, slashed straight towards the human hunter. The marksman only had time to widen his eyes in horror. Darkness swallowed him. A piercing scream tore through the night, then faded. My bullets are poisoned. A mere graze is enough to kill. The enemy's curse echoed as Warrior Kim staggered from his wound. The human hunter's form vanished into thin air. Victory seemed to be decided. He stood up straight, his wound unable to hide his defiant smile. I won. But the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into a quagmire. Huh. What? He realized in alarm that he had fallen into a trap. Magic trap? From the shadows, a stranger with blonde hair stepped out, his tone full of contempt. You brat. At the same time, the human hunter roared, emptying a vial of medicine. His wounds healed, his eyes burning with hatred. Don't think this is over. Damn it. If I don't escape this trap. The magical vortex tightened around Warrior Kim, pinning him to the ground. The human hunter roared, sprinkling golden powder onto the burning dark fire. I'll fill you with bullets. He immediately recognized the fatal path. If he extinguishes the dark fire with holy water first, I'm dead. I didn't expect it to become a race against time. The wound on his shoulder throbbed, but he gritted his teeth and resisted the pull. He activated a series of traits. For now, I have to slow down my descent by reducing magic damage. It's a crude method, but every muscle tensed, he gripped the ground tightly, using pure strength to resist. Survival above all else, he roared, pouring all his strength into breaking free from the shackles. A brilliant golden light flared up, and with the purification trait, I'll destroy as much of this trap's mana as possible. But then, a sense of unease washed over him. He froze. Huh? The black flames on the human hunter's body had died out. He stood there, unharmed, looking down at his trapped prey. He smirked. I admit you resisted the magic trap, but it's too late. Warrior Kim was stunned. He extinguished the dark flames? The human hunter's hand touched the gun. This is my victory. He loaded a bullet, a crazed smile clearly visible on his face. Kill him, and my life will be set. The cold barrel pointed directly at his head. I'll kill. The human hunter was stunned. The decisive moment was broken by an unexpected variable. A heaven-shattering blow. Warrior Kim broke free from the shackles, swinging his arm to send both his opponent and the gun flying. A wild grin spread across his face. Now this is what a comeback feels like, you bastard! It turned out that at the moment of life and death, a new ability had awakened. Lucky me, I received a trait at the last minute. The system panel appeared. Trait, Earth Resistance. It worked. He grabbed the human hunter by the collar, his voice sharp. You're a marksman. Don't even think about resisting at this range. Tell me, who gave the order? The hunter feigned submission. All right, I surrender. I'll tell you everything. Just let me light a cigarette. Warrior Kim let go, allowing him to sit on the ground. Good, then we can talk. The hunter leisurely lit a cigar, the flame flaring in the dark night. He just watched silently, waiting for an answer. A hazy puff of smoke exhaled. He asked in a strange tone, "Do you like the taste of it?" His mouth began to grotesquely distort. "Ha, I do. I absolutely love it." His face twisted into a savage grin, because it tastes like sweet victory. His body shot forward, a sudden and vicious attack. A piercing sound rang out, signaling the confrontation, entering a new, bloody chapter. The human hunter's mutated body convulsed, blood splattering. He staggered, letting out a weak sound. The monstrous body disintegrated, returning to human form. The human hunter's eyes widened in astonishment. You knew. Of course. Warrior Kim coldly aimed his gun. Do you think a player with 10,000 hours like me wouldn't recognize a cigarette that turns its smoker into a mutant? A dry gunshot rang out, ending his curse. The human hunter's body collapsed onto the cold rooftop, silent. Quite unexpected, Warrior Kim lowered his gun, his gaze somewhat pensive. He had thought this cunning human hunter would surrender when at a disadvantage. But this time, he chose to transform into a mutant to fight to the death? There must be a reason. He bent down, beginning to search the body. His fingers brushed lightly and stopped when he found what he needed. All right. He picked up the special lighter, a smirk appearing on his face. Let's see who's behind all this. Elsewhere, the Seonsu Company building stood tall under the morning sunday. On the TV screen, the news was replaying scenes of devastation. Last night, a large-scale shootout occurred between gangs in Myoram. Casualties are estimated to be in the tens. Director Choi sprang from his chair, horrified. You survived that massacre? Warrior Kim replied casually. That's why I'm in such a state. It was really dangerous. Who dared to do that? Who were the ones who attacked you? Director Choi roared in anger. It's a long story. Where should I even begin? The room door was suddenly blasted open. A man in a suit was thrown straight in, sprawling on the floor. Director Choi turned back, stunned. What? Warrior Kim's expression turned cold. A man with a mechanical arm and ammunition belts across his chest walked in. It was Jin Taekwon. My apologies. It seems I couldn't control my subordinate. Good that you know, Warrior Kim replied coldly, while Director Choi yelled because the door was broken again. Don't break my door every time you come in! Director Choi hastily checked on Warrior Kim. Was it the Jin Taekwon gang that attacked you? Just a small fry among us. Jin Taekwon pressed the traitor's head to the floor. Even so, after interrogation, I managed to extract some useful information. Warrior Kim crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. The one who set me up is desperate for money. Something like that? It turns out he lost everything in an illegal casino and is drowning in debt, Jin Taekwon explained. Warrior Kim smirked. The reason for betrayal is pretty clear then, isn't it? Jin Taekwon bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. Whatever the reason, it's my fault. Once again, I apologize. Apology accepted, Warrior Kim replied, but in his mind, he knew that Jin Taekwon was completely unaware of this conspiracy. A dark scenario flashed through his mind. If he hadn't been the target, then the one betrayed and lying dead would have been Jin Taekwon himself. Jin Taekwon's fist clenched, his eyes burning with hatred. I will take responsibility and find out who is behind all of this. Oh, about that, I already have evidence. Warrior Kim smirked, holding out a small object. Director Choi was astonished. Is that a USB? The USB flashed in his hand. The superhuman who tried to kill me had this. Do you know how to use a computer? Director Choi's excitement was evident. It was finally his time to shine. Hey, tilde. I even have a degree in that tilde. Director Choi's fingers flew across the keyboard with astonishing speed. Information from the USB appeared. Wow, this guy is no pushover. He's killed at least 20 superhumans. Skip all that. Just check the most recent request. Director Choi scrolled through the files. The most recent one, huh? It's the one he received 3 days ago. The number on the screen stunned him. The reward is 20 billion? Both Jin Taekwon and Warrior Kim couldn't hide their horror. 20 billion won! The three huddled around the screen. Who could possibly spend such a large sum? The one who requested it is… Warrior Kim squinted. Someone from the Ascendant Corporation? Director Choi couldn't believe it. From a major corporation? It's this person. He pointed directly at the screen, the mastermind's identity about to be revealed. In his memory, the image of a knight in holy armor appeared, sharp eyes hidden behind the helmet. The portrait appeared on the screen, a dapper man with a smug smile. Everything was truly screwed. The chapter cover appeared with an image of Seo Wujun. Warrior Kim gritted his teeth, anger flaring. Damn it. Is it that bastard? A familiar face appeared in his mind. He recognized him immediately. He's the paladin I met at Joe Chul's place. Jin Taekwon wondered. Why does this rich kid want to kill you? I have a suspicion. Can you show me the family tree of Ascendant Security? Of course. Wait a moment. Director Choi quickly typed commands, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The screen displayed information. Warrior Kim's expression hardened. Just as I suspected. I understand what's happening now. Ascendant Security, a private military company belonging to the Ascendant Corporation, one of Seoul's 5 largest powers. The sky was torn apart by fighter jets. Lee Jae-yol, the eldest son of Ascendant Security, was originally the #1 heir. He stood amidst the ruins, an arrogant smile on his face. The corporation's complex family tree appeared, and one name was circled, Seo Wujun. But after receiving the baptism of the Old Father and becoming a paladin, he was pushed to the sidelines in the succession battle. Now, his only path was to succeed as a paladin. But the Saintess is obsessed with me, calling me the light and the savior. Seeing me pass the baptism and rise up must have driven him mad. Enough to issue an assassination request. Director Choi was stunned. What? He dared to target you just because of his inferiority complex. He needs to be taught a lesson, Jin Taekwon said in a low voice. But how? The opponent isn't some petty rich kid. He comes from a family that owns a major company. One wrong move, and the entire corporation will hunt us down. Director Choi slammed the table. That doesn't mean we should just sit back and take it. Warrior Kim nodded. You're right. I have an idea. A confident smile spread across his lips. Director Choi and Jin Taekwon looked at him expectantly. Since we have to kill a big shot anyway, let's start by focusing on expanding our scale. The brown-haired young man's rage erupted, cracking the ground beneath his feet. That crazy bastard. How dare he assassinate Warrior Kim? Hey, calm down. I'm still alive. Warrior Kim forced a smile, reassuring his overly worried teammate. He was still furious. I won't let this slide. An eye for an eye. We should hire an assassin to retaliate. Jin Taekwon sighed. I can't imagine how much we'd have to pay if we requested the assassination of Ascendant Security's eldest son. But the brown-haired young man calmed down. Don't worry, I have a plan. Warrior Kim turned to him. What plan? Warrior Kim smiled defiantly. I will officially challenge Lee Jae-yol to a duel. The other three were stunned. A duel? Choi Seon-soo and Jin Taekwon protested in unison. But that's too dangerous, the brown-haired young man explained. There's no other way. If I let it go, he'll hire stronger assassins to kill me, he asserted. But that coward won't fight himself. He'll send someone else in his place, he continued, worried. Warrior Kim's eyes turned cold. This world is full of unfair advantages. If I win, I'll receive a proper apology and compensation. Jin Taekwon nodded, his mechanical arm clenching slightly. That's truly the most practical solution right now. Warrior Kim held out a small object. With clear evidence in hand, I have enough reason to challenge him. If we allow him to send a substitute and the match takes place privately, he will accept. Choi Seon-soo stated decisively. Then, I will officially send the challenge. We also need a notary. The brown-haired young man immediately spoke up. Leave that to me. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge. Warrior Kim looked around, the shattered table a testament to his recent rage. Thank you, everyone. But he was met with worried gazes. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not going there to die! Jin Taekwon's face grew serious. Are you sure you can win? Because the enemy knows your strength. He'll call a warrior of at least level 4. It won't be easy. His eyes showed deep concern. Memories of a fierce battle suddenly flooded Jin Taekwon's mind. Because I can't use my mutation ability in an official match, it will be much harder than facing the chairman. However, Warrior Kim interrupted, his confident smile returning. I can guess who will come to fight in his place. Choi Seon-soo showed curiosity. So you've guessed who your opponent is? Warrior Kim affirmed. That's right. And that's why I need time to prepare. Wujun, can we spar? Seo Wujun, full of vigor, drew the sword from his back. Of course, I'll give it my all to help you. Warrior Kim's smile was a little forced as he recalled their previous sparring session. Thanks, but go easy on me. Last time, I almost died because of you. 3 days later, under the bright lights, a large arena was ready for the decisive battle. In the stands, his teammates held up banners, their cheers echoing. We believe in you, warrior. Warrior Kim looked exhausted after 3 days of intense training, but his eyes were sharper than ever. Thanks to that, I've completed my preparations to face my opponent. Before him, not one, but an entire team of knights in black and gold armor stood, led by an imposing man. That person was Dusik, the paladin captain of the Old Father's congregation, a level 4 superhuman. He squinted, a warlike smile on his face. It's been a long time since I've had a duel. Yahello stood behind him, looking worried. Captain, you didn't have to come all this way. Dusik coldly brushed him off. Silence. Who gave you permission to speak? As long as I am captain, no paladin of the congregation will lose in an official match. The stern declaration left Yahello speechless. From the opposite side, Warrior Kim smirked. Yahello. That guy acts tough in front of me, but he's like a lamb in front of his captain. What a coward. Dusik stepped forward, facing him directly. Warrior, it's a pleasure to meet you. Warrior Kim was a little surprised by the polite attitude. Ah, hello. Suddenly, the burly man bowed. First, I want to apologize for this unpleasant incident. Warrior Kim was stunned. What was this? Was he politely apologizing? Dusik looked up, his gaze firm. This incident is entirely the fault of an individual and has nothing to do with the esteemed saintess. Warrior Kim questioned, his eyes sharp. So, what is the congregation's official stance? Dusik began to reveal a shocking secret, the saintess said. That Warrior Kim will be our light and savior. Dusik's smile shone with fanaticism, as if speaking of an undeniable prophecy. Warrior Kim was stunned, then frowned in annoyance. Light and savior? Joe Chul said the exact same thing. What does it all mean? Dusik bluntly made an unexpected offer. So, the condition I propose is, you will join the cult if I win. What? Join the cult? Warrior Kim was completely stunned by this absurd demand. He clutched his head, shouting in helplessness. Why are you people so obsessed with me? But Dusik maintained a calm, faithful expression. It is all the will of our saintess and lord. Just then, the officials entered, signaling that the decisive moment had arrived. It's time to begin the decisive battle. A man solemnly announced the terms. Since everyone is present, please confirm the contract. If the paladin wins, Warrior Kim will join the Old Father's cult. The man's gaze swept over Warrior Kim, continuing to read the other half of the life or death pact. And if Warrior Kim wins, Yahello will be prohibited from harming Warrior Kim, both directly and indirectly, and will have to pay compensation. The man looked at Yahello, asking decisively, is that correct? Both sides agreed. That is correct. The arena was vast and cold. Dusik wielded his warhammer and sturdy shield. Across from him, Warrior Kim drew his sword, ready. The air was thick with the scent of a deathmatch. Dusik spoke again, attempting one last persuasion. Warrior, joining the cult is the greatest honor. Why don't you change your mind and voluntarily join us? Warrior Kim sneered, his gaze unwavering. His answer was brief and sharp. Fuck off. No, he simply activated the assault trait. Dusik charged like a storm, swinging his gigantic warhammer, a brilliant golden energy enveloping the weapon. The paladin roared a thunderous declaration. Kim Warrior, you will become a god. Dusik's fanatical words stunned the Kim Warrior. What? A god? The phrase echoed in his mind. An unbelievable concept. A terrifying explosion of light shook the entire arena. The audience above could only watch with bated breath. The entire crowd was silenced by the destructive power of the preemptive strike. What? He's too strong. Did it really end in one blow? Amidst the smoke and dust, a woman in the stands noticed something. Over there. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure still standing firm, unwavering. The Kim Warrior stood there, a blue energy shield blocking the attack. Become a god, you say? What kind of nonsense is that? Dusik merely smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. The Kim Warrior had anticipated this attack. As expected, he charged in with the assault trait from the start. This is a top-tier trait for surprise attacks. But if I knew beforehand, there's no reason I couldn't block it. He was confident in his defense. But even with preparation, he couldn't help but be surprised. Even so, that blow still managed to crack my 3-layered shield? He faced Odusik, his patience worn thin. A level 3 warrior blocked my surprise attack. Now, I understand the Saintess's words. Stop rambling and explain. Odusik smiled, his voice solemn. Exactly as you heard. Kim Warrior, you are the hope of our congregation, and also the victor who will save us from the coming apocalypse. Hope of the Old Father's congregation? A chilling thought flashed in the Kim Warrior's mind. Come to think of it, the god we serve is currently dead. Memories of the future flooded back. A few years later, the Saintess would perform a resurrection ritual for their god. And then, a battle with the final boss would erupt right in the heart of Seoul. A devastating prospect. His face darkened, cold sweat breaking out. Don't tell me, the savior you speak of is a vessel for a god? Odusik bared his teeth in a savage, fanatical smile. Precisely. A noble sacrifice and sacred devotion. The truth was revealed. These crazy bastards. So they intended to sacrifice me from the start? Odusik coldly declared. Your body and soul will become part of the Old Father and his incarnation. The paladin let out an arrogant laugh. Because you will lose this fight and join our congregation. Go to hell. Without another word, the Kim warrior charged, his sword glowing brightly in his hand. The brilliant golden blade slashed straight down. Odusik raised his shield to block the blow. A deafening clang echoed, shaking the entire space. The tremendous impact force pushed the paladin back, the ground beneath his feet cracking. Odusik was stunned, unable to believe the power he just witnessed. Such power. Confused? The Kim warrior smirked, his trait panel appearing behind him. I've switched everything to the traits of an offensive warrior. He swung his sword, preparing for the next attack. And now, a storm of swordsmanship was unleashed, brilliant golden slashes relentlessly pressing, giving Odusik no room to breathe. I'll use other warrior traits to harass you, he roared, swinging his sword with new skills, completely overwhelming his opponent. Odusik blocked the furious sword strikes with his shield, a proud smile on his face. Ha ha! Your swordsmanship is quite formidable, isn't it? Good. Now he's focused on defense. The Kim warrior pressed on, his sword grinding against the shield's surface, searching for an opening. And the opening appeared. He roared, unleashing a devastating punch instead of a sword strike. You're open! The steel fist slammed directly into Odusik's face. A shocking impact. But the paladin merely smirked, showing amusement. Oh, this is starting to get fun, isn't it? Meanwhile, the Kim warrior thought to himself, his 3 days of intense training had paid off. A confident smile bloomed on the warrior's lips. His plan was on track. Memories of his training days with Seo Wujun flooded back. His goal wasn't just to acquire the necessary traits for this battle, but to forge something far more important, to learn how to instinctively change traits in an instant. He had fought against superhumans far beyond his level, pushing himself to his limits. Use defensive traits when defending. That was a hard-earned lesson. Back in reality, 2 streams of power violently clashed once more, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Suddenly, the Kim warrior's leg erupted with a flame of power, preparing for a completely different move. Use offensive warrior traits when a surprise attack is needed. The fiery kick slammed directly into Odusik, the tremendous destructive force sending the paladin captain flying. And when combo attacks were needed, he would use other warrior traits. That was the deadly flexibility he had painstakingly trained to acquire. The sword slashed down, but Odusik's shield still held firm. The captain gritted his teeth. Damn it. The Kim warrior roared, his eyes glowing red. Come on. He explained that when an opportunity arose to overwhelm, he would use the berserker trait. For a level 3 superhuman to face a level 4, the only way was to constantly change traits mid-battle. Odusik was stunned, feeling as if he was fighting 4 different warriors at once. How can this be? He couldn't believe his opponent's unpredictable transformations. A powerful attack sent the paladin captain flying into the air. The Old Father's congregation's subordinates stood frozen. No way! How can this be? Odusik landed. His expression completely changed. His initial confidence vanished, replaced by caution. The captain's gaze turned sharp and cold, seriously re-evaluating the enemy before him. I will win this fight. I have no intention of becoming a sacrifice for your rotten congregation. Oh, Dusik clenched his fist. All right, I admit it. I can't go easy on you anymore. A sinister smile appeared on his lips, a brilliant golden aura flaring up. I don't care about sacrifices or anything. I might just kill you, so be prepared. The hammer was swung, carrying terrifying power. A swirling surge of golden energy shot straight towards Warrior Kim. He calmly erected a defensive shield. A direct attack like this won't work. The blue shield shattered in an instant. The paladin's power was overwhelming, sending Warrior Kim flying backward. Staggering to his feet, Warrior Kim couldn't believe it. Damn it, his power just surged. Was he holding back on me until now? How dare you disparage the congregation? Oh, Dusik roared, delivering a devastating kick to the opponent's chest. The terrifying impact force cracked the ground. He was pressed tightly against the shattered stone floor. A brilliant golden aura enveloped the paladin. If you apologize now, I will accept your surrender. Amidst the rubble, a figure staggered to its feet. No. A defiant smile spread across his bruised face. You can't win unless you kill me. Immediately, a surge of blue energy erupted. The counterattack began. Sword and fist clashed fiercely. Each strike was a lightning bolt tearing through space. One deep blue, one brilliant gold. The paladin was stunned. Warrior Kim's attacks became sharper and more brutal than ever. A fist wrapped in blue energy slammed directly into Dusik's armor. He could no longer maintain his smug expression. Each relentless counterattack forced him to retreat. An earth-shattering collision. Even with his holy shield, Dusik was sent flying far away. Both were exhausted, breathing heavily. The battle had worn their stamina to its limit. Warrior Kim's eyes turned cold. It's time to end this meaningless battle. Cornered, Dusik roared a prayer. Oh, ancient father! A surge of holy energy, as fierce as a tsunami, poured from the shield, engulfing everything. The dark tsunami roared, swallowing space. Dusik, the originator of the Great Flood, stood tall. In the distance, a lone figure faced the destruction. Warrior Kim gritted his teeth. That is, Dusik's ultimate skill, Dark Tsunami. The raging wave crashed down, reducing him to a tiny speck. Witnessing it firsthand, it truly is a disaster. He knew well that taking this hit meant certain defeat, but there was no retreat. To win, I must overcome it. Instead of retreating, he chose to confront it. Fear crept into his mind. I am afraid, but I must believe in the traits I have built as Warrior Kim. From the mountain-shattering swordsmanship he constantly trained, to the swordsmanship learned from Seo Wujun, the Einherjar technique that cost so much effort, and the mana heart that grew with him. The charge gained from desperate will, and the ultimate skill that can cut through this universe, lightning flash. He staked everything on what he had painstakingly trained. I will believe in my traits, believe in the time and effort I've put into them. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the tip of his sword, tearing through the darkness. And last but not least, the beam of light pierced through the dark tsunami, shooting straight towards Dusik. Light and shadow clashed with earth-shattering force. I will believe in myself. The blinding white light swallowed the darkness. A terrifying energy explosion shook the entire arena. Pure energy spread, sweeping away everything in its path. In the stands, the other paladins were stunned. What is this? Others also couldn't believe their eyes. What is happening? When the light faded, the arena was nothing but rubble. Warrior Kim gasped for breath, kneeling on one knee on the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his body at its limit. The recent attack had completely drained his strength. Dusik looked at his fallen opponent, a satisfied smile fleeting across his face. That was a magnificent duel. Warrior. With that, his massive body began to collapse. Dusik, the mighty paladin captain, had fallen. The final battle to the death was finally over. The referee approached, raising the winner's arm. The match is over. The winner is Warrior Kim. From the stands, his supporters erupted in joy, rushing down into the arena. He smiled, exhausted. I did it. I defeated a higher-ranked superhuman without using my mutation trait. The disciple rushed over, embracing him tightly. Master, you're the best! Everyone gathered around, unable to hide their excitement. Unbelievable. I knew you'd win. Amidst the cheers, Warrior Kim's smile vanished. He spun around, eyes blazing. You bastards! Rage erupted. A knight swung a hammer, launching a sneak attack on Warrior Kim. But a surge of emerald energy blocked the attack. A violent shockwave sent everything nearby flying. The knight was knocked back, crying out in pain. Yahello! The young man stood in front of his master, radiating intense, killing intent. You scum! How dare you not accept the result and attack my master? Do you truly wish to die? Others quickly intervened. Li Yahello, don't forget the magic oath. If you act recklessly, your heart will explode. Another knight stepped forward, pointing at Warrior Kim. Warrior Kim, because of you, our captain is dead. He snarled, filled with utter hatred. We will have our revenge. The Ancient Father's congregation will never forget this. Warrior Kim faced him calmly. You mean I killed Odusik? The knight affirmed confidently. Yes, we all saw him die by your hand. Stop spouting nonsense. Warrior Kim cut him off coldly. The one who killed Odusik was none other than you. The words struck the knight like lightning, leaving him stunned. Even as an enemy, Odusik was an excellent warrior. Surely a man like him couldn't have died in a fair and square duel just because of a cowardly assassination plot, driven by your own inferiority. He looked down at the kneeling knight, his voice sharp. For Odusik's honor, accept the outcome and keep your promise. The knight was distraught, only able to utter the name of his fallen captain in shock and guilt. The other knights helped their comrade to his feet, quietly retreating. We need to leave, sir. Warrior Kim walked away coldly, leaving the fallen knights behind. Even the old father's congregation wouldn't dare think of revenge after I've gone this far. He found an old office. The Seonsu manpower sign hung on the wall, faded by time. Inside, Director Choi was on the phone. Ah, yes. We've officially signed a contract with the superhuman Warrior Kim, who defeated the old father's congregation's captain. I understand you wish to make a request. Seeing a visitor, Choi hastily ended the call. Oh dear. My apologies. I'll call you back later. Warrior Kim admired his new armor with satisfaction. Good thing Master Blacksmith Joe Chul didn't mess with my armor. He crafted them exactly as requested, with colossal and extreme properties. Choi Seonsu praised him. You look great in that armor. By the way, why don't you try this on too? This is my gift. Director Choi held out a carefully wrapped gift box. A gift? Warrior Kim was surprised as he opened the box. Inside was something he hadn't expected. Oh? This is... He put on the branded sportswear. Now this is more like it. A high-end, handcrafted training suit, complete with self-cleaning and regeneration magic. Thank you, Director Choi. You know my taste. Warrior Kim gave a thumbs up in approval, making Choi beam. You look like a model in that outfit. By the way, could I ask you for a favor? An image flashed through Kim's mind. What is it? Thanks to you, our business is booming. But since you haven't been working with us for long, some people are questioning this contractual relationship. Ah, if that's the reason, then I must accept. Do you have any decent work for me? Warrior Kim zipped up his jacket, ready for action. Of course, I've prepared the perfect job for you. The Sun Magic Tower wants to study your black flame. Choi handed him a stack of documents. The Sun Magic Tower, huh? It was one of the 4 great magic towers of Arcane Soul, a magnificent structure, radiating brilliant magical light. This place was renowned as the cradle of fire element magic. From basic fireballs to destructive meteor showers. They will reward you with membership. Choi Seonsu made an attractive offer. Warrior Kim didn't hesitate. All right, I accept. That person is in the Sun Magic Tower. In Warrior Kim's mind, the magical flame flared fiercely, illuminating his target. A confident smile spread across his lips. He knew this place well, and more importantly, he knew exactly what reward he could seize from them. The Sun Magic Tower stood majestically in the city, a magnificent structure where magical light and technology merged. Inside, intricate magic circles emitted brilliant golden light, suspended in the modern space. Warrior Kim strolled leisurely, unable to hide his delight. A place where magic and science intersect. Truly a fascinating sight. A man in a white lab coat approached. Superhuman Warrior Kim? I am Park Hyung-ju, a senior researcher. You must be here for our Black Flame research request, correct? That's right. Warrior Kim confirmed, while Park Hyung-ju mumbled as he led the way. I thought you'd be much older. We don't have much time. Please come this way. They arrived at a state-of-the-art laboratory centered around a colossal cylindrical machine. First, we will conduct basic measurements. Warrior Kim's gaze suddenly froze. This machine, it looks strangely familiar. It looks quite familiar. Please, step inside. He stepped into the machine's chamber as instructed. You just need to stand still. The heavy metal door closed, trapping Warrior Kim inside. A series of complex characters and magic circles lit up. The system announced, commencing ultra-precise measurement. Ultra-precise measurement? A deadly memory flashed in his mind. Wait, this is the machine used to reveal everything about a character to the player. Information panels appeared, analyzing every stat, every skill. He realized the nightmare was unfolding. This machine will reveal all the secrets of my characteristics. He frantically pounded on the reinforced glass. What the hell is this? Stop the machine immediately. I didn't agree to this. Outside, Park Hyung-ju's smile twisted grotesquely, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. Please remain still. These are all necessary procedures. A thunderous punch shattered the reinforced glass. It's all in the contract. Damn it, you bastard. Shards flew everywhere. Warrior Kim's fury erupted, destroying the containment chamber. He confronted the researcher. Hey, what's going on? The contract only required me to show my black flame for research cooperation. Each of his steps exuded menace. Who do you people think you are, daring to do this to me, huh? A resounding slap. Park Hyung-ju stumbled and fell, unable to comprehend what had just happened. An elder appeared, his eyes blazing. Park Hyung-ju, you idiot! Is it you again? How dare you ruin my project? Park Hyung-ju stammered an explanation. This is just a misunderstanding, Section Chief. Yu Myung-seok roared. Misunderstanding my ass! The elder exposed the dirty scheme. You were going to sell the information of this warrior, the only one who possesses the black flame characteristic. I even have the surveillance footage. Faced with undeniable evidence, Park Hyung-ju bowed his head. I apologize. My greed temporarily blinded me. Get out of here right now. You're expelled from this team. Yu Myung-seok roared, while Warrior Kim just looked bewildered. What the hell is going on? After venting his anger, the section chief turned back, clearing his throat. I apologize, Warrior Kim. I am Yu Myung-seok, head of research. Warrior Kim scratched his head, still a bit awkward. That looks bad. I mean, it's not your fault. I guess this happens often, huh? Yu Myung-seok sighed, watching Park Hyung-ju's retreating back. That idiot sold our confidential information because of his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his master, Elder Joe, he would have been kicked out of here long ago. Anyway, I came here to fulfill your request, and yet I almost had my personal information extracted. Yu Myung-seok made an offer. As an apology, I will upgrade your membership. Warrior Kim's ears perked up. I'm listening. What are the benefits of an upgrade? Yu Myung-seok smiled. You can use our commercial facilities, and even our training facilities. An unexpected bargain. Oh, the Magic Tower's training facilities are only for mages. He chuckled with delight. Doesn't sound bad. Yu Myung-seok nodded. Then please rest while we prepare. All right. Then I'll go take a look around the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower, a place where the essence of magic converged, a magnificent structure radiating brilliant golden light. Warrior Kim stepped into a spacious modern corridor. Before him, magical orbs floated, ready for training. He smirked. Almost got tricked. This truly is Arcane Soul, but everything's fine. This was his chance to acquire amazing characteristics from the Magic Tower's training grounds. From the speaker mounted on the wall, a mechanical voice echoed, commencing electric magic training. Violent magic orbs erupted. Brilliant yellow electric currents intertwined, forming a dense energy net. A colossal lightning bolt was unleashed, hurtling straight towards Warrior Kim at terrifying speed. Powerful electricity enveloped his body. Bone-piercing pain surged, making him unable to stand. He gritted his teeth and endured. The pain reaches my very marrow, but with just a little effort and his existing attributes, he would overcome it. The lightning bolt still wildly pulsed around him, testing the limits of his endurance. A notification panel appeared amidst the electrical current. He had received a new attribute, electrical resistance. He laughed loudly, fully satisfied. Good. I finally have the last resistance attribute of the 6 elements. All right, you can turn it off now, he yelled, his body still tormented by the electricity. At this rate, I'll be roasted. Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a red alarm light. The training system had been switched to manual mode. Blaring sirens echoed. The intensity of the electrical magic had been readjusted, becoming many times stronger. He frantically screamed. Wait, what? I said the training session was over. Who's out there? Through the dazzling electrical current, he saw a familiar figure. The researcher Park Hyung-ju was standing in front of the control panel. Wait, that bastard. Park Hyung-ju's smile twisted with hatred as he turned the control knob. You messed with the wrong person, you dog. The control panel flashed with chilling text. The system was being pushed to maximum capacity, preparing to activate electrical magic. A brilliant yellow surge of electrical energy exploded, roaring forward. The entire room was engulfed in dazzling light. Warrior Kim was completely swallowed by the destructive electrical current. His desperate scream echoed. No. Park Hyung-ju's smile grew even more savage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Die, you bastard! The furious electrical current continuously poured out, more intense than ever. The terrifying power continued to torment his body, seemingly wanting to tear everything apart. In the control room, Park Hyung-ju was immersed in the pleasure of revenge. But amidst the electrical storm, a figure still stood firm, refusing to fall. Park Hyung-ju burst into maniacal laughter. This is the price you pay for daring to mess with me. His smile suddenly stiffened. What? Warrior Kim braced himself, enduring. He wouldn't fall to this nonsense. This was precisely why he came to the training room in his free time. The status panel displayed a series of resistance attributes. Divine, fire, darkness, ice, earth. Memories flooded back. That was divine resistance, obtained by resisting a saintess's baptism, and fire resistance, obtained by boiling himself in a mana spring. Each ability was exchanged for extreme pain. Poison resistance, obtained by soaking himself in monster venom until his body became calloused. Darkness resistance, obtained in the battle against the necromancer Charon. Memories of the undead army flooded back. Cold resistance, obtained in the fierce blizzard against the fused specters. Even the icy breath of death couldn't fell him. Earth resistance, obtained while trying to escape the human hunter's magic traps. Screams echoed in his painful memories. And finally, the attribute panel appeared. The 6 empty slots now filled. Electrical resistance, obtained from this recent training session. When all 6 of these attributes combined, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Warrior Kim's body, breaking all limits. His sinews and bones tensed, his body regenerating from within, absorbing the raging magical current. His dark heart pounded, pumping a new source of power into every muscle fiber. Pure energy flowed, and evolution was about to be completed. The system notification panel appeared. Magic resistance. A new attribute had been born. A maniacal smile spread across his lips. How exciting. Park Hyung-ju froze. What? How can he block level 3 magic with just his body? Is he even human? Red warnings blared throughout the control room. Warning, warning. The program is now out of control. The training equipment violently shook, on the verge of overloading. Please cease all training activities and evacuate the facility immediately. The system is out of control. This time it'll be dangerous. Warrior Kim's face showed determination. In that case, furious electrical currents shot out from the flying devices, attacking relentlessly. But amidst the electrical storm, an iron will arose. I will dodge everything with my clairvoyance attribute. His body glided like a ghost. His movement and breakthrough skills pushed to their limits, narrowly dodging every attack. And then, a new attribute was formed. Good, I've got this now. A calculating smirk played on his lips. At this rate, I'll soon acquire the advanced attribute, Airstrike. In the control room, Park Hyung-ju frantically typed commands, his face distorted with hatred. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. Suddenly, the research chief burst in, grabbing his collar. You crazy bastard! Section chief? I heard the warnings. What the hell are you doing? He roared, drowning out the screaming machinery. Turn it off now. Park Hyung-ju trembled and obeyed. Yes, sir. The system announced that the training program was being readjusted. The flying devices hovered, then slowly descended. The training program had returned to normal. Yu Myung-sok still didn't let up. You lunatic! How dare you harm Warrior Kim? Park Hyung-ju stammered. Chief, it's not like that. Harm me? A voice echoed from the doorway. Light as a feather. Warrior Kim stood there, completely unharmed. Yu Myung-sok was stunned. Warrior? You don't seem injured? He casually stretched, baring his teeth in a smile. It's true. I'm a little tingly. A perfect warm-up. Everyone was speechless. Astonishment and fear were evident on their faces. 2 security personnel escorted Park Hyung-ju away. He desperately pleaded, Chief, I'm sorry. Please don't expel me from the tower. What happens if he's expelled from the tower? Yu Myung-sek coldly explained. He will have a magic seal carved into his brain, so he can't learn any new magic. His life as a mage is over. Serves him right. He's done too many evil things. This is the inevitable outcome. Ah, take this, Mr. Kim. It's not much, but it's a token of our apology. This is an elixir? A miraculous potion that can restore health from 1 HP to max in an instant. He quickly cleared his throat, trying to calm himself. Thank you. This gift is as precious as a life to me. Ah, yes. I believe this is a reasonable price. The old department head didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but the Kim warrior wanted more from this tower. But I must say, this is still not enough to compensate for being attacked twice since I arrived here, Yu Myung-seok asked worriedly. So, could you tell me what you need? I've harbored this wish for a very long time. It's to experience the 4 magic spells of the 4 great magic towers. Yu Myung-seok was stunned. Excuse me? Could it be that you mean you want to experience the solar storm? That's right. Please fire the solar storm at me, Yu Myung-seok vehemently objected. I'm afraid not. A level 3 superhuman cannot withstand a solar storm for even a second. Perhaps after you get stronger. No. I'm sure I can withstand it for about 15 seconds. Yu Myung-seok couldn't believe his ears. What? But that's something even a level 5 superhuman can't do. Dark flames flared on his fingertips, emanating a dark aura. But I am different. Ah, dark flames. Something that can burn an enemy's mana. That's an interesting approach. But even so, it will still be very dangerous. The Kim warrior smirked, clenching his fist with determination. Just you wait. From the ceiling, a giant cannon muzzle slowly descended, pointing directly at the sole target in the room. He stood alone in the vast room, facing the weapon of destruction. It's quite terrifying to be about to be hit by a solar storm. But there's no other way. He knew well that there were only 3 ways to acquire the solar storm trait, and this was one of them. First, join the magic tower as the Tower Master's disciple. He recalled the first path, a path not meant for him. Second, overpower the Tower Master in a duel. Another option, but both were only for mage-type superhumans. He couldn't do it. Head of Research Department, Yu Myung-seok sat before the control panel, his voice decisive. We will begin now. But there was still a third path. The Kim warrior's face shone with iron determination. He could use a hidden quest, unlocked only by building enough favor with the Tower Master. Powerful figures were observing from above. A man with an impressive mustache and sharp eyes seemed to be the head of the observation team. Energy erupted violently. A giant fireball, blazing like the sun, formed in the blink of an eye. He stood at the center of the storm, thinking to himself that he was putting on a show to prove his usefulness. The system announced, solar fire will be activated in 15 seconds. The fireball plunged down, engulfing the surrounding space in a roar of energy. His entire small body was submerged in the destructive sea of flames. He gritted his teeth, enduring, veins bulging on his face, distorted by pain. I can take it, because there's a trait I can acquire. Through the trait on my equipment. Magic armor. The observers were stunned. Wait, is he actually enduring it? Isn't that superhuman level 6? He's level 3. But how the hell? His painful roar echoed amidst the sea of flames, his body writhing in the terrifying heat. I prepared so much, but it's still this painful. The countdown was still running. 15 seconds of living hell. 15 seconds have passed. Cancel solar storm. The research department head's shout rang out, ordering an end to the hellish experiment. The giant machine ceased operation, black smoke rising from its cooling muzzle. The terrifying heat finally dissipated. The Kim warrior panted, drenched in sweat. It's over. Those were the longest 15 seconds of my life. The gray-haired man observed from afar, his eyes flashing with admiration. What was his name again? Kim Warrior? Truly an impressive individual. He calmly picked up his teacup, his demeanor terrifyingly composed. Now, the two sat facing each other in a luxurious room. How interesting, using dark flames to endure the solar storm for so long. His gaze sharpened, looking directly at the young man. You will be of great help to the project we have long awaited. The Kim warrior smiled confidently, concealing his inner calculations. It's my honor. Haha, I like the way you talk. Therefore, I have a request. The Kim warrior raised an eyebrow. A request? The plan had succeeded. The door gently opened. A young man timidly stepped in. Grandfather, did you call for me? Say hello to Mr. Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman. The young man bowed. Nice to meet you. I am Mage Kim. Nice to meet you too. In the Kim warrior's mind, memories of a guiding character flooded back. The young man was flustered. Sorry for being late. The gray-haired man introduced. This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but he's stuck at level 1. That's strange. The young man panicked, bowing his head. Sorry for being strange. Sorry for being a disgrace to this magic tower. The Kim warrior was taken aback. I didn't mean that. The gray-haired man returned to the main topic. What do you think, Mr. Kim? I heard you also cured Director Seo's son. His gaze fixed on the trembling young man. I believe you might have a way to awaken this child. Awaken, huh? The gray-haired man mumbled, while his grandson beside him swallowed nervously. Of course. The Kim warrior's confident smile startled the young man. Really? The gray-haired man was delighted, quickly promising, if you succeed, I'll give you anything you want. Anything you say? In his mind, a thought flashed. This was the beginning of the hidden quest. Solar storm. Say that again. Give you what? The gray-haired man was stunned by the young man's sudden attitude. Solar storm. Do I need to spell it out for you? He pondered, adjusting his tie. I can give it to you, as the future of the tower depends on this, but I'm not sure you can use it. So you'll give it to me as a memory chip, all right? So I can learn it immediately, he proposed. All right. If you solve this problem, then it's no issue. The young man timidly spoke up. Sorry for interrupting, but how do you plan to train me? The Kim warrior replied concisely. First, we need to find the root cause of the problem. His biggest problem is his ignorance. He's supposed to become a mage, but he has no mathematical knowledge whatsoever. His grandfather's blunt words made the young man scratch his head in distress. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at math. The Kim warrior subtly smirked. He already knew Mage Kim's problem. He explained that despite being smart enough to enter Seoul University, giving up on mathematics made him unsuitable for magic research. So why don't we learn a type of magic that doesn't require calculations? What do you mean? Both of them looked bewildered. Magic doesn't require calculations? By using spirits, you will become a pyromancer, Warrior Kim declared. The gray-haired man shot up. A pyromancer? But that's not a mage. So you want to leave your grandson in this state forever? Or train him to be a pyromancer, so he can unleash his potential? Everyone's gaze fell on the young man, awaiting his decision. The gray-haired man stood silently, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the young man. The air in the room grew thick. He sighed and sat down. All right. Explain in detail. Warrior Kim began to analyze. The problem is with the spell, right? Because he can't calculate the formula, he can't cast magic. So, just let the spirit handle the difficult part. You just need to supply it with mana. The gray-haired man immediately objected. No way. He's not familiar with spirits. How can he control them? The young man sat silently, cowering. I'm not telling him to make a contract with a spirit. Warrior Kim's eyes sharpened. As I said, he will use them. A crazy idea was revealed. Engrave a single spell onto the mana circuit. That way, the user handles the mana, and the mana circuit handles the spell itself. The gray-haired man suddenly realized. Oh, you mean we capture a spirit and use it as a mana circuit? Or rather, implant it into the boy's circuit? Haha, exactly. He couldn't hide his excitement. That's incredible. An impossible theory. I thought you were a warrior. How did you come up with this? Warrior Kim leaned back, looking smug. Of course it's amazing, he thought to himself. Because this is an idea from people in the future, not me. Honestly, I don't even know what I just said. But a problem arose. The gate to the spirit world is currently closed. We can't summon any spirits. Then use a spirit beast instead. A spirit beast? Like a phoenix, for example? That sounds difficult. How can we find a mythical creature? The image of a brilliant fire phoenix appeared, a distant prospect. Warrior Kim smirked, raising a finger. Don't worry about that. I have a way. A magnificent scene unfolded. A hidden valley where flocks of fire phoenixes soared freely among the towering cliffs. All three were astonished by the sight. Wow, there's really a phoenix valley in a place like this. Even high-level supers find it hard to locate places like this. So how? Warrior Kim casually replied. Contrary to rumors, it's hidden behind alleys. I just stumbled upon it. Haha, my goodness. You really are lucky. The gray-haired man laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered. So, about the sun flame you promised? Warrior Kim exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I'll definitely give you one. Just knowing the location means completing the quest. What a steal! The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes, inquiring, by the way, how does a warrior like you plan to utilize the sun flame? A surge of dark energy gathered at Warrior Kim's fingertip. I want to enhance this. My goal is to create my own polarity. The gray-haired man's loud laughter echoed. Polarity? That's not an easy feat. We've spent decades researching it. The approach of mages and warriors will yield different results. Who knows, my polarity might be better than yours, the gray-haired man proposed. Then let's make a bet. The deadline is 2 years. Warrior Kim smirked. Sounds fun. What's the bet? The gray-haired man laid out the conditions. If you win, I'll grant you 1 wish. And if I win, join the Magic Tower's security team. All right, sounds good. Warrior Kim thought to himself, another chance to exploit the Sun Magic Tower. They entered a mysterious valley where fire phoenixes were soaring. All right, time to verify. The scene changed. Warrior Kim sat quietly outside the operating room, the cold light casting a lonely shadow on his back. Research head Yu Myung-sok approached. That's incredible, Super Kim. I never thought you'd open the path for pyromancy in our magic tower. Oh, Section Chief, Warrior Kim replied, his gaze fixed on the operating room door. First, we must hope the surgery is successful. Indeed, but about the mage who was previously expelled. Yu Myung-sok began to recount. I investigated further after he left, and it's clear he received money from Kumo Corporation. The Section Chief's words stunned Warrior Kim. Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major corporations known for its aggressive business expansion and predatory practices. In the game, they are essentially the villains. The problem isn't that they stole information from the Magic Tower. It's that they specifically requested only your information. Perhaps they're trying to recruit you? I don't want that. The man in sportswear shivered. I would never shake hands with villains like Kumo. Is this another thing I have to avoid? The operating room door burst open. A doctor stepped out, arms wide in extreme elation. Ha 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 ha! A brilliant success! The doctor joyfully grabbed the young man's shoulders. It's all thanks to you, Super Kim. My grandson is now a super! The young man could only force a smile. Unbelievable. Is this the power of an 8th-level mage? A surge of magic power erupted, flames swirling fiercely. The young mage bowed his head. Thank you very much, sir. The research head was stunned. Mage Kim! The young man's power was now on par with his teacher's, starting from level 3. Is this the power of genetics? A blazing fireball formed in the mage's palm. This feeling is strange. To be able to use magic so easily. The man in sportswear offered advice. From now on, I recommend you drink fire attribute elixirs to store more mana. The young man was grateful. You even showed me how to get stronger. Thank you, sir. Well done, Kim. Here's your promised reward. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw the reward being brought in. Oh, that was fast. An exquisite box and a large bag. Yes, Tilda, Sunstorm. The young man looked at the bag curiously. But what's this? Open it. Inside the bag, enchanted with spatial magic, was a mountain of cash. I put some spending money for you in here. The young man was overwhelmed. The young man hugged his spoils tightly, his face flushed with joy. I love you, Tower Master Tilda. His affection level had hit the roof. Sunlight shone on the old building's sign. Seonsu Manpower. Director Choi's eyes widened at the bag of money. You earned an additional 5 billion won reward? Amazing. Haha, I think it's time you got used to my greatness, Director Choi. Anyway, it's time to drink the nectar I've been saving, Director Choi worried. Nectar? It's been less than a month since you reached level 3. Isn't it too soon? There might be side effects. The young man looked directly at the other person. So, can you refine the nectar, Director Choi? The ball director pondered. Refine, huh? Director Choi excitedly opened a secret room filled with rare medicinal ingredients. Just trust me. The young man cheered. Yes, Director Choi Tilda. Director Choi presented a list of rare ingredients. I only need the main ingredients, the most common ones. Depending on the ingredients, I'll get different properties, so I'm a bit conflicted. A series of options appeared on the screen. Godzilla's spine, steel scales of the serpent, fruit of the world tree. I already have super strength and regeneration. And for shields, I have steel armor. He pointed to a blazing red heart. I'll choose the heart of the horned tiger. Director Choi was surprised. Oh, this one? The director's expression became hesitant. Does it have to be the horned tiger? What's wrong? It's an endangered species, so it's very hard to find now. Warrior Kim froze. Endangered? The off-road vehicle sped along the desolate dirt road, stirring up clouds of dust. Behind the wheel, the young man smiled confidently. If that's the case, I'll go get it myself. The car was just a tiny dot in the vast valley. The problem is, how to find a horned tiger in such a huge area. A bold decision was made. I didn't want to resort to this, but the can of sardines was open. The pungent stench of the fish assaulted his brain. A wave of nausea surged. The system panel appeared, granting him the dog sense of smell trait. I'd rather smell durian. This rotten herring is unbearable. Traversing the dense forest, he walked with his nose covered. Oh, God. That smell, like rotten feces, is still in my lungs. But thanks to this trait, now I can smell all sorts of things. His superhuman sense of smell led him to the carcass of a beast. This way. I smell a lot of blood here. Is there a predator nearby? That means... Suddenly, a strange sound put him on alert. His eyes wide, he spun around. There it is! From within the bushes, his gaze fixed on an approaching pickup truck. In the truck bed, armed figures brandished their weapons. A barrage of deafening gunfire tore through the quiet air. That way! Get it! A silhouette darted through the dense foliage, a single thought in his mind. Damn it! Are there rivals? I might lose the target. But then, a familiar scar on the beast's body made him freeze. Damn it, that scar! It's not a normal horned tiger. Overwhelming killing intent emanated from the legendary creature. The Lord of the Mountain. The most famous mythical creature of the Cholwan Plains. And it even has all 6 traits. The beast's furious roar tore through the forest, its dominant aura enveloping everything. Warrior Kim raised his shield, bracing himself for the life or death confrontation. Even a moment of carelessness means death. The Beast King charged with terrifying speed, its sharp claws extended. I'll have to rely on my senses and instincts. A blue energy shield appeared, narrowly blocking the deadly pounce. He activated his device, and a series of combat skills appeared before his eyes, ready for any situation. A blazing red energy beam tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the beast, carrying immense destructive power. The tiger easily dodged the attack, its eyes full of provocation. Warrior Kim smirked. Oh, you dodged that easily, huh? He darted forward, giving his opponent no moment of rest. But it's not over yet. The tiger roared, charging to attack once more, determined to devour the one who dared challenge it. Warrior Kim drew his gun, activating the Black Flame skill. For a warrior, I'm quite confident in my shooting skills. Black flames erupted fiercely from the gun's muzzle, carrying the breath of hell. The black flames engulfed the beast, a ghostly heat enveloping it, incinerating everything in its path. Warrior Kim knelt on one knee, hand gripping his sword hilt, eyes resolute. If Black Flame isn't enough, I'll have to fight in close combat. A furious roar echoed. Bloodshot eyes. The horned tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, darkness swirling around its body. It charged, a destructive vortex tearing through space. The colossal black shadow swallowed the light, a terrifying pressure weighing down on all things. Warrior Kim stood firm. He knew this was the Lord of the Mountain's strongest move, a full-force charge. An attack that accelerated its entire body, weighing over 1.5 tons, piercing through all targets. A notorious skill that had disheartened countless players. But the tactic to counter it was surprisingly simple. He dodged, his sword drawing a sharp arc, using the tiger's own strength against it. The beast's fiery red pupils contracted in astonishment. The sword blade glowed with an eerie blue light. Surprised? At this range, you can't dodge. A clean slash tore through the striped hide, fresh blood staining the battlefield red. At the monster exchange, the crowd buzzed at an unbelievable feat. Is that the Lord of the Mountain? Really? Warrior Kim held up his trophy, the beast's heart still beating in the box. That's right, it's the king. See its heart? He thought to himself, worried the contractor might play dirty, so he handled it himself, never expecting to gain the butcher trait. Truly a buy one get one free event. I only need the heart, the rest I'll sell. Is anyone interested? Let's see how much the Lord of the Mountain is worth. Hands shot up, bids were shouted continuously. The number quickly surpassed 2 billion. His smile grew even brighter. Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out, cold and decisive. 5 billion. The entire market fell silent. Warrior Kim closed the deal immediately. 5 billion. Sold. The transaction was swift. The girl in the hat stated decisively, I'll transfer the money right away. Here's my account number. By the way, did you hunt the Lord of the Mountain yourself? Ah, yes. I just got lucky. The girl smirked, her eyes sharp. Hunting has no room for luck. It's all your skill. She offered a business card. This is my business card. I hope you'll call me later. The card read, Hunters Association, Jung Jin Young. Young Jin Young turned and left, leaving Warrior Kim with a whirlwind of thoughts. See you again. Yes, thank you. A notification appeared, the colossal sum, making him ecstatic. 5 billion won had entered his account. The heart of the Lord of the Mountain and a fortune, all were his. 2 days later, Warrior Kim stood alone in the empty room, his face full of determination. He examined the golden elixir in his hand. Just by looking at the color, you can tell this elixir has been very well processed. In his memory, Director Choi handed him the potion with a firm assurance. I put the heart of the Lord of the Mountain in it, so there won't be any side effects. Despite trusting Director Choi's skill, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He took a deep breath to calm himself. As a precaution, he opened the system panel, presetting his traits. Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the elixir dry. The golden liquid flowed down his throat. A terrible heat surged, as if he had swallowed lava. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, his body trembling violently. A blazing red energy erupted from his chest. The system announced, "Your body is evolving." A series of notifications appeared. His body was being activated, restructuring its entire mana circuit. The pain was excruciating but also full of promise. Golden light enveloped him. The evolution process concluded. A line of text appeared, marking a new beginning. Level up, level 4. A brilliant golden energy burst forth. Warrior Kim's stats soared, marking a spectacular transformation. He felt new power surging. A completely different sensation. I've reached level 4. It feels like my very soul has leveled up. A new trait was unlocked. Audacity. Just as Director Choi had said, the elixir had been successfully processed. He had his own reasons for hunting monsters and selling items himself. It was all for the traits he had collected through battles. The diamond in his hand glowed, absorbing properties from the equipment. A bold plan was underway. 2 new properties were absorbed, toughness and gigantism. Everything was ready. Before the status board, Warrior Kim stood there, his body more muscular than before. Now, for the final step. His entire body's muscles tensed, straining to their limit. The fusion process began in pain. His body was being ravaged from within. Muscle fibers were severely damaged. Bone structure was being readjusted. A rebirth from hell. The properties on the status board began to resonate, emitting a mystical purple glow. Symbols of power swirled together, merging into a dazzling pillar of light. An ultimate property was born from the fusion. Property acquired, giant strength. He did it! His body was now abnormally large, rippling with muscles, giant strength. A top-tier warrior property. Warrior Kim stared in shock at his reflection. Damn it! I'm as big as a mutant! He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power waiting to erupt. Let's see how strong it is. A punch was thrown. The surrounding air shattered like glass, leaving a distorted void in space. He looked at his fist, unable to hide his astonishment. Just with a shockwave, it crushed it. Such power. A system warning appeared. His body was paying the price for that power. But it has clear side effects. He quickly put on his shirt, telling himself he needed top-tier defensive properties like Diamond Body or Invincibility to withstand this power. He recalled how he absorbed properties from the diamonds on the equipment. I can learn them from equipment just like before. Crossing his arms, his expression darkened. The problem is, I'm completely out of diamonds. I've used them all. But then his mood did a 180, jumping up excitedly. But, no problem, because I know exactly where to get them. Harsh reality. He stood stunned before the counter. We don't have any diamonds left. Not even one? Kim Chunbok, the shop owner, replied casually. No. The earliest we'll restock is next month. Next month? That's too late. The old shop owner suddenly lowered his voice, making a mysterious offer. Well then, sir, would you like to come with me to mine for diamonds? Mine? A confident smirk appeared. Of course. Let's go. The time to accelerate his growth had come. Night fell over the city. The truck rolled down the empty road, heading towards an uncertain future. In the car, Kim Chunbok spoke. You must know that you have to take risks to get something like diamonds, right? I suppose so. Just take a look first. If you don't want to do it, you can back out. The old man's careful advice made him a little uneasy. A road sign flashed past the window. Bushan. Only 5 kilometers left. Huh? Bushan? The car continued to speed through the night, heading straight for Bushan. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Ah, I see. The place we're going is... A skyscraper glowed brightly in the night. This was where superhumans fought for their lives. The crowd roared wildly, bloodthirsty. Beat him to death. Kill him! I said, kill him! Knock him down! Under the stage lights, in the capital's largest arena, two fighters were engaged in a battle to the death. The Colosseum Arena! Blood splattered. Brutal moves were unleashed amidst the roaring cheers of the audience. The lights of the colossal building still blazed, concealing the blood-soaked arena within. In the stands, Warrior Kim and Kim Chunbok quietly observed. Below, the crowd continued to roar. Hit him! Kill him! Kill him for me! Warrior Kim recognized it immediately. The capital's largest arena, the Colosseum. Its scale is truly immense. Kim Chunbok turned, his expression full of hidden meaning. You know about the Colosseum too? Warrior Kim replied concisely. I've heard rumors. He squinted and asked, By the way, are you involved with this place? Kim Chunbok just chuckled. Ha, you've got me figured out. So, that's it. I kept wondering where you got those rare items. Turns out, it's from here. He recalled information about Kim Chunbok, the antique shop owner, a founding member of Shinwan Market. This old man specialized in selling magical items of unknown origin at suspiciously low prices. Kim Chunbok explained. But I didn't bring you here to participate. After all you've done for me, how could I? But you brought me here with a plan, didn't you? That's right. Nothing in this world is free. His eyes sharpened. This is one of the fastest ways to get diamonds. The rules are simple. The winner takes the loser's diamonds. The loser must break their magic circuit to create diamonds. On the arena floor, the victor raised his hand in glory. Warrior Kim frowned, muttering. Basically, you have to bet all your experience points. So I have to fight, betting my life on the match? But the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Kim Chunbok calmly replied, That's right. If it's not to your taste, we can leave. Warrior Kim's smile was radiant with calculation. Leave? Where do I sign up? This is the perfect opportunity to collect diamonds. I'll sign you up because I'm the one who brought you here, Kim Chunbok declared confidently. So that means you also benefit somehow? Kim Chunbok explained the split. Half of the winning prize money would go to the victor, with the rest divided between him and the organizers. Sounds good. Let me get a taste of this place first. Warrior Kim cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with belligerence. The arena floor was chaotic, streaks of fiery red light from rapid attacks, but Warrior Kim merely dodged them lightly. Are you just going to dodge like a coward? A fighter tensed, muscles rippling with fiery red energy. I'll take you down with one blow with these muscles. Too much talk. Warrior Kim coldly interrupted, delivering a punch to his opponent's stomach. The giant's strength skill activated. His fist glowed brightly. It's my turn now, isn't it? The devastating punch landed squarely on the fighter's face, momentarily deforming his head. Warrior Kim raised his victorious fist beside the motionless body. Just one hit. Blue corner wins, the match controller shouted. This marks the birth of a rookie sensation. He's on a 5-match winning streak. Kim Chunbok was overjoyed. A 5-match winning streak? I bet you've got a lot of diamonds now, all thanks to me. Not only that, I've also made a lot of money, Kim Chunbok grinned, slinging an arm around Warrior Kim's shoulder. What are you going to do with the money you earned today? I'll probably get myself a better set of equipment. Wow, you only care about getting stronger? Maybe that's why you're so powerful. Kim Chunbok was astonished. Yes, of course. Warrior Kim's eyes turned sharp. Because power determines one's capability and mystical soul. I don't want to live as a deceived loser in this world. Kim Chunbok's phone rang. Huh? Looks like you just received a challenge. Warrior Kim turned curious. From whom? Kim Chunbok revealed the challenger's identity. From a level 4 superhuman, ranked first, known as the Destroyer King. That name stunned Warrior Kim. Kim Chunbok looked worried, admitting it was a tough match. His overall rank is 15. This might be quite difficult. You don't necessarily have to accept this challenge. But in Warrior Kim's eyes, there was no room for hesitation. Destroyer King, huh? His gaze shone with steely determination. The arena was buzzing. Bright lights illuminated the ring as the first round was signaled. The stands erupted in cheers. Go, Destroyer King. Crush that rookie sprout. Amidst the cheers, a muscular figure stepped out, spreading his arms wide with arrogance. The Destroyer King, level 4 superhuman, an arrogant smile hidden behind his mask, revealing a sparkling jewel-studded tooth. He looked at Warrior Kim, his voice full of mockery. I didn't expect a kid like you to accept my challenge. You must be out of your mind. Facing his enemy, Warrior Kim remained calm. The Destroyer King. He's definitely a tough opponent. The info panel appeared, displaying the opponent's strength. An SR rank character with combat prowess, immense strength, and fighting technique attributes. He was the strongest in hand-to-hand combat. But in Warrior Kim's mind, a thought flashed. But he can still be defeated. He recalled that in the game, the Destroyer King was level 5. However, here, he's only level 4. A mysterious smile formed on Warrior Kim's lips. Furthermore, I'm starting to feel that diamonds aren't a good enough reward anymore. The air thickened, signaling an impending clash. The Destroyer King roared, unleashing a thunderous punch. "Let me wipe that smile off your face." But Warrior Kim was faster, his arm blocking the attack. "I'll beat you to a pulp and watch you cry on the arena floor." He attacked frantically, but Warrior Kim deftly dodged, retaliating with a cunning kick. A challenging smile appeared on Warrior Kim's lips. "I wanted to say the same thing to you." The Destroyer King tightened his grip, aiming straight for his opponent's joints. But Warrior Kim had anticipated it. Just as expected, I knew he'd target the joints first. He had realized it from the start. The Destroyer King is a wrestler. With astonishing strength, the Destroyer King lifted Warrior Kim, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. The moment he lifts an enemy, he'll slam them to the ground. But even while suspended, Warrior Kim maintained his mysterious smile. But do you know? Suddenly, he spun in midair, unleashing a devastating kick that broke the hold. By activating a series of power attributes and launching a counterattack at the perfect moment, Warrior Kim countered his opponent's technique with an even more powerful attack. "I can overcome your incredible technique!" The Destroyer King screamed in pain, blood splattering from behind his mask. The punch sent the stunned wrestler stumbling back, disbelieving what had just happened. But he quickly regained his composure, lunging forward with the intent to lock arms. Warrior Kim had read his intentions. Next, he'll use an arm lock. But I saw it coming from a mile away. He deftly dodged, grabbing the Destroyer King's lunging arm. A system notification appeared as Warrior Kim used his opponent's own force to throw him down. A new attribute had been unlocked. It was suppression, gained by continuously predicting enemy actions. Warrior Kim smirked. "Now you're mine." The Destroyer King stood up, completely bewildered. Warrior Kim calmly spoke. "You seem to be wondering how I knew and dodged your attacks." Warrior Kim flashed an arrogant smile. "Too bad for you, I'm just getting started. Thanks to gaining suppression, I've mastered all 6 basic combat attributes." Purple energy surged around his body. The 6 low-level attributes will fuse. 6 power icons, merged into a blinding light, and evolve into a single attribute. A notification panel appeared. The new attribute had formed. Combat prowess. His fists clenched. Warrior Kim's eyes gleamed with excitement. "All right, let's test out this new item." The Destroyer King was stunned. Cold sweat pouring from behind his mask. "You? What are you going to do?" Without warning, Warrior Kim lunged forward. The lightning-fast attack left the Destroyer King only enough time to instinctively raise his arms in defense. What the hell? He was utterly astonished by his opponent's sudden change. "What did you do for your aura to change completely?" "You're quite perceptive. No wonder you have such a high rank." Warrior Kim smiled, admitting it. If before he was just an oversized rookie, then now, with combat prowess, I am a complete warrior. His fists erupted with an intense blue aura. The new attribute allowed his combos to always activate, while also enhancing all combat moves. The Destroyer King roared, unleashing a powerful punch to turn the tide. But the attack was easily blocked. Warrior Kim whispered about the limitless potential of his new power, and using combat prowess, if I combine it with other low-level attributes. His hand gripped his opponent's wrist tightly, power surging forth. A new attribute panel appeared. His power had reached another level. "Even the Destroyer King can't resist me." A devastating slam. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed as the Destroyer King was thrown straight onto the arena floor. Warrior Kim tightened the lock, his voice icy. "Surrender, unless you want your arm broken." The Destroyer King's desperate scream echoed throughout the arena. "Damn it! I give up! I surrender!" the referee loudly declared. "The winner is Warrior Kim!" Surprisingly, he has climbed to the #1 spot in the level 4 superhuman rankings. The stands erupted. Cheers echoed everywhere. A new title was born. "Warrior King! Warrior King!" Warrior King, huh. What a cheesy name. And now, we will begin the diamond creation process. The referee raised a cerulean energy orb. Warrior Kim smirked, his gaze sharp. "You will return all the power you've collected. Or else." The Destroyer King, however, flashed a sinister smile behind his mask. He still had a trump card. I request to use the special contract. The referee was stunned. Are you sure you want to use the special contract? Warrior Kim interjected, pointing a finger directly at his opponent. I also have a request, but it's not about diamonds. I want the item you wore when you appeared in the game. Give me Taekwon and I'll accept your condition. Quickly, hand over your SR-grade magic weapon. Destroyer King froze speechless, sweat pouring out from behind his mask. Taekwon? What is that? He tried to deny it, but Warrior Kim only sneered. I won't agree to anything other than 10 diamonds and Taekwon. Damn it, how did you know? Destroyer King muttered. Warrior Kim crossed his arms, confident in his advantage. He knew his opponent couldn't refuse. Destroyer King let out a heavy sigh, his eyes resolute. All right, I'll hand over Taekwon. But you must fight me in this arena later, with Taekwon as the stake. Warrior Kim smirked. Sounds good. We can decide the time later. A blue light enveloped it, and the mechanical gauntlets slowly materialized in space. Taekwon had appeared. Wow, look at this light, brand new. He put on the gauntlets, and an information panel appeared. Damage reduction? What a scam. Back at the base, he gazed contentedly at the sparkling pile of diamonds. I also received a lot of diamonds, enough to create a top-tier trait and still have some left over. He picked up the necklace that Pastor Kim had given him. If I apply the healing trait from this necklace, the diamond in his hand touched the pendant, and a brilliant golden aura flared up, engulfing both items. A surging blue energy enveloped his body, new power being forged in pain. The energy dissipated, leaving a system notification, immortality. Now I have immense power and immortality. Just one more thing to complete the warrior's trinity. He happily put the remaining diamonds into his pocket. I'll take good care of these diamonds. The phone on the table vibrated. A call from Jung Jin Young. He frowned. Is it the female hunter who bought the Lord of the Mountain? The image of the girl in the hat flashed through his mind. The Hunter Association building stood tall under the sun, a modern and powerful structure. Jung Jin Young led the way. Thank you for coming. Our guildmaster is very eager to meet you. Ah, yes. I'd like to meet him too. She smiled meaningfully, thinking to herself that the guildmaster was an NPC, specialized in giving rewards. Warrior Kim has arrived. A distinguished, gray-haired man smiled in welcome. Superman Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you. Warrior Kim froze. I am the guildmaster of the Hunter Association, Yoon Byung-jin. The gray-haired man smiled, but his smile held a chilling coldness. Warrior Kim was stunned. This guy isn't the guildmaster. A sense of unease crept into his mind. A vague memory flashed through his mind. This is the boss of an assassin organization. He was expelled from the guild a long time ago. Why is this guy here? Despite his doubts, he extended his hand. It's an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim. Yoon Byung-jin sneered, taking his hand. Ha, the honor is mine. Warrior Kim only vaguely remembered some incident in the man's past. The door suddenly burst open. A man ran in, panting. Sorry, I'm late. Yoon Byung-jin's annoyance was clear. Director Kang, is something wrong? Haha, I heard the one who defeated the Lord of the Mountain is here, so I rushed over, the man exclaimed. In that moment, Warrior Kim realized this was the real guildmaster in the game. Today is also the day of the unification match. How could I miss it? Director Kang gesticulated wildly, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. What the hell is going on? The man eagerly shook Warrior Kim's hand. I'm Director Kang. Just call me Kisok, ha ha ha. How could I dare call you by your first name? Director Kang seems to enjoy joking. Warrior Kim offered a polite smile, while Director Kang secretly praised his character. Yoon Byung-jin cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation. Ahem. If introductions are done, let's get to the main point. He turned to Warrior Kim, his eyes full of calculation. Superman, we'd like to invite you to become an official member of the guild. The Hunter Association, huh? Let me think about it. Becoming a free member would be good, but he couldn't trust this guildmaster. Frankly speaking, the guild is establishing an exclusive hunting ground in Yeoncheon. Yoon Byung-jin began to explain, his tone serious. Our guild's position is unstable. A map appeared. The guild's position was stuck between two military powers, only able to hunt with their permission. If the permit was revoked, the guild would be at risk of disbanding. Therefore, we need our own territory. We need a talented person like Superman Kim to establish it. The ambitious offer was made. Warrior Kim looked skeptical. That sounds reasonable, but Director Kang suddenly interjected, revealing the true purpose. Guildmaster, that's not our real goal. Our guildmaster doesn't just want to establish a hunting ground. The true ambition was much greater, to be recognized as an army, to create a military kingdom in Yeoncheon. Warrior Kim was stunned. Can a guild really do something of that magnitude? Yoon Byung-jin was about to deny it, but Director Kang cut him off, asserting confidently, yes, it can. Yoon Byung-jin's true nature briefly showed, his eyes glowing red and fangs bared. He made a tempting promise. Superman Kim, if you lend us your strength, in the future I can even yield this position to you. But Warrior Kim only smirked. Guildmaster position? Ha! Your ambition is completely exposed in your eyes. Director Kang quickly waved his hands, trying to bring the conversation back to reality. All right, just forget about that and join first. I'll take good care of you. Yoon Jin-young stepped forward, confidently interjecting. Don't you think I can handle this? Director Kang could only force a laugh. Warrior Kim's eyes turned cold. He was analyzing the situation, and the name Yoon Byung-jin appeared in his mind. A cruel man, unpredictable in his actions. Warrior Kim suddenly realized that Director Kang, who would give him lucrative missions, needed to be protected from this man. Director Kang continued to enthusiastically invite him, while Jung Jin-young playfully put him in a headlock. Superman Kim, if you join, you'll also get tax benefits. And today, you can even hunt in the unification competition. A smile appeared on Warrior Kim's lips. He had made his decision. I should protect him. Sounds good. Then I'll join. The car sped along the dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. Director Kang enthusiastically drove. Aha! Now I owe you a favor. I'll take care of the driving, you just relax. Director Kang chattered on endlessly, leaving Warrior Kim to silently endure. He hadn't expected the real guildmaster to be such a talkative person. The car was still moving. Warrior Kim wondered why Director Kang opposed having an exclusive hunting ground. The answer seemed to be related to the Yeoncheon Party. The Yeoncheon Party? Director Kang explained that it was a group of members loyal to the guildmaster, specialized in cleaning up trouble for politicians. Warrior Kim suddenly realized. So the guildmaster is trying to pull me to his side. Director Kang confirmed. That's right. Director Kang was annoyed. He's got it all wrong. Isn't ability the most important thing in a guild? Instead of getting involved in all that nonsense. But recently, all the members who agreed with me have been transferred elsewhere, so my position is shaky. His voice dropped, full of worry. Warrior Kim secretly reevaluated this man. He thought he was just a carefree guy, but he turned out to be so thoughtful. The car braked sharply, its tires grinding on the dry ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A large campsite appeared. We're here. This is the guild's secret hunting ground, Director Kang proudly announced. Amidst the commotion, Warrior Kim looked around. Damn, there are a lot of hunters. A familiar voice rang out. Jung Jin-young waved. Hunter Kim, you're finally here! Ah, yes. He suddenly had to go to the restroom. Warrior Kim scratched his head, making up an excuse. Perfect timing. I have something to tell you. Jung Jin-young's smile faded, her eyes sharpening. It's best not to get too close to Director Kang. Warrior Kim was slightly surprised by the blunt warning. Do you think I'd side with him? It seems you already know about the factions within the guild. Jung Jin-young raised an eyebrow. I've roughly guessed there are differences in opinion. The girl subtly adjusted the brim of her hat. That's right. He's someone who can't see the big picture and focuses too much on trivial details. Fiery golden eyes and a faint scar. A memory suddenly flashed in Warrior Kim's mind. He froze. So familiar. The fog of memory dissipated. Jung Jin-young, codenamed Wolf's Claw. She was a member of the assassin organization under Yoon Byung-jin. So that's it. The Yeoncheon Party was the precursor to the assassin organization. A flash of insight struck Warrior Kim's mind. All the pieces fell into place. Jung Jin-young continued to talk about Director Kang, claiming he was just obsessing over some petty illegal activities. But I actually like him, you know? Warrior Kim smirked. He doesn't badmouth people behind their backs. Seems like a decent guy. He replied with a loaded question. Is that so? Jung Jin-young's face darkened. Her fiery golden eyes gleamed with displeasure. Fine. Suit yourself. Jung Jin-young turned away. I just hope you don't regret it. Later. Warrior Kim didn't mind. Now that I've got a handle on the situation, I should start preparing. In a restroom, empty sunscreen tubes lay scattered about. He was applying a thick layer of cream to his face, gritting his teeth against the burning sensation. A notification appeared. He had acquired the sensitive skin trait. I got it after buying cheap skincare products and applying them until it hurt. He washed his face, recalling his peculiar training process. But I finally collected them all. The trait panel appeared, showing all 6 basic senses fully equipped. A brilliant golden light enveloped the traits. They merged, forming an ultimate skill, 6th sense. Back in the present, Warrior Kim smiled smugly. The 6th sense trait is great for hunting, but it's also excellent in situations like this. Let's see if anyone's harboring ill intentions. He scanned the crowd, his eyes darting around. A nearby man flinched, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Warrior Kim's eyes saw through a dark, purplish-black aura, enveloping 2 people shaking hands. Their killing intent was clear. Warrior Kim's 6th sense flared. A chilling purple killing intent enveloped those around him. What is this? Could it be? Most of the people here are bad guys? A middle-aged man enthusiastically approached. Warrior Kim, I finally found you. Let's have a drinking contest before the competition. He introduced 2 trusted subordinates. The man with the tattoo on his temple spoke up. Ah, these 2 are my right-hand men. Director Kang has praised you highly. Warrior Kim coldly refused. I don't think I can drink, because... His gaze pierced the tattooed man who was smiling, but enveloped in a dark aura. Oh, is that so? From you, the one Director Kang considers his right-hand man. I smell something. The foul, poisonous stench of betrayal. As dusk fell, the others were already tipsy. Only Warrior Kim stood by the grill, his mind in turmoil. They don't even know there's a spy here. What should I do now? He bit down hard on his chopsticks, torn internally. I have to tell Director Kang, but will he believe someone he just met when I tell him his right-hand man has betrayed him? The tattooed man patted his shoulder. Warrior, could you keep an eye on the director for a moment? I'm going to get more drinks. Kim nodded, deciding to observe the situation. Director Kang, already drunk, slung an arm around Warrior Kim. Warrior Tilda, how do you like the party? Having fun? He forced a smile. Yes, it's great fun. Not to mention there's a traitor here. The tattooed man returned with a crate of alcohol in his hands. Drinks are here. He quickly poured a glass, a knowing smile on his face. I'll have one. Soju and beer for Director Kang, right? Let me mix one for you. Director Kang laughed heartily. Ah, that's right. I always like your ratio. The man handed the drink to the director. Here you go. You should finish this glass. Wait. Warrior Kim suddenly snatched the glass, thrusting it towards the tattooed man. Why don't you take a sip first? The man froze, his smile vanishing. The tattooed man was stunned, sweat pouring down his face. What is this? Warrior Kim retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. Why, is there a reason you can't drink it? The best time to expose a traitor is when they're about to make their move. Kim recalled the man's sinister smile as he poured the drink. He couldn't hide his malice or his anxiety. As he carried out his plot, this was the perfect moment to poison Director Kang. Did you put poison in this drink? The blunt accusation startled the man, who quickly denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? Director Kang was still bewildered, but Warrior Kim had cornered his opponent. If I'm wrong, just take a sip. Without another word, the glass was pressed firmly to the man's mouth. Come on, drink it. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. In extreme panic, he flung the glass away. The poisonous liquid spilled into the fire, sizzling and smoking. Get away from me. The traitor's face contorted, his fear betraying everything. Director Kang froze, then his rage erupted. Section Chief Choi, you bastard! Did you really put poison in it? Exposed, Choi screamed, blaming the betrayal. You betrayed me first. I heard everything from the chairman. You opposed my promotion. A thunderous punch cut short Choi's frantic accusations. Swift as a ghost, Warrior Kim closed in, a clean strike taking down the traitor. A cold blade pressed against his throat. Choi frantically begged. Wait, please, spare me. Kim glanced at Director Kang. It's clear he's the traitor now. Should I finish him? Or would Director Kang prefer to do it himself? Choi desperately revealed the mastermind. It was the chairman who instigated me to do this. Director Kang said nothing. His hand tightened around the axe handle, his cold gaze having sealed the traitor's fate. The cold axe blade swung up and then down, ending a life. Under the setting sun, Director Kang stood there, holding the blood-stained axe. Around him lay scattered corpses. The betrayal had been suppressed. Fool. I always knew you were greedy, but I never thought you'd dare to kill me, to seize the director position. The car roared, speeding away in a cloud of dust, leaving the bloody scene behind. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. If they find out I killed the spy, they'll come for revenge. Director Kang gritted his teeth. Yoon Byung-jin, that bastard. So this is why he sent all my men away. Suddenly, another car pulled up close. Director Kang, did you catch anything? I heard you hit the jackpot. Jung Jin-young sneered from the passenger seat, her expression full of hidden meaning. Director Kang tried to remain calm. Well, we didn't find anything special, but the other party cut him off. Come on, I heard everything. Jung Jin-young aimed her heavy weapon out the window. That you beheaded Section Chief Choi! A system panel appeared before Warrior Kim. His senses screamed danger. Damn it. He floored the accelerator, and the car lunged forward. Immediately, a convoy of trucks and cars rushed from behind, firing relentlessly. An ambush had been set. The breathtaking chase began. Gunshots echoed, and bullet trails tore up the road. Director Kang roared in anger, his hand glowing with energy. You Yeonchan faction bastards! How dare you shoot at us? A terrifying explosion engulfed the nearest truck, blowing it to pieces. Amidst the smoke and fire, their car weaved through, frantically seeking a way out of the enemy's encirclement. Damn it, I can't hit them. Hunter Kim, can you slow down a bit? Director Kang was helpless. The man in sportswear just smirked. Let me show you. He leaned out the window, rifle ready in hand. The skill system panel appeared, displaying a series of superior marksman traits. The skill set's effects activated. All vibrations were eliminated. Now, he was a perfect firing platform. Through the scope, the enemy truck was clearly visible. With this effect, I can read their movements and aim instinctively. The crosshairs locked onto the target, he muttered. All right. A spark flashed from the muzzle. The bullet tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the target. The truck's tire exploded in a flash, rubber and metal scattering everywhere. The truck lost control, causing a horrific chain collision. Panicked screams echoed among the pursuing convoy. What the hell? Stop! The curly-haired teammate was stunned, stammering in horror. My God, he's a god-tier marksman. Hunter Kim, are you a monster? Their car sped past the chaos, leaving the enemies behind. But the chase wasn't over. From another vehicle, Jung Jin-young had taken position, her eyes sharp and cold. Suddenly, the crisis detection skill flashed. The man in sportswear sensed a deadly killing intent rushing towards them. Without a second's hesitation, he yanked the steering wheel, making a sharp turn. Their car skidded, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision with an enemy truck. The two cars brushed past each other by a hair's breadth, the screech of metal grating. Having escaped the deadly path, Jung Jin-young roared in anger. Damn it! Chase them! The pursuing convoy clung close behind. On the brink of life and death, the system suddenly announced. Warrior Kim had just acquired 2 new traits, driving and boarding. Well, I'm really good, Warrior Kim said smugly while Director Kang and the curly-haired teammate turned green from motion sickness. The recent chase was clearly a terrifying experience for them. The car finally arrived at a safe place, a sturdy military base under the sunset. This is Warrior Kim, a level 4 superhuman from the Hunter Association, reporting. A high-ranking official approached to inquire. By the way, what happened outside? Both factions confronted each other at the gate. On the other side, a formidable military convoy was already waiting. The chase might have ended, but the tension had not. Jung Jin-young stepped down, giving a decisive order. Leave your weapons in the car. The entire team complied immediately. The curly-haired teammate leaned in to warn. If you cause trouble in this area, you'll be considered to be challenging the authority of the Corps commander. Warrior Kim merely replied coldly. Yes, I know. I won't cause any trouble. An elderly man suddenly rushed out, pointing at them. Please wait! You can't let them in! They are criminals! They killed people! A military officer stopped him. We do not interfere with disputes that occur outside the hunting grounds. I'm sure the chairman is aware of this. Or are you challenging the authority of the Eastern Corps commander? He growled, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, radiating a chilling, killing intent. The chairman was speechless, sweat pouring down his face at the unmistakable threat. The officer turned to mock. Kang Kesiok, you ran away like a rat. Did you hire a professional driver or something? Director Kang patted Warrior Kim's shoulder. It's all thanks to our Hunter Kim. He's good at driving, Hunting and shooting, too. Thank you for sending someone like him. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her off to him. Director Kang laughed heartily, ignoring Warrior Kim's horrified expression at the thought. The officer glared, baring his fangs. Tsk, I didn't expect Warrior Kim to side with a guy like that. Another man quickly intervened. Director Kang, come here. We don't want to see bloodshed. But Kang Kiziok just smirked. Now, Tilda, don't forget, this isn't your territory. Don't cause trouble. An authoritative voice echoed through the space, silencing all the chaos. What's all this racket? Everyone froze at the sudden appearance. A figure stood tall above, exuding an overwhelming aura. Gu Hyungwon, Division Commander of the Eastern Corps, Level 7 superhuman. The officer and the chairman of the Hunter Association immediately bowed deeply. Division Commander, we apologize, sir. We were just trying to talk. Warrior Kim held his breath. One of the 4 great division commanders of the Eastern Corps, Level 7 superhuman Gu Hyungwon. A figure of immense stature had appeared. Gu Hyungwon declared coldly, I don't care if hunters fight, but not here. This is not your playground. The 2 men could only endure the warning in silence. Gu Hyungwon turned his back, his voice hardening. If I see this happen one more time. He turned, facing Warrior Kim directly. Gu Hyungwon's sharp gaze glinted behind his sunglasses. All right. I will mediate this dispute and represent the Eastern Corps. The declaration stunned everyone. Sir, this is a matter for the Hunter Association. You cannot interfere. Gu Hyungwon bared his fangs, growling. This is an order from the heavens. The 2 men from the association turned pale. You mean, the Corps commander? Gu Hyungwon stood there, majestic as a judging deity. Tomorrow at noon, at the City Hall, there will be a duel of honor. Only one person present here is allowed to volunteer to fight. His gaze fixed on Warrior Kim. Warrior Kim was stunned, cold sweat pouring down. Huh? Why is he looking at me? Gu Hyungwon concluded his pronouncement. The loser must offer their head. Gu Hyungwon roared, his stern voice allowing no refusal. If you refuse the match, I will condemn you. Rain poured down on the lawn where the crowd had gathered. The air was heavy and cold. A stage of death had been set. His teammate asked worriedly, but Warrior Kim just calmly started. Hunter Kim, are you sure? I know you volunteered, but don't worry. He smirked, his eyes sharp. After all, this honorable match was set up to test me. He knew who was behind this sudden match. A powerful individual was watching from afar. A level 8 superhuman, commander of the Eastern Army, Tiger King Kugigum. His imposing figure stood atop the tower, silently looking down. Warrior Kim stood up straight, clenching his fists. All right, judge me however you like. The 2 faced each other in the pouring rain, the distance between them closing. The army commander smirked. What a pity, Warrior Kim. If you had joined us, we could have achieved great things. Warrior Kim scoffed. I don't want to work with you, filthy lot. Is that so? If that's your choice. The man's smile turned savage, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his body. Then I will kill you. The crowd panicked. Ah, a vampire. Is he a shapeshifter? Warrior Kim calmly drew his sword. It's understandable that they're surprised. Vampires are known as extinct monsters. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes icy. But I knew his true identity from the start. And I know all the countermeasures. Last night, a mechanical hand clenched sparkling trait stones, the secret weapon for the life or death battle. I scoured all the traitors to collect them. His teammate looked skeptical, but Warrior Kim was resolute. Just wait and see, Manager Park. A series of defensive traits were sacrificed. Endurance, perseverance, iron armor. All merged into one. Energy exploded violently. A new trait was created, indestructible diamond. A confident smile appeared on Warrior Kim's lips. You'll find out soon enough in the match. Now I have the Holy Trinity. Back to reality. The Crimson Vampire claws lunged forward, but were blocked by a sturdy blade. 2 surges of power collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Warrior Kim didn't flinch. The vampire leader was stunned. How can a mere level 4 block my attack so easily? Because I'm not at a level where a monster can kill me. Warrior Kim's eyes were sharp, full of defiance. The power of the giant was activated. The blazing golden blade struck down, completely overwhelming the opponent. Pushed back, the vampire roared in confusion. What kind of power is this? Did you fake your level? This was it. The perfect combination of 3 traits: giant strength, indestructible diamond, and immortality. The synergy of the 3 most overpowered traits in the game. Warrior Kim growled, his entire body glowing with a golden light. The combination of indestructible diamond and immortality allowed him to unleash the full power of the giant, far exceeding the limits of a level 4 superhuman. Another powerful slash was unleashed. The vampire could only helplessly fly backward. The vampire leader watched in horror as his steel claws shattered. "My steel claws!" Cornered, his crimson eyes flared with a deadly glint. If it's come to this, so be it. His skin cracked, bones distorted. A savage growl heralded a terrifying transformation. From within the bloody mist, a grotesque creature with hideous spider legs emerged. From afar, Director Kang and his colleague were speechless at the unbelievable sight. "Director Kang, is that? Oh my God. He's a mutant?" It was the second awakening of a shapeshifter using the mutation trait. Even with the risk of losing its sanity, its power was enough to wipe out an entire team of level 5 superhumans. That's why it had to be destroyed before its development was complete. A massive stream of black flames descended from the sky. The pitch-black energy swallowed the monster, tearing apart everything in its path. Warrior Kim was stunned. He withstood the black flames. The vampire tore through the black flames, its power still increasing. He could reach level 7 if he completes his maturation process. A heaven-shattering claw swipe. Warrior Kim was knocked back, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. This kind of power? The monster gave its opponent no respite, constantly lunging to attack with frenzied speed. Completely overwhelmed, Warrior Kim could only struggle to defend himself. The vampire's voice echoed. "I find it truly regrettable, Warrior Kim. To think I have to kill such a talented individual." The monster raised its claw, preparing to finish him. A surge of crimson energy descended with terrifying destructive power. The ground cracked. Debris scattered. The destructive attack swallowed everything. Amidst the heavy rain, the spider monster's figure collapsed. Black smoke rose from its disintegrating body. Warrior Kim breathed a sigh of relief. The monster's crimson eyes flashed with surprise before fading. "That was a close call, hee," he muttered, activating the skill Iron Fist, reducing all damage for 10 seconds. The leader couldn't believe it. "What is this? With my awakened power, you should have died instantly." He was right. If not for the black flame suppressing his development, Warrior Kim wouldn't have stood a chance. But now it was different. He smirked. "Had enough fun? It's my turn." The sword in his hand began to gather brilliant light. Once its development stopped, there was only one thing left to do. Kill it before it fully develops. "Goodbye, hideous monster." The leader could only let out one last desperate scream. A divine slash tore through the darkness, piercing straight through the monster's body. A colossal pillar of light shot up into the blue sky, dispersing the dark clouds. The battle was over. Warrior Kim sat exhausted on a chair. His teammates gathered around, unable to hide their joy. "You actually defeated a level 5 vampire! I still can't believe it, even after seeing it with my own eyes." From afar, Director Kang and his men were speechless. He defeated the association president. "We're screwed, truly screwed. Hunter Jung, say something." Amidst the chaotic scene, young Jin Young remained silent, her sharp eyes holding an indescribable emotion. The older man scratched his head in confusion. "What are you going to do with the association?" "I'm not sure. How about Hunter Kim takes the position of president?" Warrior Kim smiled and refused. "No, you understand the association better than I do." But deep down, he had another plan. Asterisk. "Because I'll only get the mission once you become chairman." Asterisk. A solemn voice rang out, interrupting the conversation. "Warrior Kim." The man in the black suit relayed the order. "The Legion commander wants to see you. Follow me." Kim smirked, as if he had anticipated this. In his mind, a name clearly appeared. Asterisk. "You've been watching me, Kugigum." Asterisk. His golden eyes glowed fiercely in the darkness, like a wild beast. The towering spire rose into the night sky, brilliantly lit. This place was known as the Tiger King's Palace. Inside, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. Warrior Kim bowed respectfully before the elders. "Greetings. I am Warrior Kim." He secretly observed the person seated in the center, the one known as the Tiger King. Asterisk. "I thought he was over 100 years old, but he doesn't look like it at all." Asterisk. Kugigum spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Yes, I watched your interesting match. Who is your master?" Just by his presence, Kugigum created an invisible pressure that made Kim's entire body tremble. He didn't need to use mana to overwhelm his opponent. "I don't have one." Kim's answer surprised the Tiger King. "Huh, really? So you're self-taught?" One of Kugigum's followers remarked with disdain. As expected, his movements are quite crude. His swordsmanship is basic, and his combos aren't smooth either. Kim was momentarily annoyed by the criticism. Kugigam unexpectedly made an offer. "You're an interesting young man. Say, would you like to become my disciple?" This invitation he had already known about. Becoming the Tiger King's disciple would open up a broad path to power. His growth rate would be guaranteed, like an inevitable law. Deep down, Kim had calculated. The reward was the Tiger King's sword art secret technique, but the price to pay was not small. Kim bowed deeply, his attitude respectful but his words firm. "It is an honor to receive your offer, but I wish to walk my own path." The blunt refusal infuriated Kugigam's subordinates. "How dare you refuse our father's offer? Are you insane?" But Kim remained unfazed. The easy path isn't always the answer. If he accepted, he would be bound by too many rules. Kugigam narrowed his eyes, killing intent beginning to spread. "You should have bowed your head right now. I will teach this brat a lesson." A furious roar echoed. Crimson killing intent erupted from Kugigam, and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire room. The invisible pressure was like millions of blades piercing Kim, making him dizzy. This killing intent. It's terrifying. But he gritted his teeth and endured. The skill panel appeared, defensive effects activated. He would not fall. Kugigam raised an eyebrow slightly, little surprised. His killing intent hadn't diminished, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. The pressure vanished. Kugigam retracted all his killing intent, looking at the young man who still stood firm with admiration. "You endured? I'm quite surprised." Kim panted, sweat pouring down him like rain. Facing the Tiger King was like facing a colossal tiger mountain. "With such talent, why do you still refuse to be my disciple?" Regaining his composure, Kim raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Because I have a dream I want to achieve. That is, to reach level 9. He wanted to touch the constellation, a realm only 4 people had ever reached. Kugigam pondered. He analyzed the necessary conditions to reach level 9, advanced swordsmanship, mana cultivation techniques, and most importantly, enlightenment. "However, I worry that your bad habits might hinder you when you reach level 7. Nevertheless, Kim clenched his fists, unwavering. "Even so, I still want to walk my own path. Whether it's right or wrong," Kim declared boldly, "because that is my resolve." Kugigam smiled in approval. "Understood. I appreciate your courage." The old man reached out, firmly grasping the hilt of a sword. The sword was thrown towards warrior Kim. "Then take it." The surrounding elders couldn't help but be astonished. The young man was flustered, his face flushed. "This is..." A dazzling golden light emanated from the treasured sword. An SSR-grade black tiger sword? A dazzling golden light emanated from the treasured sword. An SSR-grade black tiger sword? "Come here and take this too." Kugigam's words rang out, full of authority. A small object was handed to Kim. "What is this?" A USB stick containing a legendary sword art. The Tiger King's sword art. Kugigam explained that this sword art combined power and speed, perfectly suited for Kim. "Thank you, Legion Commander." "But why would you?" Kim wondered, feeling a burden despite accepting it. "Because I see passion and talent in you." Kugigam laughed heartily, then offered a condition. "If you reach level 8 within 10 years, the entire Eastern Army will be yours." The earth-shattering promise left everyone speechless. The elders immediately protested vehemently. "Legion Commander, that's absurd! It's just an empty promise!" Kugigam silenced all objections with a firm declaration. "Listen closely, all of you. The moment anyone here reaches level 8, that person will inherit my position." A pact was established. 10 years. You can walk your own path, but if you don't reach level 8, you will have to return the black tiger sword. Warrior Kim gripped the sword hilt tightly, his gaze resolute. "I will remember that." He knelt, setting an even more ambitious milestone. "I promise to deliver results within 10 years. No, 5 years." But deep down, he merely smirked. Inherit the Eastern Army? That was never the goal. Having another option isn't bad. The meeting concluded with Kugigam's hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Now I should call you the master of the Black Tiger Sword, shouldn't I?" In a luxurious office, Director Kang Kiseok was curious. "By the way, why did you refuse to become his disciple?" "Oh, because my dream is to be independent and free." A cunning smile revealed a much larger plan. "To collect all 3 top sword arts, I cannot be tied down to one place." In his mind, the image of Star Destroyer flared. "Because I happened to meet Beck Soren, I'm just waiting for her to awaken the Mars sword art." And 2 more mysterious figures were still waiting ahead. But I haven't met Jeanette and Carly yet. He took a sip of water, his expression calm as if that grand plan was just an everyday matter. Director Kang burst out laughing, unable to hide his admiration. Ahaha, you truly are different. Our association would have been in danger without you, Hunter Kim. You refused the position of association chairman, so how about becoming an honorary director instead? An unexpected offer was made. Warrior Kim was stunned by the title he just heard. Honorary director? You just need to attend quarterly meetings, and we promise to provide all kinds of benefits. He cleared his throat, but in his head, he calculated, isn't this a dream job? Of course, I know this isn't enough, so I've prepared a few more things. Director Kang opened a box, the brilliant light inside making Warrior Kim curious. Oh? What could it be? The lid of the box sprang open. Inside were 2 exquisitely crafted solid gold guns. Warrior Kim was speechless. Ugh, what is this? Director Kang smiled proudly, his voice firm. Dasan Gun. Dasan Gun. The name echoed in Warrior Kim's mind. His eyes were fixed on the legendary weapon, unable to look away. This was the masterpiece of Chong Yagyong, the mysterious engineer who once worked at Dasan Mountain. A weapon that carried not only power, but also a legacy. Ha ha ha, I'll give you 2 of the guns our association currently has. How about it? Director Kang made an irresistible offer, revealing a bigger secret. Perhaps this is the right time to start collecting the rest of the set. I heard that if you collect all 5 guns, you can find Dasan's grimoire. An ancient book appeared, radiating, surging magical power. A sly smile appeared on Warrior Kim's lips. The relic unlocked an advanced trait for the marksman system. I'll collect more when I get the chance. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Director Kang smiled smugly. So, would you like to sign the contract right now, Director Kim? Warrior Kim firmly grasped Kang's mechanical hand, a radiant smile on his face. Yes, I look forward to working with you, Director Kang. No, Chairman Kang. I love you, Chairman. A luxurious villa appeared under the sunlight. This was the new beginning for Warrior Kim. The scene changed. In the training space, Warrior Kim unleashed the Tiger King's power, golden lightning bolts shattering the stone blocks. He swung his sword, a brilliant golden light drawing a deadly arc. 4th form Tiger King sword art, the Tiger King's advanced technique. Sword energy erupted into continuous slashes. Tiger King's fierce strike and Tiger King's twin slashes were perfectly executed. His figure was enveloped in a stream of golden energy, the sword in his hand glowing brightly, preparing for the final technique. And the core of the Tiger King sword art lies in mana control. A satisfied smile bloomed on Warrior Kim's lips as golden energy enveloped him. When performed with the right movements, sword energy will be unleashed. His eyes flashed with deadly light, reflecting the full moon in the night. Tiger King's soaring flight. A sword strike was unleashed, creating a brilliant solar eclipse image, signaling a destructive attack. The golden sword energy surged like a storm, tearing through space. A terrifying explosion shook the entire training area. The immense destructive power of the final technique had been unleashed. The sturdy wall was now just a giant slash mark, smoke and dust rising thickly. Incredible power. It seems I'll have to train a lot more to fully master it. I can only generate sword energy at this level thanks to this item. He smirked, his fangs slightly visible. But I've gained 2 new traits, so this training session was worth it. 2 notification panels appeared, Quick Draw and Moon Slash. Soon I'll acquire the Swordsman trait. Only about 2 more traits to go. I want them now, but today I'll rest. Time to enjoy life, Tilda. He dreamed of a relaxing afternoon on the balcony. A sudden piercing noise rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. What was that? I thought I'd finally get some rest. He looked down. A black car had just crashed into the curb directly below. A man stumbled out, his body covered in injuries. Warrior Kim, save me. No, save my brother. Warrior Kim was stunned, recognizing the person calling for help. Jin Taekwon? Warrior Kim looked at the man before him, astonished by his injuries. What the hell happened to you? On a rooftop, amidst the city night, the story of an empire's downfall began to unfold. So, your subordinates betrayed you because you opposed their business idea? Jin Taekwon bitterly admitted the truth. They were secretly trafficking people behind my back. I punished the masterminds, and that's why they betrayed me. The former boss clutched his shattered mechanical arm, a symbol of his crumbled power. But Warrior Kim's intuition told him the story wasn't that simple. His eyes flashed with blue light, and his detection skills activated. What? He recalled that Jin Tiquan's betrayal was part of the original plot, but he thought he had changed it. That building, full of guards, even though the boss had been incapacitated, his gaze turned sharp. They weren't just guarding, that means they're looking for me. All the pieces slowly fit together. He guessed who was behind it all. The other two brothers of the human hunter, bomber and demolition expert, are very likely involved in this. Without hesitation, he gave an order. I'll go in through the main gate. In the meantime, go find your brother. Jin Tiquan was stunned. The main gate? I guarantee there will be traps there. Why would you? The middle-aged man panicked, but only received a confident smile in return. Just trust me. A heavy rifle appeared in his hand, a stream of blue electricity enveloping his body. I'm level 4 now, you know? Not to mention I'm equipped with top-tier weapons. He calmly walked through the main entrance, leaving behind the sneering laughter of someone watching. Heh, that idiot. Really went in through the main gate? Inside, a heavily armed squad was waiting. Riot shields and dark gun barrels pointed directly at the uninvited guest. The leader stepped out, a provocative smirk on his face. So it's you? The one who betrayed Jin Tiquan? He arrogantly replied. I didn't betray him. He opposed the business idea for the organization. Warrior Kim calmly raised his gun. But even so, human trafficking is a bit much, don't you think? The other man froze, not expecting the opponent to act. Huh, what are you doing? The shield wielder boasted. This is a bulletproof shield! Go ahead and shoot if you dare! Blue energy gathered around Warrior Kim's gun barrel. Since there's an invitation, why refuse? A deafening blast rang out. The tremendous impact sent the shield wielder flying backward, his body staggering in midair. His comrades quickly caught him. The sturdy shield now had a hole in it. How could he pierce a bulletproof shield with just one shot? Warrior Kim sneered. Because what I'm using is the Dasan gun, an overpowered weapon that can overwhelm any defensive skill. The leader furiously roared, pointing forward. His subordinates immediately formed ranks, shields raised like a steel wall. What are you standing around for? Shoot him dead. Immediately, at his command, a rain of fiery red bullets poured down on Warrior Kim's position. The gun in his hand once again emitted a stream of blue energy, ready for a counterattack. It was the Dasan shotgun, the first weapon he received from the Hunter Association. Its unique ability was impact. A blue light swept through. The terrifying force sent the entire enemy formation flying, scattering them like falling leaves. Impact, an overpowered trait, crushing and repelling everything the bullet touched. The shields became useless against this power. The status panel displayed a series of equipped skills. And if I add traits that can resonate with it, energy exploded, forming a destructive vortex. A new trait was unlocked. Chainfire. I can obtain the final piece of a marksman. The marksman skill set was complete. Warrior Kim's eyes were sharp, his gun barrel pointed straight ahead. Now, I'll wipe out these flies and find the true masterminds behind all of this. The figures of Section Chief Choi and the exhibitionist appeared, signaling a more dangerous force. A volley of bullets tore through the air. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the attackers fell like autumn leaves. The bulletproof shield shattered, unable to withstand the destructive power from the gun barrel. In the blink of an eye, the battle was decided. Warrior Kim stood alone amidst the pile of corpses, his gun barrel still smoking. The leader trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What? You couldn't have come up with this plan on your own. The cold gun barrel pressed against his temple. Where are they? Instead of answering, the traitor let out a savage laugh. At the same time, a phone rang. From the other end of the line, a voice rang out, full of self-satisfaction. Warrior Kim, let me give you a small gift. A gift? Warrior Kim frowned, sensing something ominous. The man on the ground let out a final scream, his eyes flashing with madness. A giant fireball engulfed everything. The traitor had turned himself into a living bomb. The terrifying pressure blew everything away, and the building's structure collapsed in a sea of flames. The dash skill activated. Warrior Kim barely escaped the explosion. The entire building collapsed behind him. Those crazy bastards, they used the whole building as a trap. His eyes were bloodshot, and the tracking skill appeared. They need to be taught a lesson. Bright red streaks of light appeared in the air, pointing the way to the mastermind. Without hesitation, he followed the trail. This way. He smirked confidently. Go ahead and hide. With my abilities, I could find guys like you, with my eyes closed. Before he finished speaking, a destructive beam of light struck from afar. He froze. Huh? A terrifying explosion engulfed the street, throwing him back. The immense, destructive power swept away everything in its path. He staggered to his feet amidst the rubble, his gaze turning cold. "All right, you bastards want to play hard, don't you?" Blue energy enveloped the rifle. "Fine. Today, I'll end this lingering feud." A series of marksman abilities activated. He smirked. "Let's see." Through the scope, 2 figures appeared, as if in a video game. "Oh? This ability has visual effects, like a shooting game." He knelt, charging energy into the gun barrel. Target acquired. The blue bullet whistled, embedding itself directly into one of their heads. "Fire!" The skinny guy collapsed. His muscular accomplice frantically yelled, "Huh? Big bro?" He caught his brother, unable to believe it. We deliberately hid between the buildings. How could he? Through the scope, he smiled deadly. "Hide well, because these bullets now, walls won't stop them." Because. These are special bullets that penetrate matter to attack the intangible. The second soul bullet flew, piercing straight into the remaining guy. He lowered his gun, his expression nonchalant. He couldn't finish them off because the bullets attacked their souls instead of their bodies. But that was even better, because they'll take care of the rest. Kim Taekwon stood there, watching the 2 traitors collapse in front of the warehouse door. "Big bro!" The man's voice trembled with emotion. "You're alive!" A group of people emerged from the shadows, carrying an injured person. "We protected the boss's younger brother," the subordinate reported. Kim Taekwon embraced his brother, a weight lifted from his heart. "You don't know how worried I was." "Wait. Where are the other members?" The man being carried was still unconscious. "All imprisoned members have safely escaped. They are hunting down the traitors." "What are you going to do now?" Kim Taekwon took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes sharp. "We will begin erasing all traces of human trafficking. But of course, before that." He looked at the 2 men sprawled on the ground, thoughts of revenge rising within him. Kim Taekwon's eyes blazed with killing intent. "I will punish those who dared to touch our organization." Amidst the rubble, Superman Kim waited. "Kim Taekwon is taking longer than I thought." "Warrior Kim," a voice rang out. Immediately after, Kim Taekwon suddenly knelt before him. Superman Kim was surprised. What's wrong?" Kim Taekwon looked up, his eyes full of pleading. "Please, I beg you, teach me how to become as strong as you." He clenched his fist. "I've learned from this incident that I must become stronger to protect my people. And right now, I don't have enough strength to do that. If you teach me how to become stronger, I will work as your slave. So please!" The desperate plea rang out. Superman Kim sighed, a little flustered. If you're that grateful, just give me a useful reward. I don't want you as a slave." His eyes suddenly flashed sharply. But a thought flashed through Superman Kim's mind. With that method, Kim Taekwon can certainly become a stronger enhanced warrior. Kim Taekwon knelt, his voice pleading. "We can form a magic contract right now. I will swear my loyalty." Superman Kim raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" Kim Taekwon yelled, his face both joyful and frantic. "Yes, of course." "All right. I'll train you as if tomorrow is the end of the world." As soon as the acceptance was given, Kim Taekwon bowed his head to the ground. "Thank you, sir. I swear to serve you with all my might." A thought suddenly flashed through Superman Kim's mind. Perhaps it's time I had a loyal subordinate. The desolate scene of the ruined city appeared, silent and deadly. 2 figures strode through the ruins. Kim Taekwon pointed forward. "This place is the body modification facility we seized from the Janitors Association." Superman Kim continued, his gaze unwavering. "That's right. And perhaps this is also where your traitors continued their human trafficking." Rage flared in Kim Taekwon's eyes, his fists clenched. "This place? I told them this facility was only to be used for enhancement purposes." He suddenly stopped, a horrifying realization dawning on him. "Wait, so you came here to modify my body?" Superman Kim replied casually. "Yes. This is the best place to enhance a super warrior. Today, you will undergo both biological mutation and prosthetic implantation simultaneously." Kim Taekwon paled, stammering. "Simultaneously? But isn't that extremely dangerous? So many people have died from mana overload when doing that." Superman Kim waved his hand, his expression calm. "Don't worry. Just ensure the proper combination of mutation factors and implants." Before them was a sturdy steel gate, hidden behind crumbling concrete walls. Inside was a state-of-the-art laboratory, enveloped in cold green light. A figure was submerged in a giant test tube. Sitting before the control screen, Superman Kim smiled smugly. "Fewer materials than I thought, but this is enough for a level 3 superhuman." The system interface displayed 2 options: mutation factor and implant components. Creating an enhanced warrior requires a combination of both righteous and evil paths. Inside the test tube, Kim Taekwon was ready. Superman Kim warned, "Just so you know, it's going to hurt. I'm ready." His voice rang out with determination. A decisive finger clicked the mouse. Then, let's begin. Inside the modification chamber, a fierce green energy current swirled, engulfing the figure within. Kim Taekwon tensed, ripping off the shackles. His body stiffened, ready for the painful metamorphosis. Blazing red streaks continuously bombarded, tearing apart the space within. The excruciating pain began. Kim Taekwon's ear-splitting scream echoed, his body writhing in agony. Kim Taekwon, of Arcane Soul, a versatile warrior, combining a close combat mechanical arm and a mid-range submachine gun. Superman Kim explained that instead of specialized materials, he chose the flexibility trait, unlocking the ability to transform. And finally, if I implant this mana core, Superman Kim's smile turned sinister. The mana core was fed into the machine, refined into a deadly green serum. A cold needle plunged straight into Kim Taekwon's chest, injecting the mutated energy into his body. Kim Taekwon's face contorted in pain. His skin darkened, veins bulged, and his eyes glowed eerily. A giant, grotesque shadow fell across the floor, signaling an irreversible transformation. Superman Kim observed intently, his eyes gleaming with interest at the unexpected outcome. He smirked with satisfaction. A perfect success. From within the smoke, a colossal creature emerged, its body a gruesome fusion of machinery and flesh. Razor-sharp claws, jagged teeth. "So, Kim Taekwon." Superman Kim called out the name of his new creation. Kim Taekwon's body swelled, his bones and muscles transforming. He threw his head back and let out a silent howl, embracing the bestial power surging through his veins. Superman Kim's voice rang out with satisfaction. "How does it feel to be reborn?" A chemical vial appeared, labeled Werewolf Mutation Factor. Draining mana into the prosthetic would trigger the mutation, a necessary step for power growth. Kim Taekwon knelt, his voice full of gratitude. "My lord, thank you so much. From now on, what should our Taekwon gang do?" Superman Kim crossed his arms, a knowing smirk on his face. "Why don't you start expanding your influence throughout Gwanak-gu? I need a gang to maintain public order, and to keep an eye on the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang." Kim Taekwon gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. With this power, dominating all of Gwanak-gu was entirely within reach. The loyal subordinates rushed in, utterly terrified by their boss's new form. "Boss, you guys!" Kim Taekwon turned, his gaze sharp. "That voice. Is it the boss? But what happened to you?" the subordinate stammered. Kim Taekwon replied curtly, "I upgraded my body. What brings you here?" "We found the human trafficking locations that traitor Ko Jumboom used. There were also traces of biological experiments." Kim Taekwon roared furiously. "What?" "I told you to destroy them as soon as you found them. It's very difficult to approach because there's a young witch shooting lasers." Superman Kim raised an eyebrow slightly, interest gleaming in his eyes at the words, "young witch." A thought flashed in Superman Kim's mind. The image of an abandoned, gloomy, and deadly building appeared. A terrifying explosion shattered the concrete wall. Inside, amidst the rubble, a small figure sat trapped in an iron cage. In that cage! Kim Taekwon was stunned by the immense destructive power. Superman Kim, however, remained calm. As expected, with this level of power, there's no mistaking it. Inside the cage, the platinum-haired girl looked up, her eyes gleaming with defiance. This was the young witch they spoke of. In another dark room, a figure was monitoring everything through a screen. "So, this is the young witch who underwent biological experiments?" Inside that cage was one of the game's 3 strongest warrior units, Jeanette, an SSR rank warrior, the pinnacle of power. If Beck Soren has Star Destroyer, then Jeanette has innate energy. That's what propelled her to be one of the 3 strongest warrior units. But the girl's uncontrolled use of that precious ability only meant she was desperately clinging to her fragile life due to mana exhaustion. She's instinctively using her power to protect herself. Pure energy streams shot out from her aimless hands. Superman Kim and Kim Taekwon struggled to defend against the energy storm. An attack tore through the air, crushing Kim Taekwon's mechanical arm into fragments. "Damn it! At this rate, I can't get close to her!" Kim Taekwon roared, helpless against the invisible defensive barrier. "Sir!" the subordinate yelled as Superman Kim was sucked into the center of the deadly energy vortex. A terrifying explosion of light swallowed the man's figure. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the scene within. But the figure still stood tall. The status board displayed a series of high-level defensive traits: Diamond physique, immortality. He stood right before the bars, his bare hands bending the metal like dry twigs. Damn it. It hurt more than I thought. He frowned, feeling a genuine threat from the seemingly harmless girl for the first time. Inside, the girl's eyes were half closed, but her weak hand still rose, gathering a final burst of light. Sir! The energy exploded once more, striking Superman Kim's chest at unavoidable range. Sir, are you all right? Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the subordinate asked in horror. A mana potion lay scattered on the ground. Kim Taekwon threw it as a temporary solution. A mana potion? Superman Kim emerged from the smoke, carrying the unconscious platinum-haired girl in his arms. Phew, I almost got burned to death. Kim Taekwon approached anxiously. Shh, I've given her medicine to calm her down. We need to leave before the medicine wears off. Superman Kim flatly refused the offer of help. No, I'll take her back to my place. Holding the small figure tightly, his eyes gleamed with determination. I will take responsibility for healing this child. A modern, secluded villa nestled on a hillside. This was what he called home. A young girl with a lively ponytail entered, carrying a large box. Master, I'm here. The girl was delighted when Superman Kim noticed she had leveled up. Oh, you're level 3 already? I knew Master would notice. Thank you. By the way, why did you call me here for training? At her question, Superman Kim's expression turned serious. The situation is a bit complicated, but... Under the yellow light, Jung Jin-young sat slumped in a chair. An IV drip slowly emptying. My second disciple candidate is ill. The girl was stunned by the sight. Superman Kim explained his plan. To take her as a disciple and awaken the true potential within her. And I think you, as her senior, can help her a little. Can you take care of her? The girl clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Her promise echoed. If that's what it means to be a senior, I'll do anything! A few days later, Superman Kim and his female disciple had to constantly move, deflecting chaotic energy streams shooting out from Jung Jin-young. Sweat poured down. The girl yelled as she swung her sword to block attacks. Master, how much longer do we have to block these things? It's been a week already. In contrast to her exhaustion, Superman Kim remained calm. A system notification appeared. He had just acquired a new trait. The IV bag was almost empty. Her mana must have been replenished. She'll wake up soon, so keep pushing. The chaotic mana flow around Jung Jin-young suddenly vanished. The brown-haired girl sighed in relief. The attacks. They've stopped. Jung Jin-young's eyes slowly fluttered open, her gaze still hazy, unable to grasp reality. Huh? She looked around the ruined space in a daze. Superman Kim and his female disciple approached. You're awake? The female disciple rushed over, taking the platinum-haired girl's hand. I was worried you'd never wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? Oh, that man over there saved you. He also healed you. The female disciple smiled and explained. The girl stood up and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for saving me. My name is Jeanette. Superman Kim merely observed silently. Jeanette's eyes filled with sorrow as she recounted her past. My parents died while escaping the Ilyang magic tower, and I was captured. The female disciple couldn't hide her sympathy. Superman Kim, however, merely confirmed his suspicions. Just as expected, exactly like the game's storyline. Superman Kim sat down, making an unexpected offer. Jeanette, if you have nowhere to go, you can stay here. In fact, I want to take you as my disciple. Yes, so you can avenge your parents. I will teach you how to become a Superman. Jeanette hesitated. But I have nothing to repay you with. It's fine. You can repay me later when you're strong enough. His words stunned Jeanette, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. A fierce flame of determination ignited. All right, please make me a Superman, and I will definitely repay you later. Superman Kim extended his hand, a meaningful smile on his face. Welcome. Jeanette, you are a very valuable talent. In that instant, a pure and powerful energy stream suddenly burst forth from Jeanette's body, shooting straight forward. A blast of light shook the entire room. Superman Kim only managed to turn around with an expression of utter astonishment. Jeanette was utterly panicked. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The female disciple quickly reassured her while their master was still frozen. Jeanette, shall we practice mana control first? Yes, sir. The man was stunned, having thought the girl had already reached her rebellious phase. Jeanette, your trait is called innate energy. I know. It's like sword chi, right? No. That's right. This trait is similar to the Star Destroyers. A majestic, murderous image appeared, demonstrating destructive power. But your body must be strong enough to withstand that aura. A small jar cannot contain an ocean, he thought to himself. The girl is a tanker, so physical strength should be prioritized. I can really train my physical strength? The girl's hands trembled. Of course. I will teach you one of my traits, diamond body. Jeanette bowed, thanking her two masters and senior disciple. Superman Kim smiled. This was an opportunity to test the inheritance system, a step in preparation for the future. The diamond body trait helps temper both body and mind. Given the trauma Jeanette had experienced, this was exactly what she needed most right now. Master, where should I start? Superman Kim smirked. His answer was unexpected. Huh? Where to start? Of course. Eat as much as you can. Training will be very rigorous, so just eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl plunged into the lavish feast like a storm. 2 weeks passed. Under the moonlight, two figures were fiercely battling, the clash of weapons echoing in the night. Jeanette, no longer appearing weak. Her eyes were sharp, every sword stroke and shield block exuding steadfastness. The black-haired female disciple was no less formidable, swinging her greatsword with astonishing power, creating a dazzling streak of light. I can't believe they reached this level in just 2 weeks. Both are innate geniuses. He stood there, quietly observing with a satisfied gaze. He was secretly astonished. Beck Soren had comprehended the sword mastery trait. That's enough. From now on, I will fight her. The female disciple was surprised. Huh? Master? Her body is strong enough now. It's time to train her to control mana precisely. He took a stance. This is an important exercise. Try to block my attacks. Jung Jin-young braced herself, her shield rattling as she blocked her master's furious onslaught. A series of continuous blows were unleashed, the space echoing with the piercing sounds of clashing metal and colliding energy. Though pushed back, Jung Jin-young steadfastly used her shield to block the sharp sword strike. The master's eyes flashed. He had sensed the change. I feel it. Innate energy, diamond body, shield technique, mana soul, all converged, activating Jeanette's mana veins. Warrior Kim gave her no moment of rest. He swung his weapon, preparing for the next attack. A powerful slash tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the girl. Jung Jin-young knelt, but her eyes glowed brightly. I can feel its form now. He poured all his strength, delivering a thunderous downward strike. A satisfied smile appeared on the master's lips. Finally, a brilliant azure aura erupted around Jung Jin-young. Now she had completely controlled her power. Potential unleashed. SSR rank, Jeanette. Beck Soren rushed over, embracing the girl in delight. You did it, Jeanette. Well done. Congratulations on your awakening. Jung Jin-young bowed gratefully. Thank you. It's all thanks to both of you. Beck Soren dotingly pinched her cheek. SSR rank is truly different. She's already reached level 3 right after awakening. Warrior Kim thought to himself, perhaps he shouldn't be surprised. After all, among the entire group, he was the only one with a low rank. With burning determination, Beck Soren dashed off. Can't let my junior catch up. I'm going to grind. Jung Jin-young hastily followed. Wait for me. In his thoughts, Warrior Kim smiled. Excellent. Keep developing and training your sword skills. That way, I can also learn from both of you. He turned around, looking at his phone. All right, I can't fall behind either. His phone screen displayed an airplane ticket. Before my two disciples' personal quests begin, it's best if I take care of a few things. The airplane glided through the sky, below it a strange coastal city with spiraling towers and a gigantic green energy vortex. Stepping onto the new land in his vacation attire, Warrior Kim stretched. Finally feels like I'm abroad. This is Ahen, the city that was once the battlefield of the great god-slaying war. Hidden beneath the shell of a hollow building was an extra-dimensional space known as the Great Labyrinth, a troublesome place where the specters of forgotten gods constantly attacked. But there was no need to worry, for humanity's strongest organization, the Divine Guardians Alliance, was protecting Ahen. Warrior Kim smirked. The real reason I came to Ahen is right here. He headed towards a bar called Diana Bar, because I can inherit the Einherjar martial arts here. The bar door opened, and a horned woman wiping glasses looked up in surprise. First time here? Are you looking for a special drink? Warrior Kim shook his head. I didn't come to drink. I came for some information. I'm looking for a man named Sigmund Sigurdsson. I'll pay handsomely for the information. The horned woman narrowed her eyes, contemplating. I'm afraid that won't be possible. His wife is currently in critical condition due to illness. Hearing this, Warrior Kim paused, remembering he had read that Sigurd had lost his wife. Warrior Kim frankly offered, Madam, if that's the case, may I examine his wife's condition? He thought to himself. Things might be easier than expected. The scene shifted to an isolated wooden house, nestled amidst wild hills. The horned woman led the way, carefully cautioning. I'm telling you now, Sigurd is very sensitive right now. Please be understanding. Warrior Kim simply replied, I understand. She opened the room door and called out, Excuse me, Sigmund. A guest has come to inquire about your wife's illness. Inside, 2 clergymen were using divine light to heal the woman lying on the bed. Oh, it seems guests have arrived before us. The horned woman recognized them as archbishops. It seems they are treating her. Perhaps we should go. Suddenly, a hand tightly gripped the old clergyman's wrist. Warrior Kim had intervened. The archbishop was stunned, growling. What are you doing? Let go! We are treating her! The Thor and Gaia congregations. In Warrior Kim's eyes, their healing method was too obvious. He coldly declared, What you are doing is meaningless. The divine light will only make her wounds worse. The old archbishop was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What? You? He couldn't believe it. How do you know that? A muscular man stepped out of the shadows. It was Sigmund Sigurdsson. Stop spouting nonsense and leave. I don't think a mere superhuman knows anything about this. The horned woman quickly interjected. Sigmund, this guest says he knows how to treat Hjordis. Perhaps you should listen. Sigmund roared, his rage erupting. Hjordis is in a critical state. She needs divine light, not this nonsense. The old archbishop was sent flying by a powerful blow. Sigmund desperately called his wife's name. Hjordis. The female archbishop remained stubborn. No, we will continue the treatment. But Warrior Kim stopped her. No, continuing will only lead to disaster. The female archbishop's hand flared with brilliant divine light again, determined to resume the ritual. But an invisible force threw Sigmund from the sickbed, cutting off all efforts. Sigmund's eyes were stunned, horrified. Hjordis? Suddenly, Hjordis's body floated in midair, enveloped by a swirling mass of dark energy. The old archbishop quickly held Sigmund back. What's happening to her? Continue the treatment immediately. It's too late. We can't stop it with just divine light anymore. Are you saying she can't be cured anymore? Sigmund cried out in despair. Warrior Kim coldly spoke. No, she still can. He revealed a shocking truth. Your wife's illness is due to receiving a demon god's relic from dark heretics, isn't it? Sigmund was stunned. How? How do you know? Do you really know how to cure her? Yes, I've only been speaking the truth since I stepped into this room. Warrior Kim's gaze was sharp, full of confidence. A final glimmer of hope appeared, and Sigmund knelt, pleading in tears. If you save my wife, I swear on my honor, I will do anything you ask. A devilish smile crept onto Warrior Kim's lips. Excellent. A series of mystical skills appeared before him. An unprecedented healing method was about to be unleashed. A stream of pure blue energy poured from his hand, directed towards Hjordis. Then, keep that promise. Relic. An illness originating from the labyrinth's demons, where divinity rots, leaving a permanent scar on the soul. The demon's soul would gradually drain the victim's life until death. Hjordis had fallen into a peaceful sleep under Warrior Kim's mana. Her convulsions have stopped. I only used mana to lull her to sleep. Don't wake her. Everyone quickly brought the requested ingredients. Sir, we have brought the ingredients you requested. Excellent. Let's start right away. The room fell silent. A blood-red magic circle was drawn around the sickbed, flickering candlelight casting shadows on tense faces. The ritual began. Using his creation skill, Warrior Kim meticulously prepared herbs and medicines. An unprecedented healing method was about to be unleashed. The old archbishop spoke with doubt. Are you sure we can cure her with this method? More accurately, it's hoping she overcomes it herself, rather than a cure. He muttered, this negative effect was a difficult problem even in the game. The more one tried to heal it, the stronger the parasitic evil within became. Therefore, to overcome the relic, one must summon the very seed of evil lurking within her body. A demonic magic circle flared up from beneath the floor. Hjordis's body floated in midair, enveloped by a swirling mass of dark energy. Fierce demonic wings tore through her back. Sigmund screamed in horror. Why is Hjordis turning into a demon? Are you sure this is the right treatment? Sigmund cried out in despair. But Warrior Kim remained strangely calm. Yes, I'm sure. Everything is progressing very well. His hand gripped the silver cross, which was radiating brilliant light, because demons must be punished directly. He lunged forward, pressing the cross firmly into the demonic entity. A terrifying burst of divine light erupted, engulfing the entire room. Begone, demon! The dark energy was shattered. the evil soul expelled from her body. The ritual concluded. Hirtis fell onto the bed, returning to her human form. Sigmund rushed to his wife's side. "My love!" Hirtis weakly opened her eyes, looking at her sobbing husband. "Sigmund? What's wrong? Why are you crying?" The man's tears of joy burst forth. "My love, you've been asleep for half a year." Sigmund sobbed, his voice full of gratitude. If it weren't for him, you really wouldn't have made it. Behind them, the savior's back remained silent. The man in the tracksuit turned around, his gaze calm. "It's your turn now, archbishops." He left, leaving space for the clerics to perform the final recovery ritual. "I leave the rest of the treatment to you." A moment later, in the quiet room, Sigmund bowed sincerely. "Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. By the way, what brought you all the way from Korea?" "To meet you, of course." Sigmund froze. "Me?" The young man's smile was a little sly. "You said you'd do anything, right? I need you to teach me the Sigurd martial art." The Sigurd martial art, a legendary legacy. It originated from Sigurd, the most renowned mortal hero in Norse mythology. Passed down through generations, this is an advanced branch of the Einherjar martial art. A stream of emerald energy flowed from Sigmund to the person opposite him. Immediately, a furious power surged within the young man's body. "Every cell in my body is awakening. My mana attribute is also changing. The power was being restructured. Stronger, tougher, more resilient." Blue energy converged, his heart beating with powerful rhythm. New vitality was being infused into every muscle fiber. A system notification appeared. "The Sigurd martial art characteristic has been acquired." Energy exploded around his robust body. "My total mana has increased by over 30%. With this growth, learning more swordsmanship won't be a problem." The door burst open. The archbishop announced the good news. "Sigmund, we have completed Yordis's treatment. She will recover soon." "Really? Thank you very much. You are truly extraordinary to be able to cure the holy mark. Do you know how to cure other types?" "Well, actually, I know a few ways." "Really?" The two archbishops rejoiced. "Please teach us how to help patients overcome the holy mark. We will pay a worthy price." He thought to himself, this is an opportunity to get acquainted with the two congregations. He happily accepted. "Of course I will teach you too. The two congregations in the Guardian Alliance have struggled greatly to control the Great Labyrinth, haven't they?" But in his mind, there was another calculation. "Although there are only two options in the game, I know another path. I cannot accept money from you two. I will teach for free." A meaningful smile. The archbishops revered him. "You are truly the venerable saint of this era." They were overwhelmed by his aura. "Where is he?" "I only see light. He's too brilliant." Would the two congregations really receive this information for free? The saintly smile vanished, replaced by a cunning demeanor. Of course not, because this is the start of a hidden quest. The scene shifted to a bustling village festival under the nightlights. Wooden mugs clinked together. "Cheers to Mr. Kim." "Mr. Kim, you're our village hero now. Drink up." The man named Kim was plied with alcohol by the villagers, looking awkward. "I want to drink slowly." "Oh? So our hero's alcohol tolerance isn't as good as he looks?" "My dear, you can drink more, right?" "Ho, ho, ho! Of course, Tilda." He was forced to drink continuously, his head spinning from exhaustion. A week earlier, in a flashback, he stood on stage, explaining to the crowd. Demon blood is fundamental, but the countermeasures for holy marks will differ depending on the demon's origin. Information on how to counteract holy marks had been disseminated by him throughout the Guardian Alliance to save warriors suffering from demon curses. Just like this, as soon as the holy mark completely invades the body, he performed the ritual, and dense dark energy was drawn out of the patient. A stream of dark energy was expelled from the body in the nick of time. He concluded his lecture, holding a tool. "By driving in stakes, you can expel the demon that has taken control of the body." Under the stage lights, he spread his arms before a cheering crowd. Acclamations echoed throughout the hall, honoring the hero who had just performed a miracle. He thought to himself, changing the fate of an entire race, a grand festival like this was only fitting. But his exhausted body screamed only one thing. "But what I need most right now is rest." Phew, finally got out. He staggered out of the noisy party. Got to admit, these Norse folks really know how to party. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up, making him stop. "Sir, there you are!" Sigmund Sigurdsson rejoiced. "I was worried you would leave without receiving my thanks." "Oh, Director, I came to see you right after recovering. Do you have a moment?" Sigmund Sigurdsson pleaded. The tired young man refused. "Ah, I'm a bit tired. Let's talk later." Sigmund Sigurdsson's face showed a hint of disappointment. "Oh, what a pity. Our chairman wants to meet you." The unfinished sentence caught the young man's attention. "If you're tired, then so be it. I'll report back to the chairman." Sigmund Sigurdsson feigned understanding. Actually, his fatigue suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. "All my tiredness has flown away with the wind. Please lead the way." He knew exactly who the chairman of the Guardian Alliance was. In the darkness, a figure sat on a throne, exuding a terrifying aura, the one known as the Heavenly Demon's youngest disciple, Blood King SSR. He bowed formally. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim." "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Wei," the man on the throne replied, his smile hiding many calculations. He maintained a humble attitude. "I am well aware of the chairman's and the Guardian Alliance's dedication to protecting the labyrinth." Chen Wei politely invited him. "Thank you for your kind words. Please, have a seat." "So you've disseminated the method for curing holy marks, haven't you?" "Just as I heard, you are truly extraordinary," Chen Wei began. "You've heard about me? No information in this world escapes the eyes and ears of the Guardian Alliance." Chen Wei sneered. "From what I've heard, you're called the Rising Supernova of Korea." Chen Wei's gaze sharpened, his smile growing deeper. "Have you ever thought about becoming my disciple?" The sudden offer stunned the young man. "Huh? What do you mean?" Chen Wei saw through the young man, his voice full of hidden meaning. "You have an aura that reminds me of my master. It's as if you've been granted the gift of prophecy." The young man was startled. "You mean the Heavenly Demon?" "Yes, the Heavenly Demon," Chen Wei affirmed, his gaze distant. "The one known as the greatest of all time, whose martial arts reach the realm of gods and men. Though it has been decades since I last saw him, ever since he entered secluded cultivation." Chen Wei spoke of the Heavenly Demon's renowned disciples, including himself. His disciples are the God King, the Demon King, and the Blood King. All are SSR rank 8. And the Heavenly Demon? He is on an entirely different level, rank 0, and all of it thanks to the Heavenly Demon martial art. A surge of crimson demonic energy swirled, and the image of the Heavenly Demon appeared, full of imposing power. It is the ultimate technique. Offense, defense, mana cultivation, and movement, all in one. The strongest martial art ever to exist. Blood energy erupted from Chen Wei's fist. Indeed, it's a pity that my senior brother inherited that martial art. But my blood heavenly demonic fist is by no means weak. The young man's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this offer wasn't bad. The blood heavenly demonic fist was also a top-tier combat skill. By the gods, if you seek power, I promise you won't regret it. However, but then, the young man decisively bowed. "I am honored, sir, but I must refuse." Chen Wei was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Why? Am I not worthy to be your master?" "Not at all. It's just that." The young man placed his hand on the black tiger sword beside him. "I've already refused another offer to become a disciple." Chen Wei recognized the sword. "The black tiger sword. I see. You've met that old man. I cannot do anything to make him lose face. He is a national hero, after all." The young man thought to himself, their martial arts are on par, so what's irreplaceable? Chen Wei sighed, his face full of regret. Tsk, what bad luck. I finally found a promising disciple, but that old man ruined everything. Well, I suppose I have no other choice. A metal token was thrown, spinning in the air before landing on the table. Ancient, powerful Chinese characters were engraved on it. "Take this, consider it my token." The young man froze as he recognized the item in his hand. "This is the Heavenly Demon token? You're giving this to me?" Chen Wei nodded. "Only my master and his disciples have ever carried it. Cherish it." Thank you, sir." The young man clutched the token, but his mind was already calculating. He understood that Chen Wei's reason for giving it to him was very simple. This was an open invitation. Like the sword the Legion commander had given, this token was a message. "Come find me if you change your mind." The young man's smile became meaningful. Hatilda, seriously. To be watched by two living legends at once. This feeling is a bit overwhelming. The young man trembled with excitement. Seeing this, Chen Wei asked, Why are you suddenly trembling?" "Because I am deeply moved by your gift, Chairman." The young man bowed deeply, carefully putting away the token. "I will certainly keep it safe. Now, if you'll excuse me." Chen Wei watched him leave, still holding on to hope. "Yes, indeed. Next time we meet, I hope we will be master and disciple." A sinister smile appeared on the young man's lips. All right. It's time to collect the reward for completing the hidden quest." Inside a luxurious building, the sun shone brightly. A silver-haired old man and a nun smiled, pushing a chest forward. "Sir Superman, we have prepared a small gift for you. Please open the box." "Oh dear, there's no need. I didn't do this for a reward or anything." The young man feigned humility, but the other two continued to praise him profusely. "How can you be so humble? Truly worthy of being called the saint of this era." But when the lid of the chest sprang open, his true colors were revealed. His eyes gleamed with greed. Now this is more like it. A dazzling light emanated from the first item. A colossal warhammer, majestic and powerful. That is a gift from us, Thor's congregation. The Mjolnir hammer, the old man proudly introduced. The young man thought to himself, "How could I not know about Thor's hammer?" The nun continued, presenting an exquisite round shield. "Please see our gift. Gaia's congregation." A shield. He immediately recognized it as Athena's Aegis shield. An indestructible treasure. He embraced both divine artifacts, unable to hide his satisfaction. "Are you sure you want to give me such precious items?" "Of course. In fact, there's more," the old man said, and the young man couldn't contain his excitement. "Give it to me now." Inside were countless glittering treasures. Wow, 10 vials of elixir and 7 diamonds, and even angel's tears. Suddenly, he paused, noticing another item at the bottom of the chest. "Oh, this is?" It was a demon heart, faintly beating in a container, emitting a fiery red aura. "That's right. We prepared it so you could use it with the elixir." The young man rubbed his chin, a thought flashing through his mind. Should I ask for more? He looked directly at the two of them. "By the way, do you have a fire dragon demon heart?" The nun was surprised. "Isn't that an item for fire mages?" A dark black flame erupted from his fingertip. "Yes, but I know how to use black flame, so I need it. I need it to win a bet with the master of the Sun Magic Tower." The silver-haired old man nodded in understanding. "I see. In that case, we respectfully present it to you." A stream of emerald energy condensed in the old man's palm. A blazing heart, containing berserk demonic power, floated amidst the energy stream. "This is our final gift for you." The young man embraced the heart, his face radiant. "Oh my, thank you so much, Tilda. I really love these hidden quests. Furthermore, His Holiness the Pope has personally announced your appointment as an honorary paladin of Thor's congregation," the nun added. "Gaia's congregation as well. But don't feel pressured." The young man smiled meaningfully. "It's true that becoming stronger is very important, but..." He bowed, accepting the offer. "Thank you. I am very willing to become an honorary paladin for both of you. To fight against the Old Father's congregation." An image flashed through his mind of a woman standing in a lush green garden. Later, I might need the power of these two congregations. Another image appeared of a muscular warrior wielding a thunderhammer. Dusk fell upon a coastal village where the festival was still bustling. Amidst the dancing crowd, the young man felt it was time to leave. Well, this village's festival never ends, does it? I'm tired. "Big brother!" A familiar voice suddenly rang out, making the young man stop. "Huh?" A familiar voice. He turned around and saw a cloaked figure weaving through the crowd. It was a young man with ash-blonde hair, his face showing panic. "Huh? Magic Kim?" The patterned shirt young man swiftly grabbed the other, covering his mouth. "Wait, why are you here?" "Shh, the Old Father's congregation is hunting me. Let's go somewhere else first, quickly." Both hurriedly slipped into a hidden corner, avoiding the gaze of those in black armor searching everywhere. Once they were sure it was safe, the young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, they must be gone. I thought I was a goner. What happened? I thought you were in Levant. I found the treasure, and thanks to the golden items within, I reached level 5. The young mage recounted his journey, his face still a little dazed. "But then, I was discovered by the Old Father's congregation, because that is their origin. It turned out that Magic Kim's sect was not part of the God-slaying pact, so being hunted was understandable. Anyway, I'm not sure if my trial needed to be this difficult. I have to reach level 7 as soon as possible to revive our god." The mage clutched his head in despair. "Is there anything I can help with?" The ash-blonde-haired young man hesitated, his eyes showing a faint glimmer of hope. "Really? Actually, that's why I came looking for you," he confessed, standing a safe distance away. "Tell me, what is it? Can you take me to the Great Labyrinth?" The unexpected request was uttered, carrying both urgency and hope. "The Great Labyrinth? Yes. Floor 10, the Fortress of Origin, he asserted, his eyes burning brightly. The young man suddenly understood. To be recognized as a legitimate religion, Magic Kim's sect needed to accumulate more divine power. That was why he chose to hide in the Great Labyrinth until he had accumulated enough power. A fierce swirl of emerald energy. The energy converged, forming a magnificent tower reaching straight into the sky. Perfect, isn't it? The stone gate of the Great Labyrinth appeared, towering and majestic. Two guards stood motionless like statues. Inside, a man with long hair and sharp eyes seemed to have sensed something. Under the dim moonlight, both had covered their faces and approached. A cold voice rang out from the guard. "You two, stop. State your reason for being here." "We wish to enter the Great Labyrinth," the young man calmly replied. The guard narrowed his eyes. At this hour?" "For personal reasons." The guard's scrutinizing gaze fixed on them. Hiding one's face in a place like this only increased suspicion. It made sense, as the Great Labyrinth was where countless criminals sought refuge. A lawless land where rules could not reach. Level 4. Superman. Confirmed. The guard nodded. "You are free to enter, but remember, your identities will be checked upon exit." "Yes, sir, Tilda." The man put an arm around the young mage. He thought the suspicion was justified. As from a normal perspective, Magic Kim was indeed a dangerous criminal of the sect. They proceeded into the Great Labyrinth, known as the Seal of the Fallen Gods. "By the way, didn't you say you were famous here? That guard just now didn't recognize you at all." "Well, if he had recognized me, you'd be dead." The man burst out laughing, giving a thumbs up with delight. "This place is quieter than I thought. I imagined it would be much more dangerous." Contrary to the young mage's surprise, the man's senses were fully activated. He suddenly stopped, his eyes sharpening. "I smell sulfur." "What? Sulfur?" Darkness swallowed the corridor ahead, with only flickering torches illuminating the way. "Demons are lurking out there." "Actually, let me rephrase that." No sooner had he spoken than a horde of hideous monsters of all shapes and sizes rushed out from the darkness. "Demons are pouring out. Magic Kim, bless my weapon." "Hey, all right." At the summons, a brilliant golden energy enveloped the metal block in his hand. Perfect timing. "I'm also curious about the power of this new weapon." The energy erupted, forming a dazzling pillar of light. The metal block transformed into a colossal warhammer, glowing with sacred golden light. An SSR weapon with a golden blessing. The is less than throw is greater than skill was activated. The objective was simple, just a light toss, to wipe out everything. The golden hammer tore through the air, creating a vortex of energy that crushed the demons in its path. "Mjolnir is truly Mjolnir. I can't believe it destroyed so many demons. Your blessing played a huge role. It doubled the weapon's power." "Honestly, I was afraid the Old Father's orders would chase me all the way here. But the 9th floor is right behind this door. Now I can relax." The young Magic Kim sighed in relief. "Huh? What's wrong?" The man didn't answer, only gave him a meaningful look. "It seems things won't go as you expect." A pair of armored boots stepped forward, their sound echoing in the silent space. "Because." A pink-haired woman stood there, arms wide and welcome. Behind her was an entire army. "They're all here already. You're later than expected, Savior." The young Magic Kim grabbed his comrade's arm in fright. "The Old Father's arbiters. How do they know we're here?" The warrior narrowed his eyes, looking directly at the weapon-wielding enemies. "Actually, it's easy to understand to chase Magic Kim all the way here," he realized immediately. The enemy also possessed the trace ability, like him. She has the same trace characteristic as me. That's why she could follow you. The woman's smile became manic. "Finally, this boring chase will end, and you, Savior, will join our congregation." "Join your congregation?" "Nonsense," the warrior growled. The woman remained calm. "The Saintess has given her command. If you join, you will be treated like her." Her promise hid a chilling truth. "And your body and soul will belong to the Old Father. They're openly declaring they'll devour me alive." The warrior tightened his grip on the hammer, veins bulging. "Are you crazy? Don't even dream of it." The woman raised her iron-gloved hand, ignoring his anger. But you don't need to worry, because right here," she pointed at the ground beneath her feet, a confident smile on her face, "your ascension will be prepared." The warrior smirked. "They want to subdue, imprison, and sacrifice me. What about the peace of Westphalia? If you act on your own, won't you be at a disadvantage?" She scoffed, her eyes full of disdain. "I'm sure you already know. This is the Great Labyrinth, unbound by the laws of the surface. There are no limits here. She waved her hand, commanding the knights. Therefore, paladins, kill the heretic who impersonated the divine to bewitch others. Her armored hand pointed directly at the warrior, her eyes burning with ambition. And bring the savior here, the magic Kim whispered. Realizing this place was beyond all normal laws, indeed, this place is unbound by the laws of the surface. But the warrior only smirked. That also means there'll be no problem if I tear those bastards apart. Surrounded by knights brimming with killing intent, the magic Kim couldn't help but worry. Are you sure you'll be okay? There are 2 level 5 seconds, and the rest are all level 3 or higher. Facing the enemy, the warrior maintained absolute confidence. A cerulean energy grenade appeared in his hand. I can do it, because I have high-grade characteristics and weapons that I worked hard to obtain, he shouted, asking for help. Magic Kim, bless me, the magic Kim quickly replied. All right. A brilliant golden light erupted from the warrior, enveloping the space. He swung his arm, throwing the energy grenade towards the enemies. The entire ground shook violently. A dazzling explosion engulfed the knights' formation. But when the smoke cleared, they still stood firm behind their shield wall. The female arbiter scoffed. A petty trick. You can't harm us with that toy. Without hesitation, the warrior charged straight into the enemy formation. A barrage of cerulean energy orbs was fired like a storm, and a notification panel about equipped characteristics appeared. The female arbiter raised her hand to the sky, praying, "Meaningless resistance. Oh, old father, protect your children." A colossal energy dome enveloped everyone. The energy orbs violently impacted the divine shield, but could not penetrate it. This is the power of the old father, savior. The warrior was repelled by the barrier's power, landing on the ground. But a smile spread across his lips. That was just a greeting. The real fun begins now. A new skill was activated. Blue electrical energy crackled, running along the warrior's arm. His true power was about to be unleashed. Mana, exceeding limits, making my blood boil. Cerulean energy surged violently within the warrior's body. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, cracking the floor. This feeling, as if my mind is ablaze. He charged into the knight's encirclement, a blue streak of light tearing through space. Senses amplified, grasping every detail of the world with absolute clarity. In his eyes, everything seemed to freeze. Amidst the chaotic sea of enemies, a fatal opening appeared. Weakness detected. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, golden energy converging. Moonslash. A crescent moon of brilliant golden energy swept across the battlefield, tearing through the ground and sending all enemies in its path flying. The knight's defensive formation shattered. The formation has collapsed. Return to original positions. A knight realized in horror. Wait! Something's wrong! Golden energy once again gathered around the warrior, signaling an even more terrifying attack. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Now that the weakest defensive line has been severed, it's time to crush them before they can reform their ranks. A fierce golden tiger roared behind him. Tiger King Dual Slash. 2 brilliant golden sword energies slashed into a colossal cross shape, sweeping away everything in their path. The female arbiter roared, trying to rally her soldiers' spirits. Hold your ground! The father is watching us! Shadow swordsmen, form a defensive line. A shield wall was erected in vain, facing the approaching fury. Not a chance. The attack shattered the defense. A knight's desperate scream echoed amidst the chaotic battle. Tiger King's fierce strike. A brilliant golden sword energy swept across the battlefield, sending countless enemies flying. Desperate screams rang out. Arbiter, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us orders. Amidst the chaos, the female arbiter maintained a terrifyingly cold expression. Accept glorious death. Her answer stunned the soldier. Your deaths will please the father. Accept your fate, for this is his will. A manic smile spread across the female arbiter's lips. The disparity in numbers and levels is meaningless before our savior, she shrieked fanatically, even as the soldiers were swept away by overwhelming power. Tiger King's ascension. Another earth-shattering slash was unleashed, tearing through space with a brilliant aura. Warrior Kim stood tall amidst the energy storm, the sword in his hand still not cooled. My God, this is... The female arbiter gasped, her lips parted in extreme astonishment. It's so beautiful, savior. It's an honor to witness this true light. Her eyes gleamed with morbid fascination, completely captivated by that destructive power. Oh, so you're finally sending out the strong ones? The warrior smirked, his gaze provocative. Yes, I'll send you some very loyal individuals, the female arbiter replied. as two large, dark figures in red and black armor stepped out from behind her. They were the most elite guards, but you must be careful. Try not to die. The sarcastic warning echoed as the two knights and the lone warrior faced each other. One of the two knights charged, swinging his sword at terrifying speed. Warrior Kim raised his sword, and a blue energy shield appeared. The blades clashed violently. The knight froze, his face contorted in shock. Ugh. Internal injuries? The knight was flung far away, exclaiming in astonishment. Just one clash with his shield? His comrade roared, bringing down a fatal sword strike from above. But Warrior Kim merely raised his shield to block the attack. The blade struck the shield, creating a violent shockwave. But instead of defending, a brilliant golden energy burst forth from Warrior Kim. The berserk power flung everything around him away. His face glowed with a crazed look. Is that all? This isn't even enough to get me warmed up. The knight was horrified, screaming in despair. Get lost, demon! Warrior Kim smirked. Oh? Still alive? A sword swung, sending the knight to his dusty demise. Too bad for you, stalling isn't my style. Only the female arbiter remained. She wasn't afraid, but trembled with excitement. You still have new powers to show. The status window appeared, displaying overwhelming skills. The female arbiter exclaimed reverently, just as expected from the savior and the prophecy of the congregation. Warrior Kim advanced, his aura overwhelming. Is that your dying wish? She looked up, a smile still on her lips. Do I need to say anything else? Her face was filled with fanaticism. All I have to do now is wait for your soul to reach the sacred land. A blinding yellow explosion engulfed everything. The battlefield was silent, with only corpses remaining. Pastor Kim approached. Well, you really took them all down by yourself, Warrior Kim replied. It's all thanks to your blessing. Well done. He glanced at the female arbiter's corpse. Did you see how she talked until the very end? This is why you shouldn't mess with fanatics. It's almost scary. Warrior Kim scratched his head amidst the desolate battlefield. I guess I overdid it a bit. There's nothing left to pick up, because I smashed everything. Pastor Kim picked up a broken shield fragment. There's still this shield. Oh, it's broken. Unfortunately, but thanks to the recent battle, a memory flashed in Warrior Kim's mind. The moment he used his shield to block a destructive attack. And the reward arrived. 3 new traits appeared. Destruction, Sweep, Fierce Attack. I now have the materials to create a top-tier trait, enough to take on 1,000 guys. Not a bad haul, huh? His smile turned wild. A green light enveloped the space. Both were teleported to the Fortress of Origin, the 10th floor of the Great Labyrinth. Pastor Kim cheered joyfully. We finally reached the 10th floor. Warrior Kim stood beside him, smiling calmly. Congratulations, mission accomplished. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get here, brother. I'd probably still be stuck at that Qigong therapy place. Warrior Kim thought to himself, at least he's reasonable. Then humbly replied, it's all thanks to you. I didn't do much. So, Pastor Kim hesitated, holding out something. Here, it's the Heart of Abundance. A necklace with a sparkling green gem, an SSR-grade artifact that boosts all stats and grants the owner the luck trait. Warrior Kim was stunned. An SSR-grade artifact? What a sweet reward. Pastor Kim explained, I found it in the Levant treasure you told me about. I heard it's very valuable. I think it suits you. Warrior Kim happily patted his comrade's head. Thanks, you really know how to pick a gift. After the warm moment, Pastor Kim asked, by the way, where are you heading next? I've gotten a lot of good stuff, so. Warrior Kim narrowed his eyes, a calculating smile on his face. It's time to return to Korea, to find the last item to reach level 5. The fresh air of his homeland rushed back. In a dense forest in Gangwon-do, Korea, Warrior Kim took a deep breath. I really miss the air back home. He fumbled through the dense foliage, trying to orient himself. I think the location is somewhere around here. Maybe I should go a little deeper? Suddenly, a figure silently approached from behind. A cold, skeletal hand pressed a sharp object against Warrior Kim's neck. Green eyes gleamed behind the gas mask, and the stranger's voice echoed in the silent forest. Outsider, what are you doing here? Warrior Kim's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the stranger. This guy is hiding himself, but information about the opponent appeared in his mind. He is Shi-gu, an SR-grade character. It seems I found the mutant's lair. The masked figure repeated the question. I asked, what are you doing here? Warrior Kim raised his hand, indicating peaceful intent. I have something to take care of, the other man's voice coldly ordered. This area is off limits. Turn back. Warrior Kim smiled, playing his trump card. Wait, I thought this was the way to Hope Village? The masked figure froze. How do you know that name? He realized the meaning of that name. This was the monster village, but the outcasts called it Hope Village, an outsider knowing this secret. That name was the password. I will lead you there. Follow me. Warrior Kim happily followed the tattered cloak. He thought to himself, lucky to have met Shi-Gu, a mutant said to be quite flexible and easy to talk to. The path led into another world, where wildflowers bloomed, trees were lush, and ancient drawings on stone walls told of a hidden tribe. The monster village appeared. Other mutants looked at the outsider with wary eyes, whispers rising. A human? Why is he here? This was where the item he needed was hidden. Beneath his sportswear, Warrior Kim's legs transformed, becoming covered in fur. A giant mutant in the form of a bear with deer antlers blocked the way. Shi-Gu, why did you bring a human into the village? He knows the true name of our village. He said he needs to see you. The leader growled, approaching and pressing close to Warrior Kim. But I've never met him. What business does he have? Warrior Kim faced the pressure. I came here to make a request. The deer-antlered bear was skeptical. A request? Yes. I need a mutant mana core. He swallowed, his eyes questioning. Can I take one from? A crimson energy stream tore through space, knocking the mutant away. Shi-Gu had sown hatred for humans into them. A mana shield appeared, blocking the attack. He thought to himself, if not for these defensive skills, he would have fallen long ago. The mutant roared. Not bad, now I can feel you breaking. I'll kill you. Warrior Kim was bewildered. Wait, why are you doing this? I didn't come here to hunt you. He suddenly understood this unreasonable rage. It was because the mana core was taken from the corpse of a mutant. The bear roared furiously, its hands erupting in blazing flames. Would you sell your family's corpses for a few measly coins? A bear that can even use blade energy? Unbelievable. Please calm down. I'll pay a reasonable price, all right? The bear growled back. I told you I don't need your money. No, I'm not paying with money, he smirked. The fastest way to earn their trust is this. A glowing object was thrown towards the mutant. What is this? He stared in astonishment at the glowing object in his hand. I'll pay with this. He held out a cup of instant noodles. Is to fill their starving stomachs. Are you messing with me? What good is this? Oh, don't be like that. Just try a little. Hot water was poured into the cup of noodles, and the aroma began to spread. It's not too late to talk after you've eaten, he smiled. This isn't just an ordinary cup of noodles. I don't need it. If you don't get out now, I'll tear you apart. The threat caught in his throat. The rich aroma made the bear unable to resist. The deer-horned bear took a deep breath. I've never smelled anything like this. Warrior Kim explained. I heard the villagers of Hope are having trouble finding food. The chieftain cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment. So you heard something, huh? Warrior Kim held out the cup of noodles, a knowing smile on his face. Try it. Don't you want to know why humans are so obsessed with these noodles? The giant bear swallowed, his eyes fixed on the rising steam. He turned his back to Warrior Kim, declaring loudly before his kin. I am the chieftain of Hope Village. To learn more about human culture. That's why I'm eating it. Not because it's delicious. His words and actions were completely contradictory as he devoured every strand of noodle with relish. A tear rolled down his cheek. His taste buds exploded. This taste is... His entire soul seemed to drift on a river of flavors. The chewy noodles wrapped around my mouth, while the hot broth filled my hungry stomach. He clutched the empty cup of noodles, his cheeks flushed, his face filled with happiness. This is an exquisite flavor. How can something this delicious exist? Is there more? Seeing that the chieftain was conquered, Warrior Kim immediately invited everyone. I've prepared many other things. Everyone, come and try. Warrior Kim thought to himself. Not all mutants have senses as keen as the bear's. So I added a little mana core powder to solve that problem. The other mutants were also quickly won over by the dessert. Exclamations of delight echoed everywhere. Wow, so sweet. The crowd burst into laughter seeing their chieftain fighting over food. Look at that bear eating it all by himself. Where's our serious chieftain? Now he's just an animal. The atmosphere became unusually friendly. A mutant gave a thumbs up. Hey, good man. Is there anything else? Warrior Kim gave a wry smile. Did I just make friends with them? Suddenly, a cloaked shadow appeared. Green eyes gleamed behind the gas mask. Wait, this is mana core powder. The entire group of mutants froze. Are we allowed to eat that? What? Manicore? No. I ate 2 already. The truth was revealed. Manicores, if used incorrectly, could drive them mad. The chieftain roared, his friendliness gone, replaced only by rage. What the hell are you plotting? Warrior Kim's smile was full of hidden meaning. But I've prepared for this too. If you're so worried, why don't you ask your guardian angel? I'm talking about the entity with prophetic powers. In the sacred forest, the silhouette of a giant ancient tree appeared, radiating an ethereal light. The one called the godmother of the monster village. The tree god. The rustic, majestic face on the tree trunk gradually revealed itself. In this forest, there is a guardian deity. The tree god, the guardian angel of the monster village. Although her power is weaker than other transcendent entities, she is truly a being imbued with divinity. The chieftain declared loudly before the entire tribe gathered beneath the sacred tree. And so, all important decisions are determined by her. The chieftain raised his communicator, his voice trembling with worry. Is it true, godmother? An ancient, ethereal voice echoed from the device. Yes. What that child used was purified manicore powder, grade 0. Static crackled from the device. He has bestowed upon my poor children a wonderful, nutritional gift. The entire group of mutants erupted in joy. Wonderful. So we can eat more. The godmother has permitted it. The entire tribe knelt in unison, bowing respectfully before the tree. Thank you very much for bestowing wisdom upon us, godmother. Warrior Kim turned to Shigu, sighing in relief. So the misunderstanding has been resolved. It seems I made a fuss for nothing. Sorry about that. It's all right, I understand. No need to apologize. Joy spread, and Warrior Kim excitedly held up a tray full of grilled meat. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, why don't we have a Korean-style barbecue? Excited cheers echoed across the open ground. The delicious aroma of grilled meat spread, dispelling all tension. Warrior Kim smiled brightly, his hands deftly flipping the meat on the grill. The reconciliation feast officially began. The deep, warm voice of the tree god echoed through the forest. Fufu. It seems a distinguished guest has visited our Hope Village. Captain Deer chugged the bottle of alcohol, his face flushed from the intoxication. Now I understand why humans like alcohol so much. It's truly refreshing. Warrior Kim smiled. I'm glad you like it. By the way, why do you call me human? Deer sighed, his gaze distant. It's just a habit. To be honest, we've only recently been treated like humans. Painful memories flooded back. Under subjugation, mutants were merely talking beasts, targets for human hunters. Back then, hunters even targeted us. Warrior Kim placed a hand on his chest, his eyes full of admiration. Even so, you are truly amazing. I heard you played a major role in the war, which is why mutants have the rights they do now. The giant bear captain awkwardly scratched his head. I couldn't have done it alone. The village scene at night was truly peaceful. The other mutants were happily sharing food with each other, their laughter echoing. It had been too long since this place had such a warm atmosphere. Seeing that scene, Captain Deer couldn't help but be moved, a tear rolling down his cheek. I always wanted to hear them laugh like that. Deer burst into sobs. I shouldn't be crying like this. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim secretly gloated. Just give them what they want, and his reputation would soar. Suddenly remembering something important, Deer quickly wiped his tears, his expression becoming serious. That's right, you said you needed manicores, didn't you? Deer's large hand spread open, revealing 4 azure manicores radiating a gentle light. Here, please take them. In his mind, a greedy demon was screaming. But outwardly, Warrior Kim merely flashed a radiant smile, accepting the precious gems. Thank you. Mission accomplished. Warrior Kim quietly turned his back and left the village immersed in festivities. He whistled smugly. Fufu Tilda, I'm finally ready to reach level 5. Well done, me. A figure suddenly blocked his path. From beneath the brim of a fedora, Zakote's voice rang out. Hey, are you leaving? I haven't properly thanked you yet. Warrior Kim scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Oh, no need. You've already given me valuable gifts from the village. But I feel you've given our village something far more precious than that. Warrior Kim thought to himself. Right, it's been decades since they've had a decent meal. Next time, if you need more mutant manicores, just tell me. I'll gladly give you mine. The offer stunned Warrior Kim. He frantically waved his hand. Please don't say that. I have no intention of taking the hearts of living people. But Zakote remained firm. But I'm serious. Under the eerie moonlight, Zakote revealed a prophecy. I received a prophecy from the godmother. She said my destiny is to give a part of my body to the one who will return flesh and blood to me. Warrior Kim broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting a barbecue meal to be so costly. He knew Coat's quest was related, but had never heard about manacores. He forced a smile, thinking it was just a metaphor. Perhaps it's just a metaphor? She might be talking about something else, not your manacore. Coat only gave an ambiguous reply. The strange conversation ended. You may go now. Sorry for taking your time. Ah, yes. Coat stood silently, watching Warrior Kim's figure disappear. Take care. I look forward to the day we meet again. The scene suddenly changed. A modern, luxurious villa appeared amidst lush green hills. Warrior Kim was ecstatic. Finally here, before my eyes, is the vast villa that will belong to me from now on. The entire property was over 7,100 square feet, even featuring a sparkling swimming pool under the Sunday. But that wasn't all. The real reason he came here lay behind the elevator door, slowly descending to the first floor. The metal door opened, revealing a secret, vast, and state-of-the-art training facility. This was what he truly needed. He joyfully hugged himself. I can't believe this day has come, a voice rang out from behind. Are you enjoying yourself, sir? Director Choi had been standing there all along. Thank you for introducing me to such a wonderful place. You're welcome. By the way, why did you suddenly decide to move? It turned out it was all for his disciples. Because my disciples have been visiting frequently lately, I just want to create a better environment for them. He also needed more space for himself. Director Choi, with a confident smile, declared, And since you mentioned it, of course I've already prepared. Before Warrior Kim's eyes was a colossal machine, a technological masterpiece. Please use it to your heart's content to reach level 5. From the center of the machine, a glowing figure appeared, its butterfly wings gently fluttering. Greetings, Master. I am the magic spirit, born to assist you. Leveling up now required a complex process, and he needed the spirit's help for the best results. First, precise measurement. The graceful spirit raised her hand, activating the system. A gentle light enveloped her fingers, beginning precise measurement. A three-dimensional interface appeared around Warrior Kim, listing his stats. Level 4, Warrior Class, along with various musculoskeletal, recovery, and mana systems. The information panel continued to display a complex network of abilities, shaping the warrior's power. Suddenly, the scanning process malfunctioned. Red error warnings flashed continuously, engulfing Warrior Kim in system chaos. Master, there was an error measuring your mana circuit, the spirit reported anxiously. But Warrior Kim remained calm. Ah, that's probably my fault. I can switch my mana circuit in real time. The spirit was utterly astonished by this unprecedented ability. Is that possible? It's not in my data. He merely smirked. You just saw it. So, I want to concoct a level 5 elixir that suits me. The spirit fell into contemplation, trying to process the impossible request. Her brow furrowed as she calculated the options. An idea sparked. A normal elixir won't work, but it might if it's customized. Warrior Kim looked pleased. Really? Its performance matches its high price, doesn't it? Please tell me all your abilities. Hearing this, Warrior Kim unleashed a torrent of information. Certainly, first, I have 11 advanced traits. Countless skill cards poured out like a waterfall. The spirit flew amidst the data stream, absorbing every detail. Input successful. The master's total abilities are 136. The blueprint has been completed with reference to the Celestial Throne elixir. That name surprised him, a title imbued with boundless power. Celestial Throne? I referenced an elixir that only exists in theory. The spirit explained professionally. Is everything ready to produce the elixir? Warrior Kim smirked. Not the elixir I expected, but it's fine. I trust the spirit has found the right one for me. Of course. Then, the colossal machine began to operate, its energy conduits glowing brightly. Commencing level 5, elixir production. Orbs of pure energy formed in the virtual space. Night fell upon a modern, quiet villa. Suddenly, 2 girls appeared. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 5. We've brought gifts. How did you two know? Warrior Kim was astonished. The blonde girl pointed behind her. That man. The space erupted in the sound of confetti and ribbons. A beautiful day for a party, isn't it? Director Choi and Seo Jungju walked over, smiling. Congratulations, Warrior. Director Choi, you told them? Of course. It would be a waste not to celebrate an occasion like this. Warrior Kim's face stiffened, sweat pouring down. Fireworks lit up the sky. Banners hung everywhere. You too, Wujun. Everyone's embarrassing me to death. Oh, and your front door has a wreath too, a congratulatory wreath from the Old Father's congregation. How far has the news spread? Is this a provocation? Now that I'm level 5, I need to act in secret. And they send this? His anger flared and he kicked the wreath to pieces. Huh? He suddenly stopped as a luxurious black car pulled up to the gate. The car door opened. A woman with purple hair and sharp eyes stepped out. Who is it now? Warrior Kim muttered, his face full of annoyance. Everyone's coming to my house today. You are the superhuman Warrior Kim, correct? Congratulations on reaching level 5. The unfamiliar woman spoke. Warrior Kim replied cautiously. Thanks. And who are you? Apologies for the late introduction. I am Seong Hee-young of the Kumo Group. She smiled confidently. A level 6 superhuman, the third daughter of the Kumo family. That lineage stunned Warrior Kim, the youngest daughter of the Kumo Group. Too big a name. So, what does the Kumo Group want with me? He asked directly. We wish to make a request. A request? Warrior Kim's face showed a hint of tension, beads of sweat forming. He secretly calculated. Getting involved in Kumo's internal affairs, especially the succession battle, would only bring more trouble. Refusing was the wisest choice. We want you to participate in the 5-match battle as our champion, Seong Hee-young said, unlocking her briefcase. She pulled out a handgun, metal glinting. The reward will be very generous. What do you think of this? Warrior Kim's eyes widened in surprise. That gun! That's the gun with destruction power from the Dasan series, a legendary weapon. All hesitation vanished. This is completely different. Bring out the contract right now. He gripped the pen, a smile full of ambition. Time to get some rare items. At the Kumo Group headquarters, a skyscraper stood tall in the city. In the luxurious office, Seong Hee-young smirked. It's generous to offer a Dasan gun. I knew you'd accept, since you already have 2. With such a generous participation fee, I wonder what I'll get if I win, Warrior Kim probed. We'll give you another Dasan gun, with stasis ability. Buy one, get one free. Warrior Kim was overjoyed. If you win consecutively, there will be more benefits. But don't be too greedy, Seong Hee-young warned, her eyes sharp. Because all your opponents are level 6. Warrior Kim sat in thought, a deal sealed. You only need to win once, that's all I ask. The scene suddenly shifted to a colossal arena, the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators echoing throughout the space. Seong Hee-young led Warrior Kim into the observation area. The young man looked up, a little overwhelmed by the grandeur of the succession battle. A provocative voice rang out. The purple-haired man smirked. You're here, little sister. Seong Hee-young replied with a cold expression. I thought you wouldn't show up, but here you are. Her 2 older brothers were already seated there, their eyes arrogant and openly disdainful. The eldest brother, Seong Hee-jun, clicked his tongue. How disrespectful. The other one, Seong Hee-cheol, the second son, spoke up. Let her be. This is a battle between you and me. Warrior Kim thought to himself. These 2 completely disregard Seong Hee-young as a threat. The first match is between the warriors of the eldest and second brothers. A warrior in full iron armor stepped into the arena, SR rank, armored soldier. His opponent was a maniac, his entire body ablaze. SR rank, incendiary. A level 6 cyborg and a level 6 fire-type mutant, Warrior Kim muttered, assessing the opponent's strength. Indeed, a large corporation is different, all enhanced mercenaries. Seong Hee-young calmly explained. Pay attention to this match. The armored soldier, Captain Kim, was hired by my second brother. Below the arena, 2 figures charged at each other with terrifying speed, the ground cracking under each step. He is considered the #1 person to watch out for in this tournament. Seong Hee-young's words ended as the armored soldier launched an attack. Facing the devastating punch, the incendiary merely gave a savage smile, the flames on his face flaring violent. The armored soldier unleashed Solar Storm. The incendiary couldn't dodge in time, taking the full destructive energy blast. The flames erupted violently. Seong Hee-young exclaimed in horror. Wait! A terrifying explosion engulfed the arena in a sea of fire, the intense heat spreading everywhere. The incendiary's pained scream echoed amidst the scorching flames. The fire died down. The smoke cleared. The devastated arena was left with only one figure standing firm. Seong Hee-cheol was stunned. He smirked with delight, certain his opponent had been annihilated. Is he dead? Warrior Kim mused. That fire just now? He's not an enhanced warrior, but a mage who can use solar storm magic. But killing is forbidden in the solar tower, isn't it? His eye flashed with a green light as his clairvoyance skill activated. Through the concealing veil, he noticed an unusual aura enveloping the incendiary. Isn't that the eclipse effect? President Seong, is it our turn? Seong Heyoung asked anxiously. Yes, but I'll go first. Please get ready. He stood up, but Seong Heyoung quickly intervened. Are you sure? That incendiary is concealed. I have no information about him. I can win, he stated confidently, a self-assured smile on his lips. Because I know who that is. It turned out the incendiary was Park Hyungju, a mage expelled from the Solar Tower. Now he was working for the Kumo Group. In the stands, Seong Heejin sneered. Foo. I wonder if the person our youngest sister brought can defeat that incendiary. Warrior Kim stepped into the devastated arena, facing Park Hyungju, who was engulfed in flames. The air grew thick, signaling a deathmatch. In the stands, Seong Heejin recognized the opponent's sword. Is that the Black Tiger sword? He smirked, his eyes full of disdain. But even the Black Tiger sword cannot withstand the solar storm. In the middle of the arena, Park Hyungju spoke, his tone both surprised and cruel. I never expected us to meet like this. Flames flared violently on half of Park Hyungju's face, his smile grotesquely distorted. You recognize me? Yes, because you're imitating the Eclipse Sect's ultimate technique. Warrior Kim coldly exposed him, then questioned. How dare you use Solar Storm so cruelly? Does Master Joe know about this? Park Hyungju arrogantly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the sun's power itself. My master knows everything. A memory flashed. It was information Warrior Kim received from Director Choi before leaving. In the flashback, Director Choi revealed a horrifying secret. The Kumo Group chairman had been assassinated, his heart burned to ashes. The one capable of doing that could only be the Tower Lord. Or someone else. The images of Park Hyungju and the Death Blacksmith intertwined, sowing a terrible suspicion. Could the Death Blacksmith Joe Chul be involved in the Kumo Group's succession battle? A terrifying, yet entirely possible hypothesis. Warrior Kim cast aside his chaotic thoughts, his gaze sharpening. First, he had to deal with this guy. Park Hyungju roared, solar energy converging in his hands. Now that you recognize me, I can complete my revenge. Consider yourself special. He unleashed his full power in a single strike. Solar magic burst. A blinding explosion swallowed the entire arena. Terrifying heat spread, incinerating everything in its path. The smoke and fire cleared. Park Hyungju was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Oh? So you really withstood the solar storm with your entire body? Park Hyungju unleashed his final attack, roaring. But solar magic is completely different. Turn to ashes. A colossal fireball enveloped his opponent. Seong Heyoung was terrified. A level 6 superhuman using magic burst? This power couldn't possibly be withstood. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a figure stood firm. Warrior Kim brushed off dust, his voice calm. Are you done? Then it's my turn. The young man thought to himself, sweat pouring down. Good thing this body was tough enough. He almost died for real. Dark energy poured out from his body, coiling around the remaining flames on the battlefield. Lend me some of your fire, will you? Park Hyungju froze. Impossible! How did you steal my solar magic? Warrior Kim merely smiled mysteriously. Dark energy and solar fire merged, and lightning struck the hammer from the void. Slowly, you'll find out. The status window appeared, and the throw skill was activated. A destructive bolt of lightning shot forth, carrying the heat of the Sunday. The shadow of the death hammer enveloped Park Hyungju. Just as you taste this, the pyromaniac panicked, hastily raising his hand. Wait, I surrender. But it was too late. A terrifying explosion swallowed everything, and a blinding white light engulfed the arena. The arena floor shattered. The hammer lay silently at the epicenter, its last electrical sparks fading. Seong Heyoung was stunned. The Seong brothers gnashed their teeth in fury. Warrior Kim coldly declared, "One down." He picked up his weapon, and electrical sparks flashed again. Now then, shall we prepare for the next match? Night fell over the city. In a towering skyscraper, the transaction began. Seong Heyoung stood before suitcases full of gold and weapons. Thank you for completing the request, and the additional one. This is your reward for the victory. Warrior Kim joyfully hugged his new gun. The 4th Dasan gun is mine. Only one more to go. That's not all. I said there would be a reward, didn't I? Seong Heyoung calmly said, then offered another gift. It's not much, but take it. The Kumo Boots, an SR-grade artifact. Not much? The rich are truly generous. Warrior Kim was stunned by her generosity. Though he feigned reluctance, he happily accepted. Seong-hyung affirmed, "Please take it. You deserve it." Recalling the match, after 3 consecutive victories, he decided to withdraw. An overwhelming victory, yet his true strength remained hidden. The tournament concluded with victory belonging to Seong-hyung's faction. She sat there, exuding the aura of one in power. He didn't go all out because he didn't want to reveal all his trump cards. The whole world was focused on the battle for succession within the Kumo group. "So now you're leading the succession race?" Seong-hyung shook her head. The match was just an excuse, and her brothers wouldn't give up easily. Warrior Kim realized her disadvantage. As the youngest, you're at a disadvantage. But in the Kumo group, the only thing that matters is absolute power. Clenching her fist, Seong-hyung asserted, "That's right, but I don't intend to let them do as they please." Her eyes sharpened. "And so, I want to give you a new request." "What kind of request?" he asked, curiously, secretly, thinking there was no reason to refuse someone who paid so generously. Seong-hyung lightly touched her earring, her eyes flashing with a mysterious light. "There's a way to turn this situation around." A holographic image projected from the earring, revealing the symbol of a dark raven. It was the Raven chip. This chip contained a mutated gene that only reacted to her family's DNA. "If we get it, I can reach level 7 and overturn everything." Her voice was full of determination, allowing no room for failure. He secretly assessed. This young lady was willing to accept even the risks of a mutated gene to achieve her goal. Without hesitation, he accepted. "All right, I'll give it a try." Seong-hyung was surprised, but he merely confirmed nonchalantly, "Of course." A sly grin appeared, his eyes shining brightly. Only a fool would refuse this deal. Because the target was not simple. Night enveloped a modern building where what they needed was hidden. In the darkness, a cold mechanical eye opened, glowing with a deadly purple light. The Guardian had appeared, a figure on a giant mechanical raven, reported via transmission. "Ah, Chairman Seong, I've found it." The subordinate's voice was filled with excitement. "I've pinpointed its location." Seong-hyung made an offer. "If you bring me the Raven chip." The Raven symbol glowed in the virtual space. She presented the first reward, a glittering stack of gold bars. "I'll give you double this amount, worth about 10 billion won." The enormous sum stunned Warrior Kim. "But that wasn't all. And if I win the chairman's seat, I promise to give you the Kumo helmet and belt that my brothers." Warrior Kim's face contorted with greed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Seong-hyung was momentarily confused. "Warrior?" He quickly composed himself, making an excuse. "Oh, sorry. My nose is a bit itchy. Please continue." She explained that the equipment would eventually belong to the chairman. He envisioned a glorious future. The Kumo equipment set, with SSR-grade effects, would be his. It was too good a mission, Seong-hyung instructed. "Anyway, my brothers mustn't know about this, so keep it a secret." Warrior Kim grinned, seizing the opportunity. "Oh, in that case, can I have some diamonds?" He stood atop the building, gazing at the magnificent panoramic view of Gangnam. "Wow, you can see all of Gangnam from here. Money truly is amazing, isn't it?" A triumphant smile spread across his lips, the diamond glittering in his hand. A treasure trove was laid out. Detection helmet, supersonic boots, axe of fury, and danger sensor ring. The ring slid gently onto his finger, and a power pact was established. "It's time to absorb the properties from these magical equipment pieces." He spread his arms wide, embracing the pure energy. Blue energy surged, and movement skills were unlocked one by one. "The airstrike property has been absorbed. I've gained a movement skill." His smile turned dangerous. Preparations are complete. His gaze locked onto the target below. "Let's begin." He plunged straight down from the top of the skyscraper like an arrow. He landed perfectly right on the Black Raven statue in the silent Grand Hall. Kumo's boots are truly something else. Now then, time to report to the client. "Chairman Seong, I found it." The girl's voice rang out in astonishment. "That fast? Where is it?" "Right in front of the Raven statue in the hall." "But there's a small problem." Seong-hyung frowned over the phone. "Problem? I'm going to have to make some noise. You'll have to take responsibility for what's about to happen." "Chairman!" A giant warhammer appeared in his hand. A devastating blow crushed the stone statue into 100 pieces. From the rubble, a brilliant golden phoenix soared up, its talons clutching the fated chip. I got the Raven chip! Where to now? Amidst the surging energy, Warrior Kim clutched the spoils of war, ready for the next leg of the journey. Seong Hee-young's voice rang out, urgent. To the body modification facility on the second floor. I'll be there right away too. Your brothers must have found out by now. Hurry! But there was no fear in her voice, only steely determination. Don't worry. I've always hated being born after them. So this time, I'll be faster. The high-tech door opened. The warrior's speed had surpassed all expectations. At the same time, Seong Hee-young was already in the lab, without a wasted word. The modification room is empty, right? Start it up, right now. Caught by surprise, the scientist could only hastily obey, fingers flying across the control panel. The scientist confusedly asked about her purpose. From behind, Seong Hee-jun's cold voice echoed. He made it just in time. Warrior Kim stepped in, a proud smile hidden behind the mask. Seong Hee-young nodded. I'm ready, warrior. And the chip too. Let's start right away. The scientist was stunned upon seeing the item in Warrior Kim's hand. Huh? Don't tell me? This is the Raven chip? Then the rest is up to you, warrior, Seong Hee-young said, watching the man step into the modification chamber. He responded with only a decisive nod. The glowing golden chip was inserted into the system. Seong Hee-young stood there, quietly waiting. I'll be right here to witness everything. Her eyes flashed with fierce determination, betting everything on this gamble. A terrifying sound shattered the silence. The laboratory door was blown away. Seong Hee-young! Seong Hee-jun and Seong Hee-cheol burst in, faces filled with murderous intent. You sneaky bitch, how dare you do things behind my back? Brother, I think she's already started the process. But a sturdy back blocked their way. I can't let you go any further, Seong Hee-jun roared. Don't you know who I am? Warrior Kim merely smirked. Of course I do. You're the chairman of Kumo Electronics. Or should I say, former chairman. Warrior Kim's provocative remark made Seong Hee-jun grit his teeth. You bastard! The bodyguard remained calm, his gaze sharp. I know you are the master of the Black Tiger Sword. Seong Hee-cheol stepped forward, his tone both threatening and enticing. No matter how great a warrior you are, you cannot fight two level 6 superhumans like me and my brother at the same time. Let's make a deal, Seong Hee-cheol continued. We'll pay you a reward equivalent to what Hee-young promised. If you want, I can offer you the position of Deputy Security Director of Kumo. What do you say? The lucrative offer was made. Behind them, Seong Hee-young's figure was faint in the modification chamber. Warrior Kim just stood there in silence. He let out a contemptuous laugh. What a terrible idea, asking me to betray my defenseless client. That's truly the mindset of old people. Warrior Kim's scathing remark stunned the Seong brothers. And offering an equivalent reward, I'd at least consider double or triple, he shrugged. But of course, I prioritize trust above all else, so I won't accept. Siding with trash would make me trash too. With that, Seong Hee-cheol lunged forward, a sword slash tearing through the air straight at Warrior Kim. A surge of dark power exploded, pushing the bodyguard back. Crimson feathers fluttered in the air. Warrior Kim retreated, his smirk still in place. Tsk! It hurts more than I thought. So this is level 6 power. Maybe I shouldn't have provoked them. Just as they said, I can't handle both of them at once. He was knocked back, but his eyes remained unwavering. But in an instant, Seong Hee-jun was stunned. A deep cut appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Since when? A voice echoed from behind. I slipped a little. Warrior Kim stood there, a glowing golden sword in his hand, a magic shield appearing to block. But it almost hit. Since they lack real combat experience, it's still possible. How dare you? Seong Hee-cheol roared, his hands gathering blue energy, the ground beneath him cracking. New trait, shield block. Warrior Kim smirked. No wonder the shield is so tough. Go ahead and shoot. I won't budge an inch. Seong Hee-cheol roared, signaling his brother. Brother, now! Immediately, an invisible force constricted Seong Hee-cheol. His entire body suddenly froze in mid-air. Bound by energy chains, Seong Hee-cheol recognized the newly appeared weapon with horror. A Dasan suppressor gun? Seong Hee-jun was stunned. The warrior had vanished without a trace. You bastard, where did you get that? Wait, where is he? He was above. This is a jump enhanced by the airstrike trait, taking advantage of the opponent's momentary opening and unleashing a storm of attacks from above. The cold blade pressed against Seong Hee-jun's neck. Are you going to give up? But he merely sneered. How ridiculous. I can't believe you won with such meager power. A swirling surge of dark energy erupted from Seong Heejin's body. Darkness enveloped him, his eyes glowing eerily red. What? Is he relying on an item? This is the Raven of the Deep Night. Heavily armed soldiers surrounded them from all sides, their guns pointed directly at Warrior Kim. I will put an end to your insolence right here. Seong Heejin casually slung an arm around a soldier, a triumphant smile clearly visible on his face. Cornered, cold sweat broke out on Warrior Kim's temples. He tightened his grip on his sword. Damn it! Even I'm not sure I can get out of this safely. Suddenly, a dazzling golden pillar of light enveloped the battlefield. An authoritative voice rang out from above. Everyone, stop! Both the armed soldiers and Warrior Kim were astonished by the sudden intervention. The light was too blinding, obscuring everything around them. The Seong brothers were stunned. Seong Heejin's face changed, utterly astonished. This time, from within the pillar of light, a divine figure emerged. The youngest daughter of Kumo Group, level 7 superhuman, Seong Heong. Her title was revealed. A fiery entity with golden phoenix wings descended. You two are late. Her alias was Solar Raven. The Seong brothers were speechless, unable to believe their eyes. The appearance of Seong Heong, the youngest daughter of the Kumo family, had changed the tide. Her alias was Solar Raven. You two are late, my brothers. The armed soldiers trembled, recognizing the newcomer. Solar Raven? Seong Heejin roared in anger, darkness swirling around him. Who do you think you're scaring? Fine, let's fight. An elderly man suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Seong Heejin's shoulder to stop him. Please stop. If the youngest miss truly fights, this building won't last a minute. That man was Director Jung Kyung-jun. He sternly questioned, I thought the outcome was already decided. Are you disregarding the process determined by the shareholders? Director Jung's hand tightened on Seong Heejin's collar. Father-in-law! That's not what I meant. If not, then... Are you perhaps plotting something other than the chairman's death? The questioning was sharp as a dagger, leaving Seong Heejin stunned. In the midst of the battlefield, Seong Heong exuded an overwhelming aura. A voice rang out. Congratulations to Chairman Seong Heong for reaching level 7. See you at the shareholders meeting to elect the next chairman. With that, she and the warrior disappeared, leaving Seong Heejin's group in silence. A few days later, at a luxurious villa. As per custom, my brothers have withdrawn from all business activities and gone to America. Congratulations, you're about to become the next chairman of the Kumo Group. The warrior raised his glass. Seong Heong smiled back. Phew, it's all thanks to you. She asked about the promised items. The young man happily confirmed he had received the full Kumo equipment set, including the helmet, belt, and boots. If you have any more requests later, just call me, he generously offered. Seong Heong silently took a sip of wine, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Speaking of which, I actually have another proposal for you. The young man immediately got excited, thinking another lucrative mission was coming. Oh? How high will the reward request be this time? But what Seong Heong presented was a red velvet box. Inside was an SSR-grade ring. The young man was stunned. A ring? Seong Heong knelt on one knee, her gaze resolute. Warrior, will you marry me? The young man's expression changed, sweat pouring out. He decisively raised his hand to refuse. I'm sorry, but I have to decline. Seong Heong was stunned. But why? Am I not worthy of being your partner? He admitted she had both wealth and beauty, but you're not my type. The blunt answer was like a bucket of cold water splashed directly onto the new chairman's face. Ridiculous! Why is such an insignificant factor important to people like us? But to him, it was extremely important. He roared, revealing his deep reason. I want to marry someone who truly loves me, not someone who only sees me as a tool to consolidate power. Seong Heong secretly thought, this guy is incredibly romantic. Seong Heong's expression softened, a little confused but also full of interest. You truly are an unpredictable person. Instead of marriage, she proposed a different kind of relationship. Then, I want a cooperative relationship, where we can help each other at any time. All right? Warrior Kim smiled and agreed. All right. The wine glasses clinked, marking a new agreement. I'm very willing. The luxurious car glided through the night, leaving the splendid building behind. Sitting in the car, Warrior Kim sighed. It feels like I just threw away a chance to live in luxury. How bitter. Seong Heong's image suddenly appeared in his mind, alluring and powerful. She also had her own regrets. Anyway, I'm still in my fiery 20s. Marriage is a bit much, but if it's just dating, A resounding slap echoed in the car. He slapped himself to sober up, startling the bodyguard next to him. He composed himself. The situation was far different from what he knew in the game. What needed focus now was... Memories flooded back. The image of his great teacher, Elder Joe of the Sun Magic Tower, appeared. Teacher knows everything, and he's acting suspiciously. A potential danger he had to face. The slap mark was still on his cheek, but his eyes had become sharp. The phone suddenly rang. Caller, Mage Kim, Sun Magic Tower. Perfect timing. Phoenix Valley. An ancient stone path wound between steep cliffs, hazy in the thick fog. Warrior Kim was bewildered. A desolate, barren scene appeared before his eyes. There's no Phoenix here at all? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Long time no see, Superman Kim? Or perhaps I should call you the Master of the Black Tiger Sword? Tower Master. It's been a while. I see you've matured a lot. I wish my grandson could learn from you, Tilda grandfather. Why don't we get straight to the point? The Tower Master laughed heartily, teasing his annoyed grandson. Superman Kim, you've probably guessed it, but we called you here for a favor. Is it because all the phoenixes have disappeared? That's right, I don't know where they went. I assume some divine beast took them all. Warrior Kim squatted down, examining the ground. What about the possibility of illegal poaching? Highly unlikely. Our security is flawless. But what if it was someone of an elder's rank from the Magic Tower? His question went straight to the core issue. Someone of an elder's rank. It's possible. But who would dare do such a thing? Mage Kim muttered. Abusing phoenixes is a clear violation of the rules. Flames flared around the Tower Master, his eyes becoming sharp. Master of the Black Tiger Sword. Can you find the culprit? Of course. Warrior Kim replied concisely, without a hint of hesitation. I will find all the missing phoenixes, and find whoever is responsible for this. He flashed a cunning smile. But you have to promise me a reward, Tilda. The scene suddenly changed. A bright red sports car cut through the waves, speeding away. How do you like this red rice cooker? This is an incredible sports car, and it's so fast, Warrior Kim shouted as the car glided over the water. Mage Kim explained that he had entrusted the driving to a spirit. By the way, how did you think of taking this car as an advance payment? Mage Kim explained that he had never dared to dream of driving it because his grandfather cherished the car, but he needed it for the mission. We need a really fast car to catch up to that thing. The artificial phoenix made of steel wire, imbued with life, glided over the sea, leading the way. A flashback to the past. In a desolate canyon, Mage Kim stood there, unaware of what was about to happen. Sir? What is that? Mage Kim asked confusedly. Warrior Kim sat there, holding a strange object. Oh, you recognize what it is? It's a phoenix. Warrior Kim held up a bird model made of steel wire. Mage Kim's jaw dropped. It doesn't look like one at all. Warrior Kim was secretly pleased. Although the product was a bit crude, thanks to it, he had gained some new crafting properties. You can save your compliments on its quality. Oh, I will. All right, young mage. Warrior Kim's hand reached out towards the bewildered Mage Kim. Shall we take a little of your blood? A mischievous smile appeared on Warrior Kim's lips as he held the scalpel to Mage Kim's hand. The young man was utterly terrified. Back in the present, Mage Kim still broke out in a cold sweat recalling it. And I never expected that a little of my blood would turn that steel wire phoenix into an artificial phoenix. Your blood carries the essence of a phoenix, so if we use its instinct to return to its origin, Warrior Kim explained the plan. We'll be able to find the rest. Guided by the artificial phoenix, they crossed the night sea, heading straight for Uliungdo Island. Oh, so they're here? Mage Kim whispered as he saw the pink creatures gathered in the dense forest. But something was wrong. The phoenixes looked gloomy, exhausted, their feathers disheveled. But they don't look so good. They should have lived for another 20 years, but they seem to have run out of energy. Can you check their mana? Warrior Kim asked. Ah, yes. Mage Kim focused his energy. A brilliant stream of fire erupted around him, forming the majestic silhouette of a phoenix, ready to analyze the situation. Dark energy enveloped the phoenix's heart, draining its life force. Mage Kim exclaimed in horror. These creatures have had their mana stolen. From heart to blood vessels, everything is burnt dry. Wait, this traces? Mage Kim realized something. Warrior Kim confidently said, Yes, Mage Kim. I trust you can find the one who did this. A familiar mana trace became clear in the mage's mind. a name surfacing from his subconscious. Eclipse Academy? That's right! How clever! Warrior Kim happily confirmed. His expression turned serious. The culprit is none other than Elder Joe of Eclipse Academy. Contact the Tower Master immediately. A pillar of fire struck the ground. The Tower Master roared in utter fury. Joe Okboon, that crazy bitch! Sir, calm down. Mage Kim quickly tried to intervene. But the Tower Master's anger didn't subside. She was caught red-handed trying to seize all the phoenixes. I swear to God if I get my hands on her. So you mean Elder Joe has also disappeared from the tower? The Tower Master turned to ask. Yes. I went to her office, and she was gone, leaving only a clone. The memory of the empty room with the wide-open door resurfaced. A clone? The Tower Master grew even angrier. What? Is she mocking me? Mage Kim quickly explained. It's magic that creates a body identical to the user, but it will die after a while. The Tower Master's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp. Is she just trying to buy time? The pieces began to fit together. The death of the Kumo Group chairman with his heart burned to ashes. The exiled mage returned as an enhanced warrior. The phoenixes were drained of their power, and Elder Joe was in hiding. You have so many clues already. Come on, Tower Master. Don't you realize anything? Warrior Kim pressed. Don't tell me! A terrible premonition flashed in the Tower Master's mind. Could Joe Okboon have touched that thing? A gigantic cosmic black hole, devouring everything, appeared in his mind. A dark ritual eclipsed the Sunday mana swirled on the turbulent sea, signaling a terrible event about to unfold. Warrior Kim was stunned to realize this was not a natural event. But this is before the polarization research began. It's a butterfly effect, because I got involved with Elder Joe's disciple. Mage Kim fearfully explained to the Tower Lord, what is this? She's using power from the Phoenix to erode the magical Sunday. The scale of the ritual far exceeded imagination. It not only covered the sky, but was also draining mana from all living creatures. All three realized the gravity of the situation. We must find Elder Joe immediately. If she reaches level 8 with that power, who knows what will happen? But how do we find her? Mage Kim asked worriedly, the difficult problem now apparent. The Tower Lord closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing. A massive stream of mana from afar was connecting with him. Guided by blue mana streaks, the Tower Lord declared, Follow me. I think I know where that woman is. Ahead was an isolated mansion. A swirling emerald energy gate separated the real world. This is a dimensional labyrinth? Is she hiding in there? Mage Kim analyzed. Yes, but it's very sturdy, designed to withstand the power of a solar storm. The Tower Lord intended to rush in alone, but his grandson stopped him. You can't, Grandpa. There's no way Elder Joe wouldn't have countermeasures prepared for the Tower Lord. Warrior Kim stepped forward, his gaze firm. Let me. Wouldn't having an outsider intervene make her less vigilant? The Tower Lord sighed, then handed him 2 SSR-grade artifacts. It seems I owe you again. This is the Great Escape Ring. Use it if you encounter danger. Warrior Kim clutched the ring, a confident smile on his face. Thank you, sir. I just gained an extra life. So, I can take risks without worry now. The dimensional gate glowed brightly. Its power came from one of the 8 great treasures of the Demon Tower that Elder Joe possessed. Inside was a desolate, ruined world. Skyscrapers were mere skeletal remains. Heavens, what is this? Mage Kim sighed, questioning his reluctant companion. Why did you follow me into the labyrinth? You know you could really die, right? This is the Demon Tower's responsibility, he explained, fiddling with some magical dice. And I think 2 heads are better than 1. It would be a big problem if you encountered enemies while installing these dice to neutralize the subdimension. Warrior Kim scratched his head, admitting the logic. You do have a point. He glanced at the gloomy sky, where an eternal eclipse reigned. By the way, is the Eclipse School always like this? Mage Kim smirked. Ah, yes. The Eclipse School originated from dark magic. Right behind him, a mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly appeared. The monster lunged, aiming straight for the unprepared Mage Kim. A gleaming golden blade blocked the bite. Warrior Kim had intervened just in time. You would have been bitten if I was a second late. I think they've sniffed us out. He ordered decisively, hand gripping the sword hilt. Stay close behind me. A status window appeared, listing his combat traits. Intuition, acuity, treasure hunt, clairvoyance, detection, advanced swordsmanship. His eyes gleamed with a deadly light. From now on, dozens of them will rush us simultaneously. The ground shook violently. Numerous worm-like monsters with round, jagged mouths emerged, screaming silently. A powerful blue energy surge emanated from Warrior Kim, sweeping across the battlefield. Immediately, the critical weak points on the monsters' bodies appeared like glowing bullseyes. He swung his sword. A sharp blue light swept through. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Weak point identification. You have gained a trait. Attacking an enemy's weak point deals additional damage. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire horde of monsters in a sea of fire. Mage Kim was stunned, unable to believe the sight before him. All those monsters just... An enraged voice echoed from the cliff. "Stop!" Warrior Kim froze, sweat pouring down. Elder Joe roared, dark magic swirling around her. "How dare you set foot in this place?" Violet energy exploded violently. "The sin of obstructing my great work will not be forgiven." A magical maelstrom descended, engulfing the space. Both could only look up in horror. The rock foundation shattered under the terrifying power. Warrior Kim thought to himself, Elder Joe is indeed a tough opponent. But, hold on tight. He grabbed Mage Kim, his eyes resolute. He wouldn't fall in a side quest like this. The skill panel appeared. He was already too familiar with this type of attack from the game. Every move of the enemy was clear in his eyes. I can see through everything. Holding Mage Kim tightly, he dashed like the wind, weaving through the deadly magical currents. Consecutive explosions lit up the entire cavern, but nothing touched him. Every one of his movements was perfect, calculated to the millimeter. Having traversed the battlefield, Warrior Kim carried Mage Kim on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Ah, yes. I think so. But where are we?" They had arrived at a gloomy forest, where mana converged. "Install the neutralization device." Mage Kim eagerly ran off. "All right, it'll be done in a second." But he didn't know that death was already standing right behind him. Elder Joe sneered, her eyes sharp as knives. "You little rat." The sky suddenly darkened, purple lightning tearing across the space. "You've walked right into your own grave." A brilliant, purple, dark lightning bolt ripped through space. Amidst the energy storm, a shout rang out. "Mage Kim, dodge!" The ground shattered. The immense pressure sent both of them flying. Mage Kim fell sprawling, while Warrior Kim struggled to maintain his balance. Warrior Kim looked towards Elder Joe, cold sweat pouring down. A level 7 mage indeed. One hit means certain death. He realized the perilous situation. It's hard to confront her in a conventional way. "Mage Kim, I'll buy you time. Go." He charged forward, deciding to use his trump card. Mage Kim nodded in confusion. Elder Joe sneered. "Where do you think you're going, you little rat?" Warrior Kim roared, his eyes full of defiance. "Hey, Joe Akban, you old hag." He knew he had to provoke her. A notification panel appeared before him. Provoke. You have gained a trait. Elder Joe was stunned, her glasses slipping down. He scoffed, seeing you suddenly pull this stunt. Are you using the Kumo Group Chairman's magic to cling to your youth? Or are you just senile from old age? Elder Joe's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. "I intended to acquire Solar Raven through my disciple, but you ruined everything. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because the Raven of the Deep Darkness will do just fine." Dark magic once again erupted from her staff, even more fiercely than before. "Do you really think you can avoid the power of the Eclipse cult forever?" Warrior Kim dodged an attack, sneering. "That's right. Your cult is just a third-rate bunch. Are your eyes bad too? Can't even land a single hit." Elder Joe was furious, her entire body trembling with rage. You damn brat." Purple energy surged around her. At the same time, Mage Kim had reached the position. A magical dice appeared in his hand. "Magic dice installation complete." "Activate!" he shouted. Pillars of white light simultaneously rose from the ground, engulfing the entire forest. Elder Joe realized the trap in horror. He's already installed the nullification device? Mage Kim, exhausted, looked up at the sky and whispered, "Grandpa." An external force intervened, breaking the barrier. Good. The power of the dimensional space is weakening. The Tower Lord appeared amidst a sea of fire, energy surging. "It's time for me to show a little power." Elder Joe's personal space began to crack violently. Mage Kim rejoiced. "Warrior, the labyrinth is crumbling." Warrior Kim smirked. "Yes, it seems the Tower Lord has done his part well." The core of the magic world shattered. "No, it can't be." Elder Joe's power surged out of control. "My magic, my power, and my world." She collapsed, her body disintegrating in despair. Her hateful gaze fixed on her enemy. "Just a few more seconds, and it'll be over." It's all your fault." Her rage erupted. "It's all your fault!" She poured all her remaining strength into her staff. Warrior Kim raised his mechanical arm to block the attack. "Damn it! I blocked it with my iron fist, but the power is insane." Without stopping, Elder Joe frantically fired countless dark energy orbs. But Warrior Kim's speed far exceeded expectations. "When it comes to speed, I won't lose," Elder Joe screamed in helplessness. "Damn it! Why aren't my attacks landing?" She put everything into one final blow. A destructive beam of light shot straight forward. "Die!" Elder Joe's destructive attack suddenly vanished into thin air. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Huh? The weakness identification skill activated. Warrior Kim's eye locked onto the target, finding the old woman's vital point. "I've found your weakness." A cold, decisive sword strike. Elder Joe couldn't react in time. Fresh blood splattering. Her aged body collapsed to the ground. Life slowly fading. Joe Oakbun's consciousness faded, but her hatred remained. No, it can't end like this. With her last ounce of strength, she reached her mechanical arm forward. At least, "I must finish you myself." But another hand stopped her final attempt, gripping her throat tightly. The Tower Lord's face was icy cold, his voice contemptuous. "You trashy woman. It's time to die." Flames erupted from the Tower Lord's hand, engulfing Joe Oakbun. The hellfire incinerated everything, leaving not even a speck of dust. Elder Joe's curse was lifted. Back at the tower, Mage Kim cheered excitedly upon seeing the results. "Uncle, that's incredible! I always thought you were a magic-resistant warrior, but who knew you'd fight like a true swordsman today?" The Tower Lord nodded in approval. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. People usually call those like you." The Tower Lord narrowed his eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Celestial stars." Warrior Kim was surprised. "Celestial stars? What are those?" The Tower Lord explained that they are individuals possessing limitless talent and myriad unique abilities. "Anyway, I should reward you for this incident." The Tower Lord held out a ring. A notification appeared. "Eclipse Ring, SSR." "This is a treasure I found from Elder Joe," Warrior Kim exclaimed. "One of the 8 treasures of the Magic Tower, the strongest item of the Eclipse School." The hidden attribute in the ring is Eclipse. Red and blue mana swirled around Warrior Kim's finger, converging on the new treasure. Amazing. His grin stretched from ear to ear. The ring combined all 3 attributes: mana, devouring, absorption, and storage. Time passed, and autumn arrived. The modern villa lay peacefully beneath the withered leaves. Meanwhile, Baek Soren was training her Star Destroyer attribute. Jeanette, on the other hand, was diligently working on her innate energy attribute. Warrior Kim crossed his arms, a proud expression on his face. Baek Soren was about to reach level 5. The day she mastered Mars swordsmanship was not far off. Far surpassing level 4, Kim Taekwon in his werewolf form was on his way to expanding his territory nationwide. And then, snow began to fall. Mysterious Soul faced December 24th. Outside the Indian Embassy in South Korea, national flags fluttered in the snowy wind. "Wow, so the honorary paladin gathering is happening here?" Baek Soren was curious. Jeanette was excited. "This is my first time celebrating Godslayer Day with everyone." Warrior Kim suddenly appeared, patting Jeanette's head with a sly smile. "Enjoy today, because tomorrow you'll be back to training." "I'm going in first," Jeanette excitedly dashed off. Baek Soren quickly called after her. "Ah, Jeanette! Wait for me!" December 24th, Godslayer Day. It was the day the Old Father was officially assassinated, a historically shocking event. And also the anniversary of the Treaty of Westphalia, marking the establishment of a new world order. Since this world has no Christmas, this day was celebrated grandly worldwide. A lavish party was taking place in the Grand Hall. "Jeanette, look! It's Paladin Jun!" Baek Soren pointed towards the elegant man. Jeanette's eyes widened in admiration. "Wow, he's so handsome!" Amidst the festive atmosphere, Warrior Kim's eyes turned sharp. He was invited as an honorary paladin, but that wasn't the real reason he was here. An elegant elderly man approached. "Oh, if I'm not mistaken, this is the master of the Black Tiger Sword. I am Asim Kurat, the Indian ambassador." Warrior Kim shook his hand, his polite smile hiding his intentions. "I am Warrior Kim, a level 5 superhuman. Thank you for the invitation." He was here because this man was hosting the gathering. The ambassador proudly introduced his family. "This is my wife and daughter." Warrior Kim's gaze stopped at the young girl, his only child. The girl smiled gracefully. Nice to meet you, Superhuman Kim. He immediately recognized her as Kali, one of the last 3 ultimate warriors in the game. For a moment, the image of the SSR-ranked female warrior Kali Karat appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. In the future, she would be the master of the legendary Kalaratri blade. Warrior Kim had an idea. He pulled his 2 disciples closer, grinning widely. Let's use these kids as an excuse to talk to her. These are my disciples. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Huh? Aren't you the master of the Black Tiger Sword? The whispers quickly spread. Immediately, the crowd erupted. Really? Whoa, I'm a huge fan. Warrior Kim was swarmed by enthusiastic fans, unable to react. The plan to approach Kali vanished into thin air. The girl could only watch, while he was swallowed by the crowd. No, this was the perfect chance to befriend Kali. He had no choice but to leave it to his 2 disciples. The rest is up to you 2. Jeanette was startled to see her master kidnapped by the crowd. Warrior Kim panted, finally escaping outside. Made it out alive. He was crestfallen for missing the chance, but then smiled when he saw Bake Soren and Jeanette had quickly befriended Kali. At least the kids made friends with her. Snow began to fall. He leaned back on the steps, enjoying a rare moment of peace. I wish life could stay this peaceful forever. Hello. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. His eyes gleamed with vigilance. A charming woman in a black dress appeared amidst the snow. Do you mind talking for a moment, Warrior Kim? He recognized her immediately, the saintess of the Old Father's congregation. The silhouette of the knightess in spiky armor smiled mysteriously. A dangerous and powerful invitation had just been extended. Warrior Kim questioned the saintess. What are you doing here? Today is the day of divine annihilation. You must be very busy. She casually corrected him, her tone like a reminder. Not the day of annihilation, but the day of resurrection. Ah, that's right. They walked side by side on the snow-covered path. You must know I'm showing great consideration. Consideration? What kind? Haven't you ever found it strange? The saintess's smile turned dangerous. That you're still alive after killing one of our adjudicators. He froze, cold sweat breaking out. That happened in the labyrinth. How did she know? Her eyes darkened, exuding a terrifying pressure. If I hadn't intervened, your pathetic life would have ended. It's all thanks to me working behind the scenes. Understand? He growled, refusing to accept such condescending benevolence. Why did you do that? I didn't ask you to. I had to. She whispered into his ear, her words enchanting like venom. So that your great soul can become the light and savior for our congregation. Soul? Soul? Could she be talking about his true self in the real world? Memories of a failed life flooded back. A useless person, achieving nothing, losing in both love and life. He roared in his mind, feeling humiliated. Is she mocking me? Why would she do that to someone like me? He tried to find a logical explanation. Perhaps the soul she spoke of was his ability to swap characteristics. If so, it could indeed be called great. I want you to become stronger than ever, so that a great vessel worthy of the soul's greatness can be completed. He flatly refused. Go get that nonsense yourself. I won't let that happen. A mysterious smile once again bloomed on the saintess's lips, ignoring his resistance. Today is that day. Today? She reached her hand towards the sky as if embracing something grand. Everything begins today. Mostly thanks to you, Savior. While you were running around causing trouble and chaos, we were able to achieve many things. Her hand reached towards him, signaling a predetermined plan. What the hell are you babbling about? He growled. But the saintess only replied with an enigmatic smile, and a magic circle beneath her feet glowed. You'll see soon enough. Her smile turned savage, icy energy gathering in her palm. See you again. A whirlwind of snow and blue light enveloped the saintess, and then she vanished into thin air, leaving only falling snowflakes. That crazy bitch, said her piece, and disappeared. He put a hand to his forehead, trying to piece things together. What kind of twisted game is this now? She said. Everything begins today. He frowned in thought. The main storyline of Arcane Soul hadn't even begun. It was illogical for an expansion-level event to be happening right now. But then he glanced at his phone. December 24th, 11:59 p.m. A chilling truth dawned on him. Today is the day of annihilation. The same day, Episode 1 begins. In his memories of the game, the saintess's mysterious words were the beginning of all tragedies. Time seemed to stop. Each second passed heavily, signaling an unavoidable omen. 12 o'clock. A terrifying explosion shook the entire building. Amidst the chaos, Warrior Kim stood motionless, his eyes sharp and cold. Screams echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone panicked and scattered, not understanding what was happening. He calmly watched the scene before him. Damn it, it started. All of Seoul was engulfed in flames. Countless explosions occurred simultaneously across the city. Episode 1. The Seoul Terrorist Attack. Columns of black smoke billowed into the sky, swallowing the city lights. The night of destruction had fallen. From the cracked earth, snake-like monsters slithered up, baring their fangs and claws to attack innocent citizens. The nightmare had only just begun. Monsters poured out from underground, turning the streets into a bloody hunting ground. Amidst the rubble, a paladin recognized the enemy. The master of the Black Tiger Sword? Protect this side with the other paladins, Warrior Kim commanded, facing the danger alone. Understood. What about you, sir? There are people I must protect. He charged straight into the horde of monsters, his back resolute without hesitation. The monsters snarled savagely, their red eyes bloodthirsty. The nightmare had engulfed the city. Kali Kurat fought fiercely. Ambassador, are you all right? And then, horrifying memories flooded back. The Seoul terrorist attack had taken everything. In the flashback, the ambassador's family was surrounded by monsters. A desperate scream echoed. Behind you! They perished in that terrorist attack! Extreme pain had transformed Kali into a superhuman. From the ashes of tragedy, a new warrior was born. The figures of her family were torn apart in an instant. That bloody memory was a wound that would never heal. But this time, things were different. Jung Jin-young and Baek So-rin appeared, fighting alongside their comrade. Master, Warrior Kim stood in front of Kali, his eyes blazing. I won't let that happen in this timeline. He provoked the monsters, drawing all their attention to himself. The rest of you, come at me. Jung Jin-young and Baek So-rin plunged into battle. Warrior Kim smiled confidently. I'm a very busy man. He rampaged through the encirclement, each sword stroke a fatal blow. A defiant smile spread across the face of the battlefield's dominator. Throughout the city, fires blazed to the sky. Alarm sirens tore through the chaotic night, signaling a horrifying tragedy. Suddenly, a flaming supercar plunged from the sky. A voice came over the comms. Hello, Commander? A sudden call. Warrior Kim was about to decline, but the other end was urgent. Ah, it's Superhuman Kim. Sorry, I'm busy with the Seoul terrorist attack. I'll call you back. No, I have to tell you now. This terrorist attack is happening all over Seoul, but there's only one real target. The man in the blue suit was stunned. The president is in danger. What? Is that true? But I received reports that the Blue House is safe. That's right, but the president isn't there. Amidst the flames, the car sped like an arrow. Everyone knows where the bachelor president will be on the night of divine punishment. I'll send the location. See you there. That's the building owned by the president's secret lover. The car soared through the night sky, approaching a skyscraper. Jung Jin-young asked, We've arrived. Should we land on the rooftop? There's no time for that. Warrior Kim explained that wherever the president was, it would be heavily guarded. To bypass the security barrier and get inside immediately, he leaped straight out of the flying car. A surge of blue energy gathered in his hand, ready to shatter all barriers. I'll have to destroy this special glass. The window glass shattered into 1,000 pieces before his power. He landed, using his body to shield the panicked woman. The black-haired man was astonished to recognize his savior. You are the master of the Black Tiger Sword. Are you two all right? A blazing red sword appeared in his hand, ready for battle. A shadow lunged from behind. Sharp blades clashed, sparking. Behind you! A dark energy explosion erupted. Warrior Kim's eyes turned cold. Here it is, the final boss of Act 1. Soul Terror, the Level 7 Queen of Slaughter. She appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. Oh, the master of the Black Tiger Sword? What a great catch. Warrior Kim took a stance, the Black Tiger Sword in hand. His face was tense before the new enemy. The demon blade Masamune glowed brightly in her hand. I'll chop you up and hang you at Gwangamun Gate. That old tiger will surely love it. That sword inflicted a random curse with each strike. Suddenly, Warrior Kim summoned another weapon. Dual blades? Let's see what you've learned from that old man. She lunged, swinging a blazing red sword, tearing through space. Warrior Kim braced himself to block the attack. Two surges of power collided violently. Even with his shield raised, a single blow made him cough up blood. Her power was terrifying. She smirked with delight, the smile of a predator. Not bad, huh? But can you block this? She continued to unleash a barrage of brutal slashes. The attack was too fierce. Warrior Kim was sent flying backward, unable to defend himself. He realized he couldn't hold out forever. The Queen of Slaughter only knew how to attack, disregarding defense. To survive even one more second, I have to close the distance. Fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Only defending wouldn't give him a chance to win. He decided to counterattack, swinging his hammer to create sharp blue energy surges. He charged straight forward. She merely glanced, a contemptuous smile on her face. How cute. The skill, Fierce Attack, was activated. He roared, pouring all his strength into the hammer, determined to land a finishing blow. But she only needed one hand, and her demon blade, to stop the devastating attack. The power of both sides erupted once again. The power of lightning converged on the hammer. Warrior Kim roared, pouring his entire life into a single strike. Two surges of energy collided, creating a terrifying storm. Space itself seemed to tear apart. The Assassin Queen gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with fury. You little brat. He knew her weakness was close combat. A dangerous move. One slip, and his life would be over. But there was no other choice. Let's give it a try. Metal clashed, sparking. Tremendous pressure weighed down on every muscle in his body. Shockwaves spread, throwing everything around them. The confrontation between the two anomalies was far from over. He bitterly realized that her invulnerability passive had completely nullified his attack. The Queen of Slaughter's rage erupted. Annoying insects, it's over! Countless dark tentacles lunged towards him. He collapsed. She approached, her voice full of sarcasm. You're tougher than I thought. Any last words? Suddenly he shouted, Red! At his command, a figure on a motorcycle arrived, swiftly taking the president away. Get the president out of here! She tried to pursue, but it was too late. Stop! The motorcycle vanished into the night. At the same time, a silver streak tore through the wind, fixing her attention. She turned back, smirking. What now? Lost your target, haven't you? In the darkness, Warrior Kim's eyes glowed ominously. You bitch! The Assassin Queen froze. The smile on her lips stiffened as she realized the truth. You were aiming for this from the very beginning. That's the ultimate skill of the Queen of Slaughter. A technique with a deadly name. Heaven and Earth Annihilation. Blood-red energy engulfed everything, leaving no escape. Two small figures were swept into the vortex of destruction. Warrior Kim despaired. Damn it. I can't move because of the curse. Is there really no way out? But then, a smirk appeared. Of course there is! The Assassin Queen froze. Wah! What is this? The Great Escape Ring, allowing the user to leave the battlefield once. He only said one word. Thanks. Thanks for being so stupid. He vanished into thin air, leaving behind echoing insults. Destructive energy swallowed the battlefield. In the epicenter, only empty space remained. That! The ground shattered into 100 pieces. The Assassin Queen's hateful roar echoed. You bitch! Water swirled in another space, signaling a return from the dead. Warrior Kim surfaced, gasping for air. Whew! Almost died. He shivered at the thought. If not for the Great Escape Ring from the Tower Lord, he might have truly died. I was lucky. Anyway, the commander must have arrived. Will he be able to catch the Queen of Slaughter? Honestly, with his strength, it's a bit difficult. The attribute panel appeared. Immortality, resurrection, regeneration, absolute survival skills. I should focus on healing first. Other matters can wait. He leaned back, relaxing in the therapeutic bath. The phone on the table vibrated, displaying Beck Soren. Ha! And I was just about to rest. Still soaking in the tub, he wearily answered the call. Hello? Beck Soren's voice suddenly screamed through the phone, startling Warrior Kim. Master! Surprise! Good heavens. Soren? Why didn't you answer your phone? It's been days. Her voice was full of reproach. He was stunned, thinking he'd misheard. I was resting. He snapped awake, leaping out of the bathtub. Wait, did you just say days? Beck Soren sobbed. Yes, I was so worried about you. You disappeared after leaving a strange message. He looked back at the curt message he had sent. Sorry, I was in a hurry then. All right then, but do you know where I am? Warrior Kim looked bewildered. Where are you? I'm at the Blue House with Jeanette. Beck Soren seemed to be trying to hold back her emotions, while Jeanette, next to her, was still intently looking at documents. The president wants to see you right now. He suddenly understood the situation. Ah, I see. All right, I'll be right there. As soon as he hung up, his tired expression vanished, replaced by a wide, expectant grin. All right, time to get my reward, Tilda. In a luxurious room, the president warmly shook Warrior Kim's hand. You're amazing! You risked your life to save me! Are you feeling all right now? Warrior Kim smiled confidently. Yes, I've made a full recovery. The mana spring and elixirs worked wonders. The president burst into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder vigorously. The Tower Master also appeared out of nowhere, embracing him intimately. I told you this kid would show up as if nothing happened. Warrior Kim froze at this excessive enthusiasm. Thank you, Superman Kim. The president solemnly handed him a box. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please, accept it. The box sprang open. Inside was an exquisite armored gauntlet, emitting a cold light. That's an SR-grade equipment, Starseed. A full-body armor appeared in the illusory cosmic space, carrying unimaginable power. The special characteristic of this equipment is Starseed, an overwhelming ability that can change attributes to adapt to any situation. Switching to the swordsman attribute will enhance damage and agility. The warrior attribute provides superior strength and endurance. And for the marksman, attack and movement speed are maximized. Warrior Kim's face stretched into a delighted grin. It's truly made for me. He solemnly accepted the gift from the president. Thank you, sir. I will make good use of it. The president placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Now that Warrior Kim has received his reward, the president and the Tower Master eagerly pulled him along. It's time to get to work. If you want to become a Legion commander, it's best to get some experience first. Inside a state-of-the-art command center, the president began an emergency briefing. We are pursuing the terrorist leader, Shin Yeren, also known as the Queen of Slaughter. The wanted person's portrait appeared. A female assassin with glowing red eyes, exuding a chilling killing intent. Warrior Kim recognized the familiar map. I know this map. This is the mission map from Arc 1. He secretly compared. If this were a game, I would have had to complete each mission one by one. But here, a series of profiles of powerful figures appeared before his eyes. Legion commanders, high-ranking leaders. All were participating. Indeed, the government plays a huge role. A thought flashed in his mind. No wonder the Old Father's congregation tried to assassinate the president. In the darkness, Shin Yeren's eyes gleamed with an evil light. Everything begins today. Warrior Kim smirked smugly. Oh, what is the Saintess planning? Perhaps Arc 1 will end sooner than expected. A blonde schoolgirl marveled at a newspaper article praising the Superman's heroic deed of saving the president. The whole social media is talking about you, Master. Someone filmed you fighting at the Indian embassy. Warrior Kim secretly thought only of building his own image. The blazing red supercar braked sharply, friction creating a dark skid mark on the road. Huh? The two girls were stunned by the sudden appearance. Is that the ambassador? And Callie? Warrior Kim was taken aback. That's right, Callie. I forgot about her. The Indian ambassador spoke. Greetings, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. We have come to express our gratitude. Warrior Kim was flustered, secretly thinking this was a chance to impress Callie. Master, Kali Karat's voice rang out, resolute. I want to become your disciple. The girl's eyes shone with unusual determination. Disciple? What do you mean? Kali explained that after the recent incident, she realized she was too weak and yearned for power. In his mind, images of his other female disciples diligently training flashed, all sharing the same aspiration. Please, Master, accept me as your disciple. The young girl bowed deeply, her attitude extremely sincere. Kali. The ambassador and his wife looked at their daughter worriedly. Are you sure you won't regret it? We can take our time to think about it. He suddenly understood the reason for their concern. Because Kali's grandmother, the previous owner of Kalaratri, had mutated into an otherworldly creature during a rift expedition. A dark past was revealed. A dark secret shrouded the ambassador's family. They were bound by the fate of the goddess Kali. Rejecting destiny meant death. Kali's grandmother was no exception. But times had changed. Facing the ambassador's family, Warrior Kim no longer addressed him by his title. No, as Kali's father. A golden opportunity. The last piece of the three great warriors had come to him on its own. I am well aware of your family's dedication to protecting humanity, and the fate passed down through generations. His words stunned the entire Karat family. How? How could you know that? Worry was evident on the mother's face. I understand your concern, but Kali has the talent to protect herself. So, You know how to free Kali from suffering? The only answer appeared in the illusory space. Yes, and to do that, Kali must become a Superman. Warrior Kim's eyes blazed with determination. If you entrust that task to me, I will make it a reality. He couldn't miss this opportunity. The ambassador still hesitated, but his wife had made up her mind. This child has never held a sword. There must be another way. But dear, Kali doesn't have much time left. Just let him do it. Kali, are you sure? Before her father's question, the girl didn't waver. Yes, father. I promise to do well. Please trust me. The father's hand on her head was his final blessing. It won't be an easy path, but if you're ready, do what you must. Kali's eyes lit up with hope. You must overcome fate and survive. Yes, I will. Have you decided? Ah, yes. The clear affirmation rang out. The friendly smile vanished, replaced by a hellish trainer. Then, Kali, tonight, you'll begin a hellish training course. Kali shivered, both scared and excited. I'm really looking forward to it. A few days later, a melody echoed in the modern training room, signaling the start of a special training session. Each of Kali's movements was graceful yet powerful, blending with the music. Kalaratri, both an assassin and a dancer. That was her destined path. Warrior Kim observed silently. She had unlocked the stealth trait. Now, it was time to awaken the dancer. In a brilliant golden glow, the figures of ancient dancers appeared, merging with Kali's every move. It was time. Fingers intertwined, connecting past and present, transmitting power through each movement. Energy erupted. A surge of power swirled around Kali's body as she completed the awakening dance. 3 traits shone brightly: goddess bloodline, stealth, and the dancer. As expected, the girl has talent. Well done. You've reached level 3. Kali panted, trying to respond. Thank you, master. The foundation was solid. Now it was just a matter of leveling up. Take a break. Your stamina is still weak. Don't overexert yourself. He handed her a towel. But Kali's eyes blazed with determination. No, I'm fine. Let's start the next lesson. I have to become as strong as Soren and Jeanette. The images of level 5 Beck Soren and level 4 Jeanette appeared in her mind, an invisible pressure. Her impatience pushed Kali to her limits without her realizing it. Her face was drenched in sweat, her breathing growing heavier. His hand rested gently on her shoulder, a steady reassurance. Kali, you also have innate talent just like them. All you need to do is train consistently at your own pace. Don't be too impatient. Warrior Kim's advice was like a ray of light, awakening Kali. And, if you overdo it, your progress might slow down. Yes, I'll remember that. The training session was interrupted. Take a break. Oh, I have a call. Kali waved cheerfully, sweat beading on her forehead. On the other end was a familiar voice. Mr. Kim, Master of the Black Tiger Sword, it's me, Kim Chunbok. It's been a while. What's up? Kim Chunbok announced shocking news. I just wanted to let you know that you have another challenge at the Coliseum. Remember the Destroyer King? Warrior Kim was slightly surprised. He wants to fight to get his iron hands back? Yes, that's right. But this time, the stakes were much higher. He offered to bet some diamonds and the statue of Mars. Warrior Kim's eyes widened. The statue of Mars? An image flashed in his mind. The brilliant statue of the god containing terrifying power. That's the statue that seals the Mars sword technique within. His expression changed, surprise giving way to a calculating smile. So this is the quest to obtain the Mars sword technique. He didn't hesitate for a second. The match will take place in 2 weeks, in a 4-on-4 team battle format. Do you accept? Of course. See you then. The call ended. He only had 2 weeks to assemble a team. The Destroyer King would surely be well prepared. Failure was not an option. He needed a lineup that could guarantee absolute victory. He scrolled through familiar faces in his mind. I know a few strong people, but I'm still a bit worried about fighting with them in a brawl since I've never tried it before. He looked down at his turned-off phone screen. Then, a confident and somewhat sly smile appeared. He had his answer. I think that team will do. 2 weeks later, the dazzling stage lights of the Octagon Arena shone down. The atmosphere was electric. A man in a white suit stepped out, his voice stirring the entire arena. Today's big match. The fighters are entering. This is the leader of the Destroyer King's team. The Destroyer King himself. The red-masked wrestler bared his teeth in a wild, bloodthirsty grin. And here are the Flying Dragon King, the Dark Demon King, and the Angel King. 3 towering figures advanced, their presence overwhelming. The Destroyer King crossed his arms, his gaze full of provocation. The knight in silver armor spoke. Greetings, youngsters. I may look old, but I'm still strong enough to play with you. Do your best, the Destroyer King growled. Old or not, before violence, all are equal. Cold sweat broke out on Warrior Kim's forehead. I guessed he'd bring some high-level fighters, but I didn't expect them to be top-tier level 6 veterans. But there's no need to worry. And in the opposite corner is the leader of the Warrior King's team, Warrior Kim. He stood there, calm and confident, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt. Kim, Iron Fist! A giant werewolf with a mechanical arm roared. I will do my best with the power you have bestowed upon me. Priest Kim. The young man in ceremonial robes raised his staff. Even our Lord will welcome your call, brothers and sisters. Mage Kim. Magic flames erupted in the young mage's hands. I will dedicate myself for the honor of my grandfather and the magic tower. The perfect lineup appeared. Vanguard, Warrior Kim. Midline, Kim Iron Fist. Backline, Mage Kim. Support, Priest Kim. This was the Kim family team. Warrior Kim's eyes flashed with an eerie blue light. A chillingly confident smile spread across his lips. I know exactly what strategy to use with this lineup. Thanks in advance for the Mars statue. A few days earlier, in a luxurious meeting room, Warrior Kim spoke. Thank you for gathering at my call. If it's your call, of course I have to come. Kim Iron Fist affirmed this was an opportunity to repay him. Mage Kim also enthusiastically responded, ready to skip a meal to come immediately. Warrior Kim mused. A traditional lineup consisting of a warrior, an enhanced soldier, a mage, and a priest. He knew this lineup well, but also recognized its fatal flaw. First and foremost, our biggest problem is defense. No sooner had he spoken than the young priest objected. Brother, don't worry. I have support abilities. Mage Kim awkwardly raised his hand. It seems to be my fault. The priest quickly comforted him. It's okay. No need to be so hard on yourself. We're fighting against arena veterans. It will be very difficult to win if we confront them directly. Kim Iron Fist looked straight at him. So what's your plan? Warrior Kim smiled. The chess game already laid out. Remember 2 things. His hand decisively pushed the black pawns forward. First is to charge. Second is to dive into a brawl. The octagon arena turned into a chaotic mess. The veteran fighters were dragged into nothing short of a melee. The referee helplessly yelled, "You guys are fighting like dogs!" 2 old men grabbed each other's hair, screaming miserably, "My hair, please!" The purpose of this game was simple, to break the opponent's strengths. The Flying Dragon King hovered in the air, alone. The Flying Dragon King roared furiously. How dare you use such a low-class tactic to mock us? You have no respect whatsoever. But for Warrior Kim, everything was going according to plan. The formation of the complacent ones shattered. They underestimated their enemy. Wang Longfei aimed his cannon downwards. Blue energy gathering. Fire. A stream of energy shot straight towards Zhan Bingjin. Aerial combat was Wang Longfei's domain. Zhan Bingjin remained calm. But I have my own methods. The airstrike skill panel appeared. A series of violent explosions erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the sky. The terrifying destructive power sent Zhan Bingjin flying. But the target was engulfed in a sea of fire. Mid-air, Wang Longfei stared in shock at his ascending opponent. You can fly? A brilliant, sun-like energy orb was summoned. Tiger King soaring heaven, the destructive attack plunged downwards. Wang Longfei gritted his teeth, only managing to utter a curse. Damn it. A destructive halo engulfed him. The arena floor shook violently under the terrifying power. Tian Shen Wang screamed in alarm. Wang Longfei! Destroyer King was stunned. Damn it. They took down Wang Longfei. You dare ignore me? The wrestler roared, but a steel fist had already pierced his chest. Jin Taekwon, in his werewolf form, lifted the defeated opponent. What kind of power is this? You truly are a monster. Zhan Bingjin smirked. A versatile individual like Jin Taekwon would have no trouble with Destroyer King's group. The chaotic battle continued. Fa Shijin and Tian Shenwang were cornered. I just got a message that you're proud of me. Fa Shijin parried and retorted. Zhan Bingjin nodded in satisfaction. They're doing great, just as I instructed. Recalling the instructions. I forbid both of you from using any magic. Fa Shijin and Mu Shijin were dumbfounded. What? Then how are we supposed to fight? Zhan Bingjin calmly explained. Just stick to your opponents and brawl. Then you'll see an opening. That's when you start using magic. Back in the present, Mu Shijin seized the opportunity, a dazzling orb of light forming in his hand. The light exploded, engulfing the entire arena. I can't see anything. Amidst the chaos, another roared. summoning a pungent vortex of blood. Let's end this mess. The dark magic coalesced into a gigantic spear, tearing through the air. Die. The blood spear violently collided with a yellow energy shield, unable to penetrate it. Zhan Bingjin shouted, giving a decisive order. Mu Shi now! Use your blessing! Mu Shijin immediately responded. Yes, brother! Mu Shijin's blessing created a sturdy shield wall, blocking all attacks. A new trait was unlocked. Haha, brats! Are you just going to keep blocking my attacks? Gi Wang Heian roared, but immediately after, both he and Tianxin Wang froze, sensing a strange power rising. A member of Gui Wang Heian's team frantically warned. Wait, Gui Wang Heian? I have a bad feeling. Fa Shijin looked at Zhan Bingjin, flames erupting on his shoulders. Time to finish? The man in the tracksuit simply replied, Yeah. Mu Shijin opened his holy book, golden light pouring out. At the same time, Fa Shijin gathered a blazing fireball in his palm. The two energy sources prepared to merge. Let's end this. The declaration echoed amidst the fiery vortex. A gigantic fire phoenix was summoned from the magic circle, its roar shaking the space. The phoenix spread its fiery wings, soaring straight towards the terrified opponent. The battle was nearing its end. Zhan Bingjin smirked. This is a victory for the Jin family team. A terrifying explosion engulfed Wang Longfei, its heat covering the entire arena. The system announced loudly, Match over! The winner is the Warrior King team. The stands erupted in cheers. Below, Destroyer King's team lay scattered across the arena floor, utterly defeated. Zhan Bingjin was delighted to receive a new trait. Oh, I got the Peerless trait. The condition is to defeat 3 high-level opponents consecutively. Thanks to that, I now have enough materials for the 1 against 10,000 trait. Destroyer King stood opposite, admitting defeat. Zhan Bingjin wasted no time. It was a good match. Now, hand over the reward. This is the reward I promised. Destroyer King held out a glittering golden statue. The others will also get their share. Zhan Bingjin smiled triumphantly, cradling the golden statue. Finally, I have the statue of the god Mars, which will awaken Baeksoren's sword skills. Wang Longfei patted the defeated opponent's shoulder, issuing a challenge. If you want a rematch, just call me anytime. But Destroyer King just shook his head wearily. That won't happen. It's time for us to retire. Our era is over, and a new one has just begun. The stage lights shone on Zhan Bingjin and his teammates, the new rulers of the arena. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa, peaceful under the morning sunday. Suddenly, the space shattered in a whirlwind of sword energy. Red and white sword trails intertwined, creating a deadly dance. 2 figures clashed with terrifying speed. The clang of metal echoed, sparks flying in the night. A powerful slash repelled the opponent, its raw strength shaking the entire dojo. Zhan Bingjin stood firm, his eyes sharp, the sword in his hand ready for the next strike. Master, I hope you're not tired yet. His voice rang out full of confidence and challenge. Opposite him, Baeksoren erupted in a crimson aura of killing intent, her eyes blazing. I'm coming again! A gigantic destructive slash descended directly onto Zhan Bingjin's position. The girl's eyes glowed wildly, a smirk on her lips as she unleashed her full power. So this is the power of Cao Mi Tian. A few hours earlier, in this very villa, Baeksoren stared in astonishment at the item in her hand. Excuse me? You're giving this to me? Zhan Bingjin crossed his arms, replying curtly, Yeah. The statue glowed crimson in Baeksoren's hand. The statue of the god Mars is quite useless to me. It's an item that only responds to you, Cao Mi Tian. Baeksoren felt a strange urge from the statue. This feels weird. Zhan Bingjin reassured her. It's fine. No need to resist. Following Jin's words, she let her instincts guide her. A crimson surge of mana erupted, for the 3 great sword arts were also cultivation techniques. Just let your instincts control the mana. He recalled the reason he had never taught this special cultivation technique to any disciple. It was because of the terrifying power it unleashed. Baeksoren's eyes glowed crimson, her hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. The furious energy of the Star of Annihilation spread, turning the training space into a chaotic crimson zone. This was the power of Mars, the god of war. Baeksoren smiled wildly, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The skill panel appeared. A new power had been unlocked, Mars' swordsmanship. The energy dissipated, and Baeksoren returned to her worried state. Unbelievable! But I keep thinking of bad things. Just accept it and focus on fighting. You'll become even stronger. Kim patted her shoulder reassuringly. Baeksoren shyly thanked him. They faced each other, swords drawn. "You can start now," Kim said. Baeksoren looked bewildered. "Huh?" Kim's smile was full of hidden meaning. "Give and take. Teach me Mars swordsmanship." Two streams of sword energy, one red and one white, clashed wildly during the training session. Kim was overwhelmed by her power. She's both fast and strong. Not only that, her stamina and mana are recovering rapidly. Their blades intersected, creating a blinding explosion of energy. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Kim couldn't hide his astonishment, just as expected from an overwhelming swordsmanship. He suddenly thought, if Kali's dance was a beautiful sword dance, then this swordsmanship had a completely different nuance. Baeksoren's sword dance was the wild dance of a warrior. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and crimson killing intent enveloped everything. I'm slowly starting to feel it. That feeling erupted. Baeksoren's eyes widened, astonished by the surge of power rising within her. The world in her eyes was stained crimson. A pure fighting instinct was awakening. Wild sword strikes clashed. Baeksoren no longer defended. She attacked like a savage beast. Kim was pushed back by the furious assault. Each of her slashes carried terrifying weight. Space seemed to shatter after the final collision. A red aura enveloped Baeksoren. The system panel appeared. She had mastered Mars swordsmanship. Kim sighed in relief, muttering, "So this is the star of annihilation." The match ended. "Baeksoren, are you okay?" Lying sprawled on the ground, the black-haired girl glared at him. "Do I look okay?" Kim could only scratch his head and apologize. That night, Kim stood alone on the balcony. "Tsk, I'm almost level 6, but..." He pondered. Something was still missing, a bit of experience to break through. Suddenly, Kim smiled as he looked at his phone. "At this very moment, I have the perfect person." Kim arrived at the Seansu Force headquarters. An enthusiastic voice rang out.
"Oh, look who it is!"
"If it isn't the pride of our association, the association's best product." Director Choi and his associate enthusiastically welcomed him. Soul's savior, Hunter Kim, master of the Black Tiger Sword. "Superman Kim, you're here!" Kim just laughed in response. "Aha, the chairman is still the same as ever." The three sat down. Choi's associate got straight to the point. "You've heard the news about the Terrorist Federation collapsing, right?" Warrior Kim nodded, his eyes sharp as he listened to the new mission. Chapter 1. The Terrorist Federation. Under the command of the Old Father, they sowed terror across the city. Pillars of fire and thick black smoke billowed, turning the streets into a living hell. The association member explained the situation on a 3D map. Unlike in the game, they've been wiped out by the government. Now, re-establishing the organization is almost impossible. The Scourge Queen Shin Yeren and her subordinates are currently scattered everywhere. The gray-haired man sighed wearily. At the military's request, the Hunter Association has been tracking them down, but one individual is hiding in a very difficult place to deal with. A difficult place to deal with? Kim wondered. The answer appeared through an image of a secluded village. Monster Village. Among the terrorists, there's a mutant. Kim suddenly understood the problem. That's right. Monster Village considers all mutants family, but a terrorist is still a danger. The capture is difficult because that bear mutant is protecting the terrorist. The association member laughed loudly, but Kim remained thoughtful. "But I never expected you to have a connection with Monster Village. It's truly fate. However, I can't confront them just because I'm level 6. But to flat out refuse would be a bit." The man pushed a photo towards Kim. This is his picture. A chameleon mutant is hiding. Just looking at his face, it's clear he's a terrorist. Kim picked up the photo, his eyes full of doubt. "Is this guy a mutant?" The association member was surprised. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Kim stared intently at the photo, stating firmly, "This guy is not a mutant." Memories from the game flooded back. He's the mini-boss of Stage 1, SR Chameleon, a bio-enhanced warrior. Kim stood up abruptly, his eyes resolute. The terrorist tricked the bear. "I accept this request." In Kim's mind, the image of the bear mutant appeared in the gloomy forest. Once he knows the truth, he'll cooperate. Kim shot off like an arrow. "I don't know if he'll listen to me, but I have to try to persuade him." A terrifying pillar of fire erupted from Monster Village, tearing through the night. Kim froze. An explosion in Monster Village. In Kim's mind, the image of the terrorist appeared. "Chameleon!" Pillars of black smoke billowed, signaling a tragedy. He started his move. Inside the village, Mutants fell, writhing in pain. A silent massacre was unfolding. Captain Deer was no exception. He clutched his throat, his breath ragged. What? What just happened? Kim suddenly appeared amidst the chaos. Deer recognized the stranger. It's Magic Bombs, the master of the Black Tiger Sword? Why are you here? I heard a chameleon from the Terrorist Alliance came here. It must be him. He's a criminal disguised as a mutant. Deer was stunned by the accusation. Another mutant rushed over, frantic. Chief, Shagu is gone! Bad news poured in. Chameleon, the one who was with Shagu, is also gone. Kim growled, cutting through the panic. At this rate, everyone will turn into bombs and explode. Another mutant collapsed. Kim yelled a command. Quick, put up the barrier! Deer's eyes gleamed with determination. Though still reeling, he nodded. All right. A dying mutant turned towards the ancient tree, whispering a final prayer. Cough. Oh, Godmother, please protect us. His plea seemed to awaken an ancient power. The leaves on the ancient tree began to emit a brilliant golden light, warm and full of hope. A colossal energy dome, shimmering like starlight, quickly enveloped the entire village, shielding the fading lives. The light of revival enveloped the mutants. They gasped, stunned to realize they had escaped the scythe of death. Amazing. Please maintain the barrier. I'll find the terrorist and Shigu, Warrior Kim declared. Captain Deer worried. Are you sure you'll be okay alone? A series of skills were activated. Warrior Kim's eyes blazed with iron will. I'll find them quickly and come back. Night fell upon the treacherous path. Purple evil energy swirled, signaling an ill omen. Warrior Kim entered the dead land, his intuition telling him the enemy was very close. I knew they had to be around here somewhere. A familiar voice echoed from the darkness. Master! Kim startled and turned around. Beck Seren appeared amidst the purple mist, waving with a radiant smile. Why are you here? You called me, saying you needed my help, she replied, her smile unwavering. Kim was bewildered. Did I? He was momentarily flustered, then quickly accepted the situation. Ah, right. I get it. You're here to help. Suddenly, a dizzy spell hit Kim, making him stumble. Beck Soren quickly caught him. Master, are you all right? Yeah, I'm probably fine. A strange fatigue enveloped his body, and he clutched his head in confusion. How odd. Why is my body so tired? I think you need to rest a bit. From now on, just let me do the searching. She helped him, her voice full of concern. He still hesitated. But hidden behind that facade was a cold, calculating smile. Of course. Her hand slid down, gripping the hilt of the dagger hidden behind her back. Just leave the rest to me, and rest. A streak of crimson blood tore through the silent space. A wicked smile reappeared, triumphant and cruel. Of course. Bakesoren's illusion whispered deadly temptations, the dagger in her hand still stained with blood. Just leave the rest to me, and rest. Her words were tinged with a cruel red, just like the blood that had just splattered. But in Warrior Kim's eyes, there was only contempt. Rest forever? Don't make me laugh. Who would be fooled by an illusion like this? He squeezed her wrist, his other hand holding a syringe emitting holy light. Gulp? Is that holy water? The needle filled with holy water pierced through the illusion's skin. But it's too late. A magical explosion threw Warrior Kim far away. The real trap wasn't the illusion. His eyes widened in horror as he realized he had been tricked. Amidst the purple smoke, the true mastermind appeared, standing on a grotesque altar. Shigu. You crazy bastard. You used mutant bodies to create bombs? Shigu merely shrugged. Thanks to them, I was able to prepare for a perfect act of terrorism. And now that I've lured the troublesome master of the Black Tiger Sword, the queen will be very pleased. The minions and the chameleon-shaped living bomb were already waiting. Warrior Kim sneered, completely unfazed. Ha! You think that's enough to take me down? This is the perfect time to test this out. A series of combat attributes appeared. Fury, fighting spirit, sweep. His new power was ready. A blood-red surge of energy erupted from Warrior Kim's body, swirling violently. Wah! What the hell is this? The mutant soldier and his comrades were stunned by the terrifying sight. Warrior Kim's eyes glowed devilishly red. You guys chose the wrong opponent. He lunged into the crowd, his giant sword swinging, drawing a deadly arc among the terrified enemies. The pitch-black blade, stained with blood and evil energy, vibrated violently in the air. Dark power was surging. Amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, Warrior Kim stood, pensive. So this is demon swordsmanship. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The sword in his hand blazed with crimson evil energy. Such terrifying power. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a quiet forest. A man frantically ran to Shigu, who was writhing. "Shigu! What's wrong?" He turned to the bear mutant, shouting. "Shigu has been exposed to mana for too long. He's about to lose control. Quickly tell Godmother to help." The man knelt, desperately pleading with the ancient tree. "Godmother, please save Shigu!" But the plea was met only with deadly silence. Godmother coldly declared, "It's too late. I can't do anything more." Godmother's words were like a knife piercing their last hope. The bear mutant looked up at the sky, roaring in despair. Shigu whispered, his bony hand reaching towards his comrade. "Bear!" Deer called his name in horror. "Snake!" Deer quickly caught Shigu, shaking him in a panic. "Are you okay? Are you awake yet?" Amidst the eerie purple smoke, Shigu uttered a chilling last request. "Please, kill me." Deer was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What? You're telling me to kill you?" From a distance, Warrior Kim frowned. He understood the danger clearly. If Shigu's mana core exploded, this entire village would be blown away. "I can't do that." Deer collapsed, hugging his close friend. "Even if I die, I can't do that." I think I have a way." Warrior Kim's voice rang out, cutting through the despair. Deer looked up sharply, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope. "Really?" But hope was quickly extinguished by a cold warning. "But the failure rate is over 90%. And if anything goes wrong, I'll also be in danger." However, Warrior Kim explained that the reason he dared to take the risk was because of a prophecy. "Because Shigu has helped me so much, this life is worth betting. I don't care, as long as Shigu is saved. Even if there's only a 1% chance, please, do something," Deer roared, his despair turning into a plea. "I understand. Please prepare a bathtub." Faced with the unexpected request, the mutants hastily obeyed. "We'll bring it right away. And the Hunter Association must be waiting outside the forest. Please allow them to enter." "Hunter Kim!" Godmother called out as the mutants rushed over with a large tub. "These are the things you requested. Do you need anything else?" the president of the Hunter Association asked. "President, no. All the soldiers here. I need everyone to extract the mana core and lubricant from my prosthetic arm." The president was stunned by the strange request. "How much is needed?" "All of it." Warrior Kim's voice was cold, without hesitation. "I need every last drop." A shimmering, golden liquid was poured into the tub, forming a strange mixture. Warrior Kim decisively poured all the ingredients in, his gaze resolute. The only way to save Shigu was to create a human body. Shigu writhed in the bathtub, his body submerged by the purple energy. In other words, they had to mutate the mutant. This method only appeared after the nuclear war, but it's worth a try. Warrior Kim turned to Godmother, his eyes full of determination. "Godmother, please, a portion of your blood. To save Shigu, only the sacrifice of one who has attained godhood can succeed." Deer cried out in horror. "The Godmother's blood?" "Yes." The tree god was silent. Then, a glowing branch reached out, dripping precious essence into the vial. "Take it." "Good. A sip for Shigu, and a sip for me." Warrior Kim poured out the vial of essence, sharing the life-giving gift from the tree god. A series of system notifications appeared. Divine strength, holy light, aura. 3 divine attributes had just been bestowed upon a mortal. His eyes blazed, using these 3 attributes to temporarily stand equal with the gods. Divine energy erupted, enveloping his body. And enter this space with the Godmother's permission. Before his eyes was an overwhelming sight. A divine space where the tree god resided. This is the Godmother's space. 2 dazzling, radiant entities appeared. 2 gods. My humble existence is not enough to face them. But the divine artifacts in his hands were resonating. The hammer, the shield, and the essence of the tree god. With the aid of these 3 divine powers, power converged in his palm. I can even pierce through this probability system. Energy erupted, aiming straight for the sky. And ascend. In the night sky, a swirling vortex of energy signaled an extraordinary event. A multicolored bolt of lightning tore through the night, striking directly down to the ground. The chairman and the bear mutant were stunned. A lightning bolt struck Shigu. What the hell? Warrior Kim's eyes glowed as he was immersed in the flow of power. What's happening? The ground shook violently as the massive energy surge struck. stirring up the entire area. Everything was engulfed in a blinding white light, obscuring all sight. The light subsided, leaving behind the tank, which now emitted a mysterious aura. Warrior Kim smiled faintly, calling the name of the one about to be reborn. Shi-gu. A hand slowly gripped the edge of the tank. It's time to wake up. From within the hazy steam, a beautiful figure emerged. It's a success. Shi-gu has become human. Captain Deer and the chairman were speechless. Is this possible? Warrior Kim calmly explained. More precisely, an android. Bare feet gently touched the damp ground as a new life began. Under the moonlight, Shi-gu looked up at the world with eyes still bewildered and unfamiliar. Congratulations on your new body. He draped a white towel over her. The girl softly replied, Oh, thank you. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of the wind, the scent of grass, all incredibly real. It's like a dream. It's been so long. Suddenly, Shi-gu collapsed, her body trembling. Captain Deer panicked. Hey, Shi-gu, are you all right? Master of the Black Tiger Sword? Is something wrong? Warrior Kim was also confused. That's strange. I'm sure it was a success. The pain struck, making the girl clutch her chest, her face contorted in discomfort. A glow flashed in her palm, revealing a sparkling silver ring. Wait, It was the treasure received after completing Shi-gu's personal quest. The SSR tier Prophet's Ring, she whispered. So this is the Godmother's prophecy. A prophecy? What is it? Captain Deer was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She raised the ring, recalling the ancient prophecy. To the one who will return my flesh and blood. Her gaze softened as she looked at Warrior Kim, handing him the ring. I was destined to give away a part of my body. Warrior Kim received the fated gift, the Prophet's Ring. True to its name, it was a device that provided all in-game information, from treasure chest rewards to dungeon maps. I didn't expect the reward to be like this. Take this too. Huh? This is a mana core, isn't it? Even if you're no longer a mutant, you'll still need it. No, it's fine, she insisted. For you to become level 6, the image of the tree god appeared in her mind. You need my mana core. That's what she told me. That is, the Godmother has granted us a level 6 blueprint. Warrior Kim was stunned by the unexpected gift. According to what's written here, you'll also need mana cores from other mutants. Mana cores? Captain Deer declared loudly. You are the benefactor of our village. I will give you all the mana cores I possess. Yes, mine too. Take our tribe's mana cores. Me too. Take ours, he thought to himself. These were mementos of their teachers, parents, friends, yet they were willing to give them away. All the mutants bowed their heads, reverently offering their most precious mementos. Everyone, thank you all very much. Dawn broke over a skyscraper, signaling a new journey. The group struck cool poses in front of the building, ready for the next challenge. The two girls' eyes sparkled, marveling at the building's grandeur. It's so bright. It's huge. The group entered the grand lobby. Is this building really yours, Master? I just bought it recently. He thought to himself. Money truly is power. Now he had income without needing to work. Director Choi eagerly ran over. Welcome, Superman Kim. The man in the tracksuit was surprised. Oh, Director Choi? You're here early. They shook hands, confirming their new partnership. Of course, I'm the manager of this building now. So we're business partners, Director Choi. Baek Soren spoke up. I want to eat something delicious. Director Choi agreed, suggesting they go to the food court. But their master had other plans. He gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly. To the training room! The three girls froze. He chuckled gleefully. Let's see how strong my disciples have become. The three girls could only sigh in resignation. Golden aura erupted. Level 3 Kali Karat danced with twin blades, her offense graceful yet fierce. Icy energy converged. Level 4 Jeanette charged forward, the weapon crystallized from magic in her hand, razor sharp. Crimson killing intent enveloped the area. Level 5 Baek Soren swung her longsword, each strike carrying astonishing power. The arena shook with their rapid footsteps, the air torn apart by flashing sword strikes. A mighty slash cut through space, creating a terrifying surge of pressure. The status window appeared, displaying the masterful sword skills he possessed. Black Tiger Sword Art, Sword Expert, Sword Aura. Dark energy swirled around his figure. Warrior Kim, level 6. He stood still, easily blocking the furious attacks of all three disciples. A series of fierce, sparking clashes ensued. He ran a hand through his hair, Satisfied. Everyone is progressing steadily. Now I can fully focus on my training. He recalled that thanks to the Prophet's Ring, he had obtained the artifact needed to reach level 6 and master the Black Tiger Sword Art. An aura of power erupted. Black Tiger's Sword Art. Hellfire. Warrior Kim clenched his fist, a proud smile on his face. With so many traits like this, the title of Swordmaster is no longer far off. But he knew that, to use that trait, his current mana cultivation technique was insufficient. Even controlling the Firestar Sword Art was a challenge. His eyes blazed with determination. It seems it's time to go to that place. The divine hammer appeared in his mind. Stockholm Palace, Sweden. A place renowned as the abode of gods, suspended amidst the clouds. He strode towards the majestic gate. A winged female attendant was already waiting. She raised a hand to block his path. Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you cannot enter. I am an honorary paladin here. Nevertheless, she shook her head. Even as a paladin, you are currently level 6. It's very dangerous. Please return when you reach level 7. He had anticipated this. It was said that those below level 6 would perish upon meeting the gods. But there is a way. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as he presented a white flower branch. This is a mythical item from Norse mythology, Mistletine's regret. The girl was stunned. You actually brought it here. With this, then. I understand. Please allow me to lead the way. A triumphant smile spread across Warrior Kim's face. Blinding light erupted from the opening gate. I'll show you the greatest lightning bolt. Good thing I prepared beforehand. Recalling a moment earlier, at the Swedish square, the scene was crowded and bustling. Warrior Kim muttered that before meeting Thor, something needed to be prepared. He needed to complete a quest to obtain Mistletine's regret. He walked briskly down the crowded street. According to my memory, I need to find elite individuals in this market. A large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Long time no see, brother. Warrior Kim turned around, startled. Sir Sigmund? I didn't expect to see you here. Sigmund Sigurdsson embraced him warmly. It really has been a long time. What a coincidence. It's all thanks to the new member of my family. We're having a child. We brought them here to receive blessings. Sigmund proudly pointed to his pregnant wife beside him. Warrior Kim exclaimed his congratulations in surprise. Seeing the happy couple, he suddenly realized, this is a sacred place for Norse people. The god who blesses newborns in Norse mythology is. Wait, are you two here to receive Frigg's blessing? But I heard she's dead. Hirda smiled in response. That's right, but there's a prophecy. An ancient prophecy echoed. In the castle suspended in the sky, and in the deepest place, find the ancient text that holds the twilight. Bring the ancient text to the open field, board the airship, and restore world order. Only then will the goddess smile. Warrior Kim deduced that the castle in the sky must be the great palace, and the deepest place was right here. We've also found the ancient text. Would you like to see it? Sigmund held out a parchment scroll. Is this the ancient text? Warrior Kim opened it skeptically. Well, ancient text can also mean secret or knowledge. Inside was not writing, but a drawing. It depicted a gentle woman holding a newborn baby. He was stunned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Sigmund asked anxiously. But Warrior Kim could only stare at the drawing. This is the birth of the purest and most innocent god, he realized with astonishment. The birth story of Mistletoe? Finally, all the pieces fell into place. So that's it. The elite individuals I had to meet were them. I must help them receive Frigg's blessing to complete the quest. Warrior Kim appeared with a confident smile, offering to accompany the couple. My brethren, may I join this journey? The golden car sped through the chaotic battlefield, where giants were fiercely clashing. Is this the field mentioned in the prophecy? Sitting in the passenger seat, Sigmund Sigurdsson pointed forward, his gaze stern. That's right, and there's the airship from the prophecy. A colossal golden airship appeared, majestic in the sky. Warrior Kim narrowed his eyes, his smile turning cunning. Skid Bladnir. It was a mobile fortress, a pocket aircraft carrier that could shrink 500 times. A super hot item in Arcane soul. Sigmund Sigurdsson marveled. It looks truly magnificent to see it in person, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Warrior Kim screamed internally, I want it so bad. I couldn't get it in the game. Sigmund turned to his wife, his expression thoughtful. So, according to the prophecy appeared, bring the ancient text to the field, board the airship, and restore order. Only then will the goddess smile. We have to seize Skidbladnir and defeat those giants, right? Sigmund confirmed, but his voice was full of worry. Yes, but many have died coveting that ship. It won't be easy at all. Warrior Kim's hand tightened on the steering wheel, his eyes flashing with challenge. Not easy, you say? His face transformed, a grin stretching from ear to ear, full of madness and excitement. No, for me, it's a piece of cake. Ha ha! On the colossal airship, giant cannon barrels began to move, aiming directly at the approaching car. Blazing energy streams tore through the air, hurtling towards them like fiery meteors. A virtual screen appeared on the windshield, analyzing the trajectory of the incoming barrage. Cannon fire is incoming from the front. Confirmed finally. It's time to show my true power. A series of equipped traits appeared. Warrior Kim gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes blazing. All right, it's time. Blue energy burst from the engine, and the car shot forward like a lightning bolt. Full throttle. A storm of fire engulfed the ground. A destructive attack. Amidst the sea of fire, the red sports car tore through space, unfazed. The alarm system blared continuously. Danger! Multiple cannon shells detected incoming. Too many shells. Hard to dodge them all. Accelerate, Warrior Kim roared. What? Executing command? Beware of collision. A streak of blue light tore through the curtain of fire, creating an earth-shattering explosion. On the ground, a couple frantically pointed to the sky.
Honey! Look, darling!
Through the thick smoke and dust, two blue lights, like the eyes of a beast, flashed. The car broke through the encirclement, soaring straight into the sky like an arrow. A new trait was granted. Vehicle merge. This trait makes me and the car one. Now it's mine. Next up. Two enemy tanks entered the crosshairs. Suddenly, a brilliant golden lightning bolt struck straight down from the sky. Drop the bomb! The electro-optical explosion wiped out the guards in an instant. A golden-armored knight stared in shock as his comrades fell. What the? He faced the attacker. Why would a paladin of Thor do this? Warrior Kim replied coldly, his hand gripping the hammer tightly. I don't believe in gods. The knight cried out in despair. Odin, why would you send that bastard here? But Warrior Kim merely replied coldly. Calling your god is useless. Because, Skidbladnir, Warrior Kim growled, swinging his thunder hammer down on the enemy with an earth-shattering blow. Is mine now. A brilliant golden lightning bolt struck straight down, shaking the entire area. On the deck of the colossal golden flying fortress, Sigmund and Hazardous laughed heartily, witnessing the overwhelming victory. Sigmund clapped Warrior Kim on the shoulder. A magnificent battle, brother. Now we just need to clean this place up. But the young man was fumbling with the control panel. Yes, but how does this thing work? Suddenly, a notification appeared. The red sports car spoke up. Master, I think I can control it. A cable shot out from the car, plugging directly into the spaceship's connection port. All right, I'm ready. Power up. A 3D map appeared from the control panel, showing the entire area. Sigmund gazed thoughtfully at the map. To receive Frigg's blessing, we must find Fenrir here. Warrior Kim smirked confidently. I can do that. Colossal cannon barrels slowly extended from the spaceship's hull, ready to fire. All right, let's go. As soon as the command was given, a rain of cannon fire poured down onto the ground. Countless grotesque creatures were swept away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a desolate battlefield. Hazardous and Sigmund looked at Warrior Kim with immense gratitude. We can complete the prophecy now. Thank you so much, brother. I will never forget this debt. Hazardous unrolled an ancient map, her eyes resolute. So then, now. A magic portal opened, emitting dazzling divine light. From within the light, a white-haired goddess appeared, majestic and ethereal. Sigmund and Hazardous exclaimed in awe, "O goddess Frigg!" The goddess's hand gently bestowed a blessing upon the tiny life about to be born. The prophecy was fulfilled. The divine blessing enveloped them. Sigmund and Hazardous looked up at the sky, their hearts filled with gratitude. We will forever remember the blessing you have bestowed. Warrior Kim smiled contentedly. So the mission is over. A mistletoe branch appeared. The item Mistletane's Regret had evolved into God-slaying Mistletane, obtained a consumable item with a 1% drop rate in the game. With this, I'm ready to meet a god. He confidently gripped the branch. Stockholm Palace appeared magnificently. A fated encounter awaited. As soon as he stepped into the Great Hall, golden lightning bolts surrounded him. The divine pressure was terrifying. Just walking is suffocating. But he braced himself. He activated the item. Activate Mistletane's Regret. A gentle blue energy emanated, neutralizing the pressure. The pressure vanished. He strode forward steadily. Finally, I get to meet him. On the throne, a majestic god with white hair spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet you." It was Thor, the god of thunder. Thor looked him straight in the eye, his deep voice echoing, "You are from another world." Warrior Kim was stunned. "How do you know I'm from another world?" Thor replied casually, his gaze seemingly seeing through his soul. "You ask how I know? These eyes can see through everything, kid." Even though Warrior Kim had anticipated it, he was still shaken. Thor didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "So, what brings you here?" He regained his composure, his eyes resolute. "May I ask you a few things? Do you know who summoned me to this world?" The god of thunder pondered for a moment, then gave a blunt answer. "I don't know." The direct answer left Warrior Kim dumbfounded. He probed. "So, is it possible that the old father summoned me?" Thor merely replied with indifference. "I said I don't know. How would I know?" "That deadbeat?" Thor smirked. "Probably not. I'd know if any god used that much power." "Excluding the gods. Then who had enough power to transport him across worlds?" The question remained unanswered. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. A woman's voice echoed, wanting him to become stronger, to complete a great vessel, so that his great soul would become the light and savior of the congregation. "Why does he want to use me as a vessel for resurrection?" "That's because of your soul," Thor interrupted his thoughts. "Your soul's class is very high." Warrior Kim was stunned. "Is it because of my trait transformation ability?" "Indeed. The ability to learn everything and change it. Only an omnipotent being can do that. I think the East calls it Heavenly Star." Heavenly Star. This name brought back a terrifying memory. A powerful individual with sharp, cold eyes. "Have you ever seen another omnipotent being like me?" "Yes, there was one," Thor replied, his tone becoming serious. "One called the Heavenly Demon." Thor's words brought back memories of the Blood King. He once said that he was exactly like his master. As if possessing eyes that could see through the future, all the pieces began to fit. So that's why the Blood King said that. The mystery of his identity seemed to be connected to a terrifying entity, the Heavenly Demon. Just try your best to escape that disgusting congregation following the old father. If you succeed, I will appoint you as my archangel. Thor's offer was authoritative, yet unpredictable. "Huh? Archangel? But I don't want to die yet." Warrior Kim panicked, but Thor merely replied nonchalantly. "I mean, after you die, of course, kid. But honestly, I think letting him resurrect is fine too." Warrior Kim was speechless at the unexpected confession. Are you serious?" Thor explained in exasperation. "I don't want to be stuck in this stupid palace drinking divine wine forever." The young man suddenly understood. Thor was also a god of war. A bloody scene appeared. God is dead. In the War of Annihilation, the old father perished, and all defeated gods were destroyed. But the tragedy didn't stop there. The victorious gods are all imprisoned. Thor gritted his teeth, deep resentment etched in his eyes. Imprisoned like this, he must be itching for a fight. Ultimately, the Divine Destruction Pact was for the benefit of humanity. Thor's voice deepened, laced with bitter irony. "All right, but I'll cheer you on. Here." Thor extended his enormous hand, and Warrior Kim found himself standing on it, incredibly small. "Excuse me?" "You must be seeking a power that allows you to escape the old father." The image of the god's hand reflected in Warrior Kim's contracting pupils. That power. Thor's eyes flashed with determination. Streams of brilliant golden electricity began to gather at his fingertips. "I will bestow it upon you." A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, completely engulfing Warrior Kim's small figure. The electric current tore through his body, making him collapse in extreme pain. His desperate scream echoed through the divine space, his body writhing in a sea of thunder and lightning. The wild energy continued to brutally punish every fiber of his flesh, seemingly wanting to tear him into 100 pieces. Thor calmly observed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Make good use of it." Warrior Kim's body trembled as he absorbed the lightning power. The system announced that he had received Thor's cultivation method and the lightning attribute. The divine hammer Mjolnir hovered, emitting its final electrical current. "It's done, little Mjolnir." Warrior Kim knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully before the God of Thunder on his throne. "Thank you, God of Thunder." Thor nodded slightly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "You may go now." The omnipotent one from another world. Thor's words echoed as Warrior Kim looked up, a confident smile on his lips. Wind swept across the rooftop of a skyscraper. Warrior Kim had returned to his world. He stretched, enjoying the feeling of freedom. It was a long journey, but worth it. He smiled smugly, recalling his spoils. It wasn't in the plan, but I acquired the god-slaying Mistletoe, which can nullify invulnerability. And Skidbladnir, too. The brilliant golden mythical ship appeared, hovering in the night sky. He sat precariously on the edge of the ship, lost in thought. Maybe I should take a trip with my disciples. Jeanette and Kali would love it. Suddenly, he paused, listening intently. What's that alarm sound? From above, he looked down at the city. A column of black smoke and red flames rose from a building. His face changed, panic evident as he recognized the familiar location. Wait, that's... Horror enveloped him. Fierce flames were devouring his own building. His desperate scream was lost in the night. My building! Below, the hospital was packed with people. Ambulances constantly moved in and out. A scene of chaos and sorrow. A dark figure dashed through the hospital corridor, ignoring the nurse's warning. "Please don't run in the hospital corridor!" He burst through the door, his desperate call echoing. Director Choi! Inside, a man in a suit stood beside the hospital bed, where Director Choi lay motionless, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. "Sir, you've arrived." Warrior Kim froze, rage flaring in his eyes. "Director." Which bastard did this?" The man in the suit reported, his voice heavy. "We are investigating, but it's very likely the Terrorist Federation." Anger made him clench his teeth. Terrorist Federation. They've gone too far. Memories flooded back. Director Choi wasn't just a partner. He was more than that. In the cruel and selfish society of Seoul, he was the first to offer a helping hand. He was a capable right-hand man, someone he trusted. His fist clenched the railing, his heart churning with regret. "Damn it! It's all because I asked him to manage the building." A weak voice came from the hospital bed. Superman Kim. He rushed to the bedside, overjoyed to see Director Choi awake. "Director Choi, you're awake," Director Choi whispered. "I'm fine, but there's something more important. Here. This is my blood. Please take it." He laboriously offered a small vial of blood. "Why are you giving this to me?" He was confused. Director Choi explained that he had smeared blood containing nanomachines onto the terrorists. "With this, you'll be able to track them down." His words planted a spark of vengeful hope in his heart. Warrior Kim squeezed Director Choi's hand, his heart overflowing with emotion. "Thank you for surviving, Director Choi." He resolutely promised to use every method to treat him. On the hospital bed, Director Choi just listened in silence. The two figures left, abandoning the cold hospital room. A chilling vow echoed. "This time, I'll make sure to wipe them all out." Giro Fortress, a dilapidated slum where the law couldn't reach, shrouded in thick darkness. The signal from the nanomachines was locked onto the map. "Sir, I've tracked Director Choi's nanomachines. Here are the results." Under the night sky of Guro, they both stopped before an alley. The last signal led here. This is where they're hiding. The subordinate suggested a quick solution. "Their traces end here. What do you say? Should I flatten this place?" He explained that this place was full of criminals and homeless people, and his Iron Fist gang was ready to act. Warrior Kim pondered deeply. It seemed like a good option. That's the right choice. But in his mind, another thought arose. His target was the Slaughter Queen, the leader of the Terrorist Federation. He recalled their past. The Terrorist Federation once started under the name Human Rights Federation, an organization established to protect the weak, the outcasts of society, until they were manipulated by the Old Father's congregation. He realized that if he blindly destroyed this place, he might inadvertently strengthen their cause. Returning to reality, Warrior Kim changed his mind. Violence isn't always the answer. It could harm innocent people. The subordinate frowned, the cigar in his mouth pausing. "So, do you have another plan?" Warrior Kim's smile turned dangerous. "We must demolish and redevelop it." "You mean?" The subordinate hesitated, sensing something ominous. "From now on, we will redevelop the Guro district." The declaration stunned the subordinate. "What?" Standing amidst the urban night, Warrior Kim declared boldly, "That is my plan." And so the redevelopment of Guro proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Old buildings were razed, making way for new constructions. This success was due to the quick approval from the president, who wanted to restore public order in the area. Along with that came investment from influential figures. Underground forces ready to pour capital into this audacious plan. But redevelopment was just the surface. Deep underground, a stone gate began to crack. We finally found the terrorists' main base in the Durham suburbs. A door sealed with magic and chains appeared, glowing a brilliant red. The magical chains shattered into fragments under an invisible force. A young man smiled, his hand still on the iron door's wheel. "It's unlocked, Master." Warrior Kim gave a thumbs up in approval. Truly the #1 security expert. Not only good at security, but also at breaking it. The young man's smile faded, replaced by a worried expression. "But don't you think this is a bit dangerous, Master? I mean, you're about to face the infamous Queen of Slaughter." Warrior Kim calmly admitted, "Of course it's dangerous. This isn't an easy mission. And that's why." He turned around. "I've enlisted your help." Behind him, an elite squad was ready. "You've made the right choice," the voice echoed as the most elite faces appeared. Jin Taekwon, Mage Kim, Priest Kim, Baek Soren, Kali, Jeanette, all were ready. Warrior Kim smiled proudly at his squad. "You've all grown so well." He and CO Wujun, 2 level 6 supers, would lead this battle. Truly extraordinary talents, developing much faster than normal. He put an arm around Se Wujun, pleased that his student had caught up to him. He reassured the team, his voice full of confidence. "Aside from the Queen of Slaughter, you are more than capable of handling this place, so there's no need to worry." Their loyalty was absolute. The group responded in unison, spirits soaring. "Leave it to us, Master. I'm not scared at all. Me neither." CO Wujun clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "I will also do my best as a level 6 super, like you, Master." Then, Warrior Kim finished, extending both hands forward. A dark green energy surged, aimed directly at the reinforced bunker door. The massive steel door was torn open, and a whirlwind of energy threw nearby people backward. Inside, a black spatial vortex, eerily outlined in blue, was devouring everything. A subdimension. Their earlier bravery suddenly vanished. Before the gate leading to hell, Baek Soren and the others couldn't hide their fear. "Master, will we be okay?" But Warrior Kim merely smirked. His confidence had never wavered. "Have I ever been wrong? Let's go in." Their goal was singular, clear, and bloody. To finish off the Queen of Slaughter. In the darkness of the subdimension, a cold voice echoed as the base door opened. "Pitiful fools. They've walked into their own graves." The blood-red katana, radiating a terrifying killing intent, silently awaited in the darkness. The Queen of Slaughter appeared, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with cruelty. She drew her sword, ready to grant the uninvited guests a proper death. "Since it's come to this, I should help them find a respectable burial place."